Chapter 1, Straw Man's Life. On the bed in the intensive care unit, Yichen spent a whole half an hour before he was sure of one thing, that he, the titular immortal emperor of the immortal realm, Manhwa, had been reborn, and that he had been reborn into a wasteful flunky with the same name as himself. After fusing the memories of the owner of this body, Yichen could not help but smile bitterly. The owner of this body, Yichen, was born in an ordinary family. When he was in college, he was in love with the class flower Zhang Qianting, and madly acted as a licking dog, confessed his love countless times, and was rejected countless times, and finally 1 year ago, he married Zhang Qianting as he wished. Not bad, is married, became Zhang family son-in-law. A year ago, Zhang Qianting suffered from leukemia. Yichen took the initiative to donate bone marrow for Zhang Qianting. Not to mention really good coincidence, his bone marrow was very suitable for Zhang Qianting, and Zhang Qianting in order to live, and Yichen licensed to marry. After a successful bone marrow transplant, after a year of convalescence, Zhang Qianting gained recovery, and Yichen's nightmare is coming. 3 days ago, Zhang Qianting proposed to divorce Yichen. Yichen could not bear such a big blow, so he took a lot of sleeping pills and was sent to the hospital. Half an hour ago Yichen had already died, otherwise he wouldn't have been lent a rebirth by the Northern Darkness immortal Emperor Yichen. Brother, don't worry about it, from now on, I will live a new height instead of you, so that your name will resonate throughout the earth. The corner of Yichen's mouth rose in an arc. The immortal emperor's soul was still alive, and although this physical body was wasted, he was confident that he would be able to build this body into a supreme Tao body, and then return to the immortal realm to wipe out everyone who had caused him to fail in his journey. Creak! Right at this moment, the door of the ward was opened, and a sultry woman with a hot body walked in on the arm of a tall man in a suit. Yo, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to have a pretty big life. You can even survive this. Zhang Qianting was a bit surprised. She originally wanted to use Yichen's hand to put her handprint on the divorce agreement while Yichen was still sick, so as not to bear the bad reputation of grasping her husband to death, but she didn't expect that Yichen had already awakened, so she took out the divorce agreement from the LV bag, walked over to the hospital bed, said, "Put the handprints down. I don't care how you want to die at that time, lest that crazy of your mom comes up to my house and cries and makes a scene, and those who don't know think that it was me who killed you. Your life was given by me. Are you so cruel to treat me like this?" Yichen asked. He wanted to know just how black this woman's heart was. Zhang Qianting snorted, saying as if I would die without you. To tell you the truth, Xiao Jia learned that I had leukemia, and spent a lot of money in the US to find a matching bone marrow for me. And 2 months after your bone marrow was transplanted to me, Xiao Jia found a bone marrow that suited me. So even if you hadn't given me the bone marrow, I wouldn't have died, and I would have still been living as healthy as I am now. 2 months is enough time for your cancer cells to spread all over your body. Even if the bone marrow transplant is successful and you miss the best time for treatment, there is still a risk of recurrence. In the end, your life is still given by me, Yichen said. Lu Xiaojie on the side angrily said, "Damn, don't think you are the savior. I have plenty of money, even without you Qianting can still live well. On the contrary, you are a toad still want to eat swan meat. You this kind of goods into the ordinary family people are too much, but also want to rely on the Qianting family to eat soft rice. Fast to the old man in the divorce agreement on the fingerprints, otherwise the old man to get you dead. That's right, if it's not because you gave me bone marrow, if I marry a loser like you, my parents can beat me to death. Do you know how disgusted my parents are with you? You know how disgusted my parents are with you? A poor bastard, not even worthy of Xiaojie's shoes, still want to come to my house to eat soft rice? Let you divorce me and still looking for death. Hurry up and put down your fingerprints. I'm too disgusted to see you." Zhang Qianting had a sour face. Yichen narrowed his eyes. "I can see you clearly. It won't be long before you regret the decision you made today." After saying that, Yichen pressed his handprint on the divorce agreement, then threw the divorce agreement at Zhang Qianting. "Phew, finally I can set aside my conjugal relationship with this loser. I'm so happy." Zhang Qianting hugged the divorce agreement and let out a long breath, her face filled with joy and excitement. "Get the hell out of here." Yichen did not have the good sense to say, if not for the fact that his body was so weak right now and he did not have any cultivation. Otherwise he would definitely leave a slap on Zhang Qianting's ugly mouth and face. "Why should I get out? What are you?" Zhang Qianting sneered. "To tell you the truth, I'm going to marry Xiao Jia on the 15th of next month. Are you very sad and especially upset? If so, don't die on the day Xiao Jia and I get married, lest you invite bad luck for us." Then, she held Lu Xiaojie's arm in front of Yichen's face and pampered, "Xiaojie, I'm embarrassed to have a wedding when I get married to that loser. Next month on the 15th when we both get married, you have to prepare an unforgettable wedding for me. Don't worry baby, at that time I will pack the one public house, for you to organize a Jiangzhou ever the most grand." the most luxurious, the most sensational wedding. This is what you said. You must do what you said. Of course, it will only cost $100 million at most. This amount is a piece of cake for my Lu family. Aha! Then I'll die of happiness. You'll be even happier in the bridal chamber. Hated you. The two of them were intimate in front of Yi Chen for a good while, as if they wanted to be angry with him, and finally left under Yi Chen's sultry gaze. Bah! Adulteress. After the two left, Yi Chen spat. I'll make the wedding of the two of you a joke to the people of Jiangzhou when the time comes. There were still more than 20 days until the 15th day of next month, and that time was enough for Yi Chen to become strong enough to eat a higher level of soft food. With the memory of Yi Chen in the past, he was clear that one of the four great families in Jiangzhou, Qin family, Yin and Yang decline, with his generation are basically girls, although there is a boy, but the notoriety, difficult to be a big job, in order to the family's fragrance can continue. Qin family is currently the most lack of a door-to-door son-in-law, and the Qin family's eldest daughter Qin Luoxue and look national color. By the Jiangzhou countless noble sons and daughters coveted, as long as the 15th of next month he and Qin Luoxue to do the wedding. The Jiangzhou high society where there will go to participate in the wedding of Lu Xiaojie and Zhang Qianting, and this can also ruthlessly hit the face of this pair of adulteresses. Just Qin Luoxue. Yi Chen had already made a decision in his heart, determined to eat this bowl of soft rice. What's wrong with being poor? You Zhang Qianting don't want me, but Qin Luoxue, the number one beauty in Jiangzhou, wants me. I'm a poor man. So what? You Lu Xiaojie rich also married a divorced woman. I divorced poor but can marry a rich and powerful woman in Jiangzhou. I'm so mad at you, you pair of adulterers and s. At this time a female nurse walked into the ward. When she saw that Yi Chen had awakened, a strong color of surprise appeared on her face. Ha, Yi Chen, you even woke up. It's really a miracle. The female nurse's name was Lin Coco. She was Yi Chen's classmate when he was studying in the medical faculty, and she was even his neighbor. When they both wore crotchless pants in their childhood, they even studied each other as to why they were different. After graduating from university, Lin Coco went to the first hospital in Jiangzhou to become a nurse, and when she learned that Yi Chen was admitted to the hospital, she applied to this ward to take care of Yi Chen. It's you, Coco. Recognizing Lin Coco, Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. After all, suicide is not a glorious thing. It's not me. You still think it's Zhang Qianting. Lin Coco blankly glanced at Yi Chen, then said while doing an examination for Yi Chen, I just saw Zhang Qianting holding a divorce agreement to divorce a man. Did you sign it? It was she who signed it in advance after imitating my handwriting. I just put down my handprint. Yi Chen said truthfully. Zhang Qianting is also too inhuman. Her life is you saved. After recovery is eager to get rid of the relationship with you. Not at all miss your dedication to her. Lin Coco said with a look of indignation. You are also a cutie. When you were in college, several girls in your class liked you, but you were stalking Zhang Qianting. Now you know you regret it, right? By the time she finished speaking, she had already finished examining Yi Chen. People have to experience before they can grow, don't they? Yi Chen smiled. He couldn't say that he was blind. Excuses. To put it bluntly, you're blind. Lin Coco blared at Yi Chen with hatred, suddenly thought of something and said, right, hurry up and go with me to see your dad for the last time. I'm afraid he's no longer able to do so. What happened to my dad? Yi Chen frowned. It's not because of you. Originally your dad had a heart condition. When he learned that you did something stupid, he vomited blood on the spot in a hurry. He's been in a coma for 3 days just like you. You woke up, but I'm afraid he'll never wake up. Yi Chen heard this and quickly got down from the hospital bed, pulled Lin Coco and ran towards the outside of the hospital room. Yao Hua, wake up, wake up. When Yi Chen arrived at the other intensive care room, he saw his mother Yang Shuqing tearfully shaking his father Yi Yaohua, and then looked at the several authoritative experts on the side and cried, Doctors, please save my man. I'm kneeling down for you. Yang Shuqing knelt down towards the several white coat doctors. Ms. Yang, don't be like this. We've done our best. Your husband's heart has stopped, just waiting for the brain cells to die. We can issue a death certificate for him. You'd better pay the medical bills and prepare his afterlife. An elderly doctor said. Bull asterisk. Right at this moment, Yi Chen helped Yang Shuqing up and said to the group of doctors, You bunch of quacks. My father is obviously still saved, but you are asking us to prepare for the aftermath. Do you know that you are killing people with your behavior? It's really laughable that you guys deserve to be doctors and experts with this much ability. Bring me a silver needle. If you guys aren't capable of saving my dad, I'll save him myself. As soon as these words were uttered, several doctors immediately jumped out of their skin. Chapter 2. Remember, it's please, kid, you're too unbridled. Elder Wu was the most authoritative expert in the cardiology department of Nanjiang province. Since you dare to say that he's a quack and doesn't deserve to be an expert, do you want to die? Damn, I really want to tear this kid's mouth apart. It's not even if he insulted us. He insulted Elder Wu along with him. This can never be left as it is. Several doctors had an urge to whack Yi Chen to death. Wu Jianxiang's eyes were even twitching at the corners of his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "Kid, if you don't give me a statement today, don't even think about walking out of this hospital. Bring the silver needle and I'll give you an argument." Yi Chen said, "Go get the silver needle." Wu Jianxiang said angrily. He wanted to see what kind of argument this kid could give him. It was only until this time that young Shuqing came back to her senses, pulling Yi Chen's hand and crying with joy, "Xiao Chen, you finally woke up. Mom thought that she was going to lose you and your dad. Mom almost didn't want to live." "Oh, Mom, don't worry, Dad will be fine." Yi Chen wrapped his arms around his mother and comforted her. In his memory, his parents were very doting on him. Although his parents were not very rich, but whatever he liked his parents would try their best to satisfy him and never scolded him. A doctor soon walked in with a silver needle. "The silver needle is here. I'd like to see what kind of statement you can give me," Wu Jianxiang said as he handed the silver needle to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took the silver needle and said, "I will save my father's life and prove your incompetence." "Yi Chen, are you crazy from taking too many sleeping pills?" Lin Koko ran over and said urgently. Wu Lao is the most authoritative cardiologist in our Nanjiang province. Him saying that it's not saved is equivalent to a death sentence. You're just a medical graduate. You haven't even interned in a hospital. What are you going to save your dad with? And what qualifications are you going to have to prove Wu Lao's incompetence? I remembered. So this kid is the kid who was sent to the hospital for resuscitation 3 days ago due to eating too much sleeping pills. So I also remembered. This kid is the son-in-law of our Zhengzhou Tianbao traditional Chinese medicine hall Dr. Zhang's family. I heard that his daughter-in-law wants to divorce with him for a moment before eating sleeping pills to commit suicide. Ridiculous. Even such a loser wants to save a dying person. If he has this ability, Dr. Zhang can't wait to offer him up as a treasure and would agree to his daughter divorcing him? Several doctors mocked. Wu Jianxiang laughed after hearing about Yi Chen's deeds. "Kid, if you can save your father's life, I'll waive your father's 100,000 medical bills and will give you another 100,000. But if you can't save him, you must apologize to me on your knees and slap yourself 10 times. Then you'll be ready to slap me for 100,000. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he drew out a 20-centimeter long silver needle and stabbed down dryly at Yi Yaohua's heart position. Murder! This is simply naked murder. The doctors present all felt their scalps numb when they saw Yi Chen using the needle so violently. Then, Yi Chen drew out 3 silver needles of more than 10 centimeters at once, and stabbed them all into Yi Yaohua's chest with a single punch. "Kid, stop it. Even if it's a corpse, it's not for you to trample on it so roughly." A doctor couldn't stand it anymore and was about to go pull Yi Chen away. "Wait." Wu Jianxiang suddenly stopped that doctor, because although Yi Chen's needling was simple and rough, but without the slightest hesitation the needles went straight into the vital acupuncture points. Even an old Chinese doctor who had practiced medicine for decades could not accurately find the acupuncture points in such a short period of time, but Yi Chen had done it, which showed that he had practiced his acupuncture skills to the point of pure perfection. As for whether or not he could save Yi Yaohua later, if he really saved his life, it would be a very sensational event in the international medical world, because Yi Yaohua's condition, even the most advanced medical technology in the West could not save him. However, he did not hold much hope that Yi Chen could save Yi Yaohua's life. He was just curious about his young age and how he was so skillful in practicing acupuncture. Soon, Yi Chen stabbed down 20 silver needles of different lengths. Watch this, the moment to witness the miracle has come. Yi Chen once again drew out a 20-centimeter long silver needle and ruthlessly stabbed into Yi Yaohua's atrium position under the skin of several eyes. Put. As this needle went down, Yi Yaohua, who was originally like a dead body, sat up violently and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. Fortunately Yi Chen flashed fast, or else he would have been designated to be sprayed all over. "Yaohua, what happened to you?" Yang Shuqing was stunned, and hurriedly went forward to draw out a tissue to wipe the blood from the corner of Yi Yaohua's mouth. "Good, much better," Yi Yaohua said as he undulated his chest. "Miracle! What a miracle!" Seeing that Yi Yaohua woke up, had blood on his face, and was able to speak, Wu Jianxiang exclaimed out in excitement. "How is this possible?" The other several doctors and Lin Koko were all confused. He had actually saved the life of a dying man? "Dad, how do you feel?" Yi Chen came forward at this time and asked. "Little Chen?" Yi Yaohua's eyes lit up violently, and he immediately cried with joy. "Dad thought he would never see you again. I'm relieved that you're fine. This breathing is smooth, and it feels like the heart attack is all better. Good is good." Yi Chen smiled faintly and drew out the 21 silver needles on Yi Yaohua's body. "Yaohua, in fact, you were already at the gates of hell. It was Xiao Chun who used the silver needles to pull you back from the gates of hell." Yang Shuqing said. "What? It was Xiao Chun who saved me?" Yi Yaohua was very surprised, and then said with relief, "It seems I was right to let Xiao Chen read medicine in the first place, and he was able to save my life at the critical moment. Yes, it's all because of you," Yang Shuqing said. The old couple was immersed in the joy that the family was safe and sound. At this time, Yi Chen looked at the several doctors present and said, "Saying that you are quacks, you are all unconvinced. Now what? Still have a temper?" The doctors and experts present were all speechless, as if they were students being counted by their teachers. Puff! Wu Jianxiong suddenly knelt down towards Yi Chen, his eyes filled with scorching heat. "Master Yi, please accept me as your disciple and teach me your acupuncture technique. I promise to carry your acupuncture technique forward, so that your reputation will resonate through the international medical world, so that you will become an existence that is admired and worshipped by millions of people in the medical world." Scram! Scram! With this demeanor of yours, you don't deserve to be my Yi Chen's disciple, and you can't learn my skills. Yi Chen disliked. His medical skill was not something that anyone could learn. First you had to have spirituality. Obviously Wu Jianxiong didn't. Right, my ICBC card number, 6212 ************************************************************875. Transfer $100,000. Fine, fine. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Wu Jianxiong stood up, took out his cell phone and got busy. Not long after the kung fu ding sound, Yi Chen received a text message that $100,000 had arrived, and the balance on the card was 550 yuan. "Mom and Dad, let's get out of the hospital. At noon my son will treat you and take you to a big meal," Yi Chen said. Good. Mr. and Mrs. Yi Yaohua were very happy. What they were happy about was not that Yi Chen had earned $100,000, but that Yi Chen had changed, becoming positive and optimistic. Originally, Yang Shuqing was worried that even if Yi Chen woke up, he would still be looking for death because Zhang Qianting wanted to divorce him, but now it seemed that the original worry was superfluous. It seems that his son went to the ghost gate after a walk, more cherished the hard-won life, as well as colorful life. So the family of three left the hospital happily. Elder Wu, Master Jean is furious and asked you to hurry over. Wu Jianxiong had just returned to his office when a doctor hurriedly ran in. Hearing Master Jean, Wu Jianxiong's face instantly turned ugly. He knew that big trouble was coming. However, he still hardened his heart and went to see Master Jean. Sure enough, as soon as he entered a luxurious hospital room, a splattering of foul curses greeted him. "Wu Jianxiong, you're a waste of space. My mother has been delirious ever since her brain hemorrhage. You said it would be cured. Why is it that 2 months have passed and my mother still can't even recognize me?" Wu Jianxiong timidly walked towards a middle-aged man with a face full of horizontal meat and said, "Master Jean, the experts in our hospital have tried their best. Even the experts invited by the imperial capital can't do anything. It's really because the old lady's cerebral blood vessel blockage is too serious. If she has an operation, I'm afraid." "Don't say these useless words to me. Give you half a month's time. If my mother still can't even recognize me, I'll tear down this hospital of yours, and let all of you quacks go out on the streets to beg," Master Jean said angrily. Wu Jianxiong broke out into a cold sweat at his words. He didn't question Master Jin's words at all. It was really that Master Jin's power was too great. He was omnipotent in politics and business. There were only a handful of people who dared not be afraid of him in Jiangzhou. Right. Wu Jianxiong suddenly brightened up and said, "Master Jean, I remembered. Perhaps there is someone who can cure the old lady." "What person?" "That person's name is Yi Chen. His acupuncture skills are very high and exquisite. Just now he revived his father whose heart had stopped beating. I think he should be able to cure the old lady as well. Then quickly call him over. He's already left the hospital, but our hospital can provide his information. With Master Jin's means, finding someone in Jiangzhou is easy. Who? Go with him to get the information. Before nightfall you must invite that Yi Chen over to me. Remember, it's invite." "Yes, Master Jean." Chapter 3. Is this a big brother? It was lunchtime, and after leaving the hospital, Yi Chen brought his parents to one of the most upscale seafood restaurants in Jiangzhou. Here, seafood from all over the world was available, and it could be said to be famous in Jiangzhou. "Mom and Dad, feel free to order whatever seafood you like," Yi Chen said generously. In the earth is not afraid of not having money to earn, but afraid of not having the ability, so he did not put money in his eyes at all. 100,000 consumption finished all without heartache. But Mr. and Mrs. Yi Yaohua trembled. "Xiao Chen, let's change a place. This seafood is too expensive. You see the price tag. The cheapest crab a caddy of $800. That fist abalone of $5,000. Cannot afford to eat? Cannot afford to eat." Yi Yaohua wiped his cold sweat and said, "Yes Xiao Chen, you and your father these years hospitalization to spend all our savings, or go to a fast food restaurant to eat. You're 100,000 yuan to save to get married with." Yang Shuqing also advised, On the way here she already knew about Yi Chen and Zhang Qianting's divorce. Yi Chen waved his hand and laughed. Mom and Dad, your son I don't need to get a wife. When the time comes to find a mansion to get into the family there is plenty of money to spend. And this day will soon come. For me you two saved half a lifetime. Today let go of the consumption. Money is not a problem. Mr. and Mrs. Yi Yaohua didn't know what to say. Dare to say that this kid still wants to eat soft food. Wasn't Zhang Qianting's lesson deep enough? Xiao Chen, it's better to go out for fast food. Yi Yaohua said. The stuff here was just too expensive. He was afraid that if he ate it, he would have another heart attack. Don't Dad. If you guys don't order I can order it myself. Yi Chen said helplessly. Just at this time, a waitress came over, with a disgusted face. Roll. Where is the country bumpkin? Eat fast food life also dare to go on the Gold Coast Seafood Pavilion. I'm afraid that your income for a year is not enough to eat a big meal. Yi Chen on hearing it is not happy. Said, Miss, how to speak your discrimination of the countryside I tell you, the ancestors of the richest man in China is also the countryside. You just a waiter dare to say such a thing. Dare to say that your grandparents are all city people? That's it. It's too much. What's wrong with country people? I was a country bumpkin working in the city back then, and now I earn $10 million a year. Can you earn that much? This attitude is also worthy of being a waiter. If you don't give a statement, I won't come here to spend money in the future. The several rich men who ordered seafood on the side, hearing the waiter's mean words, all expressed their dissatisfaction and condemnation. What happened? At this time, a woman in a manager's outfit stepped on her high heels and came over to ask. Yi Chen pointed to the waitress and said, she said that my parents and I are country bumpkins and told us to get lost. Do all your waitresses here have this kind of attitude? I'm sorry sir. The manageress immediately bowed to Yi Chen and looked at the waitress and said in a cold voice, is this the attitude you have towards customers? Do you still want to work? The waitress panicked, manager, I don't mean this. I heard them say that our things here are expensive or go out to eat fast food. I let them go out. I didn't discriminate against country people. Yi Chen immediately said, can't it be too expensive? People who eat fast food must not be able to afford it? Let me tell you, I am bringing my parents to eat a big meal today, and I intend to consume 100,000 or 80,000. That manager if you don't fire her, this money I won't consume. If you can consume 100,000 800,000, I'll resign and leave. The waiter is not convinced. A piece of equipment at the death of $200, but also consumption of 100,000 800,000. Do not blow will die? Then you're ready to get lost. Words fell. Yi Chen looked at the manager. Said, take POS machine. I first brush 100,000 before ordering. The female manager brought the POS machine with skepticism. You watch it, Yi Chen said to the waitress. And then under dozens of pairs of watching eyes, he successfully swiped his card for 100,000. How is this possible? The waitress was dumbfounded, looking incredulously at the small ticket printed out by the POS machine. This is a thug. The onlookers were in awe. Told you to look down on the dog. You're confused this time, right? Yi Chen looked at the waiter and said, this is just a small lesson for you. Remember, never judge a person by their appearance, or else when will you offend an existence you can't afford to mess with. After saying that, Yi Chen began to order seafood. To the point, many of the people who were watching lamented. Soon Yi Chen ordered a dozen of expensive seafood, cut off a few $1,000s to zero in on exactly 100,000, and then was respectfully invited by the manager into a luxury bag. Not long after, a dozen seafood all served on the table. My mama, what kind of crab is this? How is it bigger than a face basin? And what kind of abalone is this? It's as big as a rice bowl. This skin shrimp must be as thick as my arm. Looking at the table of giant seafood, Yi Yaohua and Yang Shuqing's eyes went straight. Mom and Dad, don't just admire it. Hurry up and eat, Yi Chen said, grabbing a super large abalone steamed in garlic and nibbling on it. On the way to the seafood pavilion by car, he had cultivated a tiny bit of true essence, but it wasn't much different from no cultivation, and this physical body hadn't eaten for 3 days, so he was already starving by this time. Little Chen, $100,000 to eat this table, would it be? No loss, no loss. Yi Chen interrupted Yang Shuqing and said, not just $100,000, just now that surnamed Wu begged to worship me as a teacher. I just didn't agree. If I agreed, not to mention 1 million, is 10 million he is also willing to use to honor me. So Mom and Dad don't worry about the money. The big deal is that I teach that surname Wu a few moves are enough to buy a large villa. Right. Hearing Yi Chen's words, she, who originally had a heart like a knife, was instantly not heartbroken at all. Her son had the ability to make money, so why should she let down his filial piety? Yaohua, eat freely, don't waste it. Yang Shuqing immediately took a large abalone and put it in the bone dish in front of Yi Yaohua. Good. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Yaohua didn't feel any pain and held the abalone and nibbled on it. It was too meaty and delicious. The three of them were just like released from jail, without any eating manners to speak of, eating with their mouths full of oil, and having a good time. Just then, the door of the box was opened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A foul language burst out. Yi Chen's family of three looked in search of the sound, only to see several young men and women standing at the door, all of them looking at them with eyes that had seen a ghost. Nima, these three are hungry ghosts, right? The leader, a youth, walked into the box and said with some tears and laughter, "Who are you? Am I familiar with you? What are you doing in my box? Can't you see that my family is eating?" Yi Chen said with displeasure. A group of young men and women burst into laughter. "Who am I?" The leading young man pointed to his chest and said, "Kid, put your ears up. I'm not afraid to scare you to death when I say it. I'm the young master of the Qin family in Jiangzhou, Qin Luoyun." After saying that, he crossed his arms and held his head up with a proud look. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel amused. "I thought it was some ungrateful guy, but it turns out to be my future brother-in-law. Sit sit sit. Big sis-in-law reward you with a peeled shrimp. Put." In addition to Qin Luoyun, his companions all burst out laughing. "This is a psychopath coming out of the second hospital. Who the are you?" Qin Luoyun wondered. "When did he have a big sister-in-law?" "Your future big sister husband Yi Chen." Yi Chen smiled cheaply. Ing. Qin Luoyun was about to gasp in the past, roaring, "All of your equipment is not more than 500. My big sister can look at a poor man like you? Don't they all say that I'm your future big sister husband? What are you so angry about?" "Your big sister will look at me," Yi Chen said with conviction. Damn. Qin Luoyun was so angry that his liver hurt. "How the hell did I run into a shameless shabby like you today? Also my sister will look at you. On your kind of goods. To my sister licking shoes are not worthy. If she can look at you, ing dig my own eyes." "You said that?" Yi Chen said. "When the time comes, don't say it's a joke, so that I don't take it seriously." Qin Luoyun already didn't want to bull asterisk 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 with Yi Chen. He had a premonition that this guy was definitely fresh out of the second courtyard, so he directly shouted, "Drive this crazy family out, and make a place for this young man to eat." As soon as he said this, the original female manager walked in, bowed towards Yi Chen and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry, this box is dedicated to young Master Qin. I thought that he wouldn't come today, and you consumed so much, so I let you eat in this luxury package. I didn't think that young Master Qin brought his friends over, so I hope that you can make it easy for me to change the box for you." Yi Chen heard this and said with some displeasure, "Seeing that your attitude is okay, I don't want to spray you, otherwise I can definitely spray you with a dog's blood." Then, he looked at Qin Luoyun and said, "Calling you brother-in-law is to give you face. Don't stomp on your nose and disown you as a brother-in-law. What the are you? Get the hell out of here. Any more chirping and disturbing my family's meal, see if I don't give you a beating until your sister can't even recognize you." The words fell, and there was silence. Everyone was confused. Could this be a low-profile bigot? Chapter 4, Master Jin's Invitation. Yi Chen's overbearing words made Qin Luoyun's heart flutter. His intuition told him that this person was definitely something big. Otherwise, if he knew that he was the young master of the Qin family, it was impossible that he wasn't the least bit intimidated and still dared to talk to himself like this. Then where exactly was he from? "Dare I ask which path the brother is in?" Qin Luoyun asked as he clasped his fists. Yi Chen's face instantly turned cold as he slammed the chopsticks in his hand onto the table and drank. "Can't you understand what I just said?" As the words fell, Qin Luoyun and the others disappeared into the box like a gust of wind. What a heavy kingly aura! A ruthless man. Outside the box, Qin Luoyun patted his chest and said with palpitations, "But we've seen all the characters of Jiangzhou's high society, but we've never seen this person, let alone heard of one named Yi Chen." A youth was puzzled. "Don't be anxious, I just took a picture of him, attached his name, and sent it out to my circle of friends and WeChat group. It won't take long to have an answer." A youth said, "Kana Lin Hua, quite clever. Well you, hurry up to check. If this Yi Chen is a big brother then we will withdraw. If a pretender, see I do not give him skin all peeled." Qin Luoyun put his head over, looking forward to the results. About 5 minutes later, a highly valuable message appeared in the comment section. "I recognize this person, a poor one, and has no origin. If I have to say I have an origin, it's the former backward son-in-law of Zhang Tianbao's family from Tianbao Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. 3 days ago he committed suicide by taking a large amount of sleeping pills because Zhang Qianting was going to divorce him, and according to reliable sources, Zhang Qianting has already divorced him. I'm just wondering, what are you doing checking on this punk?" Lin Hua? Lin Hua read out the comment. "Ha ha ha." A group of men and women all doubled over in laughter. I've convinced myself that I was surprised by such a loser, thinking he was a big shot. but I didn't realize that he was a ing super pretender. Qin Luoyun was about to cry with laughter. I have to admire this punk's acting skills, playing the big brother image to the hilt. If I hadn't found out about him, I would have really thought he was a big brother. Lin Hua said, let's go. Let's see how I'll settle the score with him, Qin Luoyun said, leading a group of people to rush back to the box where Yi Chen was. At this moment, inside the box, little Chen, your acting skills are too good. Just now with that performance, Mom thought that you were a big shot on the road. Yang Shuqing smiled and gave a thumbs up towards Yi Chen. Yes. Xiao Chen's acting was too vivid, scaring away the young master of the Qin family. It's indeed bullish. The Oscars owes Xiao Chen a Best Actor award. Lin Yaohua also gave a thumbs up. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Mom and Dad, I really didn't act. Bang! The door of the box was kicked open. You didn't act. Don't you dare say that you didn't act. Don't think I don't know that you're just a wasteful flunky who was swept away. And you're still pretending to act like a big brother. Let's see if I don't lift up your table, and then peel off your skin. Qin Luoyun rushed in furiously and lifted the table. The round table with a diameter of more than 2 meters was easily overturned by him. Crackling, bowls, plates, and turntables fell and shattered all over the place. Yi Yaohua and Yang Shuqing shivered, their faces instantly pale. Mom and Dad, don't be afraid. Yi Chen pulled his parents behind him, then with his hands behind his back, he walked towards Qin Luoyun one step at a time. Today, I will teach you this scourge, a good lesson on behalf of the Qin family. You're still pretending with me. Let's see if I don't get you killed. Qin Luoyun copied a chair and smashed it towards Yi Chen. Little Chen, be careful, the parents shouted out in alarm. Right at this moment, Yi Chen raised his foot and kicked out, smashing the chair that smashed at him before kicking Qin Luoyun in the chest. Bang! Qin Luoyun felt like he was hit by a car, and his entire body flew backwards, smashing against the wall of the box, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out as he landed. Young Qin Luoyun's friends were stunned. Everyone together, beat him to death, Lin Hua shouted, and 5 or 6 youths rushed towards Yi Chen. Bang bang bang, in the twinkling of an eye, all 5 or 6 youths were kicked to the ground, screaming miserably, with just a trace of true essence that Yi Chen had cultivated, plus hundreds of thousands of years of combat experience. Even if this body was no longer wasted, it was easy to beat up a few hundred of these ordinary people. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Yi Yaohua were confused. When did Yi Chen become so capable of fighting? Don't come over. Qin Luoyun saw Yi Chen coming towards him and was so scared that he backed away. Soon he retreated to the corner and Yi Chen squatted down in front of him. Call your brother-in-law. Call your mom. Snap. Yi Chen threw a slap on Qin Luoyun's face. Call or not? No. Snap. Scream or not? No scream. Snap. Brother-in-law. Stop hitting. Oh. Qin Luoyun was crying, his 2 faces swollen into buns, his mouth full of blood. Those who were familiar with him wouldn't be able to recognize him without a closer look. Why did you have to suffer this sin if you had said so earlier? Yi Chen smiled and stood up. How the hell did I know that you were so ruthless? If you were really my brother-in-law and you treated me like this, my sister could have killed you, Qin Luoyun said indignantly. Just then, a group of people rushed into the box. Young Qin, the leading middle-aged man, saw that Qin Luoyun was beaten to a pig's head and hurriedly went over to help him up. Zhou Bing, are you a turtle? You only came after Lao Zi was beaten like this. Do you still want to open this seafood restaurant? Qin Luoyun growled at the seafood restaurant owner. I'm sorry, young Qin. I'm sorry, Xiao Qin. The boss, Zhou Bing, apologized repeatedly. Sorry is useless. Chop him up for me. Qin Luoyun pointed at Yi Chen. Fine. Zhou Bing nodded his head like pounding garlic. Then he shouted, fight, beat this kid to death. As the words fell, a dozen security guards rushed towards Yi Chen. Surname Yi. I'll see how you die this time. Seeing the security guards make their move, Qin Luoyun shouted in triumph, as if the next moment he could see the scene of Yi Chen being beaten to death, but the next second he was stunned. He only saw Yi Chen rushing towards the group of security guards, striking with a speed as fast as a ghost, and in less than a minute's effort, more than a dozen security guards all fell to the ground, screaming miserably. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is a practitioner. Also at this time, a group of brawny men poured into the seafood hall. Soon after, a waiter rushed into the box and said to Zhou Bing, Zhou Dong, Brother Tiger is here. Which Brother Tiger? Zhou Bing frowned. The fierce General Lei who beside Master Jin. Zhou Bing immediately shivered and rushed out of the box like a gust of wind. I said, why is the seafood pavilion suddenly glittering with golden light? It turns out to be Brother Tiger who has come. It's Fluffy. Zhou Bing was like a lackey meeting his master, greeting him with a smile on his face. Help me check which box a youth named Yi Chen is in, Lei Hu said, handing a photo to Zhou Bing. Zhou Bing took a look and was instantly happy. The person who could make Lei Hu go out to look for him would end up dead or disabled. And the person in this photo, wasn't it the guy who beat up Qin Xiao? I know which box he is in. Brother Tiger, please follow me. Zhou Bing immediately led Lei Hu's group of people to Yi Chen's box. Xiao Chen, quickly run. Lei Hu is a gangster. If the boss calls him in, you'll be finished. Yang Shuqing learned that Lei Hu had come and hurriedly urged up Yi Chen. Yes, Xiao Chen. Hurry up and run. Don't mind me and your mom. It will be too late. Yi Yaohua urged in the same panic. Ha ha, it's already too late to know that you're scared. You guys are dead. Qin Luoyun was unusually ecstatic. He had a deep understanding of Lei Hu, the right-hand man beside Jiangzhou's underground leader, Master Jin, and an internal force martial artist. There were only a handful of people in the entire Jiangzhou who could beat Lei Hu. He could guarantee that Lei Hu could whack Yi Chen to death with a single punch. Really? Yi Chen snorted a laugh. You are complacent too early. He grew up in Jiangzhou. Naturally he had heard of Lei Hu, although he didn't have the ability to fight against Lei Hu right now. But the confidence to beat back Lei Hu was still there, as long as he was given a day's time to cultivate. Not to mention Lei Hu, it was Lei Hu's boss, Master Jin, who he didn't even put in his eyes. Then let's wait and see, whether it's me who got complacent too early, or you who got complacent too early. Qin Luoyun said. He didn't think he was complacent too early. Brother Tiger has arrived. Right at this moment, Zhou Bing led Lei Hu into the box. Lei Hu, you're here. Great. Qin Luoyun came to Lei Hu and said excitedly. Which one are you? Am I familiar with you? Lei Hu pushed Qin Luoyun away. I'm Qin Luoyun. Qin Xiao? Lei Hu's brows furrowed. How did you get beaten to a pig's head? Qin Luoyun was furious at the mention of this, pointing to Yi Chen and said angrily, it's this son of a who slapped me hard like this. Lei Hu, you have to take it out for me. Lei Hu followed Qin Luoyun, pointed to look, could not help but stare. Wasn't this the person that Master Jin had asked himself to invite? Brother Tiger, this guy is too nasty. Not only did he beat up young Qin, he also injured a dozen of my security guards. You have to do it for young Qin and me. Be the master of your mom's head. Zhou Bing's words had just finished when Lei Hu slapped Zhou Bing. Splat! Zhou Bing's entire body tumbled to the ground, his mind going blank. The people present were also confused. What was Tiger doing hitting Zhou Bing? Deserving of a beating? You're a small seafood restaurant owner. What qualifications do you have to let Brother Tiger make decisions for you? You think you're me? Qin Luoyun rebuked Zhou Bing bitterly, then said, right Lei Hu. Lei Hu snorted. In order to give some face to the Qin family, he didn't see eye to eye with Qin Luoyun before striding towards Yi Chen. Seeing Lei Hu walking towards Yi Chen, Qin Luoyun shouted excitedly, Surname Yi, let's see how you die this time. But he didn't expect that he hadn't finished his words, only to see Lei Hu came to Yi Chen's side, bent down, made a pleased gesture, and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, my family's Master Jin has asked you to come over. There are important things to ask for. The words fell, shocking a ground of eyeballs. Chapter 5. Don't discredit the immortals. Since old Jin sent you to invite me, then I naturally have to make a trip. But I spent $100,000 to come to dinner, only to have the table lifted and my parents scared. I can't just go with you. Yi Chen pulled a chair and sat down, with a look of I won't go until the matter is taken care of. Lei Hu was good at observing words and colors, and could see Yi Chen's meaning, so he scanned the whole scene and asked, who set off the dining table? I lifted it. Qin Luoyun wasn't afraid of Lei Hu. The power behind him was the Qin family. Although he didn't know why Master Jin was begging for a wasteful son-in-law who had been swept away, he was confident that Lei Hu wouldn't dare to touch him for a wasteful son-in-law. Compensate him $100,000. It was true that Lei Hu didn't dare to move him, but he dared to ask him to compensate. Why should I compensate? Qin Luoyun arrogantly said, let alone lifting his dining table, or burning down his house. Who dares to make me compensate? Lei Hu narrowed his eyes and wanted to hit Qin Luoyun but held back. Looks like I have to continue teaching you a lesson for your sister. At this time, Yi Chen stood up and walked towards Qin Luoyun. What are you doing? Don't come over. Qin Luoyun was so shocked that she stepped backward, and when she saw Yi Chen pressing forward, she hurriedly called out, Lei Hu, save me. Come and save me. Lei Hu was indifferent. Qin Luoyun instantly despaired. I'll pay for it. Can't I pay for it? He was really afraid that Yi Chen would give him a few more slaps, then his handsome face would be completely ruined. So Yi Chen asked his mother to report the card number, and soon received a text message that $100,000 had arrived. Yang Shuqing was overjoyed. This was equivalent to not spending a dime and eating half a big meal. At this time, Yi Chen added, the meal money is lost. My parents' moral damages? Lei Hu was a little impatient. Looking at Zhou Bing, coldly said, call Mr. Yes parents for 1 million in mental damages. Immediately, right away. Yes. Zhou Bing, who dared to disobey, asked for Yang Shuqing's card number, and immediately called 1 million over. Only then did Jichen call it quits and took his parents to leave with Lei Hu. Damn! I will never let this matter go. Qin Luoyuan was so angry that he pounded his chest and stormed around, only feeling that his lungs were going to explode. More than half an hour later, in the first hospital of Jiangzhou City, inside a luxurious ward. Mother, what's wrong with you, mother? Don't scare me, mother. Doctor, quickly call a doctor. Master Jean had been talking to his delirious old mother, but the result was that the old lady was listening, and suddenly collapsed with a painful look on her face. How to call but no movement, giving him a fright and shouting out in alarm. Soon, a group of hospital's top experts into the ward, scrambling to give the old lady's head to do a check. In less than 3 minutes, the results of the examination came out. Wu Jianxiong came to Master Jean with a pale face and said timidly, Master Jean, the old lady's current situation is very bad. The blood vessels blocking the brain appeared to have a large area burst. I'm afraid. Before Wu Jianxiong could finish his words, Master Jean kicked him to the ground and growled irrationally. Rubbish! A bunch of losers. If anything happens to my mother, I'll chop up all of you losers and feed them to the dogs. The doctors of the expert panel trembled. Only an old man close to 70 pulled down his mask and said, This is not the place for you to show off your bravery. I'm giving you 2 choices now. 1. Wait for your mother to die. 2. Agree to my immediate craniotomy. Facing this old man, Master Jean collected his temper. This old man was a top brain expert that the hospital had specially invited from the imperial capital to save the old lady, named Li Jishur. This person was best at brain medicine, and also had great attainments in other areas. Even his attainments in Chinese medicine were famous throughout the country, and was called the living fossil of the combination of Chinese and Western medicine and culture. And it was hard to find a second doctor in the country who was even more famous than him. He had treated countless powerful cadres in the imperial capital, and this was the reason why Master Jean didn't dare to lose his temper with him. What is the success rate of craniotomy? Master Jean asked. 1%. Li Jishur said. What? Master Jean was stunned. Last time when you said craniotomy, wasn't there still a 10% success rate? This time how come it's only 1%? The best treatment time was delayed by you. If you don't make up your mind, soon there won't even be a 1% success rate. Li Jishur said with a straight face. Master Jean was instantly remorseful. At 10%. He thought the success rate was too low and was afraid of losing his old mother forever if the surgery failed. As a result, after a few days of delay, the success rate was only 1%. Mother, it's me who has harmed you. Master Jean was in pain and old tears. Although he was notoriously dark and decisive, he was definitely a great filial son that was rare to find in the world, and was always a docile child in front of his old mother. Master Jean, I've brought you the person. Just as Master Jean was about to decide to perform a craniotomy on the old lady, Lei Hu entered the ward with Yi Chen. Master Jin's spirit was immediately lifted, and he hurriedly turned his head to look at Yi Chen and urged, Mr. Yi, save my mother, quickly save my mother. Good. Yi Chen originally wanted to open conditions, but saw Master Jin's face was full of tears. Obviously the old lady is in critical condition. This time to open conditions is obviously not good. First save the people say. He only wanted 1 million only. He did not believe that Master Jin this money are not willing to give. Slow. Li Jishur suddenly stopped Yi Chen, said to Master Jin, your mother's situation can no longer be delayed. If he cannot be cured and then let me do craniotomy, I can only say this to you, the morgue to your mother to leave a bed. Nima, blocking my way of wealth? Yi Chen was a little upset in his heart and was about to open his mouth when Wu Jianxiong said, Elderly, Mr. Yes, acupuncture is out of this world. Should we not let him try it first? Li Jishur's face was cold and said, if acupuncture is useful, when Cao Cao had a headache, why didn't the divine Dr. Hua Tuo use acupuncture and take his life to propose the use of craniotomy? Wu Jianxiong. Originally, Master Jin was still thinking about who to let go first to save his mother, but then he heard Li Jishur's words, and immediately made up his mind and said, quickly operate on my mother. Prepare for surgery. Idle people out. Li Jishur commanded and immediately put on a mask and started the pre-surgery preparations. Yi Chen was helpless. Master Jin had already made up his mind. What could he say? Could only go out. Mr. Yi, wait. Outside the ward, Master Jin stopped Yi Chen who was about to leave and said, you've chosen to operate. Why are you still blocking my way? Master Jin said, for safety's sake, you'd better wait. In case the surgery fails, you can then save my mother. If you can't save her well, I'll give you 1 million. If you save her well, I'll give you 10 million. Just for that sentence of giving a million even if it's not saved well. Yi Chen stayed. In fact, he is not entirely for the money. Otherwise just push Li Jishur away. A few silver needle quickly down the old lady can wake up. $1 million at hand. The reason he stayed was that Master Jin's filial piety impressed him, because he himself was a filial son. Master Jin, It's not good. After sitting on the bench outside the operating room for less than 3 minutes, the door to the operating room was suddenly opened and Wu Jianxiong ran out in panic. Master Jin's heart sank violently, and an ominous feeling of foreboding instantly enveloped his entire body. Speak. Just as we were preparing for the operation, the old lady, mother. Master Jin could use his ass to think of the words that Wu Jianxiong didn't say, and immediately rushed into the operating room like a gust of wind. Yan, you wake up, mother. I didn't have the chance to honor my father. I was counting on you to enjoy my filial piety more for my father. And once you're gone, I'm going to feel guilty for the rest of my life. Mother. Master Jin, who was in his 50s, shook the old lady's body, and Annie cried into a child. Please express my condolences. I've already done my best. The old lady's brain suddenly suffered a massive hemorrhage. It's the gods and goddesses who have taken action, but there's nothing they can do to save her, Li Jishir said powerlessly. Fart. Right at this moment, a light shout rang out, only to see Yi Chen walking over with a roll of silver needles. Disgruntled, a quack yourself. Don't try to discredit the gods, as long as there is still a breath left in the air, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits have not been dispersed, the gods will have the power to return to the heavens. After saying that, Yi Chen pulled Li Jishir, who was blocking the way, aside. Li Jishir was infuriated enough. He had been crowned as the #1 divine doctor in the imperial capital, and he was calling himself a quack? If you can save this patient, I, Li Jishir, will kneel and kowtow to you. Then watch this, Yi Chen said, drawing out 3 silver needles. To save this kind of patient who appears to be dead but still has a breath in him, you have to seal the 3 souls first. After saying that, he stabbed a silver needle in the center of the old lady's eyebrow and each of her shoulders, then seal the 7 souls. After saying that, he stabbed 7 more needles on the old lady's body, then dredged the cerebral blood vessels. After saying that, he stabbed a dozen needles in the old lady's head and pulled them out again. After that, released the bruised blood. After saying that, another dozen or so needles went down. Soon there was bruised blood flowing out of the old lady's 7 orifices. God, truly divine. Li Jishir originally thought that Yi Chen was pretending, but when he saw the old lady's blood flowing out of her 7 orifices, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The doctors present all had their mouths wide open in shock as well, finally unsealing the 3 souls and 7 spirits. When the bruised blood flowed out, Yi Chen first pulled out the dozen or so needles for bloodletting before pulling out the 10 silver needles that sealed the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The old lady instantly opened her eyes like a fraud. Mother, you're finally awake. Master Jin unusually pounced over in ecstasy. Big teeth? You're my big teeth? The old lady lightly opened her dry lips in a trembling voice. Yes, mother, I'm Big Tooth. I'm Big Tooth, mother. Ha ha. Master Jin happily hugged his old mother into his arms, the smell of happiness permeating the entire surgery room. Divine Dr. Yi, please accept a bow from Junior Li Jishir. Without even needing Yi Chen to open his mouth, Li Jishir obediently knelt down for Yi Chen. In front of this kind of medical master, even if he was older, he could only call himself a junior. Divine Dr. Yi, please accept a bow from Jin Tianhao. Thank you for saving my mother. Your great kindness is something I, Jin Tianhao, will remember forever. Master Jin gratefully knelt down towards Yi Chen. There was gold under a man's knees. For the sake of his old mother, it was worth it. Divine Dr. Yi. The old lady also wanted to get out of bed to pay her respects to Yi Chen for giving her the chance to still see her son, but was immediately stopped by Yi Chen. The old man doesn't need to be polite. Then he said, I'll get up. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi. The two stood up. Get Divine Dr. Yi's card number, and have Tianhao Group's finance call Divine Dr. Yi for 10 million. No, 20 million. Okay, Master Jin. Lei Hu quickly asked for Yi Chen's card number, then went to the side to inform the finance. At this time, Yi Chen looked at Li Jishir and asked, can you get me a license to practice medicine? Yes, completely. When can you do it? Go do it now. And you can do it for Divine Dr. Yi first thing tomorrow morning. Good, then let's go do it now. It was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Yi Chen took revenge one day too late. The license to practice medicine came down. He was going to go hit a wave of Zhang Qianting's old man's face. That bottle of sleeping pills. Is this old son to Yi Chen? But also by this old son to provoke Yi Chen to eat. More than one line of work will not die. Have to let that old son first taste the bitterness. Chapter 6, I'll cover the Qin family. In the evening, Yi Chen finished all the matters of going to face Zhang Tianbao in the morning, and took all the $20 million that Master Jin had called him to buy jade, then called his mother, and headed to a river beach on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. The trees on both sides of the river beach were verdant, the air was fresh and the environment was tranquil, perfect for cultivation. But after all, the earth's spiritual qi was too thin, which was why Yi Chen had to spend $20 million to buy jade for cultivation. Because jade is rich in spiritual qi, the better the quality of the jade, the richer the spiritual chi. Although $20 million is not a small amount of money, but used to buy jade and buy not much, but also a small piece of Haitian jade only. So Yi Chen found a place, set up a simple spirit gathering formation, and sat down cross-legged to start cultivating. The spirit gathering formation could not only dissolve the jade into spiritual chi, but could also gather the thin spiritual chi around it, and was one of the most commonly used spell formations by cultivators. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious manor in the upper reaches of the creek, it was dinner time at this time, and a Bentley drove into the manor and parked in the parking lot. Coming down from the car was a 1'7" tall woman wearing a white shirt on top and tight jeans underneath, with a head of slightly curly wavy hair, aged around 23 or 24 years old. Her features were exquisite to the point of being impeccable. Her skin was as white as sheep's fat and beautiful jade, and the two headlights on her chest gave a great visual impact. Whether it was her body or her looks, she was not the least bit inferior to the popular actress Baby from a few years ago. If the full score of a beautiful woman is 100 points, she can definitely score 98 points, and she was none other than the goddess who had made countless powerful sons and daughters in Jiangzhou go crazy for her Qin Luoxue. Grandpa, you're not in good health. Why are you running out to practice again? Qin Luoxue walked towards an old man and skimmed her lips. It's Schwer who's back. Qin Zhengqing, who was wearing his practice clothes, stopped practicing and covered his chest as he coughed dryly a few times. Qin Luoxue stepped forward and took her grandfather's arm, then glared at a middle-aged man at the side and said, Uncle hi, you too. You know that Grandpa coughs terribly when he practices, and you still let him practice. Lin Shanghai sighed and said, the situation has changed, and the old man can't sit still. Qin Luoxue heard this and immediately frowned. Grandpa, what happened? Go inside and see Luo Yun before you say anything, Qin Zhengqing said, and entered a lofty villa with Qin Luoxue. Are you Luo Yun? In the lobby of the villa, Qin Luoxue looked at a pig-headed youth sitting on the sofa and couldn't believe her eyes. Sis, I'm in pain. Oh, Qin Luo Yun cried in aggravation. His face was now black and swollen, and he didn't know how many times more swollen than when he was just beaten. Who hit you? Qin Luoxue took a deep breath and asked. It's a called Yi Chen. He had to ask me to call him big sister husband. I didn't call. He kept on fanning me. Finally I called him brother-in-law before he was willing to stop. Otherwise he had to fan me to death before giving up. Qin Luo Yun said it in one breath. Damnable. Damn it. Qin Luoxue was furious as her fists clenched and her puppy breasts trembled violently. Big sister's husband. Not my husband anymore? Since this guy dared to defile me, he must not be lightly spared. Have you found out where he lives? I'll go over and find him to theorize. Qin Luoxue said angrily. What's the point of finding out? Just, Qin Zhengqing said. Grandpa, can't we just let it go? Qin Luoxue said unconvinced. No matter for the sake of her brother or herself, she had to go and seek justice. Qin Zhengqing let out a long sigh and said, that Yi Chen is Jin Tianhao's man. Lei Hu knew that Luo Yun was beaten by that Yi Chen but stood by and watched. You should be clear about what this means. Qin Luoxue immediately froze. Grandpa is saying that Jin Tianhao is siding with the other three families to isolate our Qin family? Qin Zhengqing nodded. The Qin family is a big piece of cake. Those people all know that I don't have a few years to live. They are all eager to stay away from us. When I die, they will share the cake, and the Qin family's 100-year foundation will be destroyed. The family has fallen. I'm sorry to the Qin family's ancestors. Cough. Qin Zhengqing became so emotional that he coughed violently and furiously, actually coughing up blood on the ground. Father, Grandpa, old master, the Qin family was in a state of panic. Grandpa, I'll send you to the hospital. With red eyes, Qin Luoxue was about to help her grandfather up from the sofa, only to be stopped by him. Qin Zhengqing held Qin Luoxue's hand and said in a serious tone, your father's generation, bumbling around, can't carry a big responsibility? In your generation, there is only Luo Yun, a male. What kind of goods he is? You know it by heart. Grandpa, this disease no one can cure. More than live a year or two. Less than a few months. Originally Grandpa was thinking, Luo Yun, if there is a good result, hand over the Qin family to him, marry you into the imperial capital mansion, so that you can stabilize the Qin family for 100 years of the foundation. But he is too much of a disappointment to me. Now Grandpa has to make a decision. You don't blame Grandpa. In the future, the burden of the Qin family will be carried by you. So Grandpa must choose a good son-in-law for you to join our Qin family, to help you hold on to our Qin family's 100-year foundation. Within these 2 days, Grandpa will release your son-in-law information to the imperial city in Shanghai Sea, and see if any of the gentry in the mansions of these two major cities have a crush on you and are willing to join our Qin family. If there are, and the number is quite large, Grandpa will gather them together and pick the one who is the best in all aspects for you to be your husband. At that time, no matter who Grandpa picks, I hope you won't refuse. For the sake of the Qin family, Grandpa can only sacrifice you. Qin Luoxue was silent. Which girl didn't want to find someone she truly loved as a husband? But in the end, she still nodded her head. For the sake of grandpa, for the sake of the Qin family, she could only sacrifice her life's happiness. The heavens were fair in creating people. A girl from a poor family has the right to fall in love freely even though she has no money. And a girl from a rich family has money but loses the right to fall in love freely. Everything has a gain must have a loss. This is an unchanging truth. The next morning, the sky had just revealed a hint of fish belly white. Yi Chen violently opened his eyes, and 2 streams of refined light shot out from his eyes, hitting the surface of the river and splashing more than 10 meters high. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely think that he was a monster. How could anyone shoot out energy comparable to the power of a bomb from their eyes? Not bad, not bad. In just one night, my cultivation has reached the chi refining grand completion. It seems that as a person who has come over here, even on Earth, the speed of cultivation is able to advance by leaps and bounds, Yi Chen said with satisfaction. Cultivation was divided into 9 realms: chi refining, Tonling, divine sea, Jindan, Yuaning, transformation of God, harmonization, Tianxian, and transition. Each realm was further divided into initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, peak, and consummation. Yi Chen had been a great cultivator at the perfection of the ferrying stage, and had mastered many cultivation techniques, which was why his progress in cultivation was so fast. Since it was still early and there was no rush to hit that old son of it in the face, Yi Chen grabbed a few palm-sized fish and set up a fire to roast them. Just as the fish were about to be roasted, a voice suddenly sounded beside Yi Chen's ears. I thought who was roasting the fish? So it's divine Dr. Yi. Yi Chen looked at the voice, only to see Jin Tianhao walking over with Lei Hu with his hands behind his back in his practicing clothes. Yo, isn't this old Jin? Come to those who see it. Try my grilled fish. Yi Chen greeted with a smile. Taste it. Must give divine Dr. Yi face to taste it. Jin Tianhao laughed. Soon Lei Hu moved 2 large stones, and the 2 of them sat down around the fire. 2 fish on a skewer. It just so happens that I grilled 3 skewers, 1 for each person. Yi Chen divided the fish and took the lead in eating. In fact, Jin Tianhao disliked the fish. The roasted blackness could be eaten, but in order to give face to Yi Chen, he still broke a piece of fish and threw it in his mouth, and as a result, once he chewed it, he immediately brightened up and exclaimed, "My God, yummy, it's so delicious." As the words fell, he directly gnawed on it. Lei Hu instantly frowned. Is it that tasty? So he also tasted a piece and ended up eating it even worse than Jin Tianhao. Divine Dr. Yi, how did you bake this fish? It's just too delicious. Even the fish bones are so crispy. Jin Tianhao clicked and bit the fish bone and said, yeah, it's too delicious. This is the best fish I've ever eaten. Lei Hu said as he licked the tree branch kebab after finishing eating nothing. Yi Chen smiled without saying anything. One couldn't say that it was using urine as salt. Otherwise, they would spit furiously on the ground. By the way, old Jin, I heard that you are a martial artist with great internal strength. Show me your hand. Yi Chen said. He had heard of martial arts and knew that it was divided into external strength, internal strength, transformation realm and God realm. However, he had not seen it before, so he wanted to see how his cultivation of refined Qi Great Chang was compared to the martial arts of inner strength Great Chang. Eating a man's mouth is short, so I'll show my hand to divine Dr. Yi. Jin Tianhao said, picking up a pebble from the ground and holding it in his palm. He pinched it with force, and the pebble turned into gravel. Well, divine Dr. Yi, Jin Tianhao said proudly. Awesome, can you pinch it into powder? Yi Chen said. You have to be at the peak of inner strength to pinch it into powder. Jin Tianhao said. Oh, then you are also very powerful. Yi Chen smiled. He couldn't say that people's dog grips weren't. That's of course, if it's not powerful. Can Master Jin rely on this pair of iron fists to fight down this part of the Jiangzhou underground world? Lei Hu bragged. Admire. Yi Chen clasped his fist to satisfy their little bit of vanity. Sure enough, Jin Tianhao laughed and said, Dr. Yi, these days, to establish your position, you still need to rely on a hard fist. I won't hide it from Dr. Yi. It won't take long for me to defeat Qin Zhengqing, the person at the helm of the Qin family, so that my Jin family will replace the Qin family and be ranked amongst the 4 great families in Jiangzhou. Yi Chen instantly frowned, but quickly smiled sarcastically and said, the Qin family's position in Jiangzhou is not something that anyone can replace. Why? Jin Tianhao was surprised. Because Qin Luoxue is my future wife. The Qin family is covered by me. No one can shake the Qin family's position in Jiangzhou. The moment Yi Chen's words left his mouth, Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu's faces instantly pulled down. This guy really thought of himself as a thing, wanting to stop the Jin family from rising? How could he still be left? Chapter 7, Higher Martial Arts. But also afraid of butcher's knife. Jin Tianhao had to admit, Yi Chen's medical skills are very heavenly. Once the reputation, the country's powerful people have to come to see him. Then this network will be more and more weaving more and more huge, and most likely will also be called into the palace to become a doctor. At that time, the Qin family has his cover, will be soaring, want to shake cannot be shaken. So he felt that now was the best time to get rid of Yi Chen while his wings were still intact, because he wouldn't allow anyone to stop the Jin family from rising. So he gave Lei Hu a look. After all, Yi Chen had saved his old mother. He really couldn't do anything to such a benefactor. Lei Hu immediately comprehended Jin Tianhao's meaning, and rushed at Yi Chen with a cold smile, saying, "Divine Dr. Yi, I have to say that your medical skills are very brilliant, and possess the ability to make the Qin family continue to be brilliant or even more brilliant. But you have to know that even if your medical skills are no matter how high they are, they're ultimately a soft persimmon in the face of martial arts, and can be pinched at will." After saying that, he clenched a fist towards Yi Chen, clacking it as if he was warning Yi Chen not to stand in the way of the Jin family's rise to power, or else he could take his life in minutes. "Ha!" Yi Chen smiled disdainfully. "No matter how high your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a butcher's knife." Saying that, he slowly raised his hand, and all of a sudden, a 2-meter-long chilling saber appeared out of thin air and was held in his hand, and the air around him instantly plummeted by more than 10 degrees. Seeing this, Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu's bodies trembled violently, their faces instantly covered with the color of shock and desire to die, gathering chi into a sword. This was a martial arts grandmaster. "Let's see if it's you two's fists that are hard, or my blade that is sharp," Yi Chen said with a cold smile, and his gaze instantly turned cold. Plop, plop. Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu immediately fell to their knees. Jin Tianhao pays his respects to Patriarch Yi. Lei Hu has no eyes. "I didn't know that Patriarch Yi was in front of me. I have offended Patriarch Yi. Please forgive me." The two were shivering, cold sweat raining down. "I also don't know what will happen to the two of you when I slash at you with this blade," Yi Chen said. Don't. It will kill you all, Patriarch Yi." Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu's guts were about to break. "But my sword is out. I can't just take it back without seeing blood, right?" Yi Chen looked at Jin Tianhao and then Lei Hu, as if he was telling the two of them that one had to bleed. The two were immediately as if they had lost their lives. "Patriarch Yi, if you want to cut, just cut me." Lei Hu suddenly puffed out his chest and said, "All right." Yi Chen nodded his head. The next second, only to hear a swish sound, a cold aura fell down, chopping at Lei Hu's shoulder, smashing on the ground, and immediately a gully rose up on the ground, extending towards the small river in front, cutting off the river water from it, terrifying as it was. Gulp! Watching this scene, Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu swallowed up saliva so hard that they were about to swallow their tongues. Their expressions were horrified to death. A blade breaking the flow of water. This had at least gotten to the peak of the realm of transformation. It was only at this time that Lei Hu felt a sharp pain coming from his heart and realized that his left arm had been sliced off with a knife. "Brother Lei Hu!" Jin Tianhao shouted in shock. No. Thing. Lei Hu gritted his teeth, cold sweat falling like a grape, his face as white as paper. At this time, Yi Chen picked up the broken arm and fitted it to Lei Hu. A ray of true essence was injected into the incision, instantly healing the wound. It's done. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi. Lei Hu was thrilled for a while and kowtowed violently. Yi Chen got up and said, "I can save you. As usual, I can still kill you. In my eyes, the two of you are nothing more than ants. Take care of yourself." As the words fell, Yi Chen left with his hands in the air. He knew that after this lesson, these two people would treat themselves with respect. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Chen left, Jin Tianhao immediately dialed the phone to the finance and said, "When you go to the company later, the first thing you have to do is to give another $20 million to that account that you played $20 million yesterday." "No, it's $50 million. Remember, it's $50 million. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, on Zhengzhou City's Chinese Medicine Street, there was an abnormal bustle outside the door of Tianbao Chinese Medicine Hall. One could only see a flagstaff rising high by the Tianbao Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall's gate, with a couplet written on it. The first couplet, riding a horse and shooting arrows to stabilize the world of trouble. The next couplet, Guanyin sits on the lotus to help the suffering beings. The horizontal scroll reads, hanging pots to help the world. Under the flagstaff stood a young man with a cynical smile at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. It was Yi Chen. He was about to start punching that old man Zhang Tianbao in the face. "Everyone, come and take a look. This seems to be the former son-in-law of Dr. Zhang Tianbao. He's raising the signboard of hanging pots to help the world outside the Tianbao Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. Is this a way to take revenge on the Zhang family?" A man shouted at the top of his voice. His name was Wang Chang. He was a trustee. Yi Chen had asked Li Jishir to arrange a trustee. There had to be one to fan the flames in order to gather more onlookers, and also to make Zhang Tianbao's face more painful and swollen. Former son-in-law taking revenge on former old husband. Hurry up and come see the fun. With Wang Chang's loud voice yelling, a lot of people watching the spectacle soon gathered. This guy is too damn talented. Those two super cool moves are used by him in just the right way. I've seen him. He is indeed Dr. Zhang's ex-son-in-law. I heard that a few days ago Dr. Zhang's daughter wanted to divorce him. He committed suicide by taking sleeping pills, and now he's hanging up the signboard of hanging pots for the world in front of Dr. Zhang's pharmacy. It seems that he wants to kick off Tianbao Grand Pharmacy. I've also heard of this person. A year ago, Dr. Zhang's daughter suffered from leukemia. It was he who donated bone marrow to save Dr. Zhang's daughter. As a result, once the person got well, she repudiated him. It's indeed pathetic enough. It seems that he is mentally traumatized. If he had the ability to smash the signboard of Tianbao Pharmacy, would he still be kicked out of the house by the Zhang family? The number of onlookers increased, and the chatter grew louder and louder. And at this moment, inside the Tianbao Grand Pharmacy, a big-bellied middle-aged man who was close to 50 years old, wearing a tang suit and a fat head, sitting on a tie-shirt chair and taking a patient's pulse, suddenly frowned and turned his head. Old Zhu, go out and see what's going on. The noise is interfering with me taking a patient's pulse. This person was Zhang Tianbao, the owner of Tianbao Grand Pharmacy. Yes, boss. The old man called Lao Zhu walked out of the medicine hall, but soon he hurried back. Boss, it's bad. Something has happened. What happened? Zhang Tianbao asked. That, your ex-son-in-law, raised the signboard of hanging pot to kick the restaurant. What? Zhang Tianbao was so shocked that he bounced up from the eunuch's chair, not daring to believe it. That punk raised the signboard of hanging pot G-shirt to kick my Tianbao Grand Pharmacy's pavilion? Yes, boss. There are many people surrounding outside. Old Zhu said. Damn, which is this punk kicking the hall? It's a ing come to take revenge on me, affecting my business. Zhang Tianbao's beer belly trembled with anger. What's wrong, Dad? Just then, Zhang Qianting walked over. That punk, under the signboard of hanging pots, ran to mess up our place, Zhang Tianbao said. Put. Zhang Qianting immediately burst out laughing. With that trash of his, he's still hanging pots to help the world? He couldn't be crazy, right? Come out with me and take a look. Good. At the same time, outside the Tianbao Grand Pill Hall, listen to me, Zhang Tianbao. That old man's medical skill is not good. The cow skin blowing can be big. Make a strongest Chinese medicine plaque to hang there. Make money without conscience, such as back pain, leg cramps. 1 or 2 pairs of medicines can be dealt with. He had to prescribe 10 pairs of 8 pairs of medicines. Obviously artificially cultivated ginseng. He had to be treated as the ginseng. He had to sell as wild ginseng. A caddy 30 of artificial planting honeysuckle. He said it was the wild honeysuckle collected in the countryside to sell 500. Every night counting the money earned by the loss of conscience is gagging and laughing. Today I'm specifically to uncover his hypocritical mask. So that you, asterisk. You shut up. Zhang Tianbao rushed out, roaring in anger. Come on people, tear this madman's mouth off. Pull out his tongue for me. He felt like his lungs were going to explode with anger. This mother asterisk knew too much. Yo, old son, come out. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Tianbao and grinned. You. Zhang Tianbao couldn't even say anything in anger. Pull out his tongue for me. Zhang Qianting pointed at Yi Chen and said to a few men who rushed out. Slow. Wang Chang, this too, stood out and cajoled. I say, Dr. Zhang father and daughter, don't do anything wrong and don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. You guys are so impatient not to want people to talk. Are you afraid of even bigger blackmail being blown out of proportion? Yes. You guys, the Tianbao Pharmacy wouldn't really be selling fake medicines, right? If so, I will never go to Tianbao Pharmacy to buy Chinese medicine again. The onlookers said one after another. Seeing the situation, Zhang Qianting hurriedly said, no matter, absolutely no matter. It's this punk who falsely accused us. Everyone should know that this loser was once my family's incoming son-in-law, and since he was repudiated by me yesterday, he harbored a grudge and intentionally ran here to cause trouble. I, Zhang Qianting, guarantee with my personality that our Tianbao Grand Pharmacy never sells fake medicines and does business with a conscience. We have a clear conscience. What a good one to have a clear conscience. Yi Chen gave a thumbs up towards Zhang Qianting. I admire your courage to talk nonsense with your eyes open. And then he swept the room and asked, who is willing to go to Tianbao Pharmacy to buy some deer antlers and cordyceps out? And I'll expose Tianbao Pharmacy's hypocritical mask of selling fake medicines for everyone. I'll go buy it. Wang Chang, who was the trustee, was the first to rush into the pharmacy hall. Not good. Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter immediately turned pale and were about to turn around and rush into the medicine hall. Stop the two of them, don't let them go in and drop it. Yi Chen shouted, and the onlookers immediately surrounded Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter. A sense of foreboding immediately enveloped the father and daughter's entire body. Chapter 8, See How I Hit My Face. Good Yi-Chen. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person who would be so gracious and hateful. Zhang Qianting suddenly had a flash of insight and pointed at Yi-Chen's nose and cursed. Not bad. You did give me bone marrow and saved my life. But in the past year since you joined my Zhang family, how did I, Zhang Qianting, treat you? Often give you money to spend, bring you to buy designer clothes, take true heart to you, also give you a huge sum of money to let you buy a house for your parents. As a result, this year, how do you behave? Eat, drink, whore and gamble, all kinds of things to come. Not moving to reach out to me for money. Even I give your parents to buy a house of money or losing a clean. Sometimes drunk and hit me. I'm a human being, not a bodhisattva. I can't do it all the time to be compassionate to you. It's because you disappointed me too much that I divorced you. As a result, you don't know how to repent. And you still take this kind of way to try to affect my family's pharmacy's business. Are you still not a human being? Speaking of this, Zhang Qianting burst into tears, wiping her tears, with a look of being aggrieved, and said to the onlookers, You guys say, should I, Zhang Qianting, divorce such a man? He came to take revenge on my family like this, isn't it? Asterisk. This is simply behavior. This guy is so inhuman. Ms. Zhang is grateful to him and treats him so well, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. He deserves to be divorced, and as a result, he even runs in front of other people's stores to make a mess. He is simply worse than a pig and a dog. Men like this deserve to be kicked out of the house. The onlookers immediately pointed their fingers at Yi Chen. Seeing this, Zhang Tianbao was instantly ecstatic. This emotional card played by his daughter was just too beautiful. People's hearts were all made of flesh, and using this move to incite public anger would effectively stop the son of a from revealing that the medicine hall was selling fake medicines. So he also aggravated, said to the onlookers, My daughter's life is bitter. Since this heartless into my family for a year, I can often hear my daughter's cries, and sometimes see that she was beaten on the body of a green piece of a purple piece. I have repeatedly let my daughter divorce with this, and she always said that for the sake of that favor, she is willing to go to tolerate this. The result of my daughter's tolerance, in exchange for this intensified, often takes suicide to threaten my daughter to give him money. Finally my daughter cannot stand it, decided not to give him money. There is this suicide a few days ago. Fortunately, my daughter in time to send him into the hospital. He only picked up a dog's life. My daughter in order to avoid this once again seeking death to give themselves to cause lawsuits. So it is divorced with him. Did not think that this. Speaking of this, Zhang Tianbao made himself cry, and the onlookers exploded with anger. This is simply damned. Such a Miss Zhang should let him die instead of sending him to the hospital. This kind of person is simply a tumor of society. There were even some people who had their fists clenched to the point of clicking, and had an urge to whack Yi Chen to death already. In terms of acting skills, I'll serve you father and daughter. Yi Chen couldn't listen anymore and said to the onlookers, Do you all think I'm a scumbag? Do you all particularly want to fight for this father-daughter pair? If so, first suppress your anger and watch how I'll punch this father-daughter pair in the face. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Qianting and said, You said that you often gave me money. So over this year, how much money have you given me in total? How do I remember how much I've hit? About how much is always known. At least $3 to $5 million. Good. 3 to 5 million is it? Yi Chen said, pulled out a few folded papers from his pocket, and said to the onlookers, I have opened a total of 2 bank cards under my personal name. Here are the certificates issued by the bank, as well as all the water flow of the 2 bank cards for this 1 year as of the day before yesterday. So feel free to take a look. Let's see. Immediately, someone took the bank water bill from Yi Chen's hands and looked at it. The faces of Zhang Qianting's father and daughter instantly turned ugly. Whether or not they had ever paid Yi Chen, the two of them knew it in their hearts. It was just that they didn't expect Yi Chen to be prepared and had typed out all the running water in advance. This running water is also too little. Yes, this CCB card almost no running water. This ICBC card although there is running water, but the single largest is only $3,000, and a whole year down in and out of the running water surprisingly not more than $20,000. Where is this a huge amount of money for him to buy a house? Those who had seen the running water were all surprised. Zhang Qianting's father and daughter looked at each other, as if their lies had been uncovered. They were somewhat ashamed of themselves and only felt their faces burning hot. Ms. Zhang, didn't you say that you often gave him money to spend and also gave him a huge sum of money to buy a house? How come I can't see it from the running water? Someone immediately questioned. This, I did. Giving. Cash. Zhang Qianting gave an explanation that she herself didn't believe. Ha, just now you came with a payment. Now you're saying cash. Bull's head. Your face is swollen, right? Yi Chen said smugly. You, Zhang Qianting wanted to retort, but found that she couldn't find any reason to retort. She only blamed herself for making her words too full just now, and now she had no steps to take because she hadn't even given Yi Chen a single dime. At this time Yi Chen said to the onlookers, I and Zhang Qianting are university classmates, and do not deny that I am dead set on chasing her. After all, everyone has the right to pursue a person, not to mention that I also know to grasp the degree, did not affect her life. A year ago Zhang Qianting was diagnosed with leukemia. Due to her special blood type, she couldn't find a suitable bone marrow for her. When I went to visit her, she had already collapsed, so I held on to a glimmer of hope to appraise whether my bone marrow was suitable for her. It was really a coincidence that the appraisal came back as a perfect fit, so I shared the happy news with her. At that time she was unusually ecstatic but was afraid that I wouldn't give her the bone marrow, and knowing that I liked her, she told me to go and get a license to marry her. Within a few days of getting the license, the family was treating me well, but after the bone marrow transplant, the family stopped treating me like a human being and wouldn't even let me at the dinner table. Because of what? Because I'm the child of a poor family. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You fart. My family has always treated you well. Okay, Zhang Qianting roared, wanting to interrupt Yi Chen and prevent him from continuing, but Yi Chen ignored her and continued. I can understand if they don't treat me as a human being. After all, their Zhang family has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, while my family still lives in the slums. But for the sake of this unfortunate marriage that she has, I can tolerate all the unfairness, cooking and washing the dishes, mopping the floors and cleaning the windows every day, and sometimes when the pharmacy hall is stocked with goods, I come over to help unloading on an electric bike before the day breaks. So I can say that in the past year, I've been getting up more than a chicken. I got up earlier than a chicken and slept later than a dog. Not for anything else, just to be able to integrate into this family. But I was wrong in every way. Everything I gave, all I got was a bottle of suicide sleeping pills. Speaking of this, Yi Chen's complexion chilled down, pointing at Zhang Qianting's father and daughter, heatedly said, 4 days ago, because Zhang Qianting married me in order to live. The rich boyfriend who broke up with her wanted to get back together with her. She proposed to divorce me. I didn't agree, and she gave me an abusive and beaten up. Even more detestable is Zhang Tianbao. This old son gave me an insulting cursing after throwing a bottle of sleeping pills to me, telling me to die. So I couldn't think straight for a moment and took it. Put your mother's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. When did I give you sleeping pills? Zhang Tianbao stormed out, then said to the crowd of onlookers who had already gathered to thousands, he's spitting blood. Don't believe him. I practice medicine to save people. How could I possibly go and do this kind of harmful thing? The public said that the public was justified and the women said that the women were justified. The onlookers didn't know who to believe. He didn't contain blood. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out, only to see a somewhat hunchbacked old man walk into the crowd and stand beside Yi Chen. Isn't this General Manager Zhu of the Tianbao Great Pill Hall? Immediately, someone recognized the hunchbacked old man. Old Zhu, you. Zhang Tianbao looked at old Zhu with disbelief. Was this guy going to testify against himself in front of so many people? As expected, old Zhu clasped his fist towards the onlookers and said, what Yi Chen said is true. Instead of being as bad as eating, drinking, whoring and gambling as Miss Zhang said, he was very diligent and hardworking, often coming over at 3 or 4 in the middle of the night to help unloading goods in the medicine hall. And I can also prove that the sleeping pills Yi Chen committed suicide with was indeed given to me by shopkeeper Zhang, because this bottle of sleeping pills was what shopkeeper Zhang asked me to buy it. What? The onlookers were all shocked and then exploded. So Dr. Zhang's heart is so black. Is this what a human being does? It's so inhuman. The Zhang family's father and daughter are simply worse than animals. I've seen the ugly face of the owner of Tianbao Pharmacy and will never go to Tianbao Pharmacy to buy Chinese medicine again. After learning the truth, the onlookers were all indignant. Old Zhu, you. Zhang Tianbao pointed at old Zhu and was about to faint with anger. He never expected that his most trusted person would betray him. Only he didn't know that old Zhu had been bribed yesterday by Yi Chen's arrangement with Li Jishir. Coming, the deer antlers and cordyceps were bought. Just at this moment, Wang Chang ran out from the Tianbao Grand Pharmacy, squeezing into the crowd with 2 packages of herbs. Very good. Yi Chen received the 2 packets of herbs and shouted towards the crowd of onlookers. Where are the reporters? Coming. Where is the TV cameraman? In. Soon there were several reporters and cameramen carrying cannons squeezing in. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Yi Chen said, we have just uncovered the ugly faces of Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter. Next I will uncover Zhang Tianbao's behavior of losing his conscience. Remember to give me a mosaic when you are on the news. No problem. Zhang Tianbao immediately lost his life when he saw this battle. It's over. This time it's over. This son of a wants his reputation to be ruined. Chapter 9, You're too shameless. I didn't expect this Yichen to call the reporters and TV stations. It seems like there's really big black information to be exposed. If the matter of Tianbao Pharmacy selling fake medicines really exploded, Tianbao Pharmacy's reputation would be ruined, and its business would fall to pieces, and maybe it would even be shut down and reorganized. The people who were watching were talking, and the number of people gathered more and more. As for Zhang Tianbao and Zhang Qianting, they were already anxious like ants on a hot pot, looking at a loss for words. At this time Yichen opened the packet of Deer Antler, placed it in front of the camera, and said to the reporter, "Deer Antler is a very complimentary medicinal herbs. The price is very expensive. So many unscrupulous merchants make fake Deer Antler. It's hard for those who don't know the trade to identify the real and the fake, but the people in the trade will be able to recognize the real and the fake at a glance." I have to say that Zhang Tianbao is very smart. He mixed the real and fake antlers together in a certain proportion, although the effect will become worse, but it is still complementary and will not be suspected. For example, this piece of deer antler, the cut surface is covered with uniform honeycomb and is finely organized. It's real deer antler. And this piece of antler cut surface although also has honeycomb, but very uneven. Some places have, some places do not have. Organization structure is very poor, obviously is fake. This piece is also real. This piece is fake. Yichen picked out the real and fake antlers. Zhang Tianbao was in a cold sweat as he watched, his face going black and white. It didn't take long for Yichen to pick out all the real and fake antlers in a packet and said to the reporter, "Look at this ratio, 70% fake and 30% real. Do you think Zhang Tianbao's heart is too black? It is indeed very black." The beautiful reporter nodded her head. "Put your mother's bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Zhang Tianbao couldn't help but curse. "The antlers sold by my Tianbao pharmacy are all real, never adulterated. You're making something out of nothing." Yichen shook his head and laughed. "You still dare to talk tough? Then I'll leave you speechless." As the words fell, Yichen opened a snakeskin bag and pulled out an induction cooker and a pot, as well as a bucket of water, and then said, "Who's going to pick up a plug out?" "I'll go." Wang Chang, the trust, played a role again, and quickly picked up a plug from a convenience store on the side. Then Yichen used the induction cooker to boil up boiling water, and when the water boiled, he said, "Fake antler will rot after 10 minutes of boiling water, and the water will become muddy. Real antler is not rotten, and the water won't become muddy. Let's try it here." After saying that, Yichen poured the fake antler into the pot and then covered the pot. Gulp! Zhang Tianbao swallowed hard. This mother asterisk 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 knew too much, and it was obvious that he had come prepared. 10 minutes later, Yichen opened the pot, only to see that the boiling water was cloudy and there were many impurities. So Yichen poured the water and antler in the pot on the ground, then refilled the water and put the real antler in to cook. Doing this, he said to the beautiful reporter, "You pick up a few slices and try to see if it's rotten when you rub it a little hard." "Good." The beautiful reporter squatted down and picked up a few slices of antler and rubbed them, and sure enough, they rotted. Many onlookers also came over to try, and the results were all rotten when rubbed. But the reporter and the onlookers didn't say anything. They were waiting for the comparison result after the so-called real antler was cooked. 10 minutes later Yichen opened the pot, only to see the rolling water clear, without a little impurity. Similarly, Yichen poured it on the ground and said after it cooled down, "Now you pick up a few pieces and rub them." The female reporter went to rub it according to the original method, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, this one can't really be rubbed." Many onlookers also picked up and rubbed. "Sure enough, it won't break. I used a lot of force to rub this one, so it seems that the one just now is undoubtedly fake." Zhang Tianbao was instantly in a cold sweat, his face darkening. Zhang Qianting's pair of resentful eyes stared at Yichen in death, and at this time, Yichen opened the packet of cordyceps and said, "Identifying the authenticity of cordyceps is also very simple. Once you burn it with boiling water, the one where the worm and the grass are separated is fake, and the one where they are inseparable is real." In full view of everyone, Yichen poured a packet of cordyceps into the boiling water, and after burning it for less than 10 minutes, more than 70% of the cordyceps were separated, and only less than 30% of the cordyceps were still connected. Black-hearted. Zhang Tianbao, you are too black-hearted. I didn't expect that our Jiangzhou's most famous Tianbao Grand Pharmacy would be so black-hearted to such an extent. It's simply too unconscionable. Zhang Tianbao, I'm asking you, the herbs you sell here are so expensive and so heavily adulterated. Aren't you afraid to cut off your children and grandchildren by spending this kind of money earned against your conscience? The onlookers were outraged. At that moment, all the cameras were aimed at Zhang Tianbao, and the beautiful reporter walked up to Zhang Tianbao and said, "Boss Zhang, let me interview you. Are all the medicinal herbs of your Tianbao pharmacy so badly adulterated? Scram! You get the hell out of here. I won't accept your interview." Zhang Tianbao was going crazy and swung his fist to hit the beautiful reporter. scaring the beautiful reporter back. Since you won't accept the interview, we will go through the media and make the Tianbao pharmacy scandal public and report it to the relevant departments so that someone from the relevant departments can intervene and investigate, the beautiful reporter said. Asterisk 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 Q. Zhang Tianbao could not wait to whack the beautiful reporter, but he was pulled back by Zhang Qianting, and then Zhang Qianting didn't know what she whispered to him. Zhang Tianbao laughed and said smugly at Yi Chen, the big deal is that I'll accept the rectification and supervision of the relevant departments, and take all the adulterated herbs off the shelves. Don't think that if you do this, it will affect Tianbao Pharmacy's business. Let me tell you, I, Zhang Tianbao, am the strongest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Jiangzhou, and specialize in treating difficult and miscellaneous illnesses, and as soon as the wind passes, the Tianbao Pharmacy's business will be as red hot as ever. Zhang Tianbao looked like he was emboldened. Just now Zhang Qianting told him that she would let her fiancé Lu Xiaojie to suppress the matter. That's why his bottom line was so strong. Lu Xiaojie's family is sitting on more than 5 billion assets. In Jiangzhou is very powerful. Black and white both know people, have Lu family backing, but also afraid of a few But Yi Chen heard, but could not help but spit up. Seen shameless, have not seen you so shameless, but also the strongest TCM doctor in Jiangzhou. I ask you, this Jiangzhou strongest TCM doctor's plaque is which big brother do to you? Zhang Tianbao, made it for yourself, right? Yi Chen sneered. Humph. Zhang Tianbao coldly grunted. So what if I made it for myself? Dare to ask who in this Jiangzhou Chinese medicine world has higher medical skills than me and can tear down this signboard of mine? It's not that no one has that ability, or else my signboard of the strongest TCM practitioner in Jiangzhou could hang for 5 years at a time? That's because you are too shameless. The real Chinese medicine experts are too lazy to bother with shameless people like you. Otherwise your signboard would have been smashed. Yi Chen said, holding up his flagstaff high and continued. Ever since I died once, I, Yi Chen, will no longer keep a low profile, and I have also become vindictive. Today I have come over to not only expose the ugly faces of your father and daughter, but also to represent the Chinese medicine community, to smash your signboard, and swollen your face, to see if you dare to continue to be cheeky. Ha ha ha. Instead of getting angry, Zhang Tianbao laughed wildly up to the sky. Just by virtue of you being a waste of space, you dare to come and compete with me in medical arts, and you want to smash my signboard and slap my face. Are you crazy? Don't you even know how many pounds you are? Zhang Qianting looked at the couplet on the flagstaff and couldn't help but sputter with laughter. Covering her belly that hurt from laughing, she mocked, if you're coming to kick off the museum, can you make the signboard a bit more decent? Getting a dirty poem and playing the signboard of hanging pots to help the world and then you dare to come to kick the pavilion. It's simply a big joke. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. What's dirty about my couplet? It's your thoughts that are too dirty, okay? You simply can't understand the true meaning of this couplet. When I was in the immortal world, when I was touring the universe, which planet I arrived at with this signboard, I could make this signboard resonate through which planet. Now when going to those planets, as long as one reported this signboard, there was no one who would not know that this was the heirloom signboard of the world's #1 immortal physician, the North Underworld Medical Exalt. Of course, Yi Chen wouldn't say all this out loud. Instead he said, I'm going to use the signboard to smash your signboard today, so that this signboard will resound through Jiangzhou, and then become famous in China, and then shake the world. Ha ha ha, awesome blowing can be loud. Aren't you afraid of crashing yourself to death? Zhang Tianbao was doubled over with laughter. Even many onlookers shook their heads and laughed bitterly. Although Zhang Tianbao's brand of being the strongest TCM doctor in Jiangzhou had a blowing component, he had been practicing medicine for decades and his strength was there. Even if he wasn't the strongest in Jiangzhou, no one dared to come out and say that he was stronger than him. But what about this Yi Chen? If he had Zhang Tianbao's skills, he would still have no money to live in a villa, and could still be kicked out of the Zhang family by Zhang Tianbao. At the critical moment, Wang Chang, the trustee, stood out and said to Zhang Tianbao, Dr. Zhang, regardless of whether this Yi Chen has blown it or not, since people come to kick the house, don't you dare to take it? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Would I be afraid of a punk like him? Zhang Tianbao said irritably. Good then, Wang Chang said to the people present, I'm not hiding from you all. I was born with celestial atrophy. I've lived until I'm 30 years old. I haven't seen my second brother lift his head, raise his pole, and I've gone to countless hospitals and can't be cured, but I'm not willing to do it. They all say that Dr. Zhang is a brilliant healer, so I came over here to try it out. And since some people are going to kick Dr. Zhang's butt, I'm going to be the medium, and as long as whoever can cure my celestial atrophy, whoever is the strongest Chinese medicine practitioner, he was indeed heavenly atrophy. And when he went to the hospital yesterday, he was asked by Wu Jianxian to act as a trustee. saying that only Yi Chen had the hope of curing his heavenly atrophy, which was why he was acting as a trustee so vigorously. This proposal is good. I agree with this proposal. The two of you will compete with him in terms of medical skills. The onlookers yelled. Good. Zhang Tianbao immediately answered and looked at Yi Chen with a cold smile. I just don't know if you dare to agree. If you dare to promise, what wouldn't I dare to promise? Yi Chen said. Okay, then let's compare medical skills. Whoever can make his brother raise his head and last for a long time will win. How? Zhang Tianbao suggested. Okay. Yi Chen nodded his head. The onlookers all polished their eyes at once. Just who had the ability to make the 30 years of heavenly witherings rise up majestically? Let's wait and see. Chapter 10, Smashing the Signboard. You first or me first? Seeing Yi Chen agree, Zhang Tianbao asked. You first. Yi Chen was afraid that if he came first and directly cured Wang Chang's heavenly atrophy, Zhang Tianbao wouldn't have the chance to show his medical skills. Fine. I'll go first if I go first. Who made me the strongest Chinese medicine practitioner in Jiangzhou? Zhang Tianbao looked like he was too lazy to bother with the waste, walked towards Wang Chang with his big belly and grabbed his hand to take his pulse. Stinking shameless. Yi Chen couldn't help but spit. It's not cool that you win against lousy, Zhang Tianbao said in triumph. As a result, after taking his pulse for less than 10 seconds, his brows suddenly frowned. Immediately afterward, his face turned darker and darker, finally turning into despair. What's wrong, Dr. Zhang? Wang Chang asked. Oh, nothing. Zhang Tianbao squeezed out a smile, drew back his hand, and said, judging from your pulse, it is almost impossible to detect your yang vein, while the yin vein is very strong, which indicates that your body is in a state of yin and yang failure, with all sorts of deficiencies, and that is what causes you to be unable to raise your head and rise up the pole. Although this symptom of yours is very difficult to cure, but it is not incurable. You need traditional Chinese medicine to regulate your body's functions and balance the yin and yang. However, this process requires a long time. As little as a year and a half, as much as 2 or 3 years before you can see the results. Wang Chang immediately cried and lost his face. Nima, could it be that he would continue to wither away? So, you can't get him started in a short period of time? If I make him rise, then you will lose. Yi Chen said. Who says I can't make him pull? Zhang Tianbao actually didn't have much certainty at all, but he was afraid that if Yi Chen really made him rise the pole, then he would lose, so he decided to give it a try. Of course, this task had to be given to Zhang Qianting to perform. If he tried it himself, the possibility of starting the rod would be even smaller, and it would not even be possible to make Wang Chang start the rod. So Zhang Tianbao called Zhang Qianting into the medicine hall on the pretext of decocting medicine, and it was only after about half an hour that father and daughter came out with silver needles as well as a bowl of medicinal soup. Drink the medicine, Zhang Qianting said. Good. Wang Chang drank the medicine and lay down on a reclining chair. 15 minutes later. Now I'm going to start giving you needles. Zhang Qianting reluctantly bent down. It was just to give Tianbao to pharmacy a solid win. Otherwise she wouldn't have accepted her dad's unreasonable request even if she was beaten to death. It would be fine if it was a handsome guy, but Wang Chang was too damn frustrating to look at. As a result, when she bent down, Wang Chang's vision suffered a great impact, and the whole person was instantly agitated. Then there is a needle to stab down. Wang Chang, instead of feeling pain, but feel particularly comfortable. A very enjoyable look. I don't know how long it took, but Wang Chang suddenly called out, the rod is up. Finally the pole has risen. Ha ha, phew. Zhang Qianting took a long breath, turned around and glared at Zhang Tianbao, throwing the silver needle to Zhang Tianbao, her eyes full of grudges. The crowd of onlookers were also in an uproar, all praising Zhang Qianting for her good needle skills. Just as quickly, Wang Chang sighed. Ugh, down again in less than a minute. Zhang Tianbao smiled and comforted. It's okay. There is hope for a cure, isn't there? That's right, that's right. Wang Chang nodded with a smile. Awesome. The Zhang family's medical skills are truly awesome. The surrounding people were all praising. Hearing the overwhelming praise, Zhang Tianbao's face turned into a chrysanthemum-like smile as he looked at Yi Chen and said triumphantly, see, trying to smash my signboard. If you're capable, you'll make him rise to the pole once too. I just want to say that it was Qianting's ditch, and her living, that played a key role, and it has little to do with you. Yi Chen casually said, pulling out a silver needle from his pocket. It's a pity you don't have one. I'll see how you can make him pull. Zhang Tianbao wasn't angry. He could be sure that Yi Chen definitely didn't have the ability to make Wang Chang start his pull. It was also just to win Yi Chen in one match. Otherwise he wouldn't have let his daughter do that. Otherwise a tie with Yi Chen would be a loss of Tianbao Grand Pharmacy's brand name. I don't want a ditch. I don't want words. I just need a silver needle to make him pull. After saying that, Yi Chen quickly stabbed a 20-centimeter long silver needle into the top of Wang Chang's head, missing at least 10 centimeters and reaching the brain. Zhang Tianbao's pupils suddenly shrunk. This is not healing. It's simply killing. Even the onlookers felt their scalps tingle. A silver needle that long stabbing directly into someone's head. This was too violent, wasn't it? But Wang Chang's next word shocked everyone. It doesn't hurt at all. What? It doesn't hurt at all? Is there any mistake? Such a long silver needle pierced so deeply. How could it not hurt? Are you sure it doesn't hurt? Zhang Tianbao questioned. It really doesn't hurt. Wang Chang shook his head, then looked at Yi Chen and asked, why can't I feel a tiny bit of pain? Because the root of your illness is in your brain, not Zhang Tianbao's so-called yin and yang. Instead, your body's yin and yang are very harmonized. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You haven't even taken his pulse. On what grounds do you deny my claim? Zhang Tianbao was dissatisfied. Yi Chen snorted. Losing you are still a Chinese medicine practitioner. Don't you know that Chinese medicine emphasizes on looking, sniffing and cutting? Looking comes first and cutting comes last. You can tell the cause of the disease with your eyes. So why do you still need to take the pulse? Your medical skill is poor. Can't see with the pulse also even if. But your pulse also can't put out a cause of disease. Nonsense, a bunch of yin and yang out. You don't feel ashamed? You. Zhang Tianbao was as angry as a sieve. How did this punk know that he was talking nonsense? Could it be that his medical skills were high? Unscientific. What qualifications do you have to say that my father's medical skills are poor? Zhang Qianting pointed at Yi Chen and said in dissatisfaction. When you were studying in medical university, you would even remember the human body's acupoints wrongly. What's more, you didn't even pass the qualification examination for practicing medicine. I seriously doubt that you are practicing medicine indiscriminately, or practicing medicine without a license. And you will also jeopardize the patient's life if you go down with this needle. I'll call the police to arrest you right now. After saying that, Zhang Qianting took out her cell phone to call the police. She could be sure that Yi Chen didn't have a license to practice medicine, so she wanted to take the opportunity to get Yi Chen in jail, and also get Yi Chen killed in jail. You don't even have a license to practice medicine. So violent to give people indiscriminate use of silver needles. Pull it out. Right, quickly pull it out. What if you kill someone? Learning that Yi Chen did not have a medical license, the onlookers yelled. I have a license to practice medicine. You don't have to worry that something will happen to him. The reason why he withered in the sky is because his hypothalamus nerves have problems, and this silver needle of mine is used to stimulate his hypothalamus nerves. So as long as he feels the pain, he will be able to get up like a normal person when he remembers the pole. Yi Chen explained. As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, Zhang Qianting said, I've only divorced him for 3 days, so I can guarantee that he definitely doesn't have a license to practice medicine. And then urged Wang Chang, Sir, you should hurry up and let him remove the needle, lest the bacteria infects your brain, which will probably endanger your life. Mr. Yi, you really don't have a license to practice medicine? Wang Chang was a little scared. He didn't know if he should believe Wu Jianxiong's words to believe that Yi Chen was a divine doctor. After all, just now, when he went down with that needle, he really didn't sterilize it for fear that there would be bacteria infecting the brain. It was just that no one knew that Yi Chen could sterilize it with his true essence. Yes, it should be sent over to me soon. Yi Chen smiled. Oops. However, right at this moment, Wang Chang suddenly held his head with a pained expression. Quickly look. It must be a bacterial infection showing headache symptoms. Zhang Tianbao immediately gloated and shouted. However, before his words fell, Yi Chen pulled out the silver needle, and the look of pain on Wang Chang's face instantly disappeared. Now you look over there. Yi Chen pointed towards Zhang Qianting. Wang Chang followed Yi Chen's pointing and looked. Grunt. In the next second, he screamed in surprise. The pole is up. Ha ha, the pole has risen. Zhang Qianting immediately looked at Wang Chang's small abdomen. Sure enough, the pole had risen. Yi Chen, this punk, really cured this guy's heavenly atrophy? Not good. Zhang Tianbao immediately changed his face and stopped in front of Zhang Qianting to prevent Wang Chang from looking. As long as he didn't rise the pole more than 3 times, he wouldn't lose to Yi Chen. You recall the image just now. Yi Chen immediately reminded Wang Chang. Okay. Wang Chang nodded his head and closed his eyes to recall. This lecherous thief. Seeing Wang Chang's face full of bad smiles, Zhang Qianting wanted to kill him. This guy was designated to be fantasizing about how to ruthlessly ravage himself, right? After about a minute, Wang Chang opened his eyes violently. I can't, I have to go to the bathroom. It's too unbearable. As the words fell, Wang Chang disappeared in a gust of wind. Zhang Qianting, on the other hand, was about to vomit blood. This lecherous thief fantasized about himself a bit and ended up wanting that? But the next sentence from Yi Chen made the hearts of Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter sink hard. I've already won Zhang Tianbao. Someone go and take out the signboard of the strongest Chinese medicine practitioner in Jiangzhou. I'm going to smash that signboard in front of everyone. Yi Chen said. I'll go get it. I'll go too. Soon there were a few young men rushing into the Tianbao Grand Pharmaceutical Hall. They had watched the whole thing and could prove that it was indeed Yichen who had one. Don't! It can't be removed. That's the guy I use for eating. Zhang Tianbao tried to stop it, but he was blocked by the onlookers. Soon, the plaque of the strongest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Jiangzhou was carried to Yichen by several youths. Yichen, can you see on the basis that I used to be your old man? Don't smash the guy I eat with? Zhang Tianbao had a pleading look on his face. When you gave me sleeping pills and told me to die, did you ever think that I was your son-in-law? Yichen said in a cold voice and kicked out. Bang! The plaque was kicked in half. My signboard! Zhang Tianbao screamed out with a heartbreaking cry. Zhang Xianting stared at Yichen with malicious eyes, her body trembling with anger, and finally roared. You smashed my father's signboard. I will make you pay a painful price. For sure. Yichen smiled coldly. This is just the beginning of my revenge against your Zhang family. The more ruthless ones are still to come. As soon as his words fell, he heard the sound of gongs and drums resonating through the Chinese medicine street. The crowd followed the sound and only saw a group of people waving in the street amidst the sound of festive gongs and drums. At the front of the group, there was a plaque covered by a red cloth. Zhang Tianbao immediately brightened up and laughed out loud. You smashed my signboard, and someone has sent me a signboard again. Chapter 11, really going to hit you in the face. Get out of the way, get out of the way. All of you get out of the way or I'll break all your legs. The team delivering the plaque quickly arrived outside the Tianbao Grand Pharmaceutical Hall, and an extremely arrogant voice rang out. The crowd of onlookers quickly made way for a passageway, and Zhang Tianbao immediately greeted them with 2 steps forward. Young Master Qin, what brings you here? Zhang Tianbao said with a smile on his face. Qin Luoyun laughed and said, Dr. Zhang, your medical skills are truly worthy of being the strongest Chinese medicine practitioner. After applying that medicine of yours, overnight my face is no longer dark and swollen. Wasn't it yesterday that I promised you that I would send you a plaque if it could make my swelling go down quickly? So I had someone rush a plaque early in the morning, and I sent it over to you before the gold paint was dry. Watch this. Qin Luoyun finished speaking and lifted the red cloth with one hand, only to see that on the exquisitely carved plaque, there were 6 big words written on it, the strongest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Jiangnan. Seeing these 4 words, Zhang Tianbao's face immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum and said, Young Master Qin has raised his hand. I can afford to be the strongest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Jiangzhou, but this Jiangnan's strongest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner represents the strongest in the entire province, so I can't afford to be the strongest. He said this on his lips, but in his heart, he was overjoyed, which meant that the grade of this signboard was a level higher than the grade of the previous signboard. Dr. Zhang is modest. Qin Luoyun waved his hand and said to the onlookers, Yesterday, my face, beaten and swollen by my grandfather. I thought I was going to be disfigured, but I found Dr. Zhang to stab a few silver needles and put a medicine on it. And this morning I looked in the mirror, and hey, it's fine. Such advanced medical skills, not to mention the strongest TCM practitioner in Jiangnan, is the strongest TCM practitioner in the country is not too much. When the words fell, the applause was thunderous, and at this time, Zhang Tianbao proudly said, I just figured out. In fact, that person's heavenly atrophy is after drinking my medicine. The medicine effect played a role in curing him. Instead of being cured by this waste, have you guys ever seen that inserting a needle can cure a disease that can't be cured for decades? After Zhang Tianbao said this, the people present boiled over. Right, how could there be a disease that can be cured by inserting a single needle? It must have been Dr. Zhang's medicinal properties that worked, rather than being cured by inserting a single needle. Now it seems that Dr. Zhang's signboard has been smashed unjustly. The onlookers began to doubt Yi Chen's medical skills, but Qin Luoyun looked along with Zhang Tianbao's pointing, and when he saw Yi Chen's moment, he immediately lost his life. How was it this goddamned called me grandpa instead? Yi Chen said to Qin Luoyun with a smile. Call your mom. Qin Luoyun growled. I don't know if you're in good or bad, otherwise I would talk nonsense? Just now you called me grandpa, now you call me mom. It seems that you are not very sick. I will cure you, Yi Chen said walking towards Qin Luoyun. Don't come over. Don't you come over. Qin Luoyun was so scared that he backed up. He came to deliver the plaque to Zhang Tianbao. He really didn't know that Yi Chen was present. Otherwise he would have to bring a few powerful bodyguards anyways. But the people present were dumbfounded. How could the young master of the Qin family be afraid of Yi Chen? Also at this time, Wang Chang suddenly ran into the crowd and said to Yi Chen with a panicked face, Mr. Yi is not good. I don't want anything now. I can't get hard. I can't fall down at all. The top of it is so hard for me to die. It feels like it's going to burst. When this statement came out, Zhang Tianbao proudly said, Did you hear it? Did you hear it? I have said, he is drinking my medicine to cure the heavenly atrophy. It is not at all this waste of a needle to cure. The reason why he can't fall down until now is because the effect of the medicine is still in the regulation of his bodily functions, and so on the effect of the medicine is over. His heavenly atrophy naturally good. Almost everyone believed Zhang Tianbao's words, but Yi Chen pointed at Zhang Tianbao and said, I kind of understand. You're not curing the disease, you're killing people. And the medicine will naturally be fine when the effect of the medicine passes. When the effect passes, he'll be dead. Put your mother's bull *********. I am clearly giving him a cure. Where is the straw man? But it is you who inserted a needle into the person haphazardly, and also swore that you cured the person's heavenly atrophy. Where is the one needle that can cure the disease? You are the one who is killing people. Zhang Tianbao said angrily. You don't believe that one shot can cure a disease? Yi Chen sneered. Believe you, damn it. You dead punk. Alright, then I'm going to really punch you in the face. As the words fell, Yi Chen grabbed Zhang Tianbao's collar. What are you doing? What the are you doing? Zhang Tianbao was terrified and screamed as he struggled. Yi Chen did not return him and looked at Qin Luoyun and said, Your face? He used one night to heal it, right? Yeah, people are already very good. Okay, Qin Luoyun said. Then I'll use 1 minute to cure it for you. As the words fell, Yi Chen fiercely slapped Zhang Tianbao's left and right faces. The onlookers were confused. Since he was not convinced, he made a move on Dr. Zhang. Zhang Qianting was also stunned, and when she slowed down to pull Yi Chen had already stopped, while Zhang Tianbao's face swelled into a pig's head. So cruel. Zhang Tianbao's face was so swollen that it was hard for him to speak, and his eyes were so red that they could drip blood. He could guarantee that after living for 50 years, this was the first time he was beaten so badly. Is his face swollen, or yours yesterday? Yi Chen looked at Qin Luoyun. He's swollen. He's swollen. Qin Luoyun covered her face with both hands and timidly said, Then watch how I make his swelling go down in a minute. As the words fell, Yi Chen drew out a silver needle and stabbed it into Zhang Tianbao's red and swollen face in a swift manner, then injected a trace of true essence. Zhang Tianbao wanted to swear, but he realized that his face was so comfortable since it didn't hurt anymore. He only felt magical. It was too magical. 1 minute later, in full view of everyone, Zhang Tianbao's red and swollen face disappeared at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye and returned to its original appearance. So your medical skills are 10,000 times more powerful than Zhang Tianbao's. Qin Luoyun exploded in shock, and his eyes changed as he looked at Yi Chen. Zhang Tianbao pulled out the silver needle on his face, then touched his face, looking horrified to death. Surprisingly, it was really cured in a minute. Zhang Qianting was even so shocked that she covered her mouth. Is this medical skill or magic? The onlookers were also shocked. It turned out that he really had the ability to cure a disease with a single needle. Now do you guys still believe that his heavenly atrophy was cured by Zhang Tianbao? Yi Chen pointed at Wang Chang and said, Don't believe it. Everyone replied in unison. Divine Dr. Yi. Then what is my situation now? Wang Chang asked. Yi Chen said, If I'm not wrong, the bowl of medicine he just boiled for you is an extreme aphrodisiac, not a cure. Before your disease was cured, it's fine if you can't get it up and drink more, but now that you've been cured, the potency of that bowl of medicine is still there. It's enough to cause you to be exhausted of sperm. That's why I'm saying that he's grassing on people. What? Wang Chang was shocked. Fart. Fart. How did I strawman anyone? Zhang Tianbao denied it vigorously. Looks like your face isn't swollen enough. You need to be punched in the face one more time. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Tianbao. Zhang Tianbao hastily covered his face and backed away. Yi Chen felt amused and said, Someone go to the decoction room of Tianbao Grand Pharmacy and bring out the trash can that throws the dregs of medicine. I'll go. Wang Chang personally stepped in. Soon he came out with a trash can, and Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter were at a loss for words. Yi Chen glanced at the trash can, shook his head and smiled, and while picking, he spoke. 1 empty bottle of Viagra, 1 empty bottle of 6-flavored Di Huang pill, maca dregs, deer antler dregs, wolfberry, ginger, cistanch. So many aphrodisiacs combined together to boil a bowl of medicine. That is, a cow would have to die of exhaustion, let alone a person. As the words fell, Wang Chang exploded. I'm going to die, but I also want your daughter to be buried with me. Wang Chang rushed towards Zhang Qianting, already having the urge to stick her to death. Ah, don't you come over, Dad. Save me. Zhang Qianting was so scared that she lost her face and scurried everywhere. Wang Chang chased like crazy and soon caught Zhang Qianting, directly a dragon claw handover, giving Zhang Qianting a painful scratch and wailing. You let go of my daughter. Zhang Tianbao was big, and as soon as he dragged Wang Chang away, he kicked wildly on the ground. Zhang Qianting instantly clutched her shoulders, a frightened little look, whimpering and crying, but no one pitied her. Instead, they all felt that she deserved it. Who made the father and daughter give someone that aphrodisiac medicine to drink? Divine Doctor Yi, save me, it's really going to burst. Wang Chang begged with a crying face. Good. Yi Chen was very satisfied with this trust. Wang Chang played a key role in punching Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter in the face today, so he gave him a few silver needles and made him wildly spit out a load of slop. Hey, not propped up after spitting. Wang Chang screamed excitedly, although still firm, but he had a premonition. Find a no one's place to get a few times to designate it. Awesome. Qin Luo Yun couldn't help but praise, and then said to Zhang Tianbao, Dr. Zhang, I'm sorry, you can't afford that plaque of mine. I'd better smash it. Don't, young Master Qin. Before Zhang Tianbao's words fell, Qin Luo Yun kicked the plaque and smashed it. He would rather destroy it than give it to Yi Chen, who made him beat his face up yesterday. But Zhang Tianbao was about to cry with anger. He had just gotten a pair of signboards, and they were smashed again. Make way, make way. Just then, several police officers squeezed into the crowd. Officers, you're finally here. Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter immediately ran towards the police officers, as if they were happy to see their savior. Which one of you just called the police to report someone practicing medicine illegally? A police officer in the lead asked. I called the police. Zhang Chenting immediately pointed at Yi Chen and gritted her teeth. He's the one practicing medicine illegally. You guys quickly arrest him. 5 or 6 police officers immediately walked towards Yi Chen. Take out your documents if you have them. Come with me if you don't. The police officer in the lead said. Yes, I've already had them delivered. They should be delivered soon. Yi Chen said. Then we will wait for you for a few minutes. Zhang Chenting immediately said. Officer, he's my ex-husband, divorced only 3 days ago. He doesn't have a license to practice medicine at all. Even if he had someone send it to him, it would definitely be a fake license. Then come with us. The officer in charge took out a pair of handcuffs. Officer, even if he doesn't have a license, but his medical skills are very good. He cured the disease that I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars but couldn't cure. Can we not arrest him? Wang Chang said. No matter how good the medical skills are, you can't practice medicine without a license, but we can reduce his punishment based on this situation of yours, and even help him to get a license to practice medicine. The police officer in charge said, about to take handcuffs to cuff Yi Chen, but just at this moment, suddenly the firecrackers were blazing and the gongs and drums were clamoring, as if it was New Year's Eve. Hearing these movements, many people immediately frowned. Could it be another plaque delivery for Zhang Tianbao? Chapter 12, To Seal the God. At this moment, whether it was the onlookers, Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter, or the police, they all coincidentally looked over at the sound, only to see the streets swarming with people, dancing dragons and lions, unusually lively. If it wasn't for the fact that a plaque was being carried at the front of the procession, people would have thought that this was some sort of folklore celebration. The plaque was not covered by a red cloth, and compared to the plaque Qin Luo Yun had sent, this one was much more upscale and exquisite. The content of the plaque was clearly 4 large eye-catching words. Absolute Divine Doctor. Oh my god. Worldwide Divine Doctor. What a bullish signboard. This is the plaque that seals the god. Who can afford it? Could it be another gift from some big shot to Dr. Zhang? The onlookers talked about it. The signboard of the Absolute Divine Doctor is good. Bullish. Is this a god-sealing plaque given to me by someone? Zhang Tianbao's eyes glowed with golden light. Excited. Shameless. Given to you. Do you dare to take it? Can you afford the word Divine Doctor? Yi Chen couldn't help but spit out. How do I dare not want it? I can't afford the word Divine Doctor. You can afford it, ah. Even the practicing medical qualification certificate is not a stinking poor one. Waiting to eat jail. Don't envy the old man to seal the god. Look at this gesture. It seems like it's really a gift for me, because I saw an acquaintance. He also asked me to ask for advice on traditional Chinese medicine. Speaking of this, Zhang Tianbao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Old me is going to be a god. After he finished laughing, he straightened his attire and saw the plaque delivery team suddenly turn their heads to face Tianbao Grand Pharmacy, then walked slowly. If this is not to send me a plaque, who else can it be sent to? Zhang Tianbao was overjoyed in his heart and took 3 steps to welcome them. Elder Wu, I was saying this morning, why is there a golden light shining in the medicine hall today? It turns out to be your oldest brother leading a team to deliver a plaque to me. Fluffy, 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 fluffy. When the words fell, Zhang Tianbao had already come to Wu Jianxiong's front, excitedly shook Wu Jianxiong's hand and continued, look at you, come to just come, make such a big battle, but also bring so many doctors in the hospital. Too much face for my brother. My brother is really flattered. Wu Lao. He. Wu Jianxiong even felt embarrassed for Zhang Tianbao and could only he. but this was already enough to determine that the plaque was given to Zhang Tianbao in the eyes of the others. The plaque was facing Tianbao Pharmacy. The person who sent the plaque Zhang Tianbao still knew. Who else could it be sent to if not him? Yi Chen? Obviously there was no such possibility. The medical art of sealing the god is not overnight. Must be years and years down the affirmation. The reputation must also be very loud. Only then qualified to seal the god. Although Zhang Tianbao didn't fulfill the conditions for godhood, but someone had to give him a godhood. He was also qualified to take it. After all, in Jiangzhou, his name was still loud when thrown out, and there weren't many who didn't recognize it. Sufficiently certain that the god-sealing plaque was given to his father, Zhang Qianting looked at Yi Chen and flaunted. Are you upset now? Isn't it very unconvincing? Your own medical skills are higher than my father's. Why is it that my father can be canonized as a god, but you don't get the recognition? To tell you the truth, Chinese medicine is profound. What we learned in school is just a drop in the ocean. Don't think you know a little bit of skin. Rely on a little bit of luck. Win my dad. You can replace my dad's position in the Chinese medicine industry in Jiangzhou. Don't even think about it. Give you another 10 years? 20 years? You can't stand on my dad's height. It's better to hold out your hands and let the police take you away, lest you'll be disturbed to death when you watch my dad's sealing ceremony later. After saying that, Zhang Qianting clasped her hands to her chest and twisted her head over with a haughty look. You pair of father and daughter are truly the most shameless people I have ever seen in my entire life. Definitely not one of them. Yi Chen shook his head full of helplessness. If he hadn't come to Earth for a trip, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that in this vast universe, with trillions and trillions of living beings, such shameless people existed. He was also considered an eye-opener. Xiao Wu, who is he? Li Jishir on the other side of the plaque looked at Zhang Tianbao and asked. He is Zhang Tianbao, the owner of this traditional Chinese medicine hall across the street. Wu Jianxiong laughed awkwardly. Oh, he is Zhang Tianbao. Li Jishir came to a realization, and then with a shake of his hand, he sent the plaque procession on its way. Zhang Tianbao frowned. Since this old man called Wu Jianxiong Xiao Wu, what was his origin? Elder Wu. Who is this? Zhang Tianbao asked as he walked. This one has a big origin. This plaque was made by him, Wu Jianxiong said. Zhang Tianbao took a breath and asked, could it be that a certain bigwig from the business sector, who ate the medicine he grabbed from my pharmacy and got well, so he gave me the plaque? Nonetheless, Wu Jianxiong shook his head and said, he is a bigwig in the imperial city's Chinese and Western medicine sector, honoring elderly. What? Zhang Tianbao was shocked and asked, he is the imperial capital divine Dr. Li Jishir Li Lao? Not bad, it is exactly him. Wu Jianxiong nodded his head. Holy! Zhang Tianbao was startled, immediately circled around to Li Jishir's side and respectfully said, Elder Li, I've heard about you for a long time. You're a senior. Why did you run to Jiangzhou to send a plaque to the latecomer? The latecomer can't afford it. Can't afford it. I see that you can afford it. Li Jishir forced a smile, his words revealing helplessness. When the plaque delivery team approached the crowd of onlookers, Zhang Qianting, with a joyful face, hurriedly called out, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Make the road spacious. Don't affect my dad's welcome to the sealing of the god signboard. The crowd immediately made way for an avenue, with only Yi Chen and a few officers standing in the center. Officer, quickly take this punk away. Blocking the road, Zhang Qianting hurriedly called out, waste, get out of the way. Zhang Tianbao also shouted at Yi Chen. However, he did not expect that his words had just left his mouth. He saw Li Jishir and Wu Jianxiong come to Yi Chen in large strides, both bending their old waists and uttering 3 words in the most respectful tone of their lives. Divine Dr. Yi, immediately followed by the accompanying doctors, as well as the colleagues of Jiangzhou's traditional Chinese medicine sector. They all bent down and respectfully said towards Yi Chen, Divine Dr. Yi, Divine Dr. Yi, Divine Dr. Yi. The sound shook the sky and moved the earth. Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter were stunned as if they were hit by a thunderbolt. The onlookers were also stunned. Even the few police officers who were about to pull away Yi Chen all looked at each other in disbelief. What the hell was going on here? Aha! Yi Chen returned a bashful tone and said, all of you are excused. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi. Only then did the titans of the medical world dare to straighten up. The onlookers exploded into a field of eyeballs. It was only at this point that the crowd realized that the plaque of the absolute divine doctor was given to Yi Chen, not to Zhang Tianbao. Elder Li, Elder Wu, you guys, is there any mistake? Being so respectful to this punk? Zhang Tianbao stepped forward and said incredulously. Snap! What awaited Zhang Tianbao was a resounding slap on the face, as well as a painful rebuke from Li Jishir. I've tolerated you for a long time. I didn't expect that you'd still dare to shamelessly call Divine Dr. Yi a waste of space. If you dare to call out one more sentence, I'll guarantee that I'll make your Tianbao Grand Pharmacy granularly unprofitable. I'm sorry, Elder Li, I'm sorry, elderly. Zhang Tianbao's body trembled violently. He had no doubt that a medical academy titan like Li Jisher did possess the ability to make Tianbao Grand Pharmacy be shut down. Tell me what you're sorry for. Go talk to Divine Dr. Yi. Fine. Zhang Tianbao nodded his head like pounding garlic and said reluctantly, Divine Dr. Yi, I'm sorry, get lost. Yi Chen didn't have the good sense to say. Zhang Tianbao dared to be angry, so he could only retreat to the side with a gray head. At this time, Zhang Qianting went up and said, Are you guys sick? This waste is from the same university as me, or my ex-husband. I still don't know how many kilograms of medical attainments he has, and even he can't even get a license to practice medicine. But you guys are blind since you call him a miracle doctor, right? You're the one who's blind, treating the true dragon like a bug. You'll live your whole life in regret for missing the true dragon. Li Jisher glared at Zhang Qianting before waving his hand. Immediately, a middle-aged man stepped forward and handed a bunch of certificates to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, all your certificates are done. They are all here. Zhang Qianting's father and daughter froze in the presence. This was the high section chief of the health bureau. Could it be that Yi Chen, this waste of space, had rebounded? Thanks. Yi Chen said thanks and took the certificate and handed it to a few officers. The leading officer looked at it and returned the certificate to Yi Chen, saying, Sorry for the disturbance, Mr. Yi. After saying that, the several officers left immediately. You father and daughter, does your face hurt? Yi Chen looked at Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter and asked with a cold smile. Zhang Tianbao was already incapable of speaking, but Zhang Qianting said, What kind of person have you flattered that can make you act the whole scene down so beautifully? She was already certain that the chain of events that happened this morning was a play that had already been planned, and Yi Chen was merely the main actor. Because Divine Dr. Yi has a handful of heaven-defying medical skills that can bring the dead back to life, we look up to him and honor him. That's why we helped him beat up the ugly faces of you father and daughter. Li Jisher said indignantly. What? Raising the dead? The crowd was shocked. Qin Luoyun, however, was moved in his heart. Why don't we invite him to see if he can save my grandfather? No. He's Jin Tianhao's man. It's impossible for him to save my grandpa. There's a possibility that he'll even harm my grandpa. For safety's sake, it's better not to let him go, lest he cures my grandpa to death, and also picks up my sister, so I'll have no one to feed me for the rest of my life. How is it? Little Li this answer. Are you guys satisfied? Yi Chen said. Don't be too happy. Don't think that this little trick of yours can bring down my Zhang family. Zhang Qianting said unconvincingly. It's you who shouldn't be too happy too early. There will be your Zhang family crying in the future. Yi Chen said and looked at Li Jisher. Li Jisher understood and turned towards the opposite side of the road and shouted, Raise the door. Immediately, the two roll-up doors across the road were opened, only to see that the two storefronts had been opened, filled with people busy with various renovations. Zhang Tianbao's pupils shrunk violently as an ominous premonition lingered throughout his body. How many days will it take to finish decorating as I requested? Yi Chen asked. Within 3 days, the decoration is guaranteed to be completed. Li Jisher said back. Good. When that time comes, you guys will come to my medicine hall as sitting physicians and I will pass on your medical skills. Thank you Divine Dr. Yi. Thank you Divine Dr. Yi. Li Jisher and Wu Jianxiong and the others were thrilled. They still have to go back to the hospital to work as an expert. They have to work for free for Divine Dr. Yi and learn his heirloom medical skills. As long as they learn a little bit, they can pass it on to their children and grandchildren. And they can let their children and grandchildren have endless glory and wealth. Zhang Tianbao, on the other hand, sat down on the ground, immediately as if he had lost his life. This son of a since the opposite side of me to open a medicine hall, but also find so many famous doctors as a sitting physician. This is to steal my meal, so that I have no meal to eat. Sure enough, Yi Chen looked at Zhang Tianbao and said, after we are neighbors, this face-to-face business, your medicine prices have to be suppressed, otherwise no business. Don't blame me for robbing your business. After saying that, Yi Chen handed over the flag in his hand to Li Jisher, and left with his own back in hand. As a result, just as Yi Chen's front foot left, a group of people from the drug administration flooded into Tianbao Grand Pharmacy. Zhang Tianbao was finally in a hurry and a mouthful of old blood spurted out wildly. Why is this dog days vengefulness so strong? Chapter 13 Electric Vehicle Chasing a Supercar. When Yi Chen took a cab back to the slum area, it was already close to lunchtime. Passing by a cigarette store, Yi Chen suddenly thought of his old man who usually smoked $7 cigarettes, so he decided to buy 2 9.5s to go back and give his old man a taste, so that his old man could also look good in front of his neighbors. Old Li too buys cigarettes. Yi Chen smiled at the old man sitting outside the store. Old Li too. He had called him for more than 10 years. Old Li too revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth, while walking towards the store, while Yi Chen said in a serious tone, I've heard all about you, fortunately saved a little life. In the future when you encounter anything, you can no longer do stupid things. Don't I'm not dead yet. You kid went one step ahead. People who have died once know how to live. Come to 295. Yi Chen laughed. Oldly had just grabbed a pack of $7 of red tashin, immediately froze, and then asked, "This is your kid died a time to realize the truth?" "Yes, people live a life. Don't condemn yourself," Yi Chen said. "It seems like you've gained quite a lot from walking through the gates of hell." The boss put down the red tashin and was about to get the 9 to 5. Just then, a yellow hair walked in, pushed Yi Chen to the side and said, "Oldly too, a big deal for you, a bottle of Furong King." "Damn, air dog, what do you mean?" Yi Chen rushed that yellow hair and said irritably. The yellow hair looked at Yi Chen, his eyes lit up and said, "Yo, it's you Yi insert door. I thought it was someone else. I heard that you were repudiated, and took medicine to commit suicide. True or false?" Ever since Yi Chen joined the Zhang family, he became a household name in the civilian area. Yi insertion door. "It's none of your business. I want to say that you buy a piece of Furong King and you are so tugging. Forget that I am Brother Chen?" Yi Chen dissatisfied. "Back in the year followed my ass every day too I want to smoke. Call me Brother Chen. Go to give people a few years to see the field tail is up in the sky. Since I began to smoke Hibiscus King, you are still smoking red tashin. You have not been my Brother Chen back then, but you should too be called Dog Brother." Air Dog dejectedly said. Yi Chen rolled up his eyes. Sure enough the dog was very good. "Quickly call Brother Dog. Later on Brother Dog will reward you with a Hibiscus King to smoke." Seeing that Yi Chen was silent, Air Dog continued to fool around. As a result, as soon as his words fell, he was blinded by 2 gold bricks that flashed his 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Oldly too, do you want my life? I want a Hibiscus King. You give me 295 chicken feathers?" The second dog was shocked. Oldly too hammed and hawed. "It's not for you, it's for your Brother Chen." "What?" The second dog immediately looked at Yi Chen. He saw Yi Chen pull out a bunch of money, at least 5 or 6,000, counted without counting, all to the Oldly head, took 2 gold bricks and left. The second dog froze. In the next second, he flew after him. "Brother Chen, your ex-wife is not to give you a huge sum of money for divorce. Lend me 3 or 5,000 should be an emergency." Scram! Yi Chen didn't have the good sense to push Air Dog away. "Don't, Brother Chen." Air Dog stuck up and said, "You don't like to eat soft rice anymore. I have a piece of information here that can eat high-class soft rice. How about selling you $3,000? Tell me. I'll give you 5,000 if it has value. Get lost if it doesn't." Yi Chen said. "Good." The second dog was overjoyed. He was confident that this piece of information was definitely valuable to Yi Chen. Said, "I was in the field in the morning. I heard a few big bosses from Shanghai C say in the pokies. Our Zhangzhou's #1 beauty Qin Luoshua's marriage advertisement has been spread all over the major mansions in Shanghai C. It said that the old master of Qin was in a hurry to recruit a son-in-law to Qin Luoshua, and that mansion's sons willing to join Qin's family would gather at Qin's house 5 days later. Master Qin will pick the best one in every aspect to be the flunky. I just thought the ones going are all the gentry sons. You a poor man from a humble family to attend. Will the good luck just hit you? Is the news true?" Yi Chen looked at Air Dog. 1,000 times true. Lying to you kills the whole family." Air Dog patted his chest and said, "And I also heard those big bosses say that Master Qin seems to be suffering from malaria, and will have to hiccup before long, in order to be able to let the Qin family continue to be brilliant. That's why he has to rush to find a flunky for Qin Luoshua." Yi Chen immediately smiled when he heard this. He had a premonition that once the news of them causing havoc in the Tianbao Grand Pharmacy today was aired, the Qin family would designatedly send someone to find him to cure Elder Qin. It would only be a matter of a day or two. Qin Luoyun, this unfilial grandson, he was present in the morning and didn't know to ask me to go and show his grandfather. When I become his brother-in-law, let's see how I'll clean him up." Yi Chen cursed in his heart. "How about Brother Chen? Do you want to go and try?" Air Dog asked. "Go, must go and your Brother Chen will also beat all the competitors, eat the bowl of high-class soft rice of the Qin family, and sleep every night holding a big beauty," Yi Chen confidently said. Then WeChat to the second dog transferred 3,000, humming a little song home. "Bah, dogs can't change to eat. On your kind of stinking poor, what can you take to beat the mansion lord? Still really take yourself as a thing." Looking at Yi Chen's back as he left, Air Dog spat in a low voice and then turned around smugly. But just as he turned around, he heard an angry curse from behind him. "Second dog, don't think that I can't hear you. Don't think that I can't hear you. See if I don't break your dog's legs. Brother Chen, I'm wrong, don't chase after me." When Yi Chen returned home, he saw his father cooking in the kitchen and his mother chatting with a girl in the living room. The girl was no one else. It was none other than the neighbor Lin Xiangjian's daughter, Lin Coco. "What? You didn't go to work today and came to natter with my mom. Not afraid that your father will know and drive you away with a spatula. Yi Chen laughed. Since he and Lin Koko once studied why it was different in the crotch pants when he was a child, and was discovered by Lin Changjian. After that, he did not allow Lin Koko to play with Yi Chen. Lin Koko blankly glanced at Yi Chen and said, now during the peak eating season, my dad is too busy at the fast food restaurant to care about me. By the way, I heard that old lady Jin's disease was also cured by you. I called you last night, how come your phone was always off? Yi Chen rolled his eyes and said, it's not that old Jin thanked me for saving his old mother, invited me to drink, and got me drunk. Just as the phone ran out of power, of course it was turned off. Can't say that in order to avoid being disturbed, cultivation shut down. It seems that you were going to rise after walking from the ghost gate. Even the famous Master Jin has been climbed by you. Lin Koko looked a little shocked. If someone from the civilian area could climb into a relationship with Master Jin, Yi Chen would be considered the first, right? There will be a blessing after a great disaster. I must rise up, and then go to eat a higher level of soft food, and swollen the face of Zheng Qianting's family, Yi Chen said. Lin Koko and Yang Shuqing were speechless. This kid had changed after dying once, but he was also more stupid. Still going for a soft meal. Wasn't the injury deep enough? Right, Mom. I cured old lady Jin's disease yesterday. Old Jin rewarded me with a sum of money. I'll transfer 2 million to you in the past. In the future you and Dad will just count the money at home. I'll make money for you guys to spend. I don't need to open a noodle store anymore. Yi Chen finished speaking and took out his cell phone to transfer the money. He had long received the $50 million from Jin Tianhao, and knew that this was the money Jin Tianhao had apologized to him for, so it was not worth spending. However, he was not in a hurry to buy a house for his parents. He was confident that he could join the Qin family, and when the bride price of the Qin family came down, there would be a set of high-grade villa, and at that time, he would just let his parents move in. The parents are happy. It's really not a disaster. There will be a blessing later. This is only a daytime. This kid earned 3 million. Can give him to buy a house to marry a daughter-in-law? Must dispel the idea of this kid continue to eat soft rice. After lunch, at the request of his parents, Yi Chen and Lin Koko went out and drove his Yachty electric car, which had been driving for several years, to Wanda Plaza. Yi Chen knows that his parents want to set up his Lin Koko, although as a child he and Lin Koko often study why the crotch in the pants is not the same. But Yi Chen has always regarded Lin Koko as a younger sister, or else would not put Lin Koko not to chase after Zhang Qianting to get all over the place. Having died once, you have indeed changed. Lin Koko sat behind Yi Chen and suddenly said, people will change after experiencing more things. Yi Chen said perfunctorily. He couldn't say that the original Yi Chen had died, and the current Yi Chen was a transitional stage great cultivator borrowing weight to live again. Lin Koko was silent. Experiencing more will indeed change the character, but even the medical skills also become superior. This is also too unbelievable, right? Could it be that he had been deeply hidden before? Do you really want to continue eating soft rice? Lin Kuku added. Eating a good bowl of soft rice can reduce the struggle for decades, so why not go for it? Yi Chen smiled playfully, without any sense of shame. Lin Koko, this is also too cheap, right? Just then, a Lamborghini came and suddenly reduced its speed. Hey beautiful, where to? Do you want a ride, so you can experience a flying feeling? A youth in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini cheaply waved. No thanks. Lin Koko politely declined. A limited edition Lamborghini of over $10 million. Don't you want to experience it? The youth seduced. I want to, but I'm afraid you guys have ulterior motives, so I'd rather not. Lin Koko turned her head away. That youth also turned his head and said to the other youth in the driver's seat, Wei Xiao, that chick said she's afraid of our ulterior motives and won't sit. Damn, give face to face. Chicken, you smash her for me. Wei Zifei grabbed a bottle of Red Bull and threw it to Chicken. Okay Wei Xiao. Chicken took the Red Bull, once again turned his head to the car window and shouted, Beauty, my young master said, leave this poor bastard, get into our car, accompany my young master to have a good time, and I'll give you a LV bag. You or not? Asterisk 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 your mom's head. Lin Koko cursed in displeasure, treating herself as a chicken, but she never thought that just as her words fell, a golden light shot in and smashed her forehead. Ouch! Lin Koko muffled a cry, subconsciously touched towards her forehead, only to find that her forehead was swollen. Then she was furious and cursed. You're paralyzed. You're sick. Bye. Chicken waved his hand towards Lin Koko with a bad smile on his face, and then the Lamborghini shot out with a roar. Lin Koko's nose was all crooked, and her heart was so aggrieved that her beautiful eyes were even covered with a layer of crystals. What the hell did I do to you? Sit tight. I'll take this breath for you. Yi Chen immediately pinched a royal wind technique. A few seconds later, the Yachty electric car shot out like a missile under the drive of the wind. Ah! Lin Coco was terrified and violently hugged Yi-chun from behind. You don't want to die. Drive so fast. Lin Coco only felt that she couldn't open her eyes and buried her head into Yi-chun's back. I said, if I take out this breath for you, I'll take it out for you. Yi-chun's tone was filled with certainty. You're not crazy, are you? An electric car chasing a supercar? Don't play with me. Although Lin Coco couldn't open her eyes and didn't know how fast the speed was, she firmly believed that no matter how fast the electric car drove, it wouldn't be able to catch up with the supercar, and would only get farther and farther away from the supercar. Not only am I going to chase the supercar, I'm going to run over that guy's head with the electric car, make him pay a price 1,000 times more miserable than you. Saying that, Yi-chun increased the power of his royal wind skill. The electric car was like a ray of light, shuttling on the spacious road, stunning countless passers-by. Even the traffic police were dumbfounded. Which the hell is this life-threatening guy, driving the electric car so fast? And at this moment, Chicken was humming a little song with a smug look on his face. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the rearview mirror and his face suddenly changed. Wei Xiao, that yachty is catching up. It's catching up. Chapter 14, $10 million to buy yachty. Chicken, don't you tease me. This young man is driving a speed of 100. What can yachty take to chase me? Wei Zifei heard Chicken's words and said with a disbelieving face, really Wei Young? If you don't believe me, look in the rearview mirror. It's about to catch up. Chicken shouted in horror. Just look, you shabby. Wei Zifei cursed in a bad mood and couldn't help but look in the rearview mirror. Asterisk. Wei Zifei's entire body was stunned, his eyes almost bursting out in shock. It was really catching up. Paralyzed, seeing that the yachty electric car was less than 50 meters away from his Lamborghini, and the distance was still drawing closer, Wei Zifei let out a cry of shock, while then slamming on the gas pedal. Wei Xiao, speeding, watching the speed on the dashboard surge, Chicken gulped in shock. 120, 140, 160, what the can I do? Wei Zifei was also anxious, seeing that yachty was still chasing hard, but the distance was pulled much further away. Then he said indignantly, paralyzed, Chicken, can you tell me? That poor yachty installed what battery? I don't know. Wei Xiao, as far as I know, internationally there is no electric car battery performance can be stronger than the motor vehicle's engine. Chicken was also confused. He had never seen an electric car that could reach speeds of over 100 per hour. Damn, what a hell. Wei Zifei viciously spat out the car window, looked in the rearview mirror, and sneered, how fast can an electric car run faster than a supercar? I casually accelerate, can dump you 3 streets. Hot chicken, you chase. Chicken, sit tight. This young man take this opportunity to bring you to race back to the car. Let you experience what is called speed and passion. Alright Wei Xiao. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the violent roar of the Lamborghini, Wei Zifei displayed all sorts of drag racing techniques to the fullest. Drifting, 180-degree rotating drift, all the way wildly. Wei Xiao, you've already run 18 red lights. When the Lamborghini traveled to a thoroughfare with sparse traffic, Chicken reminded him, and at the same time sighed in relief because he could no longer see the yachty in his line of sight. 18 red lights counts a lot. My family business tens of thousands of employees, but still cannot get a few driver's licenses to deduct. Besides, my family in Jiangzhou how powerful red light casually break, afraid of a gripe. Wei Zifei a proud look. This is not a thing for him at all. Because the Wei family has tens of billions of dollars in assets, it is one of the 4 major families in Jiangzhou. If you can't handle this, what else can the Wei family do to gain a foothold in Jiangzhou? And at this moment, Yi-chun also drove the electric car onto that avenue. Hold tight. Yi-chun reminded Lin Coco and raised the power of the royal wind decision to the fastest. At the same time, he felt that Lin Coco was very material. At least 36D was there, and her back was soft and comfortable. Instigate who? In an instant, the electric car shot out at a speed comparable to lightning, reaching at least 250 kilometers per hour. Lin Coco could barely sit still, hugging Yi-chun to death, shrieking, I appreciate your feelings, let's not get out of breath. Can you stop the car? I want to vomit. No, if you want to spit, spit it out, spit on me. Anyway, I have to make that guy pay a painful price. Yi-chun had a determined face, who made him a vindictive character. However, Lin Coco is desperate. Never get carsick. She can no longer resist while wildly spit Yi-chun aback. This guy is how to drive the electric car so fast. Simply too unscientific. Lin Coco's outlook was about to be turned upside down. In your heart, fly free. The wild ride along the way made Chicken feel super happy and high, and he couldn't help but meow the high notes, which made Wei Zifei's scalp go numb for a while. But just after a few soaring sounds, his eyes burst out in shock. My mom, Wei Xiao, it's catching up again. No way? Wei Zifei was a little disbelieving. How can it catch up after traveling at 180 miles per hour? But when he looked into the rearview mirror the next second, his pupils contracted violently, his throat surged madly, and his face swished pale, only to see Yachty suddenly less than 300 meters away from the Lamborghini. At any time there is the possibility of crashing up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lousy will fight you. Wei Zifei was instantly ruthless and pushed the gas pedal to the bottom. The hourly speed immediately soared. 00, 20, 40. This is not a racing track. Can't add up Wei Xiao. Chicken completely collapsed, only feeling that the Grim Reaper had come to his side and could take him away at any time. Of course, Wei Zifei also knew that he couldn't add more. Although the top speed of this limited edition Lamborghini could reach 350 kilometers per hour, this kind of lane was not allowed at all, and accelerating further would definitely kill him. However, even though it accelerated to 240 kilometers per hour, it couldn't leave Yachty behind, and the distance was instead drawn closer and closer. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, crazy. This guy driving Yachty is absolutely crazy. Old me is going to collapse. Wei Zifei do not know what to do well. A look of anxious crying. Wei Xiao, let him crash if he wants to die. You'll spend some money to fix it at most. Don't play with him with your life. Chicken has already cried in fear and said with tears streaming down his face. Damn, it seems that this is the only way. Wei Zifei has not dared to accelerate. The big deal is to give him a tail is to see whether his Yachty hard, or his own Lamborghini hard. At this time, Yachty was less than 5 meters away from Lamborghini. Suddenly, Yi Chen violently lifted the front end of the car, and the whole electric car flew up and ran over the Lamborghini body. No! Chicken turned his head to look. His mouth opened so wide that he could stuff down an apple, and his eyes were even wider than a bull's eye. The next second, instigating a whoop, Yachty's wheels directly crushed past the mountain chicken's head. Bang! The mountain chicken instantly crashed its head. Wei Zifei was stunned. His hands shivered, and the Lamborghini immediately lost control, hitting the guardrail hundreds of meters in a row. In an emergency, Wei Zifei slammed his foot on the brakes. Squeak! Brakes that could pierce the eardrums sounded. The Lamborghini suddenly stopped. The entire front end was ruined. The airbags popped out, and Wei Zifei and Chicken dove headfirst into the airbags. Squeak! And at this time, another sound of brakes sounded. Yi Chen turned the front end of the Yachty, stopped in front of the badly damaged Lamborghini car. The corners of his mouth flooded with a crescent-shaped smile, playfully looking at the two people who had been hit in the face. Lin Coco dumbfounded, forgot to let go of the hand holding Yi Chen, so dumbfounded looking at the crashed Lamborghini. The abdomen is flooded with a mountain of horror. Really? Catch up? Even with the facts in front of her, she was still in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Coco's 3 views were completely turned upside down, but soon she got down from the car and ran to one side of the greenbelt, holding onto a tree and spitting furiously, only to feel her stomach turn over. It was only then that Wei Zifei and Chicken slowly pulled their heads out of the airbag. Run! Ah, why don't you run? Seeing the two looking over, Yi Chen said with a provocative look. Uing. Wei Zifei and Chicken could not cry, if not for the fact that they felt like their bones were about to fall apart. They really wanted to skin Yi Chen. However, at this time, Wei Zifei suddenly had a flash of light, looked at Yi Chen, and said, "Buddy, can you sell your electric car to me?" "What? Wei Xiao, you won't. Crashed your brain, right?" Chicken had a puzzled look on his face. Shouldn't he be calling someone to get him killed at this time? "You shut up." Wei Zifei glared at Chicken, looked at Yi Chen again, and smiled. "I'll give you $1 million to buy this Yachty of yours, how about it?" This time it was Yi Chen's turn to laugh and cry. His own electric car spent more than $1,000 to buy. This guy even want to pay $1 million to buy? It can't be really stupid, right? But there is money not to earn is stupid then. Yi Chen immediately stretched out a finger, said, "A mouthful of price 10 million, less a point free to negotiate." Chicken rolled his eyes. "Nima, a broken electric car sold $10 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Deal." But what shocked Chicken was that Wei Zifei agreed without hesitation, and still had an excited look on his face, and hurriedly said to Yi Chen, "Report the card number and account name to me, and transfer the money to you immediately." Yi Chen reported the card number and account name, and about 2 minutes later, he received a text message that $10 million had arrived. "Alright, the car is for you." Yi Chen directly got out of the car, then stopped a cab, pulled Lin Coco, who was still in the midst of wildly vomiting, into the cab and quickly left the scene. Otherwise he couldn't hold it in and wanted to spurt with laughter. This shabby even spend 10 million to buy their own Yachty. Will not really think that their Yachty run faster than his supercar. That is their own use of the Royal Wind skill not the Royal Wind skill drive acceleration, buy back as an antique appreciation It's really a lot of money to burn panic of the big shabby, but Wei Zifei is exceptionally ecstatic. Hard from the Lamborghini down, touching the electric car, like a treasure. Wei Xiao, I'm at a loss as to why you're spending $10 million on this crappy electric car. Chicken looked chagrined. Very hard to understand. You understand. Wei Zifei lovingly touched the electric car and said, this electric car can drive up to 300 mph. It is evident that the electric battery is very powerful. I have to drive it to my family's car factory to let the department that develops the engine to study it. It won't be long until my family's car factory can also build supercars. Then it won't be a matter of earning $10 million. It will be $100 billion. Right, Wei Xiao. You're really smart. Chicken felt it made sense and immediately smiled and gave Wei Zifei a thumbs up. That's for sure. If this young man wasn't smart, could he have been born in a luxurious family? Wei Zifei looked arrogant, then said, Chicken, sit in the back. This young man will take you to experience the exhilaration of wildly racing yachty. Okay, don't drive too fast. Just drive 100 or so mph to experience it. Chicken sat in the back and hugged Wei Zifei's waist and said, aha. Wei Zifei nodded his head and immediately started the yachty, frantically adding the electric gate. But soon Wei Zifei's face changed. Nima, lousy added the electric gate to the bottom. How come it's still this snail speed? Wei Young you look. There is no other acceleration. No just this one acceleration place. I have added to the bottom. Why is it like this? Chicken, you quickly tell me. Why is it like this? Wei Xiao, could it be that the power is too low? There is this possibility. Go back to full power and try again. Chapter 15, Throwing Millions of Dollars. Yi Chen and Lin Coco went to Wanda, spent a few $1,000s on 2 sets of clothes, and then strolled inside Wanda with Lin Coco. When they wandered to the entrance of a jade store, Yi Chen sensed that the aura inside was rich, so he used the excuse of buying jewelry for his mother and walked in with Lin Coco. Ha, isn't this Yi Chen and Coco? As soon as Yi Chen and Lin Coco entered Fei City, a slightly curly, center-parted blonde female youth spotted the two of them, and then walked towards them on the arm of a young man dressed in a designer label. Female youth named Lu Yuhan, Yi Chen and Lin Coco university classmate, wearing a brand name male youth called Li Fan, and Yi Chen they the same university, read the Department of Finance. The family has about 100 million assets. The university is Lu Yuhan's boyfriend, often have to go to Lu Yuhan's class, so they all know each other. Old classmates cannot meet without a meal of pleasantries. Of course, there is no shortage of sarcasm. Yi Chen, you two are here to buy jade? Lu Yuhan asked after sarcasm. Yi Chen, look, Lin Coco said, take a look. I thought Yi Chen was going to buy you jade jewelry. The corner of Lu Yuhan's mouth spread a sarcastic smile. To buy a jade jewelry can easily be tens of thousands, and even hundreds of thousands of millions. Even Li Fan such a rich young man into this kind of place have a headache. Just now she fancy a ring, inlaid so a throw emerald green. The price will be more than 300,000. To Li Fan scared of a shiver, and now are waiting for his buddies to give him 20% discount to come over in order to buy it down. On the Yi Chen and Lin Coco this kind of civilian area of the people dare to go into this kind of place? But what Lu Yuhan did not expect was that Yi Chen was saying, I do have this intention. Why don't you help Coco find a suitable jewelry for her? I'll pay for it. Lu Yuhan was slightly stunned at this statement, while Li Fan directly spewed out in laughter. I say Yi Chen you cannot let her look. For that high vision I am afraid. Just now she fancy a 360,000 ring. The harm I still have to go to raise money to buy. If she gives you to find you sell your blood, sell your kidneys, sell your sperm cannot come up with that money. Lu Yuhan covered her mouth with a smile, pouting, people's vision is just average. Where will it be high? Said. She also did not forget to give Yi Chen a look of contempt. On my eye and the things you can afford to buy you? However, Yi Chen's next sentence made both of them freeze. It's really quite average. Not high at all. I'd better not trouble you. Dropping a sentence, Yi Chen led Lin Coco to search on the glass cabinets. Quite average indeed. Not high at all? Li Fan wanted to smack Yi Chen in the mouth. You're not afraid of being struck by lightning when you're a poor bastard from a civilian area? If you're capable, why don't you buy a $360,000 one? He growled inwardly. Let's see what kind of trash this guy can scout out to give to Coco. Li Fan looked unconvinced, holding Lu Yuhan's hand as he followed Yi Chen and Lin Coco to look around. Yi Chen don't just walk around looking think which one is good. You can ask the teller to bring it out for you to see. In Yi Chen behind a long time, see Yi Chen just through the glass sidewalk and look. A look of idling in the supermarket. Lu Yuhan cannot help but mention a mouth. Said, cannot afford to say straight with the pretense of it? The first thing you need to do is to find an excuse to leave the store without a favorite style. I have not been in the favorite. Do not bother the teller to bring it to take. Yi Chen faintly returned a sentence. Continue to walk around and look at. Lu Yuhan couldn't help but laugh out when she heard this expected answer. Li Fan is also shaking his head with a bitter smile. Cannot afford to buy, do not come in, no one will laugh. But came in, also loaded, but also in that continue to load. What do you call this person? If you don't buy it later, see how I'm going to mock you to death. Even the clerk inside the counter is also scoffing. This kind of person they have seen a lot. Just look through the glass, nothing to say, people. 99 out of 100 are not going to buy. Yi Chen followed a long time. Li Fan could not help but say, Yi Chen In fact, what kind of conditions we know, Jeju simply cannot afford to buy. If you have to give Coco to send a piece of something, I suggest that you can give her to buy some stockings. These things are cheap and intimate, the most suitable for your poor people. Li Fan, you are so bad. Lu Yuhan covered her mouth with a smile and said, when the tellers heard the couple's words, they didn't even look at Yi Chen and Lin Coco, directly treating the two of them as air. Lin Coco immediately turned her head and gave the two a blank stare. Is there such a thing as looking down on people? Of course, she knew that Yi Chen was buying jewelry for his mother. Otherwise she would have pulled Yi Chen away. This is it. At this exact moment, Yi Chen suddenly pointed to a full green emerald pendant under the glass cabinet and said, Teller, pack this emerald. I want to buy. Several tellers ignored. None of them came over to talk to Yi Chen. Poof. Lu Yuhan saw the price of this pendant, but also directly laughed and sprayed out. Yi Chen, have you got it wrong? That's $2,280,000, not $228. I know. Yi Chen returned. Knowing that you still let the teller pack it for you. Can you afford it, you? Li Fan said with a smiling red face. Yi Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him too. Seeing that the tellers were indifferent, he said again, pack this emerald. Swipe your card. $2,280,000. Are you sure you're not teasing us? A female counter clerk looked at Yi Chen, a cold smile spreading at the corner of her mouth. When Li Fan and Lu Yuhan bought the ring, she was the one who received them. People's Li Xiao all in Gucci, with Cartier watch, all the equipment down hundreds of thousands of dollars, Miss Lu all in Chanel, with LV bag, so a couple of luxury. Buy a ring of more than 300,000, have a headache. He is a bad street goods, take what to buy more than $2 million of pendant? What's more, Li Xiao and MS Lu still know him, said he is poor, in case a pendant to him to pack, he carried and ran. How to do? Forget it, this service attitude is really not complimentary. The female teller's service attitude made Yi Chen completely lose his desire to consume, dropped a sentence and pulled Lin Coco to turn around and leave. Ha, I knew he would find an excuse to leave. Looking at Yi Chen's departing back, Li Fan laughed out loud. It's really the same as what I expected. Lu Yuhan couldn't help but laugh out as well. Sir, wait. But right at this moment, a middle-aged woman in an OL outfit stepping on high heels ran towards Yi Chen, stopped in front of him and smiled. Sir, I'm the owner's wife of this store. Are you dissatisfied with our service attitude here? She was just receiving an old customer, and when she heard Yi Chen's sentence that the service attitude of this was not complimentary, she hurriedly ran over. The teller in your place is dog-eyed. I can only spend the millions in other stores. After saying that, Yi Chen bypassed the boss's wife and walked straight out of the jadeite store, then entered a jadeite store across the street with Lin Coco that was not lower grade than this one. Several $1 million? The boss's wife was dumbfounded. Although Yi Chen's dress was such that she thought it was highly unlikely that he could spend such a large amount. But what if he was a low-key rich second generation? If he can really afford a jadeite of over $2 million? Let's see how I'll clean you guys up. The boss's wife glared viciously at the several tellers and hurriedly ran to the opposite store to look. Even several guests heard Yi Chen's words and followed over to watch the fun. Alas, the boss's wife was also obsessed with wealth, and still expects this kind of person to be able to afford to spend more than $2 million? And we're dog-eyed. If he comes up with 20,000, I'll take his name. A poor bastard who is full of amassed goods. I don't dare to show him such an expensive emerald, just afraid that he will take it and run away. Once the boss's wife left, a few tellers with a snarky face muttered, I am also convinced that this poor sour, no money do not enter this kind of place. Into the do not pretend. Pretend also even if, but he also to the death to pretend. What a few million. He is the whole body organ sold also cannot get so much money. Li Fan's stomach hurt from laughing. That's it. Lu Yuhan snorted. Why don't we go across the street again to see him continue to pretend? Anyway, Wu Fei's money hasn't been transferred to you yet. Okay, then let's go and watch him continue to pretend, and then come back to buy it when the money arrives. Li Fan said, then put his arm around Lu Yuhan and headed to the opposite store. That silly hat is quite funny. I'll go watch him too. The female counter clerk serving Li Fan and Lu Yuhan said something to the other counter clerk and ran to the opposite store as well. And at this moment, the jadeite store across the street. Mr. Yi, you have a good eye. This platinum necklace full diamond jadeite pendant is the most suitable to send to your girlfriend. Your girlfriend will definitely look more noble if she wears it. Li Fan and Lu Yuhan just passed, saw a female counter clerk full of smiles to each and said, and Yi Chen's hand is holding a product compared to the original one is also much stronger than the emerald pendant. This pendant is so beautiful. Lu Yuhan just took a look, her eyes were shining, just like a nymphomaniac who saw a handsome man. He can't afford it. I can guarantee that it won't take long for him to say, I'll go to another store to take a look and leave here. Li Fan categorically said. Aha! Lu Yuhan agreed with him, but the next second, Yi Chen was heard saying, bring the POS machine. I'll swipe my card. Soon the female teller told the cashier to come over with the POS machine. He's really swiping? Seeing Yi Chen holding the bank card and swiping it, Lu Yuhan's face instantly changed. Just wait, the balance is definitely not enough. Li Fan laughed. There's no way he has more money than my sales. That's for sure. My monthly pocket money is enough for him to work for a few years. But just the next second after Li Fan uttered these words, payment successful. Mr. Yi, please sign. It was the cashier who tore off the payment slip and respectfully handed the pen and slip to Yi Chen. It instantly triggered the entire venue. My God, since the payment was successful, this is a big hand. It's really true, the old saying, you can't judge a person by their appearance. Who would have known that this is a low-profile big spender? The clerk of that store is really blind, treating such a big shot as a poor person. He's probably going to be sacked now, right? The guests who ran over to watch the fun were in an uproar. Li Fan and Lu Yuhan immediately froze. The original owner's wife of that store and that female counter clerk were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock, horror, disbelief, chagrin, remorse and many other colors. The next moment, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he possibly afford such expensive jewelry? Li Fan suddenly went crazy and rushed over and snatched the small ticket from the cashier's hand. Transaction amount, 2,980,000 renminbi. 00. Cardholder, Yechen. Upon seeing these two sets of contents, Li Fan's eyes were about to burst out in shock. His expression was like he had eaten, as ugly as it could be. Lu Yuhan grabbed the small ticket from Li Fan's hand again, took a look and was petrified on the spot. My goodness, a whole $700,000 higher than the original one. And yet he made the payment? However, Yi Chen's next sentence was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and Li Fan and Lu Yuhan and the others were instantly stupefied. Your service attitude here is good. I've decided to spend another amount. Chapter 16, Good boy. Let's not buy it. Spend another amount? Li Fan and Lu Yuhan were stunned. The store owner's wife's face was blue, and she already had the idea of dismissing her store's staff. As for the clerk who served Li Fan and Lu Yuhan, she was staring at them with resentment. Didn't you two say he was poor? How come he's even more trenchant than you two? If you two don't push a bunch of buttons, can we look down on you? At this time, Yi Chen suddenly pointed to the glass cabinet. A full green jadeite bracelet said, give me this bracelet. Swipe your card. And this bracelet price tag is RMB 520,000,000. When this statement came out, it instantly shocked the whole store. Oh my God. 5,200,000. This is a godly man. Is he trying to hit the face of the original store? This is what happens when you offend a godly tycoon. It's all about spending and gluttony. Sir, card swiped successfully. The beautiful teller excitedly handed the small ticket to Yi Chen, and then went to pack the emerald bracelet for Yi Chen. Li Fan and Lu Yuhan were instantly at the peak of their three views, and were about to doubt life. Spending more than $8 million in one go. Is this still the same poor guy he once was? This ing handout than my father more how much ah? Li Fan inwardly roaring. His family although over 100 million assets, but can come up with the cash flow is only 8 or 10 million. His father bought a more than 2 million big G also heartbroken for a few days. And Yi Chen, casually a wave of more than 8 million is gone. His ex-wife, Zhang Qianting, could not do what he did to spend money like this ah. Lin Coco was also sweating coldly. Jean Tianhao in the end gave Yi Chen how much money? Can let him like this do not treat money as money? However, she did not know that Yi Chen's broken yachty was sold for 10 million. And the money spent on jewelry was that shabby's money. Soon Yi Chen got the emerald bracelet, handed that white gold and diamond emerald pendant to Lin Coco and said, this one is for you, and the bracelet is for my mom. When the words fell, there was a round of applause. Everyone cast envious gazes at Lin Coco. Lin Cuckoo, on the other hand, was stunned. A pendant of over $2 million for me? Really? He's not going to eat soft food anymore? Finally, under the gazes of countless envious and jealous gazes, Yi Chen helped Lin Cuckoo put on the emerald pendant, inlaying a dazzling green on her very deep ditch, blinding the titanium alloy dog eyes of those who were looking at the ditch. And at this time, Yi Chen looked wistfully at Li Fan. The corner of his mouth flared up in an arc, and said, Li Fan ah, all these years Yuhan didn't know how many times you rode her. If you're a man don't be stingy, buy her the same type of pendant. After saying that, Yi Chen pulled Lin Coco's hand and left in big strides. Li Fan, on the other hand, was about to cry. That's more than $2 million. You want me to sell my organs? But Lu Yuhan felt that what Yi Chen said was very reasonable, and immediately took hold of Li Fan's arm and pouted. Fan, I also want the pendant that Coco brought. Yuhan, that. Li Fan's face was green and white for a while. He couldn't wait to make a hole in the ground to hide in. How the hell do you still take Yi Chen's words seriously? I want it. Lu Yuhan is again petulant. Lips too long. Li Fan was extremely helpless. There was really no way. So he asked, then are you well behaved? People have always been well behaved. Lu Yuhan was delighted in her heart. Li Fan is agreeing to buy it for me? But the next sentence from Li Fan made her explode with anger. Good boy. Obedient. Then let's not buy it. Li Fan grinned and ran after saying that. Li Fan, don't run. You bastard. Stop right there. Lu Yuhan was furious and chased after him. But the teller who received the two of them was about to storm out. You pair of dogs, causing me to treat big money as poor. Now you're running away without even buying a $300,000 ring. I'm going to fight you. After Yi Chen and Lin Coco left, they went to play together for another half a day, and it wasn't until after 9 p.m. that the two of them took a cab back to the civilian area. Yi Chen, thank you for buying me such an expensive gift and taking me to eat delicious food. Today is the happiest day since I was a child. Yi Chen sent Lin Coco to the door of her home. Lin Coco said shyly, a deer in the headlights in her heart. She felt that this was a brand new beginning for herself and Yi Chen. What a big deal. See how happy you are. I'll take you to play again some other day, Yi Chen said. But he didn't think that just as his words fell, an angry voice broke into his ears. There's no such thing as another day. I'll break your legs today, only to see a middle-aged man, manipulating the wooden stick used to bolt the gate, rushed out. Asterisk. Yi Chen burst out, turning around and running. Dad, you're crazy. Lin Coco was stunned. I'll settle the score with you later. Lin Xiangjian glared viciously at his daughter and chased after her. Yi inserted the door. Don't you run? I have to break your dog's legs today, lest my daughter let you scourge her with your dog days. Lin Changjian, you're sick. Why would I scourge your daughter? Yi Chen said as he ran. You son of a, don't scourge her. Why did you come back after failing to eat a soft meal? Just take her out until so late. I suspect that she has already been scourged by you. Lin Changjian scolded while chasing. Put your mother's bowl asterisk. You disregard Coco's face. I still want face, cause me to fail to eat high-class soft rice? I smashed your fast food restaurant. How dare you threaten me? Stop right there. I'm going to beat you to death. After being wildly chased by Lin Xiangjian for 3 blocks before Yi Chen shook him off, he simply didn't go home and directly went to the riverbank in the suburbs to cultivate. Originally Yi Chen wanted to give the bracelet to the mother. Home did not return into. Think of the Qin family. The bride price is certainly less high-grade jewelry, so just bring the bracelet to cultivate. The moon rabbit falls, golden crow rises. Yi Chen's cultivation barely into the peak of refining gas. The higher the cultivation level, the progress of cultivation will become slower and slower. Just as Yi Chen got up and prepared to leave, 2 familiar figures greeted him. Jin Tianhao, Lei Hu. Greetings, Master Yi. The 2 men respectfully bowed down. The 2 of them also often practiced martial arts in this place. They didn't expect to come and see Yi Chen again today, due to the fact that he was sitting cross-legged just now. The 2 of them were afraid that it would affect his cultivation, so they didn't dare to disturb him, and only dared to come over when they saw him getting up. Since Yi Chen was a divine doctor and a patriarch, he didn't know how to address him well, so he simply called him master. It's old Jean and little tiger. Yesterday's $50 million received. Not bad, quite good at doing things. Yi Chen smiled and said. When Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu heard this, their hearts burst with ecstasy. They both knew that Yi Chen had forgiven them both for their disrespectful behavior yesterday. Master Yi, you are going to marry Qin Luoxue, aren't you? Jin Tianhao asked. It's not marrying, it's marrying, going to her house to eat soft food. Yi Chen grinned. Jin Tianhao, such a powerful existence was going to eat soft rice? Why are you asking this? Yi Chen said. It's like this. Jin Tianhao respectfully said. According to reliable information, the Qin family has already spread advertisements for a son-in-law in the high society of the imperial capital in Shanghai Sea. This I know. The woman I want can't be snatched away by anyone. Yi Chen interrupted Jin Tianhao and said, That's. Jin Tianhao was first stunned, then laughed. With Yi Chen's strength, as long as it wasn't the top magnates of the imperial capital in Shanghai Sea, there was almost no one who could compete with him. However, the top magnate sons of the imperial capital in Shanghai Sea would not join a second-rate family like the Qin family, so Yi Chen's opponents were not very scary. But Master Yi, what I'm about to say is that you have to pay attention to Qin Luoxue's personal safety, Jin Tianhao said with a serious face. Yi Chen frowned and asked, What do you mean by that? Jin Tianhao replied, The reason why Qin Zhengqing can't wait to recruit a son-in-law for Qin Luoxue is because he knows that he's dying, and once he spreads his hands, the Qin family will definitely be divided up by the other three big families in Jiangzhou. But the other three big families already have this piece of cake in their minds, so how could they let him succeed in recruiting a son-in-law? If I'm not wrong, the other three great clans must already be planning how to get rid of Qin Luoxue. As long as she dies, the Qin family won't be able to recruit a powerful son-in-law, and as soon as Qin Zhengqing dies, the Qin family will surely perish. Hearing Jin Tianhao's words, Yi Chen felt that it made sense, and this was something he had not really thought of. Then you send someone to help me secretly protect Qin Luoxue first. If I'm not wrong, the Qin family will send someone to ask me to save Qin Zhengqing in the next day or two. Yi Chen said, I've already sent someone to secretly keep an eye on it. You can allow Jin. Very good at doing things. The woman that Master Yi likes. How dare I not be attentive? Today, Jiangzhou Morning News, jointly reported on Yi Chen's fussing over Tianbao Grand Pharmacy yesterday, causing a huge stir. As soon as the news came out, Zhang Tianbao stormed out and smashed the oversized LCD TV on the living room wall. Pissed me off. Yi Chen, this waste, is considered to be my Zhang Tianbao's face or beaten without. Tianbao Big Pharmacy was ordered by the Drug Administration to suspend business for 3 days to rectify, confiscate all adulterated medicinal materials, a fine of 5 million. I endured his dog days to open the pharmacy against the old man. The old man also endured. Now the ING news is so reported. The whole of the Jiangzhou people know, so that the old man will be drinking the northwest wind. Qian Ting, didn't you ING say that Xiao Jia will go through the relationship, not let the news report out? How come it's still ING reported out? Yi Chen, that punk is a mosaic. I have nothing to cover up, so exposed in front of the public. In the future, how can I go out to see people? Zhang Qianting was sprayed, shrinking her neck and timidly said, I've already called Xiao Jia. He said he'll come over right away. The reports are out. What's the point of him coming over? Old me is going to crash. Zhang Tianbao was extremely frantic, smashing furiously in the living room, while later pointing at Zhang Qianting's nose and cursing. You're also ING blind. Why didn't you see that he was a real dragon earlier? If you saw it earlier, could I not treat him as a human being? Could I give him sleeping pills to commit suicide? Could I let you divorce him? Now it's good. By his revenge, I used more than 20 years to build up the reputation of the whole ING ruined. I hate it. ING hate it. Chapter 17, Future Wife is here? You and Mom didn't see it. Rely on me for what? Who knows that waste is deeply hidden? But so what? To Lu Xiaojie shoes are not worthy. Lu family assets more than 5 billion. Sooner or later is Xiaojie's. That waste stings, poor one. Even if his medical skills are high, to give people a lifetime of medical treatment cannot earn so much money. Zhang Qianting was scolded and couldn't help but say. When Zhang Tianbao heard this, he immediately lost a lot of anger. This was true. The Lu family was developing well now, and their net income could exceed $500 or $600 million every year, and even more in the future, so it really wasn't something that could be compared to seeing a doctor. However, when he thought of the impact after the news report came out, he was still both worried and angry. Uncle Zhang, what are you? As soon as Lu Xiaojie entered the Zhang family home, he was shocked to see the mess all over the place. Zhang Qianting immediately went over to hold Lu Xiaojie and asked, didn't you say that you would go through the connections to keep the news from reporting it? How come it was still reported? Lu Xiaojie sighed and said, blame it on that trash for making things too big. It's already well known. Paper can't wrap fire. It really can't be suppressed. Xiaojie, Zhang Tianbao instantly cried, aggrieved. That waste is really too angry. He's so messed up. Your Uncle Zhang, I lost a lot of money. When I think of the losses I will face in the future, I'm angry, liver pain. Lu Xiaojie hurriedly comforted. Uncle Zhang, don't be angry. A jumping clown only. Big deal. I will help you out of that bad breath, and then hit you with a sum of money to make up for the losses. Zhang Tianbao was instantly ecstatic, but he could be considered to be aggrieved out of the effect. How out? Zhang Tianbao asked. Lu Xiaojie immediately made a neck-wiping gesture. Hiss, do away with him? Zhang Tianbao sucked in a breath of cool air. Lu Xiaojie nodded his head and said, he's so vindictive against my future father-in-law. I can only make him disappear. A waste like him at the bottom of the social ladder, looking for Lei who's men to casually spend 100,000 or 200,000 dollars, can make him disappear without a trace. Good way. Good idea. Zhang Tianbao said excitedly. It's still Xiaojie who has a way. Love you. Zhang Qianting spilled her guts and buried her head into Lu Xiaojie's arms. Lu Xiaojie dotingly touched her head and said, I've already wrapped up the one mansion. The invitations will be sent out in the next 2 days, so you just wait for me to give you an unforgettable wedding. Really? Then I can't wait for that day to come sooner. Meanwhile, At the Qin Group's headquarters, the president's office, Divine Dr. Yi. Is his medical skills brilliant? He was able to make Li Jishur, a famous doctor in the imperial capital, give him a plaque and open a medicine hall for him to be a sitting physician. Qin Luoxue placed the newspaper in her hands. Her pretty brows knitted lightly. Of course she knew about Li Jishur, because her grandfather had gone to the imperial capital to see a disease, and Li Jishur had diagnosed her grandfather, although he did not cure her grandfather, but he had prescribed a prescription that allowed her grandfather's disease to be effectively controlled. Otherwise her grandfather might have long since passed away, so she had no doubt about Li Jishur's medical skills. For such a highly respected imperial city famous doctor to willingly bend his knees to give that Divine Dr. Yi the plaque of absolute Divine Doctor, it was obvious that Divine Dr. Yi's medical skills were above Li Jishur's. Why don't we invite him to our home and give my grandfather a look at his illness? With the thought, she immediately grabbed the office phone and dialed a string of numbers. Go to the newspapers and TV stations to check, and before lunch, you must send me the information about that mosaic Divine Dr. Yi. Although he had no hope that Divine Dr. Yi would be able to cure his grandfather, it would be nice to let him live for 2 or 3 more years. Around 11 o'clock at noon, Qin Luoxue received all the information about Divine Dr. Yi. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 24. Education, graduate of the medical faculty of Jiangzhou University. Marriage, divorced. Address, South Farmer Road, Civilian District, Jiangzhou City. Parents, individual businessman. Address, North Farmer Road, Civil District, Jiangzhou City. Deeds, after graduating from university, he delivered courier. 1 year ago, he joined the family of Zhang Tianbao, the shopkeeper of Tianbao Pharmacy. A few days ago, due to Zhang Tianbao's daughter, Zhang Qianting, filed for divorce, he took a large number of sleeping pills to commit suicide. Rescued from life-threatening injuries, 2 days ago, he formally divorced from Zhang Qianting, and he is now jobless. Qin Luoxue shouldn't be mistaken, right? This kind of person is, to put it bluntly, a creep crawling at the bottom of the society. How can he be linked to the Yi Divine Doctor that even Li Jishur has to worship? Is it a mistake? Or is this world too crazy? Beggar's rebellion? But soon she loosened her tightly knit brows. From the newspaper, it seems that he is taking targeted revenge on Tianbao Grand Pharmacy. So in that case, the possibility of Divine Dr. Yi being this Yi Chen is still very high. Thinking this way, she still left the office and drove her Bentley seat with a license plate of 56 to Farmer Road in the civilian area. She wouldn't let go of any chance to hopefully cure her grandfather, even if that hope was very, very small. Yi Chen, who had wasted the morning, also returned home at this time, and found that his parents were not at home, thinking that it was because his parents did not listen to his own advice, and only after resting for a day, they ran off to open the noodle store again. Sure enough, Yi Chen came to Farmer Street North Road. He saw his family's noodle store has opened, and inside the crowd of people, these people were not consumers. The vast majority of them were neighbors near the noodle store. Old Yi, tell us. Yi inserted the door was kicked out of the Zhang family. In the end, did you get the divorce fee? If so, how much is it and is it enough to buy a suite in the city? Definitely no divorce fee. Leafing the door for nothing to eat and drink people a year of soft rice, who still give him divorce fee. Not to mention I heard that Dr. Zhang is famous stingy, can give him divorce fee? Don't even think about it. Be satisfied. Let Yi Zai Men enjoy the life of a luxury family for a year. He still dare to reach out for divorce fee? That would be too shameless. Listening to the sarcastic jeers from the neighbors, Yi Yaohua couple was both angry and helpless. When Yi Chen had joined the Zhang family, these neighbors had also gathered at the noodle store, saying things like the Yi family was going to break up their family, but the words all revealed envy and jealousy. Now Yi Chen was kicked out of the Zhang family. The couple opened a noodle store. The neighbors flocked in again. The same mockery, but the difference is that this time, the words are always revealed in the words of Schadenfreude. They are neighbors. What can the couple say? They can't see each other's heads. They can't fight with them, so can only force a smile to endure. Wait for a while after the wind. Naturally also restore peace. Yo, look guys, isn't this Yi insertion gate coming? Suddenly a fat woman called out. The crowd turned their heads to look, and saw Yi Chen walking in with his hands in his pockets and a cynical smile on his face. Yi plugged door. Why are you so thoughtless? Not just the rice bowl was smashed. Can't eat soft rice? How big a thing? Look at you still play up suicide. To no interest. Yi plugged door. Tell us about the experience of eating soft rice in the past year. Is soft rice good? Or is it our commoners plain rice? The neighbors immediately pointed their spearheads at Yi Chen, each asking with a smile. Yi Chen was not angry, but instead grinned broadly and said, of course it's soft rice that tastes good. I'm now preparing to eat a bowl of higher level soft rice. When I eat it, then I'll ask you guys to go and drink the wedding wine. As the words fell, the hall burst into laughter. Everyone cried with laughter. You kid also don't weigh yourself a few pounds. but also want to eat soft rice? Not afraid of popping broken teeth, can't even eat thin rice? That's right, I think you are an old man hanging himself. Be careful of choking to death. Falling in love with eating soft rice? It seems that the Yi family is really going to break the back. Yi Yaohua couple face are black. Hate iron not steel blared at Yi Chen. Let Coco not go after. Eat what soft rice ah. But unexpectedly, just at this moment, a furious curse came. Yi inserted the door. Uing caused me to wildly chase 3 streets last night. Today finally caught you dog days. Look at this shovel. Only to see a middle-aged man with an apron tied on, holding a spatula rushed into the noodle store and smashed it head on towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen easily dodged away, and unhappily rushed Lin Xiangjian. Your ing done. If you flaunt me again, I'm not going to give Coco face anymore. I'll make sure to smash your fast food store. Uing dare to threaten me. Lin Xiangjian was burning with rage, but he was pulled back by his neighbors. Changjian, what's making you so angry? Let's hear it. Did Yi Zimen study with Coco again? Why the place to pee is different? The neighbors asked. Yi Chen and Lin Coco as a child that, by Lin Xiangjian's mouth to the farmer's road known. But the neighbors can understand. Small children, curious normal, research on the study. Anyway, cannot do that thing? Is Lin Xiangjian too serious? And later passed for the farmer's road jokes. That did not see the two have no research. Is that this dog days and my Coco ought to play to midnight back? My Coco in the hospital 5,000 a month. The future to marry hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars of annual salary of the doctor. Can let him think of my Coco? Lin Xiangjian said. The neighbors all felt justified and accused Yi Chen, telling him not to be a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Hundreds of thousands of millions of annual salary counts for nothing. Besides, I have to continue to eat soft rice. Okay, don't ing make a small thing known all over the street, so that I can't eat soft rice. I'll burn down your house, take Coco to live in a villa, and let you sleep on the street. Yi Chen said with displeasure. Uing. Lin Xiangjian was so angry that his liver hurt, and he had a pained look on his face. Yi insert door, don't say that I despise you. With this kind of goods you still want to eat soft rice. Who would want a divorced man? Anyway, I won't marry my daughter to this kind of incompetent and divorced man. I think the old king's stupid granddaughter Xiaohua, the rag collector on Farmer Road, is the most suitable for him. Listening to the harsh words of the neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Yi Yaohua were shivering with anger and had an urge to explode. However, right at this moment, a Bentley with a license plate of 5/6 stopped in front of the noodle store. Quickly look, what brand is this sedan with a B license plate? It looks so classy. Someone suddenly shouted. The crowd followed the sound and looked. All of them were amazed by this sedan. The car's logo is B. It can't be BYD, right? Lin Xiangjian said weakly. It makes sense. This should be a high-grade BYD. It's estimated to be over $100,000 to $200,000. A fat woman said. The crowd nodded their heads and murmured. Only Yi Chen cried and laughed. This is a Bentley Elegance. Tens of millions of dollars, which is a BYD ah. Just such a luxury car. How to drive the farmer's road inside to come, and parked outside my store. Is it? My future wife is here. Chapter 18 Civilian Area Vibration. In the morning Zhangzhou TV News. Yi Chen through the cell phone has watched. Have to say that Li Jishir a little bit of ability. Relationship is quite hard. Hard to make half an hour of news. Enough to spend 10 minutes to slam Tianbao Pharmacy. Zhang Tianbao sprayed as a dog's blood. His own look at it all feels super relieved. As the protagonist, he was well protected. The mosaic he could not recognize himself. The whole time with Mr. Yi as the introduction. Is his parents watched the news? Did not know that he was the one who made such a sensational thing. And now only more than 4 hours from the news report, there is a Bentley parked in front of the family noodle store. If it is the Qin family, I have to admit that the Qin family in Zhangzhou is still very powerful, so quickly to find the door, because he explained to Li Jishir, cannot let people check him, otherwise people with diseases come to him, before the pharmacy did not open, he must not be blocked. Making money was making money, but it couldn't affect his private life. Wow! Right at this moment, a shout exploded like a bomb. Only to see the driver's side door of the Bentley open. A fragrance overflowed in all directions, followed by a stunningly beautiful figure appearing in the crowd's line of sight. She is about 1.7 meters tall. Brown slightly curled wavy hair is a delicate beautiful goose egg face. Skin color such as sheep fat jade. Slightly powder. Wearing a white small suit. Inside with a black low-cut bottom shirt. Hidden gully above a touch of imperial green. In the sunlight is extremely dazzling. The lower body is a white suit shorts. A pair of straight and slender beauty. Legs covered with flesh-colored stockings, giving a strong visual impact, plus her left wrist with a watch, right wrist with a platinum and diamond bracelet. The whole looks dignified but not lose atmosphere, noble and not lose elegance. Gulp. The appearance of this beautiful woman caused Lin Changjian and other men present to swallow hard, their eyes looking straight. Even Yang Shuqing and the other women were looking at her with burning eyes. Even Yi Chen, who had read countless beauties in the immortal world, could not help but be slightly moved. This was definitely the object of my soft rice. Qin Luoxue. It was indeed worthy of being the #1 beauty in Jiangzhou. From the beauty and equipment, Yi Chen immediately concluded that the beauty in front of him is Qin Luoxue undoubtedly. With this body of tens of millions of dollars of equipment, Jiangzhou not a few women to wear up. At this time, Qin Luoxue swept a glance at the noodle store's door number, and then took a long and slender legs, stepping on high-heeled shoes straight to the noodle store. The neighbors who blocked the noodle store's population quickly made way for a channel. Is this beauty here to eat noodles? I don't think so. She looks rich. How could she eat $3 a bowl of clear soup noodles? Could it be that she got lost and came to ask for directions? The neighbors at the head of the noodle store were talking. Just then, Lin Xiangjian had a bright idea and went forward with a shameful smile and asked, Miss Beauty, may I ask if you were looking for someone or asking for directions? I'm a local pass in the civilian area. There's no one I don't know, and there's even no road I don't know. Qin Luoxue smiled faintly and asked politely, may I ask if Mr. Yi Chunyi is in the noodle store? What? Lin Xiangjian immediately widened his bull's eyes, his face full of unbelief. This beautiful woman was actually here to look for Yi insertion? Even the neighbors present were stunned, and all of them landed their gazes on the calm-faced Yi Chen. May I ask Ms. Beauty, what are you looking for Yi Zimen for? Does he owe you money? Or did he scratch your car? Lin Xiangjian asked. He thought that such a beautiful woman came to look for Yi Chen. She definitely came to look for trouble, not to make friends. As far as Yi inserted his door, he was qualified to know such a beautiful beauty. However, he had never thought that Qin Luoxue's next reply would make him suddenly fall down. He doesn't owe me any money, nor did he scratch my car. I'm here to meet him on a blind date, Qin Luoxue said with a faint smile that was very charming. What? The neighbors dropped their jaws in shock. Such a beautiful beauty. To run to Farmer's Road to find a blind date with a divorced yip insertion door? Really? Am I hearing this right? The one who was most shocked was Lin Xiangjian. He disliked Yi Chen and wouldn't let Coco interact with him, but such a stunning beauty took the initiative to stick to him. Am I blind or is this beauty blind? You have to know that this beauty's face value, figure, temperament, and nobility can all surpass that of your own daughter Coco. At this moment, Lin Xiangjian only felt that the world was too crazy, but Mr. and Mrs. Yi Yaohua were thrilled. If they had such a beautiful daughter-in-law, it would be so decent, so honorable, and so honorable. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Miss Qin Luoxue. Yi Chen walked out of the noodle store and came in front of Qin Luoxue and said. Qin Luoxue was stunned, but quickly guffawed and said, I am Qin Luoxue. You should be Mr. Yi Chen Yi. Yes. Yi Chen nodded his head. Then please get in the car. I'll treat you to dinner, Qin Luoxue said, opening the backseat door. No, Yi Chen said. How can I let Miss Luoxue break the bank? If Miss Luoxue doesn't mind, I'll treat you to this meal. Just go up to my mom's noodle store and have a bowl of clear soup noodles. The moment these words came out, everyone present was nonplussed. Yi Daimen has a pit in his head, right? Treating such a great beauty to a bowl of clear soup noodles? Stingy, too stingy. If I can get a girl like this, I'll take his last name. I'm convinced that Yi Jimen's spirit of shamelessness. At least people come over to look for him on a blind date. But what about him? Please people eat $3 a bowl of noodle soup? This blind date is definitely yellow. Yang Shuqing was also shocked and hurriedly ran out of the store, squeezing her eyebrows and whispering to Yi Chen. Quickly invite Miss Qin to eat at the seafood restaurant from the day before yesterday. Mom will transfer the money to you. No need, auntie. Without waiting for Yi Chen to open his mouth, Qin Luoxue said, just try your handiwork. After saying that, she closed the car door and walked towards Yi Chen, stretching out her slender jade-like little hand, then was led by Yi Chen into the noodle store. Astonishingly, a ground of eyeballs exploded. This was also too fast. Yi Chen's parents were overjoyed, washing their hands in detergent to wash the dishes for a while. They had to make 2 bowls of the cleanest and tastiest clear soup noodles, not to disgrace their son. Lin Xiangjian, your fast food restaurant is full. Don't go help your wife. Why are you still standing here? Yi Chen couldn't help but ask a question when he saw Lin Xiangjian looking on with envy and jealousy. Qin Luoxue immediately covered her mouth and smiled. This name was also to that. I'll just look and not talk. You guys talk about yourselves. Lin Xiangjian heatedly laughed. He thinks that money is endless. Such a beautiful woman to see a glance is less a glance. Yi inserted the door. If you can soak the door there is still a chance to see. If yellow, maybe this life will not see such a beautiful woman. Other neighbors are to the mealtime also do not go back to eat, are resting there whispering, all marvel at the ability of Yi Chen pick up girls, even they all suspect, Yi Chen will not be with this beauty hotchat by Zhang Qianting found, only to be driven out of the Zhang family. Soon 2 bowls of clear soup noodles were served. Yi Yaohua also added 2 poached eggs on purpose. It was necessary to have a reunion to give his son a good omen. Delicious. Qin Luoxue tasted a mouthful and smiled towards Mr. and Mrs. Yi Yaohua. This should be the best clear soup noodles I've ever eaten. In fact, this was the first time she had eaten noodles in clear soup. Born with a golden spoon since she was a child, her family's assets amounted to more than $50 billion. How would she usually go to a street side store to eat these things? But she really thought it was delicious. Maybe it was because she had never eaten it before, but the Yi Yaohua couple's faces were blossoming with joy, which not only meant that their own craftsmanship was recognized, but also meant that if Yi Chen could take Qin Luoxue, she must be good to raise, or at least not picky about food. The neighbors were even more envious and jealous. How come his own son couldn't find such a beautiful and good girlfriend? Not long after, both Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue ate up the entire bowl of noodles before they put down their chopsticks and stood up. Uncle and auntie, I'll go out for a stroll with Yi Chen. I'll see you again when I have the chance. Qin Luoxue said politely. Good. Come often. Be sure to come often. Mr. and Mrs. Yi Yaohua nodded their heads with a beat and sent the 2 of them out of the noodle store. This BYD is really good looking. I don't know how much it costs. If it's bought by $20,000 to $20,000, I'll go and raise one too. As soon as Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue walked out of the store, they saw Lin Xiangjian bending down to touch the front of the Bentley, muttering under his breath as if he was admiring a naked beauty. Yi Chen shook his head and laughed bitterly, and even Qin Luoxue couldn't help but feel amused. It only felt that the uncle in the civilian area was too plain. At this time, seeing Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue come out, Lin Xiangjian immediately ran to Qin Luoxue and asked, Yi Chen's girlfriend, weakly ask, how much did you buy this BYD for? I also want to buy one to drive. Yi Chen rolled his eyes and urged, hurry back to the fast food restaurant and help your wife. This BYD is too gas-guzzling. A foot on the gas pedal down $2 is gone. So gas-guzzling. Lin Xiangjian was shocked, but quickly laughed. It's okay, I drive less. Eat up oil. The key to buy a parked in front of the fast food restaurant is still relatively high. Yi Chen. Qin Luoxue was also amused for a while, but did not say anything to scare a simple uncle. But soon Lin Xiangjian was pulled aside by a youth who came over from the fast food restaurant. Qin Luoxue and Yi Chen took the opportunity to get on the front driver's seat, then the Bentley drove away from the scene. Xiao Ming, do you know how much this BYD costs? Lin Xiangjian asked as he looked at the youth. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes and cried without tears, Uncle Changjian, it's not that I'm scaring you. You can't afford this car even if you open a fast food restaurant for another 10 years and then sell all of your family's assets. You lied to me. Is there a BYD that expensive? Xiao Ming was speechless, then almost growled out. This is not a BYD. It's a Bentley Elegance. The naked car would cost 13 million. This full set of her, plus the license plate, it's almost 20 million. What are you going to buy it with? Putong. Lin Xiangjian sat on the ground in shock, dumbfounded. Next Xiao Ming's sentence is like a bolt from the blue. Will Lin Xiangjian and Yi Yaohua couple, as well as the people present, all split outside the scorched, the brain a blank. Yi plugged door. This girlfriend is not simple. Pendant, watch, string, the price of these 3 things is at least as high as $30 million, plus her luxury car. If I'm not wrong, her family's assets may be in the billions of dollars or so. The absolute magnate Qian Jin. When the words fell, there was a dead silence. Everyone was confused. Where did Yi Daiman get the ability to pick up such a trenchant young lady? Soon this matter spread. The entire civilian area was shaken by it. Chapter 19, A Life and Death Scare. You're quite good at acting. An excellent actor. The Bentley drove out of the narrow section of the civilian area and entered the spacious avenue before Yi Chen spoke. Since I have a request for you, of course I have to help you grow a long face. At least it can cover the original cynicism of those people towards your family. No. Qin Luoxue concentrated on driving the car and said blandly with an expressionless face. She was a different person from the original her, and this kind of her was the real her. It seems that you are a smart person. By investigating my information, you can conclude that a group of people blocking my family's store is mocking my family. Yi Chen said, you're also a smart person. You can tell that I'm Qin Luoxue at a glance. And you didn't ask me why I'm looking for you and what I'm going to take you to do. So it seems that divine Dr. Yi has something in mind. Qin Luoxue said, not bad, smarter than I thought. I like dealing with smart people. Yi Chen smiled faintly and looked at Qin Luoxue. I also like dealing with smart people. So you should do your best to heal my grandfather. If you are a quack, just based on the fact that you have held my hand, I will break that hand of yours. Qin Luoxue said and also glanced at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with a warning color. He. Yi Chen felt amused and said, in case your grandfather's disease is hard to cure, and holding your hand for a bit will require me to break my hand. Then I'm too much of a loser, and I have to enjoy it a bit more. As the words fell, his left hand grabbed onto Qin Luoshue's thigh. So tender, so slippery, so warm. Bastard. Qin Luoshue lost her color and subconsciously drew her leg, but she was shocked to find that her thigh was encircled by Yi Chen's wrist, and this drawing of her leg brought his entire body over, and a face directly pounced into her chest. Yi Chen only felt so fragrant, and then was about to suffocate, but Qin Luoshue was going crazy, and hurriedly drew back a jade hand from the steering wheel, pushing Yi Chen's head heavily away from her arms, but his hands were still dead ringed around her thighs. Quickly take your dog paw away, or else I'll strangle you to death. Qin Luoshue practically roared out, and held on to the slim hope that he would let Grandpa live for 1 or 2 more years, or else she would absolutely strangle him to death. You won't strangle me to death, and I won't take it away. Enjoying a second is a second. In case you break your hand, how sorry I am for my hand, Yi Chen said with an exasperated look. As expected, Qin Luoshue was gritting her teeth in hatred. Her puffy breasts trembled violently, and she felt like she was going to storm out. If she hadn't seen it for herself, she really couldn't believe that there was such a brazen doctor in this world. She had grown to know it. You're hurting me. Qin Luoshue helplessly squeezed out a few words through her teeth. Oh, then I'll be gentle. Yi Chen's hand loosened some of its force. In the next second, Qin Luoshue grabbed his wrist and jerked it away from her thigh with a strong jerk, then just held his wrist in a death grip, lest he mess up again. It's dangerous to drive with one hand. Yi Chen laughed, and subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror, and immediately frowned. You forced me, Qin Luoshue said in a cold voice, with no intention of letting go. Yi Chen laughed bitterly. Hurry up and focus on driving, or you'll soon be fragrant. What do you mean? Qin Luoshue subconsciously looked at Yi Chen. This guy still wants to grab the steering wheel, not? Yi Chen shrugged and said, look in the rearview mirror yourself. Qin Luoshue will be convinced to look in the rearview mirror. The results of this look, she almost heart-burst, only to see a Hummer H2 crushed up, less than a meter away from the Bentley. So close to the distance between the car is obviously rushing to crash Bentley. When it was too late, Qin Luoshue couldn't care less about speeding, immediately let go of Yi Chen's hand, and then furiously stepped on the gas, and soon pulled away from the Hummer. Murder, this is murder. Seeing that the Hummer also accelerated after accelerating, Qin Luoshue's teeth clenched and said, it seems that Grandpa's worry is not redundant. There is indeed someone who can't wait for me to die. Don't worry, with me here, you won't be alone on the Yellow Springs Road. Yi Chen comforted. Qin Luoshue, you damned well died 100 times over. If I die, when Grandpa collapses one day, the Qin family's 100-year foundation will be completely finished. At this time, the Hummer, Brother K, we seem to have been discovered. The other party is speeding all the way. Our Hummer can't outrun the Bentley. What should we do? A yellow hair in the driver's seat asked. It seems that we can only activate the second plan. Deputy driver's seat, a face full of cross-flesh bald corner of the eye twitched, quickly grabbed the cell phone placed on the side to dial a string of numbers. Second set of plans activated. Take out the target for me. Boom boom boom. The bald head's phone had just hung up when a violent roar resounded on the spacious avenue. A red Ferrari was soon seen shooting like a missile. Brother K, look. Faye and the others are getting ready to make their move. If we take out the target, $20 million will be enough for our brothers to go to Hawaii together and have a good time for a while. Hummer driver's seat of the yellow hair, see the rearview mirror a Ferrari sped to, said happily, get rid of the cops, safe exit. Before saying this, Kay said, it's just a pity that these 2 luxury cars, worth several million the target once dead, these 2 cars will be ruined. I do not know who the boss behind the scenes is. Give us such a luxury car to kill the target. Yellow hair heartbroken said, don't say what you shouldn't say. Doing things right is the hard truth. Otherwise we all have to die. Brother K said in a cold voice. Yellow hair immediately pursed his mouth into a zigzag. On the Bentley, Qin Luoshue fluked. Fortunately the Bentley ran fast. Otherwise this time it's really troublesome. It seems that in the future travel we'll have to bring more bodyguards. Your grandfather has reminded you. Why don't you bring bodyguards? Yi Chen asked. Qin Luoshue said, you think I don't want to bring It's not for the sake of not causing trouble for your family that I came to you single-handedly. Otherwise a convoy coming to you can push your family into the wind. Have a heart, Yi Chen said with relief. His future wife's heart is quite good, but soon he laughed bitterly. You think the murderer behind the scenes is too simple. See that wildly racing Ferrari. Your Grim Reaper is here again. Qin Luoshue frowned, and immediately looked into the rearview mirror, and saw a Ferrari seriously speeding wildly, and was about to catch up. Trying to hit my Bentley with a Ferrari? Qin Luoshue coldly smiled, said, Hummer to hit me will still be afraid. Ferrari even if it is, he died I cannot die. You're overthinking it. Let me just ask you, How bulletproof is your car? Yi Chen felt that the other party would definitely not be stupid enough to hit a Bentley with a Ferrari, unless the other party's car skills were superb, otherwise it would be asking for death. Not bad, the pistol is basically not good enough to hit in, Qin Luoxue said. Then her face changed wildly. You mean they're going to use guns? Look at the car window yourself, it's going to be gunfire soon, Yi Chen said, and instantly an invisible energy spread out from him, pooling on the car window. Qin Luoxue looked at the car window, and at that moment, her pupils shrunk violently, and she cried out in alarm, "Get down!" As soon as her words fell, she heard the sound of intensive bullets hitting the car window, only to see the Ferrari car. 3 black people stood up, holding an AK to the Bentley car window. A wild sweep. The car window hit a piece of white, but did not penetrate into it. Fuck! What a powerful bulletproof effect. A black man couldn't help but burst out foul language. Keep shooting for me. We must take care of the target as soon as possible. An Asian man in the driver's seat said. Yes. Then there was another bout of wild shooting. Ha ha, the target is about to be finished. Yellow hair on the Hummer shouted happily. K was also showing a smug look on his face. What to do? Quickly tell me what to do. The car windows are about to be smashed. Qin Luoxue realized that she couldn't get rid of the Ferrari no matter how she drove, so she immediately screamed in panic. However, she soon let out a miserable laugh. He was just a doctor. Not being scared to pee in this situation was already very good. What could he do to help himself out of danger? However, she did not expect her words to fall, and then she heard Yi Chen say, "You now have 2 paths to choose from. 1. Listen to me and you and I will be safe. 2. Don't listen to me. You die and I escape. Quickly say, what do you want me to do?" Qin Luoxue shouted without hesitation. She was at her wit's end. She could only listen to Yi Chen's opinion. After all, the 2 people's lives were hanging by a thread. He had the right to ask himself to give him a chance to survive. As for that "you die and I escape," she treated it as a fart. If I die, the car will flip. You can still live? Seeing that Qin Luoxue chose to listen to him, Yi Chen immediately commanded, "Decelerate the car from 108 to 106. Quick, decelerate? Shouldn't you speed up? Can you outrun a Ferrari?" Qin Luoxue, quickly do as I say. Good. Qin Luoxue immediately lowered the speed of the car. The Ferrari, because it was too late to react, still maintained a constant speed, and soon overtook to the front of the Bentley. The bullets were all empty. Quickly turn the car around. Step on the gas to the end. Rub the side of the Ferrari for me and ram it over. Yi Chen saw the opportunity coming, and hurriedly ordered. What? Go crash the Ferrari? Qin Luoxue panicked, crashing into it at such a fast speed. If it's not good enough to kill someone, fast opportunity cannot be lost, Yi Chen urged. This is the perfect opportunity to crash the Ferrari, because they are not mentally prepared to react. Miss this opportunity, they keep a long distance shooting, or hit through the tires. Qin Luoxue is finished. I'm not sure I can crash the Ferrari and still keep us both safe, Qin Luoxue said with trembling lips, her hands shivering straight, a look of indecision. You want to piss me off? Yi Chen could not cry, seeing that the Ferrari had already slowed down, and was about to receive another bullet, and the energy he released could no longer continue to block the car window from being pierced, and once it received another bullet, Qin Luoxue would surely be shot in the head. Just in the nick of time, Yi Chen violently grabbed towards the steering wheel and stepped on Qin Luoxue's foot to furiously press the gas pedal to the bottom. Qin Luoxue didn't expect Yi Chen to actually grab the steering wheel, and seeing that she was about to crash into the Ferrari, she cried out in despair and shock. Chapter 20, waiting for you to come back and marry me. See how I'm going to blow up the front end of the Bentley. There was a black man in the back seat of the Ferrari, coldly smiling to reveal a mouthful of white teeth, and turning around violently. In the next second, the AK fell off from his hand, only to see the Bentley suddenly accelerated, shooting over like a rocket. Seeing that it was about to crash into the Ferrari, he shouted out in horror. Fuck! Head! Quickly dodge! Bentley crashed over. What? The Asian man driving the Ferrari first froze, subconsciously looked into the rearview mirror, and instantly burst out in shock. By the dog! Don't! Not waiting for their horrified words to fall, the Bentley drifted in a perfect C shape, brushing past the Ferrari's right taillight. Instantly the speeding Ferrari lost its balance, crashed into the guardrail, and rolled into the vegetable field below. Qin Luoxue was stunned, unbelievably looking at Yi Chen, who was almost sitting on his lap. He actually, really crashed the Ferrari into nothing? And yet, the two of them were not in the least bit dazed. This car skill was also too powerful. How about it? Was this rubbing ball played beautifully? Yi Chen said as he slowed down. Drift. Beautiful. Qin Luoxue returned with a miserable, shocked face. Yi Chen hemmed and hawed, enjoying sitting on Qin Luoxue's soft thighs. His eyes narrowed into a line, as if he was a cunning fox. That, you sit back in your seat, I'll drive, Qin Luoxue said as she was sitting uncomfortably. Your feet are shaking so badly. Letting you drive is tantamount to suicide. Yi Chen will not sit back. Sitting here how comfortable Qin Luoxue. Their current state, indeed not suitable for driving, but you can at least stop the car. Let me sit in the rear passenger seat to go by you sitting so hard okay. She was about to open her mouth. As a result, Yi Chen's next sentence made her face look like ashes. Watch me give the Hummer another rubbing. You're crazy. The Hummer is so big. Isn't going to hit the Hummer hitting a stone with an egg? As long as the kung fu is good, the wall can be dug up. What's so hard about knocking down a Hummer? Qin Luoxue was once again speechless. These two are not related at all, okay? There was no danger in digging a wall foot, but knocking over a Hummer was scary and dangerous. I don't agree. Qin Luoxue gritted her teeth and said, now we don't have to face the danger of being shot at. All you have to do is speed up and get rid of the Hummer and we'll be safe. Yi Chen cried and laughed, asking, can I say you have big boobs? What do you mean? Qin Luoxue gave Yi Chen a hammer to the back and said with dissatisfaction, how am I the one with big boobs and no brain? It's you who don't have boobs and no brain. Okay, obviously the Bentley runs faster than the Hummer. As long as the Hummer is far behind it we'll be safe. Have to go to crash the Hummer. This is not only brainless, or a death wish. Yi Chen seems to have heard Qin Luoxue's voice, said with a bitter smile, although there are not many vehicles on this road, it is not so few that there are no cars. You do not find that there are no cars coming head-on, and you look in the rearview mirror. In addition to that Hummer is there no other car? What does this mean no? Qin Luoxue instantly frowned. Are you saying that the road in front and behind is blocked? Right. Yi Chen nodded. If I'm not wrong, as soon as we entered this road, the black hand behind the scenes created a traffic accident and blocked the front and back of this road. So as long as our car is blocked to the accident site in front, and the Hummer crashes in from the back, then you'll just wait for it to fly up to the sky. I can't save you. Qin Luoxue came to a realization and said, your analysis makes sense, but once we are blocked, we can get out of the car and leave, and the Hummer won't just crash into the air. Yi Chen rolled his eyes and slapped Qin Luoxue's thigh, saying with hatred, these are all professional killers. What you can think of they won't think of. I can tell you very clearly, as long as you get out of the car where you are blocked ahead, you are guaranteed to be shot in the head. And you also don't want to get off at this place and then leave from the vegetable field. The black man behind the scenes has made so much blood money to take your life. He will make all kinds of careful deployments. So you have to listen to me for everything next. If you are bent on having your own way, I can only sigh at the thinness of the red face. Qin Luoxue was silent. She had to admit that what Yi Chen said made sense. The murderer was an overseas mercenary and drove a luxury car to commit the murder, indicating that the black hand behind the scenes was financially strong, and he had invested that much money into it in order to take his own life, so he would definitely have made all kinds of careful deployments. So it could be said that every step he took next might step on a landmine. But how does he know so much, and not scared at all? What exactly are you? Qin Luoxue couldn't help but ask. I'm just a doctor, but I'm different from other doctors in that I can heal and save people, but I also have various other skills to save people, Yi Chen said. Then he added, smoke your high heels away. Next I'm going to prepare to crash the Hummer. I can't maneuver well on high heels. After saying that, he stood on his tiptoes. Qin Luoxue cooperated and drew her high heels out from under Yi Chen's feet. Then said, my life is in your hands. I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, for a great beauty like you, I don't want to let you die. He. Yi Chen said shamelessly, followed by an operation as fierce as a tiger. Qin Luoxue, does this guy have a heart and lungs or not? How can he still laugh at this time? At this time Hummer. See Bentley's speed gradually slowed down. Yellow Hair said, brother, Bentley would not be out of oil. How to drive more and more slow. We will soon catch up. Tianny, give me a hard crash, to avenge the black ghosts and the others. Brother K gritted his teeth and said, those were the lives of 4 overprivileged brothers. Okay Brother K, watch me. Seeing that he was less than 20 meters away from the Bentley, Yellow Hair immediately focused his energy and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to his target. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Suddenly, the Bentley rushed to the right lane with a beautiful U-turn. Grass, how could this happen? Yellow Hair burst out, but before his words fell, the Bentley killed a horseback shot towards the Hummer's front end. Brother K is not good. The Bentley is crashing. Yellow Hair shouted out in shock. We are Hummer afraid of nothing. Let him come to die. Ha ha. Brother K laughed out in triumph. He begged for it. And in the Bentley, Qin Luoxue once again let out a mournful cry of alarm and immediately covered her eyes. The next second, the Bentley again with a beautiful drift, diagonally past the Hummer's head, only to hear a bang sound. Bentley immediately braked to the bottom. As the Hummer did not step on the brakes, it was hit just right. and instantly fell to the ground and rolled dozens of meters away. Ouch! In the Bentley, a sharp brake caused Qin Luoxue to crash headfirst into Yi Chen's back, and was currently rubbing her forehead. I didn't even scream in pain, but you screamed first. Yi Chen twisted his head around and said in a bad mood. When Qin Luoxue heard this, she immediately stopped screaming strangely, carefully sized up Yi Chen for a few moments, and asked, "Are you alright?" It's fine. I was psychologically prepared not to knock. It's just that it hurts a bit from you. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth rose in an arc. Qin Luoxue was mesmerized by this smile. What a sunny smile. But soon she collected her gaze and said, "It's good that it's okay. Now you know why I'm sitting on your lap, right?" Yi Chen said, pushing open the car door and walking down. Qin Luoxue froze. Only then did she understand why Yi Chen sat on herself and didn't let herself switch to the passenger seat. If she had sat in the passenger seat, then she would have designated a headbutt by now. What are you going to do? Qin Luoxue slowed down and saw that Yi Chen had already stepped out of the car, so she couldn't help but ask, "I'll see if the Hummer guy is dead or not. If he's not dead, I'll ask who's behind it," Yi Chen said as he walked towards the Hummer in big strides. Qin Luoxue felt that it made sense and also immediately got off the car. Although her legs were numb and shaking, she still quickly followed Yi Chen, because she was the one who wanted to know who the black hand behind the scenes was the most. Brother K, didn't you say you were scared less? How come it's still knocked over? Humongous Molly, Yellow Hair asked with a face full of blood and pain. His hair dyed red. How the do I know? The target's car skills are so unbelievable. If I knew, I wouldn't even take this business, K said breathlessly, feeling that he had less than half a life left. So what do we do now, K? I can't move anymore. I'm no better. Don't worry. I'll make a phone call and activate the third plan. We'll be saved then. After K finished speaking, he touched the cell phone that fell aside and dialed a string of numbers. Failed to kill the target. Quickly activate the third set of plans. Execute a bulldozing strike on the target. And save me by the way. No sooner had his words dropped than a hand reached into the unclosed car window and yanked him by the collar. Quickly say, who instructed you, or I'll get you killed, Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Brother K grinned, revealing a mouthful of bloody teeth as he laughed hideously. If you want to get me killed, then give me a burial. As the words fell, he touched his hand towards his waist, followed by a tug, and a smell of smoke instantly filled the air. Run! Yi Chen's face changed violently, pulling Qin Luoxue aside and running. A few seconds later, boom! There was a loud bang. The Hummer transformed into a ball of flames that rose up into the sky, terrifying and appalling. Luckily, Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue had already run dozens of meters away and were not blown up. Damn! There's even thunder. Yi Chen couldn't help but spit out. Fortunately he found it early. Otherwise if he was blown up, with his current cultivation, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Qin Luoxue, however, was terrified. Her face was pale, her body was trembling like a sieve, and her cold sweat was raining down. Yi Chen looked heartbroken and wrapped his arms around her petite body, giving her a little sense of security, and then said, "The third storm is coming soon. You can't continue to weather the storm with me in this state. I'll find a place for you to hide first, and I'll carry the third storm for you." Both he and Qin Luoxue had just heard K say that the third plan was activated, which was why they concluded that there was another storm coming soon, and it would be even more violent. Soon, Yi Chen swept the stunned Qin Luoxue to the side of the road, pointed to a gentle slope below and said, "You go to the gentle slope to hide first, call your grandfather for help. I'll go and help you draw away the enemy." After saying that, Yi Chen let go of Qin Luoxue and turned towards the Bentley. "You wait," Qin Luoxue suddenly called out. However, Yi Chen didn't stop. He knew what Qin Luoxue wanted to say, and didn't want to make it seem like a life and death parting with her. But Qin Luoxue looked at Yi Chen's footsteps that were gradually moving away, and suddenly had an urge to cry. He was trying to save himself, and he was as determined as if he was going to die. The storm was more violent than one wave. She knew that once Yi Chen went, he would probably never come back. But he just got to know himself today. Originally thought he was a sex maniac, but at the critical moment, to be able to give up their lives for their own people is him. Heart moved, she tearfully shouted out a sentence. "I'm waiting for you, safe back to marry me." Chapter 21, A Cannonball to the Sky. "I'm waiting for you to come back safely to marry me." Hearing these words, Yi Chen suddenly had a feeling of not being able to walk. Fiercely turning to look at Qin Luoxue, seeing her 2 lines of clear tears coming out of her eyes, Yi Chen's heart ached as he said, "I'll definitely come back safely. Do you count on your words?" "Counts." Qin Luoxue clenched her teeth and returned an affirmative tone. She knew that Yi Chen would never be able to come back alive from this trip. To know that these killers were vicious. In order to get rid of her they didn't even want their lives, grenades and all. One could imagine how terrifying the bulldozing strikes that would follow would be. That's why she gave Yi Chen a thought to hold forward to spell out a way to live. She didn't want Yi Chen to die just like that. For one thing, Grandpa was still waiting for him to see if he could be saved. On the second hand, he had indeed touched himself. Then wait for me to come back and marry you. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose in a charming arc, turned around and opened the door of the Bentley and drilled into it. Then with a perfect U-turn, the Bentley returned the same way, until the Bentley disappeared from sight. Qin Luoxue then wiped her tears, shrunk her head under the gentle slope, and pulled out her cell phone with a trembling hand, first using WeChat to send a location to her grandfather, before dialing her grandfather's phone for help. Not long after, a luxury fleet of cars drove out of the Qin family at high speed. Let's talk about Yi Chen. At this moment, he was driving the Bentley back the same way, then stopped at the place where the Ferrari overturned. He thought that the people inside the Hummer had grenades, and the people inside the Ferrari must have them as well. So he jumped down to the vegetable patch below and looked over the 4 bodies. Sure enough, besides the one driving the car, the other 3 had a grenade hanging from their waists. Tying the 3 grenades together, Yi Chen went back inside the Bentley and drove it to the lot where Qin Luoxue got off and waited. Why is this guy driving back again? Qin Luoxue heard the sound of the car and poked out her small head underneath the gentle slope. Seeing Yi Chen drive the Bentley back again, she showed a puzzled look on her face. What the hell was he up to? Could it be that he was scared? Aha! At that exact moment, the intensive sound of cars came, only to see the Bentley's front and rear sections, each with 4 minivans driving side by side, blocking the front and rear lanes. Qin Luoxue was shocked at the sight. This road can only accommodate 4 cars traveling side by side, and now the front and back of the road have 4 trucks driving side by side. This is to clamp down and hit Yi Chen. It's over, it's over. Her heart was like ashes at once. Even if Yi Chen abandoned the car and fled now, those 8 truck people would get out and go after them, and they must have guys in their hands. Even if Yi Chen ran faster, it would be a matter of 1 shot. This meant that Yi Chen couldn't escape the enemy's assassination whether he was driving or abandoning the car now. Is this an attempt to make me into a sandwich? Yi Chen couldn't help but feel amused. I'm all ready for you. Come on. He got excited and started the car, traveling quickly towards the front. Seeing this, the killers inside the 8 vans were all happy. Ha ha, the target is now dumbfounded. They don't dare to drive fast for fear that the faster the impact the more miserable they will die. Doesn't this suit us? As long as the target is surrounded, everyone will get out of the car and drag the target out, and then we can do whatever we want to do to kill the target. It is said that the target is a big beauty. Just thought it was a bit of a pity to run over and kill her, but now it's good. We can keep her alive to play with before killing her. At this time there is a van's passenger seat. A Chinese man with a horn poked his head out and shouted, "The target in front of you, listen. You have been surrounded. I heard that you are a big beauty. As long as you stop the car, we one person a gun to send you to the sky. Cool. If you do not insist, we will crush you into pulp. Then it will be too miserable. Hurry to think about the choice of a way to die." Shameless, Qin Luoxue sniffed, gritted her teeth and punched on the gentle slope, then cautiously poked out her little head to see what kind of situation was going on right now. But Yi Chen was happy, and drove the Bentley to a certain distance away from Qin Luoxue before suddenly stopping. Let's see who makes who feel good to the sky. He sat waiting to be surrounded with an irritated look on his face. Seeing the Bentley stopped, the Chinese man shouted in triumph, "Target, I know you don't want to die so miserably, and you also want to die in super cool. Don't worry, we have white, black, and yellow people. We guarantee that we won't let you down. Come on brother, I also want to make you guys feel good to the sky." When the 8 vans approached, Yi Chen let out a woman's voice and responded loudly, "Qin Luoxue." This guy's imitation of a woman's voice was also too enchanting, but those murderers would let him die a horrible death if they found out he was a man. Sure enough, hearing the response, the Chinese man laughed openly. "I didn't expect this to be quite Thai. Brothers, surround her car for me. Everyone will have fun." The killers on the other vans were all happy to hear that, and immediately slowed down the speed of the car, and surrounded the Bentley on all sides. What should I do? What can I do to save him? Qin Luoxue was at a loss for words when she saw this. She couldn't go out to be ravaged by the killers, and even if she went out, she wouldn't be able to save Yi Chen's life, but instead, she would put herself on the line for nothing. She was at her wit's end, and finally shrunk her little head back, praying with folded hands, hoping that the police and Grandpa would hurry up and arrive. Soon, the 8 vans formed a circle and surrounded the Bentley to death. "Little beauty, get out of the car." The Chinese man couldn't wait to scurry down from the van, carrying an AK, and shouted cheaply towards Bentley, "You guys can have a blast." Yi Chen shouted, pulled 3 grenades at once, violently pushed open the car door, leaped onto the front of a van, and then ran out of sight with an arrow step. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? The Chinese man was dumbfounded. could not even shoot, and saw a black shadow scurrying out of the Bentley, and disappeared without a trace as fast as a ghost. Head. It seems to be a person. Jumped under the road. A black man scurried down from the car and said, "Take a few people to take a look." Yes. At exactly this moment, boom, the Bentley exploded violently, and a terrifying shockwave spread out, killing and injuring half of the assassins. Some of the killers screamed miserably as they were blown up. Soon the fire quickly spread to the 8 vans. Immediately after that, boom boom boom, the 8 vans exploded collectively. The fire was shocking to the sky. The entire world was silent. Only the poofing of the tongues of fire continued. Qin Luoxue at the bottom of the gentle slope was stunned by the explosions. She only reacted when the explosion stopped and violently poked her head out. And when she saw that the lot Yichen had just been in was engulfed by a sea of fire, her entire body was confused. He had died with the enemy. Unable to help it, she covered her mouth as she collapsed on the gentle slope and cried out in pain. She somehow managed to be so sad, so eager to cry, so heartbroken. Maybe it was because he, who had never met him before, was able to bravely go to his death for himself when he was in danger, touched himself. "It's me who harmed you. It's me who harmed you." Qin Luoxue burst into tears, hugging her knees and crying like a pear. After an unknown amount of time, a voice suddenly entered her eardrums. "I'm not dead yet. There's no need to be in such a hurry to cry me to death." Qin Luoxue froze, and fiercely turned her head to seek the voice and looked over, only to see Yi Chen sitting beside herself intact, looking at herself with a cynical smile. "Yi Chen?" Qin Luoxue was startled, and immediately pounced towards Yi Chen. The next second, Yi Chen only felt a gust of fragrant wind on his nose, full of tenderness, and then pretended not to sit steadily and fell down on the gentle slope. Qin Luoxue was not paying attention, and her sexy little lips were pasted on Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen took the opportunity to wring her neck. Qin Luoxue's eyes widened, only to feel a stream of wetness touch the tip of her tongue, a soft body, and then the beauty of the unspeakable things happened. About 5 minutes later, Yi Chen stopped demanding. This kind of big beauty lost in the wild pity. Qin Luoxue only had the strength to break free at this time, quickly rolled over and sat up. The 2 small faces were already red and ripe tomatoes, beautiful to suffocating. "I didn't expect you to still have your first kiss," Yi Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Luoxue said in dissatisfaction, Who is a first kiss? Then how come you don't have any experience at all? You bastard." Qin Luoxue pouted her lips and gave Yi Chen a cotton fist serving. She was 24 years old and felt that it was a loss of face to be seen through or her first kiss. "You said that you waited for me to come back to marry you. Now that I'm back, can I marry you?" Yi Chen asked after Qin Luoxue stopped. Qin Luoxue was stunned and said with a shy face, That was. She didn't even know how to go about explaining. Reverted? Chapter 22, Don't deceive the youth to be poor. Yi Chen, I'm very thankful that you saved me, and I can't deny that you've touched me, but I don't want to hide it from you. I can't control my marriage. To tell you the truth, my grandfather is already planning to recruit a son-in-law for me, and on his birthday in the next few days he'll choose a good son-in-law to marry me, so I'm very sorry for deceiving you. Qin Luoxue said to Yi Chen with a serious face. When she said these words, she was very helpless inside. Which girl didn't want to find a boy she really liked? And Yi Chen was the only one among the boys she knew that made her heart flutter for that moment, so she also had the idea of wanting to continue to develop with Yi Chen. Only the reality was cruel. Yi Chen smiled frankly and said, It's okay, I can participate in the son-in-law recruiting, so maybe there's hope of marrying you too, isn't it? Puff. Qin Luoxue laughed out and said, You'd better forget about it. Living in a commoner's area. My grandfather wants a big mansion son, so he won't let you participate in the son-in-law recruiting. Yi Chen smiled confidently and said, Don't fool the youth. I can cure the sky with my handful of medical skills, so just let your grandpa let me take part in the son-in-law recruiting. Qin Luoxue rolled her eyes, but still said, Alright, I will convince grandpa to give you a chance, but you have to be ready to be eliminated at any time. She didn't want to chill Yi Chen's heart. After all, he had saved himself, hadn't he? Alright, I will definitely become your family's door-to-door son-in-law. Yi Chen spread a smile and helped Qin Luoxue up, and the two of them left the gentle slope to the road. Woohoo woohoo! Suddenly came the intensive sound of police sirens. The police are here. Great Yi Chen, we're out of danger. Qin Luoxue bounced around in excitement. We were already out of danger. Okay, those killers all let me blow up into the sky. Yi Chen said. Qin Luoxue, right, I still don't know how you blew them all up? Qin Luoxue asked. Yi Chen told the story of what happened. Qin Luoxue immediately gave a thumbs up and said, I really didn't expect you to be so resourceful and brave. You've been a soldier, right? No, I watched too many anti-Japanese dramas and learned a little bit of bombing tanks. Qin Luoxue was once again speechless. This can all work. At this time, a convoy led by a Rolls-Royce and dominated by more than 20 Mercedes-Benz S350s stopped beside Qin Luoxue and Yi Chen. Grandpa? Seeing that it was her grandfather's car, Qin Luoxue's face was delighted and she immediately ran over. In the next second, an old man in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce quickly scurried down. Grandpa, you're finally here. Shuer almost thought she'd never see you again. Qin Luoxue immediately jumped into her grandfather's arms. It's good that it's okay. It's good that Shuer is okay. Grandpa was worried to death. Qin Zhengqing trembled, dotingly patted Qin Luoxue's back and cried tears of joy. The grandparents and grandchildren exchanged pleasantries. After listening to Qin Luoxue's narration, Qin Zhengqing realized how dangerous it was. If it wasn't for Yi Chen, he really wouldn't be able to see his precious granddaughter anymore. Many thanks to Mr. Yi for saving my family. Shuer. Qin Zhengqing arched his hand towards Yi Chen. It's not enough to raise your hand. Yi Chen waved his hand graciously. Afterwards, Qin Zhengqing sent some people to stay behind to cooperate with the police investigation, invited Yi Chen onto a Mercedes-Benz, and then the convoy drove away from the scene. Wastes, a bunch of wastes. Such a sophisticated arrangement couldn't even get rid of a woman. It's simply a waste of the tens of millions of dollars I spent to hire them. Inside a study of a luxurious manor, a middle-aged man was furious and kicked the seat after learning that the operation had failed, his face grimacing to the extreme. Master, calm your anger. The old slave has a trick that might be able to eliminate Qin Zhengqing as well as Qin Luoxue in one fell swoop, a hunchbacked old man said. What trick? The middle-aged man asked. Qin Zhengqing has already transferred all of the Qin family's elites out. We can take the opportunity to send an expert to infiltrate the Qin family. As long as Qin Zhengqing returns home, we can kill him by surprise, the hunchbacked old man said. Good idea. The middle-aged man rejoiced and said, Qin Zhengqing has a disease on his body. His strength is far from what it used to be. Send a martial artist with a great success and internal energy to go and you can finish him off. But for safety's sake, you can't go. Once you miss, Qin Zhengqing will know that it was me who sent someone to do it. You have to send someone with a fresh face to do it. Don't worry, my lord. I already have someone in mind. The old man smiled sorrowfully. Who? My senior brother. The old man said. He is often active in the Lingnan area. He came to Jiangzhou to meet me a few days ago and hasn't gone back yet. I can let him go. With his peak strength of inner strength, as long as he sneaks into the Qin family, he will be able to easily take out Qin Zhengqing. Then hurry up and send him there. Tell him that as long as he gets rid of Qin Zhengqing and Qin Luoxue, I'll give him $100 million. Also, recall all the mercenaries in the periphery and get rid of them secretly. Not a single one of them should be left alive. Understood. Old slave will go and do it now. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Grandpa, Yi Chen said that he also wants to participate in the son-in-law recruitment. Can you let him participate? Qin Luoxue asked as she held her grandfather's arm. What? Qin Zhengqing looked surprised. Just him? He also wants to participate in the son-in-law recruitment? When the news was reported in the morning, Qin Zhengqing had also had people check Yi Chen, knowing that he was the Zhang family's wasteful son-in-law, and that he was also divorced, with his family living in a civilian area, and could be said to be a mole cricket living at the bottom of society. And that such a small person was qualified to participate in the son-in-law recruiting event for the pearl of his Qin family? If it was spread out, it would make people laugh their asses off. Yes, Grandpa, can we let him participate in the son-in-law recruiting for the sake of him having saved me? Qin Luoxue asked. No way, no way. Qin Zhengqing shook his head without hesitation and said, those who participate in the son-in-law recruiting are all the sons and daughters of the great families of the imperial capital in Shanghai Sea. If it wasn't for the fact that he saved your life, I wouldn't even allow him to enter the gates of our family. Letting him participate in the son-in-law recruiting is never possible. Grandpa, don't say any more. I won't agree to him taking part in the son-in-law recruitment no matter what. The Qin family can't afford to lose that person. Qin Luoxue. It seemed that one could only be sorry to Yi Chen, the favor of saving his life, use another way to repay it. About 40 minutes later, the convoy drove into a luxurious manor. However, no one knew that just 10 minutes before the convoy entered the manor, there was already a figure that had quietly sneaked into the manor. It's great that Missy has returned safely. Thank goodness. Shuer has finally returned safely. This is the heavens not destroying my Qin family. The clansmen and household servants of the Qin family were all overjoyed to see Qin Luoxue safely back. Sister, scared me to death. I thought I would never see you again. Qin Luoyun happily ran to Qin Luoxue and said. Suddenly, his gaze swept and landed on Yi Chen, and his entire being instantly became bad. We meet again, Yi Chen said with a smile. When Qin Luoyun heard this, he instantly exploded. Why did you come? Come on people, break his legs. Outside Qin Luoyun couldn't beat Yi Chen, but now in his Qin family, there were as many experts as there were clouds, so it would be better to wait until now if he didn't take revenge. Only, No one made a move against Yi Chen. What are you all waiting for? Beat him up for me. Qin Luoyun roared in anger. Qin Luoxue was instantly dissatisfied. He saved your sister's life and mine. It's not even if you don't thank him, but you still dare to ask people to beat him. Why do I have such a heartless younger brother like you? Let's see if I don't beat you up. After saying that, Qin Luoxue didn't care about the image of a lady. She grabbed Qin Luoyun and beat him up, beating Qin Luoyun's head. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, my brother, he's too unpunished. Qin Luoxue said with an apologetic face. It's fine, Yi Chen said with a smile. Qin Luoxue then invited him into the living room. Grandpa, even elderly had to give Yi Chen a plaque. So it's obvious that Yi Chen's medical skills are above elderly's. So you should let him take your pulse and see if he has a way to cure you. Qin Luoxue said. Okay. Qin Zhengqing pulled up his sleeves and said. I called Divine Dr. Li this morning. And he also said that Divine Dr. Ye's medical skills are far above his. Although he said that there isn't much hope of curing me. But I can give it a try. And since Shuer invited Divine Dr. Yi to the house, then I'll give it a try. After saying that, he placed his hand on the table. Grandpa. No. Just then, Qin Luoyun ran in. Luoyun, you want to die you? Qin Luoxue immediately glared over with a blank stare. Qin Luoyun grunted and said, my face that day, it was swollen by him. His medical skills are quite high, I don't deny it. But he's Jin Tianhao's man. Jin Tianhao can't wait for Grandpa to die. Letting him treat Grandpa is the same as pushing Grandpa towards the crematorium. What? Qin Zhengqing and Qin Luoxue were both shocked. Can you be sure? Qin Luoxue asked. My face was just swollen from letting him beat it up, how could I possibly be mistaken? Qin Luoyun said with certainty. Qin Luoxue's face instantly turned cold upon hearing this. So the one who forced my brother to call his brother-in-law was him. Qin Zhengqing's eyes also twitched at the corners of his eyes, his gaze cold to the extreme. The atmosphere instantly froze as a solemn intent filled the air. Chapter 23 Heaven will kill the Qin family. That's right, it was me who swelled his face. Yi Chen stood up without any fear and said, that day I earned the first bucket of gold in my life. I invited my parents who had raised me for more than 20 years to have a big meal. The family was happy. He suddenly barged in and lifted the dinner table, scaring my parents to death. Do you think he should be beaten? This. Qin Luoxue was stumped for words. In that case it really should be beaten. I asked him to change the private room and he didn't. He also pretended to scare me. What's wrong with me lifting his dining table? Qin Luoyun pointed at Yi Chen and loudly defended himself. This is how the Qin family's reputation is corrupted for you. Qin Luoxue's chest trembled dramatically as she viciously kicked Qin Luoyun. Are you still not my sister? Qin Luoyun was about to cry with anger. Roaring, then when you beat me up and forced me to call him brother-in-law, do you care or not? Qin Luoxue then remembered this and asked in a cold voice. Yi Chen, why did you force my brother to call you brother-in-law? Yi Chen laughed and said, you Qin Luoxue are as beautiful as heavenly fairies. Your fame is all over Jianzhou. Since ancient times, heroes don't love beautiful people. I aspire to marry you. Sooner or later, he'll have to call me brother-in-law. So I'll take advantage of teaching him a lesson to make him change his words earlier. You. Qin Luoxue's face turned red with anger. The original heroic image of Yi Chen in his mind instantly collapsed. How dare you? Qin Zhengqing suddenly clapped his hands and lashed out. My family's Shuer seems to have a good talent, but it's not something that a lowlife like you can miss. Seeing as you saved Shuer's face, I'll spare your life. Otherwise I'll definitely cut out your tongue and chop it up to feed it to the dogs. Scram! Get the hell out of here right now. 1 minute late and you'll die for sure. However, Yi Chen was not afraid, but instead sneered. I don't want anything to happen to Luo Shui, or else when I leave, all of you will die. Qin Luoxue was stunned. How could he dare to say such words? How dare you threaten my grandfather? Don't think that with Jin Tianhao backing you up, our Qin family wouldn't dare to take action against you. Qin Luoyun seemed to have caught the opportunity to finish off Yi Chen, and deliberately played the role of fanning the flames for Jin Tianhao. As expected, when Qin Zhengqing heard Jin Tianhao, his gaze instantly turned cold to the extreme. He wasn't dead yet. How could he let the Qin family be intimidated by Jin Tianhao? Looks like I'll have to make an example of him today. As the words fell, Qin Zhengqing stood up with a miso and clenched his fists violently. Seeing this, Qin Luoxue's little heart was about to explode, and she hurriedly stopped in front of Yi Chen, saying to Qin Zhengqing, Grandpa, although Yi Chen is a bit tongue-tied, I can guarantee that he is definitely not one of Jin Tianhao's people. At most, he knows Jin Tianhao. Otherwise, he has no reason to save me. Saying this, she turned to look at Yi Chen again, urging, you go quickly. A little later I really can't save you. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth lifted and said, I'm getting more and more optimistic about you. Not only is your person beautiful, but your heart is also beautiful, so I have to save you. Qin Luoxue, my sister is fine. Do I need you to save her? Qin Luoyun said irritably. Poof. Yi Chen grunted, raised his hand and pointed to a cabinet underneath a mahogany bogus shelf, and said, I can clearly tell you all that there is a big danger hidden inside that can kill all of you at any time. What? Everyone present was shocked. All of them looked towards that cabinet with puzzled expressions. Inside this, was there really a big danger hidden? Just as quickly, Qin Luoyun droned. Let go of your mother's bull ********. This is where my grandfather hid his books and paintings. What great danger can there be? Don't play God with me. Open it if you don't believe me. Open it. If it's not in danger, see how I'll ask someone to kill you. Qin Luoyun's face was disbelieving, striding towards the cabinet. Just as Qin Luoyun was about to approach the cabinet, Qin Jingqing suddenly realized that the door bolts of the cabinet were not fastened together and had obviously been opened. He couldn't help but change his face drastically and called out, Luoyun, quickly back away. Grandpa, believe him? What great danger can there be in a place where antiques are kept? Qin Luoyun didn't take his grandfather's words seriously at all and squatted down in front of the cabinet. Back off! Qin Jingqing shouted out in alarm when he suddenly thought of the large troop that had just moved out and wondered if someone would sneak in and was hiding in the cabinet. Grandpa, what are you afraid of? I'll open it for you. As he spoke, Qin Luoyun pulled open the cabinet. As a result, his entire body was stunned, and his mouth was instantly open enough to stuff an apple. Qin Zhengqing, Qin Luoxue, butler Lin Shanghai, and several bodyguards, when they saw an old man sitting cross-legged inside the cabinet, all of their eyes widened wider than light bulbs. Mama! Qin Luoyun then reacted and turned around to escape. At that exact moment, a withered hand reached out. No! Qin Zhengqing screamed out. Bang! A palm slapped solidly on Qin Luoyun's back. Puff! Qin Luoyun spewed out a mouthful of blood mist, and his entire body flew out, skimming past Yi Chen's eyes, and was caught by Yi Chen's feet before falling to the ground, spitting out blood furiously. Luoyun! Qin Zhengqing and Qin Luoxue immediately ran over and helped Qin Luoyun up. Luoyun, how are you? Don't scare sister. Seeing that Qin Luoyun was coughing up blood crazily and his eyes had turned into a trance, Qin Luoxue was about to cry in fear. Sister, I seem to be dying, coughing. Told you there's a big danger. You stupid fork non-believer. Now it's cool. Yi Chen bloated and laughed. Yi Chen, save my brother. Please save my brother. Qin Luoxue suddenly thought that Yi Chen was a divine doctor, and immediately looked at him with a pleading face. It's better to take care of yourself first. Here, the door has been closed by this old man. It looks like it's time to close the door and beat the dog. Quickly hide behind me and come. Yi Chen looked like he was too lazy to save Qin Luoyun. Anyway, he couldn't die for a while. Let him suffer for some more time. Qin Luoxue and the others looked over, and sure enough, the old man took advantage of their lack of attention, silently took out a few bodyguards, had already closed the door tightly, and was walking with his back in hand, his steps like the wind. Who are you? Qin Zhengqing got up and asked with narrowed eyes. Lingnan Lu Taiho, entrusted by someone to take your dog's life. What? Lingnan Lu Taiho. Qin Zhengqing and butler Lin Shanghai's faces suddenly changed drastically. Grandpa, is this Lingnan Lu Taiho powerful? Qin Luoxue asked with a miserable face. Peak inner strength, no less than 1,000 lives stained on his hands. National number 1 most wanted. I didn't expect him to. Cough. Qin Zhengqing tried to calm down, but in the end, he couldn't. If his internal organs are not damaged, with his perfect cultivation, within 10 strokes will take the life of this Lu Taijian, but there are injuries in the body. I am afraid that Lu Taijian can take his life within 10 strokes. Hey! Lu Taiho smiled sorrowfully and said, are you guys kneeling down to be bound to die more comfortably, or are you stubbornly resisting to be torn apart by me and die? The crowd was silent. Master, you take miss and run quickly. I'll stall for you guys, butler Lin Shanghai suddenly urged. Then, with a wave of his hand, he shouted, all of you come with me. Stall him and buy time for the master and miss. Yes. Instantly, Lin Shanghai and 5 or 6 bodyguards rushed towards Lu Tiehuan. A bunch of mole crickets, Lu Taiho said disdainfully. In the next second, he stepped out. Boom! A terrifying forceful aura centered on him and sent Lin Shanghai and the bodyguards all flying out. A 10-centimeter deep footprint was stomped out by him on the ground, and the surrounding area was covered with mesh-like cracks. Qin Zhengqing and Qin Luoxue, who was holding Qin Luoyun, had just taken no more than 2 steps when they were shocked to a halt by the commotion, their faces as white as paper. I, Lu Taiho, have never missed a job I've taken on, and you still want to escape from under my eyes? Lu Taiho looked at Qin Zhengqing and laughed coldly. Qin Zhengqing clenched his fists. In the next second, he suddenly stomped on his toes and blasted his fist at Lu Taiho like he was out of the box. He was going to put up a fight. Unconscionable. Lu Taiho snorted and met him with a fist. The 2 fists collided in the air. Boom! The void shook. Qin Jingqing's entire body retreated a dozen steps backward and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, while Lu Taiho merely retreated a step. Grandpa! Qin Luoxue hurriedly ran to her grandfather's side and inquired with an anxious look, "How are you doing?" Qin Jingqing did not respond to Qin Luoxue, but looked at Lu Tiehuan and said, "You can take my Qin Jingqing's life as you like. How about releasing my granddaughter?" "Not how." Lu Iron Hands shook his head and said, "My mission is to make your grandparents and grandchildren die, so I won't let any of them go." After saying that, Lu Taiho walked towards Qin Jingqing one step at a time. "Heaven is going to kill my Qin family." Qin Jingqing closed his eyes in despair. However, right at this moment, an abrupt voice rang out, "As long as you promise to let me participate in the son-in-law recruitment, I will save your Qin family." Chapter 24 One Needle to Kill. Who? Lu Taijian stopped his steps violently and looked over at the sound. He only saw a young man in his 20s, crossing his legs in a dangling manner, looking at himself with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. "Are you that impatient to die?" Lu Taiho said in a cold voice. "I'm not talking to you. Why are you so agitated?" Yichen glared at Lu Taiho and said to Qin Jingqing, "Do you promise? If you don't, I'll take Luo Shui and leave, but I don't care if you guys die or live." "Promise." "I promise. As long as you can kill him, I'll let you participate in the son-in-law recruitment." Right now, Qin Jingqing could only treat a dead horse as a living horse, but did not hold out any hope. Qin Luoxue, on the other hand, looked at Yi Chen with disbelief, only to feel her nose sour and her beautiful eyes clouded with a layer of mist. He was going to take a risk for himself again. If liking someone's good feeling was 100 points, in this instant, her good feeling towards Yi Chen, from the original 30 points of sacrificing her life to save her, had instantly increased to 50 points. But this time, she didn't hold any hope for Yi Chen either. After all, this time, she was facing a terrifying martial artist, and how could a practicing doctor be a match for a martial artist? Ha ha ha, Lu Taiho suddenly laughed out loud, as if this was the biggest joke he had ever heard in his life. A youngster whose hair had just grown out also wanted to save someone from his own hands, when he was a waste. "Since you love to show off so much, then I will give you a chance to kill me. Come on, I don't move my hands. If you can get close to me, count me to serve you." Lu Taiho laughed teasingly. He couldn't capture any martial artist's aura from Yi Chen's body. It was obvious that Yi Chen was just an ordinary mortal. And who was he? Lu Taiho? That was the Lu Taiho who had swept across Lingnan with a pair of iron hands, causing countless people to be scared of him. "You are very good at pretending. Then let's see whether your flesh is hard or my silver needle is sharp." Yi Chen laughed and stood up, pulling out a 20-centimeter long silver needle from his waist, walking towards Lu Taiho step by step. "Ha ha," Lu Taiho laughed again and said, "Don't say it's a silver needle. If you just come with a machete, I dare you to cut it. Only if you can't cut it in, I don't mind punching your brains out." "You can." As he spoke, Yi Chen was already standing in front of Lu Taiho. "Yi Chen, you." Qin Luoxue's small heart thumped. She was afraid that Yi Chen would miss, and what awaited him was a punch to the head. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I still have to marry you." Yi Chen smiled gently at Qin Luoxue. Qin Luoxue immediately covered her mouth and wanted to cry. "Come on, kid. If you don't do it, I'll have to blow your head off." Lu Taiho impatiently urged. "Take it easy, here it comes." As the words fell, Yi Chen was not slow, stabbing the silver needle towards Lu Taiho's brow, striking a stone with an egg. "Not measuring yourself," Lu Taiho sneered. Swish, as if stabbing at tofu, the silver needle disappeared into Lu Taiho's center of the eyebrow. "Ah!" Lu Taiho immediately let out a miserable scream, only feeling that his head was going to explode, immediately covering his head and rolling all over the ground. Qin Luoxue and the others were all dumbfounded. "Goodness, he actually stabbed in? This is too unscientific. Kid, what exactly did you do to me? Why is my consciousness starting to haze?" Lu Taiho screamed in agony. Yi Chen hemmed and hawed and said, "You probably don't know that I practice medicine. I can save people and likewise kill them, so just wait for brain death." "Ah, why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Taiho's heart was instantly filled with chagrin and remorse. Early to know that he is a medical master. I directly strangled him in front of him to pretend what pussy. Ah, this time the old lifer hitched in. "Yi divine doctor, Yi divine doctor, Dr. Yi." In a flash, Qin Jingqing and the others all arched their hands and bent 90 degrees to Yi Chen. All of them were impressed by his heaven-defying medical skills. "You don't need to salute me." Yi Chen didn't pay attention to the others, but helped Qin Luoxue upright, the corners of his mouth lifting up, full of seduction. Qin Luoxue's heart was filled with deer, and a shy color surfaced on her face. When this guy smiled, it was too seductive. Qin Jingqing of course saw the scene, but what could he say? There was no temper at all. Who let him save the Qin family? Logically speaking, such a great benefactor. Even marrying Qin Luoxue to him wouldn't be too much. It was just that Qin Luoyun was too wasted, and if the Qin family wanted to continue to be brilliant, they had to find a son-in-law with a strong background, and it was obvious that Yi Chen was not the ideal good son-in-law. You won't go back on what you promised me just now, right? Yi Chen looked at Qin Zhengqing and asked. No, it won't. Qin Zhengqing shook his head and said, 4 more days will be the son-in-law recruiting day. At that time, I will send someone to invite you over to attend. All right. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and said to Qin Luoxue, I will definitely stand out and marry you as my husband. Oh. Qin Luoxue once again shyly lowered her head. It's not good, master. Lu Tiejie bit his tongue and killed himself. Lin Chenghai suddenly screamed. He had wanted to go and ask who was behind this, but he didn't realize that Lu Taiho didn't say anything and bit his tongue to kill himself. Looking at Lu Taiho, who had already lost his life, Qin Zhengqing sighed and could only have someone go and dispose of the body. Divine Dr. Yi, save me. I'm in so much pain. Qin Luoyun, who was placed on one of the eunuch chairs by Qin Luoxue, suddenly screamed, Call me brother-in-law and I'll save you. Otherwise you're too annoying for me to want to save. Yi Chen said. Qin Luoxue, Qin Zhengqing, brother-in-law, save me. Qin Luoyun didn't care about that much. Staying alive was important. That's more or less the same. Satisfied, Yi Chen walked over to heal his injuries. After working for a while, Qin Luoyun then felt much more comfortable. Then at Qin Luoxue's request, Yi Chen took Qin Zhengqing's pulse. How about it, Yi Chen? Can my grandfather's illness be cured? It has to be able to. Really? Yi Chen nodded his head and took out a silver needle and stabbed a dozen or so needles on Qin Zhengqing's back as well as his chest. About 10 minutes later. Wow! Qin Zhengqing spat out several mouthfuls of black blood clots. Grandpa, how are you doing? Qin Luoxue hurriedly inquired. Good. Much better. Not asthmatic. Don't want to cough anymore. God. Divine Dr. Yi is truly divine. Qin Zhengqing said excitedly. Really, grandpa? Qin Luoxue was unusually ecstatic and gave Yi Chen a flurry of thanks. Yi Chen waved his hand with a smile and said, Your grandfather failed to forcibly break through the realm, resulting in severe damage to his 5 organs. I used acupuncture to help him clear the blood blockage within his 5 organs and 6 bowels. In order to be cured, he will have to take the Yuan Qi Dan in order to allow the damaged organs to regain their original functions. Yuan Qi Dan? Where is it sold? There is no buy. Yi Chen said. You add me on WeChat, transfer me $1,000. I'll grab the medicine and make Yuan Qi Dan for your grandfather. Is it okay to give cash? Qin Luoxue asked. No, I'm short of money on WeChat. I'll add your WeChat and transfer $10,000 to you. Qin Luoyun courteously said. Scram. Yi Chen gave him a blank look. Qin Luoxue. This guy asking for money is fake. Asking for my WeChat is real. Yi Chen seemed to have read Qin Luoxue's mind, and hemmed and hawed. He had to take the opportunity to cultivate his feelings, so that it would be convenient to do it on the day of the wedding night. Half an hour later, inside a luxurious manor. I'm sorry, my lord. My senior brother failed in his action and died. The old man lowered his head in shame. The middle-aged man's corner of his eye jerked, and he said powerlessly, he wasn't at the peak of internal energy. How could he still fail? The old man frowned. Perhaps. Qin Zhengqing's injuries healed. The middle-aged man fell into silence. The heavens will not fail the Qin family. Temporarily terminate all actions against the Qin family and wait and see what happens. Dropping a sentence, the middle-aged man walked out of the study. He had to go out to get some air. His mood was dead dull. As a result, as soon as he went out of the villa, he saw a disturbing scene, only to see 2 young men, riding a broken electric car yelling, Chicken, damn it, lousy should not be pitched, all charged for a day. This yachty running how still turtle speed Wei Zifei depressed shouted. I don't know Wei Young, but yesterday that guy obviously can drive very fast Chicken was also confused. Yeah, how come it doesn't go fast in my hands? It can't be that there's some function we didn't find, so it doesn't drive fast, right? Wei Zifei stopped the electric car. Just as he was about to do another full body check on the electric car, the middle-aged man walked over and viciously kicked the electric car to the ground furiously. Dad, what are you doing? Wei Zifei frantically said. Wei Tai was itching to strangle him, cursing brokenly. How did Lao Zi give birth to such an imbecile like you? Spending $10 million on this crap. Have you got in your head? But Dad, yesterday that kid obviously drove faster than my Lamborghini. Wei Zifei said. Wei Tai slapped on his face, viciously said. I think you are crashing your brain. How can an electric car be faster than a sports car? Hurry up and throw this crap out of here. I want to strangle you when I see it. Oh, Wei Zifei covered his face with an aggrieved look. Soon he huffed and puffed. Chicken, ride the electric car to your house. Check the whereabouts of that kid. I'm going to look for him to get $10 million back. Not waiting for the chicken to open his mouth. Wei Tai furious. You don't want a face. I also want a face. Spend 10 million to buy a motorized car, still dare to find someone to return it. Pass out, the old man have to let people laugh to death. Hurry up to smash the car to me. This thing just as did not happen. Dropping a sentence, Wei Tai left in a huff. Wei Zifei did not dare to put a single fart. However, how could this matter be just let go? Chapter 25, It's hard to get married. When Yi Chen returned to the civilian area after having dinner at Qin's house, he was already about to go home through the dim streetlights. Ding! He suddenly received a WeChat message. Qin Luoxue, have you arrived home yet? Yi Chen, arrived home, accompanied by a kissing emoji. Qin Luoxue, shy emoji. Ha ha, Yi Chen laughed cheerfully, took his cell phone back into his pocket, and hummed a little song as he went home. Sure enough, this WeChat hadn't been added for nothing. It was as if he had returned to the feeling he had when he first fell in love hundreds of thousands of years ago. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Yi Chen pushed open the door to his room and walked in. At once, a dozen men with wooden sticks emerged to surround him in the center. After waiting for you for the whole damn afternoon, you finally know to come back. A bald man wearing a black undershirt and fancy pants walked over and said. Then came the shrieks of his parents. Xiao Chen, run! They're going to kill you. Only the parents were tied to a chair, their faces filled with panic. Seeing this, Yi Chen's gaze was instantly grim and terrifying. I say, Zhu Chang, how many times do you mean? Who did you receive money from to come and me? Yi Chen said in a cold voice. This Xu Chang was the head of the punks in the civilian area, raising more than 100 minions under his hand, doing no evil. There was no one who was not afraid of him in the 10,000 households in the civilian area. You dare to call our brother Chang by his name. You want to die. A yellow hair rushed at Yi Chen and said irritably. Yi Chen snorted and said to Zhu Chang, tell me who ordered you. I can spare your life. Otherwise your boss Lei Hu can't even save you if he comes. Xu Chang was hanging out with Lei Hu. This was not a secret in the slum area. Ha ha ha. Xu Chang threw back his head and laughed, saying, you're crazy. You count which onion? I can easily kill you. Do you need to call me Brother Tiger to come? Even Lei Hu has to kneel down when he sees me. You dare to kidnap my parents. You will die today. Yi Chen coldly snorted. Xu Chang's stomach hurt from laughing. Do you son of a take me for an imbecile? Saying such words to scare me? Do you think that I will be scared by you? Yi Chen's reputation in the civilian area Xu Chang had long heard of. Yi inserted the door well. Who does not know? A waste that stinks of eating soft rice and letting people give him a reputation. Brother Tiger would give him a knee? I guess he has not even seen Tiger's honorable face. Come on people, this kid to me knocked out in a sack to take away. Don't take the other $500,000 not to do. Xu Chang said with a wave of his hand. Yes, Brother Chang. At once there was a yellow hair, weighing the wooden stick in his hand, approaching Yi Chen with a cheap smile on his face. Yi insert door, be a good man in your next life. Don't eat soft rice. The yellow hair said, raised the stick and smashed it towards Yi Chen's head. You count ah. Yi Chen raised his foot and kicked. Bang! Yellow hair smashed against the wall and wildly spat a white foam. The gangsters were stunned. Brother Chang, this kid, he's a practitioner. Yellow hair spat out a sentence with difficulty. Xu Chang shuddered in fear and hurriedly stepped back, calling out, together, beat him to death for me. At once, a dozen or so punks all rushed towards Yi Chen. Bang! 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 After a dozen muffled sounds, all the punks except Xu Chang fell to the ground, screaming miserably. Xu Chang was stunned, and by the time he reacted, Yi Chen had already kicked at him. Bang! Ah! Xu Chang sprawled on the ground with a pained look on his face, and furiously said towards Yi Chen, wait, see how I'll call Brother Tiger to come and get you killed. Xu Chang dropped a sentence, covered his stomach and ran out. Yi Chen didn't care about Xu Chang. It was best to call Lei Hu here to save his hands from killing people, so he untied the ropes that bound his parents. Xiao Chen. Xu Chang went to call Lei Hu. Run! Yang Shuqing said urgently. Yi Chen smiled bitterly and whispered, have you forgotten? What did Lei Hu ask me to do that day? Yang Shuqing couple heard, then remembered. Yi Chen that day was Lei Hu invited to save Master Jin's mother, but also got Master Jin's heavy rewards. Even if Lei Hu came, will make a move on Yi Chen? Surely he won't. Maybe he will even punish Xu Chang severely. The old couple instantly felt relieved. Right, Xiao Chen, you went out with that MS Qin for half a day today. How did you get alone? Yang Shuqing suddenly asked. Very good WeChat are added. I guess it won't be long before mom and dad have wedding wine to drink. Yi Chen smiled and said, really? Mr. and Mrs. Yi Yaohua were overjoyed. This development was also too fast, right? Will you marry or join the family? Yi Yaohua asked. Entering the family. Why is it entering the family again? The old couple wanted to cry. Yi Chen hurriedly gave his parents a flurry of comfort. The old couple calmed down and thought carefully. This Qin Luoxue was 1,000 times stronger than Zheng Qianting. The old couple went to the Zhang family to see Yichen. Did not see Zhang Qianting give them a smile. Do not take care of the old couple. But this Qin Luoxue is not the same. A look at the book. Very educated. Mouth is also very sweet. In contrast, the old couple had nothing more to say. Not long after, a group of people broke into Yichen's home. Brother Tiger, it's this son of a who injured me and my brothers, and said that you have to kneel down when you see him. Xu Chang pointed at Yichen and said indignantly. Yichen turned his head at his words. Lei Hu had been rising in anger. When he saw Yichen's proper face, his entire tiger body trembled violently and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. His face took 2 steps and 1 step towards Yichen. Seeing this, Zhu Chang shouted triumphantly, Yi insert door, you're ing dead this time. Tiger will skin you. However, he did not expect his words to fall. Lei Hu a single knee towards Yichen kneeled down, arching his hand respectfully. Mr. Yi, shocked to ground eyeballs. Brother Tiger actually really knelt down to Yi insertion sect? This. Zhu Chang was dumbfounded. Shivering, he came to Lei Hu's side and asked, Brother Hu, what's going on? Asterisk Q. Lei Hu slapped out, knocking Zhu Chang's head askew and spitting out several teeth. Mr. Yi, may I ask what you're going to do with this mother asterisk? Lei Hu asked. Ask him who instructed him to me. Yi Chen said. Good. Lei Hu nodded his head, looked at Zhu Chang and drank. Who instructed you? Brother Tiger, it's Lu Xiaojie. He's the one who spent $500,000 to buy Yi Zaimen. No, Mr. Ye's life, I really don't know that you know him, and you're still so afraid of him. If I knew that, I wouldn't dare to take on this job if I were to borrow 10,000 guts. Lei Hu immediately exploded upon hearing this. You are really tired of living. Secretly execute all those involved in this matter for me. Yes. Soon Zhu Chang and the others were all pulled out by Lei Hu's men, and Yi Chen's house was finally quiet. Mr. Yi, the Lu family is quite powerful in Jiangzhou. Lu Xiaojie's mother is the cousin of Wei Tai, the helmsman of the Wei family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangzhou, but as long as you say something, I'll go out of my way to that son of A to death. Outside the gate, Lei Hu said, no need, it's too cheap to him to death so early, just send some people to secretly protect my parents during this time. Good, I will definitely make this matter clear. Right, one mansion is old Jin, right? Yi Chen asked. It's Master Jin's. Lu Xiaojie will hold his big wedding in one public house on the 15th of this month. He should have already wrapped up the venue for that day. Let old Jin cancel his reservation. I want to get married in one public house on the 15th. Good. I'll call Master Jin here. At this time, the Zhang family. I was watching the mountain view from the city tower when I heard the chaos outside the city. Zhang Tianbao tapped his fingertips on the table, humming the empty city opera in triumph. He was waiting for the news that Yi Chen had been removed. Going against me, Zhang Tianbao. You don't weigh yourself either. Dad, stop singing. Xiaojie and I want to vomit. Zhang Qianting rolled her eyes and said. Zhang Tianbao laughed and said, Dad, this is not happy. That trash died. No one against me. When the wind passes, I'm still the strongest TCM doctor in Jiangzhou. Lu Xiaojie smiled and said, Uncle Zhang, don't worry. That punk will die. I guess Xu Chang is already dealing with his body now. Just make a call and ask, if that punk dies, let's both leave quickly. Otherwise I'm going to be puked out by my dad singing opera. Zhang Qianting urged. Good. Lu Xiaojie even said 3 good. Said, last night just with you tossed tonight. Now cannot wait to go back to start. Really a little demon. So he dialed Zhu Chang's phone. Xiao Chang, did that punk get Ed yet? It's Xu Chang who got Ed. I'm collecting his corpse. What? Beep. Hello? What's wrong Xiaojie? Zhang Qianting frowned. Lu Xiaojie deflated. That punk didn't get Ed. Instead Zhu Chang got Ed. What? Zhang Tianbao's entire body instantly went bad. How can you not even a loser? Uncle Zhang, don't be anxious. It's just a loser. I'll help you get him killed sooner or later. Lu Xiaojie comforted. Zhang Tianbao wanted to cry, so he didn't dare to get angry in front of Lu Xiaojie. Otherwise he really wanted to smash some cups and bottles. To know, the day after tomorrow that waste of the store will be opened. Tianbao Pharmacy is also the day after tomorrow to lift the cease and desist order. Then that waste of the hand will have to reach into their own rice bowls to grab food to eat. At this time, Lu Xiaojie's cell phone rang. It's one public house calling. It should be asking me how the wedding on the 15th is going to be arranged. Then you quickly pick it up. Just say that you want to go towards the most romantic to set up. Zhang Qianting said excitedly. Good. Lu Xiaojie picked up the phone. The next second, his face instantly darkened. What? Canceling my reservation? Playing with me, right? My invitations were sent down. There's a mysterious person who wants to organize a wedding? Who is it? Hey, don't hang up. Do. There's a mysterious person who's going to have a wedding at one mansion on the 15th, and our reservation has been cancelled, Lu Xiaojie said helplessly. Zhang Qianting was frantic when she heard this. On what grounds? Our invitation is written for the big wedding on the 15th. Location 1 public house, and the invitation has been sent down. How can they say that the booking is cancelled? What does this make us do? Can't void the invitation, right? Lu Xiaojie wanted to cry and said, it is the Golden Master ordered to unsubscribe. I can't help it. Ami. How to get married with you is so painful, so difficult. Chapter 26. Could it be? She is here? The world said that the gods were good, but only Yi Chen knew best. The life of the gods was boring. He had been cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years. In addition to killing is to cultivate. Boring to the extreme. Since coming to Earth and being immortal for a few days, he realized that the previous hundreds of thousands of years were simply a waste of time. And it turned out that life on Earth was so wonderful. However, he also understood that if he didn't have money and still didn't have the ability, just like the original owner of this body, living was miserable. So no matter where, in order to live well, you must first have the ability. Just in the Earth have the ability to live more wonderful, more exciting, more fun. At the same time, the Earth shameless people are extraordinarily numerous, and it's quite refreshing to hit them in the face. This next day, he chatted with Qin Luoxue about WeChat, taught Li Jishur and their medical skills, accompanied his parents to chat and eat, so happy and comfortable. The next morning, he put on a tang suit, took a cab, and headed to Chinese Medicine Street. Today was the opening of his medicine hall. He had to go and hit Zhang Tianbao's face, making Zhang Tianbao's old man spit blood all over again. For an abominable person, one had to stay and torture him slowly. Killing him would be too cheap. Schwerer, my medicine hall is opening today. Come over and have some fun. He sent a WeChat voice to Qin Luoxue. After a day of chatting freely, all directly managed to call someone Schwerer. Definitely be there. MH. Qin Luoxue. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, the Chinese Medicine Street could be completely described as a sea of people. The newly opened medicine hall opposite Tianbao Pharmacy was called Jishur Tang. At this time, the entrance was filled with flower baskets, dragon and lion dances, gongs and drums, bustling with activity. Riding a horse and shooting arrows to stabilize the scourge of the world, Goddess of Mercy sits on a lotus to ferry suffering beings. Good poem. Good poem. The owner of this medicine hall is not only skilled in medicine, even the couplet on the front door is so profound. This is going to be a big hit. I'm not convinced by anyone but the owner of this store. The people watching the scene all praise the couplets on the left and right sides of the medicine hall. Once this store opens, my Tianbao Pharmacy is going to cool the rhythm of Open the door to now appoint. Buy medicine customers are not. I now want to set a fire to the abandoned Jishur Hall. Zhang Tianbao stood at the entrance of his own medicine hall, looking at the opposite side of a lively and prosperous scene. His eyes were red enough to drip blood. Dad, don't be too pessimistic. Our countrymen like to watch the fun. When they finish the opening ceremony, our business here will be fine. Zhang Qianting comforted. Li Jishur and Wu Jianxiong are both working as sitting physicians over there. Our business won't get better. Zhang Tianbao was filled with loss. But these two are both titans of the medical world. Are they willing to keep working for that loser? If I look at it, they'll just support that punk's facade and withdraw after a few days. Zhang Qianting said. Zhang Tianbao felt reasonable. Not to mention that Wu Jianxiong, he specializes in Western medicine. In Chinese medicine, Zhang Tianbao is not afraid of him. Is that Li Jishur? He is Chinese and Western medicine are very high attainments. This is the reason Zhang Tianbao is afraid. However, Li Jishur is the Imperial City people. In the Imperial City has a pretty big industry. He is absolutely not stay long. At most stay a 10 days and a half months. Maybe 3 or 5 days to go. Thinking this way, Zhang Tianbao was much more relieved. A mere Yi Chen. He still didn't put it in his eyes. Besides, his own son-in-law had guaranteed that he would make that punk disappear. At this time, Yi Chen, dressed in a tang suit and wearing a 3/7 hairstyle, appeared at the gate of Jishur Tang. Divine Dr. Yi, just waiting for you to cut the ribbon. Li Jishur went forward and smiled. Then, he introduced himself to the people watching. This is the owner of our Jishur Tang, Yi Chen, Divine Dr. Yi. Wow, I didn't expect the boss of Jishur Hall to be so young and handsome. I thought it was an old man, but I didn't expect it to be a young fresh meat. Are his medical skills really unbelievable? So young, so stylish, so personalized boss. If his medical skills are really great, then this is where I'll come to see a doctor and buy tonic medicine in the future. After Li Jishur's introduction, the crowd of onlookers exploded, especially some young women, wailing, even individual Amazons went wild. I didn't expect this waste to dress up and look no less than 100 times more handsome than he originally was. Zhang Qianting's eyes were burning as she watched. As the saying goes, People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Originally Yi Chen's height and figure as well as his looks were above the standard line. After he was dressed up, coupled with the cultivation of the skin and bones after the skin and bones are more and more perfect, as well as the temperament is more prominent, the whole look is enough to crush all the little fresh meat stars. Are you regretting divorcing him? Zhang Tianbao on the side grunted. Only, I don't regret it. He's not even worthy of lifting Xiaojie's shoes, Zhang Xianting said as she slowed down. Of course, she was looking at Lu Xiaojie to be rich, otherwise Yi Chen had become so handsome. It was false that she didn't regret it. In terms of looks, Lu Xiaojie had been crushed by Yi Chen. However, mature women know that looks cannot be a meal. Only money and power is the king. Otherwise, some beautiful women wouldn't work as mistresses for old men. Soon, the ribbon-cutting ceremony began. Bao, do you want to come over and cut a big red flower to stick on the door of your medicine hall? Yi Chen shouted towards Zhang Tianbao on the opposite side. Humph, I don't care. Zhang Tianbao responded with a stern face. Come on, dip your hands in the joyous spirit, or else your medicine hall is going to cool off. Your ing medicine hall is the one that's going to cool off. Zhang Tianbao dropped a sentence and huffed back inside the medicine hall. Ting Ting, why don't you come? Scram! Zhang Xianting also couldn't stand that anger and flung her head back inside the medicine hall. Ha ha, Yi Chen smiled cheerfully, and then cut the ribbon under the sound of firecrackers. After cutting the ribbon, Yi Chen took the loudspeaker and first said some polite words to the people watching, and then asked, how much does a caddy of ginseng cost for you guys who usually go to Tianbao Pharmacy to buy good ginseng? 8,888. Refused to bargain. Many people responded, so expensive. Yi Chen made a surprised face and then said, RG ***** on good ginseng doesn't want 888, doesn't want 888, just 888 for a caddy of good ginseng to take home. The onlookers roared. It was a whole 4,000 cheaper than the ginseng from Tianbao Pharmacy. Hearing this, Zhang Tianbao rushed out of the pharmacy and roared hysterically towards Yi Chen. Waste. Is this the way you do business? This is a ing jumping price. Put your ing bull jumping price. Yi Chen choked back. I sell 4888 a caddy and still make nearly 1,000. It's you who are too black-hearted. You just know you're making a lot of money. Have you ever considered that a lot of people sell their houses and cars or even lose their homes in order to see a doctor? Look at my signboard. Hanging pots to help the world. No, what is hanging pots to help the world? That's a healer's heart, using his medical skills to help all the people. From today onwards, all low-income households come to me to see a doctor for free. Buy drugs at all wholesale prices. I have to stand up to my signboard. When the words fell, the applause was thunderous. Zhang Tianbao face her angry black, covering the chest a burst of wild cough. Just feel all to gasp for air. This is a ing way to cut off my fortune. But he did not know. Yi Chen simply do not rely on this medicine hall to make money. If he really want to make money there are plenty of ways. This medicine hall is mainly for the smashing of Zhang Tianbao's rice bowl and open. Right at this moment, more than 20 luxury cars drove into the Chinese medicine street. Dad, look, it's Xiaojie who brought people here, Zhang Qianting suddenly said in surprise. They had long thought that Yi Chen's pharmacy would definitely go against Tianbao Grand Pharmacy once it opened, so they had also made some precautions and targeted preparations in advance. Good to come. Zhang Tianbao got excited. The crowd of onlookers also stirred. Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach. The least is a Mercedes-Benz S600A. Is this here to celebrate the opening of Jishir Hall? The lineup of this fleet is too terrifying. Soon, those luxury cars stopped by the door of Tianbao Grand Pharmacy. Lu Xiaojie was the first to get down from the leading Lamborghini, followed by a number of extravagantly dressed successful people who also got down from the luxury cars, either individually or with their wives and daughters, all of them walking towards Tianbao Grand Pharmacy with smiles on their faces. Dr. Zhang, your pharmacy is finally open. You're the strongest doctor in Jiangzhou. Once your pharmacy is closed, I don't know who to look for when I have a small illness. A week ago, my daughter's blood flow like a tide. To the hospital are useless. Fortunately Dr. Zhang prescribed a pair of medicine to drink to stop the bleeding. Today I specially bring my daughter to thank Dr. Zhang. In Jiangzhou, Dr. Zhang is the #1 doctor who specializes in treating difficult and complicated diseases. A group of tycoons and their families flattered. Zhang Tianbao's face smiled into a chrysanthemum shape, and was a flurry of thanks to these people who supported him. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to me. Lu Xiaojie opened his mouth. I am the son of the chairman of Huntai Group, and I just want to say that the reason why Tianbao Pharmacy was able to make it big and stand in Jiangzhou for more than a decade is that it relies on Dr. Zhang's means of specializing in treating difficult and miscellaneous illnesses, and this is something that many people have recognized. Although previously Dr. Zhang was obsessed with money and mixed some fake medicines inside the herbs. But didn't he also cure many people's illnesses? Didn't he? Now that it has been rectified, all the medicines sold are genuine. And I can guarantee that under the premise of all genuine medicines, coupled with Dr. Zhang's superb medical skills, the treatment of difficult and complicated illnesses will have greater efficacy. So please believe in Tianbao Pharmaceutical Hall. Although Jisher Tang's medicines are sold cheaply, who can guarantee that he is a conscientious merchant and hasn't substituted the best for the best? So now those with difficult cases can go to find Dr. Zhang to show you, and I'll be responsible for reimbursing all medical fees for the first 100. As soon as these words were uttered, many people with difficult cases rushed towards Tianbao Pharmacy, and in just 2 minutes, at least 300 to 500 people poured in. Zhang Tianbao was overjoyed, and hurriedly instructed the physicians and miscellaneous people inside Tianbao Pharmacy to hurry up and take customers, while he himself proudly shouted, "Starting from today, come to Tianbao Pharmacy to see the doctor and grab medicines at 30% discount, for a period of 1 month. The opportunity is not to be missed and the time will not come again." Another group of people were moved and rushed into the Tianbao Grand Pharmacy. "Ha ha, playing with me? You're still young." Zhang Tianbao rushed at Yi Chen smugly. However, just at this moment, a roaring sound came. Bugatti Veyron with a license plate of 56,789. Isn't this the beloved car of Qin Luoxue, the president of the Qin Group? Could it be? She's here? Chapter 27, playing a few cool songs. What? Qin Luoxue is here? Is it the most beautiful girl in Zhangzhou? Qin Luoxue? There are only 2 Bugatti Veyrons in Zhangzhou. It seems to be Qin Luoxue without a doubt. Watching the Bugatti Veyron worth more than $20 million slowly coming, the onlookers were all nonchalant. 99.9% of the people's eyes were attracted to the past. The next second, inside the Tianbao Grand Pharmacy, a group of people swarmed out. Less than 10 seconds of work, Tianbao Grand Pharmacy inside a shadow of a person. Even the miscellaneous all ran out. Hey, what are you guys running out for? To treat the patients. Zhang Tianbao rushed a few sitting physicians of Tianbao Grand Pharmacy and said in a bad mood, "Boss, the patients have all run out. Where can we see them?" A physician said, "Then you guys can't run out either." Zhang Tianbao was annoyed. "Boss, staying inside is just staying anyway, and you can't earn a dime for you. So let us come out and see what the one beauty in Zhangzhou looks like." Yes, if the shopkeeper doesn't let us come out to see, then we'll take the day off. Money can't be earned. Qin Luoxue, this kind of beauty is not seen by the dragon. One look is less than one look. I must see enough today, even if my salary is deducted for 3 days. I'll admit it. Several physicians said one after another. Even the employees who were doing odd jobs and grabbing medicines agreed. What else could Zhang Tianbao do? He could only let them watch. If they went on strike, then Tianbao Pharmacy would have to close down again. Soon, the Bugatti Veyron stopped in the middle of the 2 stores. Because it was an open top, you could clearly see a pair of men and women sitting in the car. In the driver's seat was a young man wearing a floral shirt, wearing a pair of sunglasses, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing the air of a dude. The passenger seat was a woman, wearing a duck-tongued cap, white shirt with tight jeans, giving a refreshing feeling in the hot summer sun. Strange, how did the Qin Luoxue siblings come? Lu Xiaojia instantly frowned. He often walked in the high society of Zhangzhou. Naturally he had seen Qin Luoxue siblings, so he recognized them at a glance. Ah, that woman is really Qin Luoxue. Zhang Xianting had a surprised look on her face. In Zhangzhou, she was not even in the same segment as Qin Luoxue, so this was considered the first time she had seen Qin Luoxue. Well, I've seen her a few times when I participated in some activities. I won't recognize her wrongly. Lu Xiaojie nodded. Whether the female is Qin Luoxue or not I don't know. The male is Qin Luoyun without a doubt. The 2 of them are here to look for me to see a doctor or grab medicine? Zhang Tianbao suddenly looked a little agitated. Prior to this, although Qin Luoxue did not come here, but Qin Luoyun is often to Tianbao Pharmacy. Often will catch some of the medicine for the kidneys and qi. Zhangzhou first dude well. The nightlife is not too good. Change the young model net red such as changing clothes. Naturally have to eat more tonic medicine. Otherwise it would have been skin and bones. Dad, surely come to find you. That waste is a worm of inferior society, which he is qualified to know the prince and princess of the Qin family. If it is not that the imperial capital to Li Jisher to support him under the facade, he counts a few. Zhang Qianting arrogantly said. Qianting is right. That punk doesn't even have the qualifications to know me. It's impossible to know someone from the Qin family. So Qin Luoxue's siblings definitely didn't come to give him a boost. Then it's definitely to find Uncle Zhang. Lu Xiaojia said with certainty. The Qin family's assets of $50 billion could throw off his Lu family by 10 streets. And he had only met Qin Luoxue. He didn't even have the qualifications to know Qin Luoxue, and it was even more unlikely that Yi Chen's kind of worm from the commoners area would know the princess of the Qin family who was so high up in the world. Since he didn't know her, it was impossible for him to come and give him props. Zhang Tianbao was originally unsure if Qin Luoxue's siblings had come to look for him, but after his daughter and future son-in-law said so, he instantly became energized. The identity of such a noble sister and brother must be defined me. How can they go to support Yi Chen, this kind of lower-class worms? This is not a loss of their identity? Thinking this way, Qin Luoxue's siblings also happened to come down from the car. Zhang Tianbao immediately took 3 steps forward and 1 step back, such as a lackey to see the master to welcome the past. Miss Qin, young Master Qin, you two are really too polite. My Tianbao pharmacy was closed for 3 days and just opened today. I didn't expect you two to give so much face to support the venue. There is a loss to welcome. There is a loss to welcome. Please come inside. Qin Luoxue's siblings were confused. At this time, Yi Chen called out, Bao, can you have some face? Your family sells fake medicines and it's a big deal. Who the hell is still here to support you? Don't put gold on your face. Put your mother ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Zhang Tianbao rushed Yi Chen, scolded in a bad mood. I'm fake drugs all off the shelves. Now selling real drugs. Yesterday on the newspaper statement to let the whole society to monitor. People are not to give me the field, but also to give you this kind of pariah to give you the field, to point the face of a good knot, lest people into my pharmacy, to see your face pain does not hurt. People don't want to face heaven and earth. I serve you Zhang Tianbao this kind of spirit. Then you invite their siblings to go and give you a show. Yi Chen laughed, with a look like you invited, then said, I'm most annoyed with red eyes like yours. Zhang Tianbao glared viciously at Yi Chen, and soon made a gesture of invitation with a smile on his face, saying, two of you, inside please? However, he had never thought that as soon as his words left his mouth, he was scolded by Qin Luoyun. Zhang Tianbao, can you point face? Sell me how much fake medicine you own, heart not a little force number? You still dare to invite me to your pharmacy. Aren't you afraid that I'll smash your pharmacy? This. Zhang Tianbao was at a loss for words, only feeling his old face burning hot. Get the hell away from me. My sister and I came over to take a look after hearing about Divine Dr. Ye's excellent medical skills. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Luoyun finished counting and walked towards Ji Shitang on Qin Luoshue's arm. Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter and Lu Xiaojie were dumbfounded. Their minds were filled with how this was possible, especially Zhang Tianbao. Listening to the jeers around him, he only felt his face hurt. Divine Dr. Yi, last time when I delivered a plaque to Zhang Tianbao, I saw with my own eyes that your medical skills finished off Zhang Tianbao, and when I heard that your pharmacy is opening today, I purposely brought my sister over to take a look. Coming to Yi Chen, Qin Luoyun said. Yesterday Yi Chen had mentioned to Qin Luoshue about the opening. Qin Luoshue especially asked her grandfather if he wanted to go together to support Yi Chen. Qin Jingqing in order not to let people know that his disease Yi Chen could cure. So he explained that Qin Luoshue would go to see Yi Chen as a stranger for fear that people would know that Yi Chen had seen the disease for Qin Jingqing, and then he would slaughter Yi Chen. Then he wouldn't be able to get the Yuan Qi Dan. Qin Luoshue naturally mentioned it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was very agreeable, and he didn't want people to know that he had crossed paths with Qin Luoshue for the time being. He wanted to wait for the success of the son-in-law recruitment, and the big wedding with Qin Luoshue on the 15th, and to give Zhang Qianting and the others an unexpected surprise. So they pretended not to recognize each other. Divine Dr. Yi, I've heard a lot about you, Qin Luoshue said with a faint smile, very charming, and did not forget to look Yi Chen up and down, only to feel that when Yi Chen wore this tang suit, he so had the temperament of the young proprietor of the ancient silk villa. I'm not a big name, but you miss Qin's reputation as the first beauty of Zhangzhou is like a thunderclap, if not seen with my own eyes. I really can't believe that there is such a beautiful woman in the world. Eye-catching. Yi Chen sighed. Isn't that right, gentlemen? Yes. It's really too beautiful. The eyes of the onlookers were all looking straight, and they only felt that they had a feast for their eyes. Qin Luoshue, there's no such thing as complimenting someone. Divine Dr. Yi, do you have any kidney tonic and chi tonic prescriptions here to grab a few pairs of medicine for me? I'll bring it back to try to see how effective it is. Qin Luoyun said. There is. You've come to the right place. I brought my team to make a batch of prime pills yesterday. Only $8 a piece, guaranteed not to fall over in an hour. Yi Chen patted his chest, then made a gesture of invitation. Please come inside. So powerful. Then I must buy a jar and go back to try it. Qin Luoyun laughed and entered Ji Shitang with a big stride. Qin Luoshue rolled both eyes. How did I have such a colorful younger brother, And you Yi Chen, how can you sell him this kind of medicine? Isn't this going to overdraw his life? Just as well. She didn't want to reveal that she knew Yi Chen. Otherwise she really wanted to beat Yi Chen up. Yi Chen seemed to be able to see Qin Luoshua's thoughts, and hemmed and hawed at her. Qin Luoshua's agaric nose was crooked, and she entered the Jishur hall with a small angry look. She had to control Qin Luoyun to buy less. Just buy a few to try. Buy a jar to die. The number one dude in Jiangzhou and the number one beauty in Jiangzhou are both optimistic about Jishur Tang. So what are we waiting for? Let's also go in and take a look at Jishur Tang's medical skills. Someone called out. Soon, the people watching were like a tidal wave pouring into Jishur Tang. Old Li, Old Wu, and all the physicians of Jishur Hall quickly returned to the medicine hall to sit at your posts and treat those who need to be treated. Yi Chen shouted. Good grin, boss. More than 20 physicians were busy entering the medicine hall. Don't go. You guys don't go. My Tianbao Grand Pharmacy's medical skills are superior to their Gangs. Come back. Zheng Tianbao was going crazy, screaming one after another at the top of his voice. However, not a single one entered the Tianbao Great Medicine Hall. Bao, do you want to go in and sit down as well? I'll give you a free prime pill to bring back tonight to try out the effects with my anti-Bao, Yi Chen said with a bad smile at Zheng Tianbao. Zheng Tianbao only felt that his lungs were going to explode with anger. Covering his chest with a painful look, Yi Chen laughed and said, later on, I'll ask someone to get a stereo and play a few cool songs for you to listen to. After saying that, Yi Chen entered the medicine hall. You're paralyzed. Zheng Tianbao only felt like vomiting blood. Lu Xiaojie clenched his fists and said, I'm going to call my cousin Wei Zifei and ask him to call his buddies to come over with a group of beautiful women in their supercars and blind these people. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed Wei Zifei. Chapter 28. Sister, what are you two doing? For the cultivation of tens of thousands of years of Yi Chen, the earth of these difficult cases in his eyes is not a disease, as long as the medicine is in place. What decades of old rheumatism a pair of medicine to deal with. These skills, these 2 days Yi Chen taught Li Jishur and Wu Jianshong, by the two of them as the sitting doctor. As for the skills of other doctors also by the two of them to teach. As the saying goes, teach the disciple to starve the master. Li Jishur and Wu Jianshong certainly will not teach all the skills taught by Yi Chen. These Yi Chen is also lazy to care. He will be a shirker. Unless Li Jishur and Wu Jianshong, these two halfway disciples, cannot cure the disease, he will take action. Is this prime pill really that effective, Dr. Yi? Should I try one now? Inside the office, Qin Luoyun couldn't help but ask with a smile when he got his hands on a jar of prime pill. If you have a solution to the object casually, if you do not suggest that you do not eat, otherwise top 40 or 50 minutes you are difficult. Others look at it will also laugh at you. Yi Chen said. Qin Luoshue, that means eat one before work? Qin Luoyun asked. Well, 5 minutes to see the effect. I believe in divine Dr. Ye's medical skills, then eat it before work. Qin Luoyun hemmed and hawed. By the way, how many pills in this jar? A year's worth, 365 pills. When I give it to you, no money. Yi Chen smiled. Qin Luoyun immediately waved his hand and said, how can that be? Not only should I give it, I also have to reward you. Like this. You add me on WeChat. I'll transfer 50,000 to you. Yi Chen decisively reported the micro signal. Not allowed to buy so much. Qin Luoshue suddenly drank, snatching a can of prime pills away. Sister, you have a problem. How much I buy is none of your business. Give it to me. Qin Luoyun didn't have the good sense to say, you're in charge of heaven and earth. Even my private life, it's too overbearing. No give. Qin Luoshue coldly said with a hateful face, you're already degraded enough. Do you want to be even more degraded? If you were capable of holding up the sky of the Qin family, would I lose my right to pursue love and be at the mercy of grandpa, choosing a husband for me according to his standards? Speaking of this, she also exasperatedly said to Yi Chen, and you have a medical skill to make some medicine is not good. To make this kind of medicine, you want to kill how many people? Or do you also want to make this medicine yourself, so you can sell it and use it yourself at the same time? These 2 days Qin Luoshue somehow in a very irritable mood, always moving and angry, more temperamental than when she came to her period, and when she was not paying attention, she would fall into a daze. Her mind would always appear the scene of her first kiss being taken away by Yi Chen, as well as 2 days later, who would be chosen as her son-in-law. As soon as she thought of these, she especially wanted to beat up Qin Luoyun, just because this kid is not good enough to cause herself to not even talk about love. And now there is a person of interest and still do not have the right to go after. That kind of depression is difficult to express in words. Sister, I grew up most afraid of math. See those numbers, I'm particularly afraid. Even if I quit smoking, alcohol, sex, I'm still afraid of those numbers. Cannot manage Qin group? Why do you have to manage me so strict? Why do you have to be so strict with me? What good does it do you? Qin Luoyun looked distressed. Then he added, people Yi divine doctor is a man. Of course he has to think about men. He made this medicine, he himself use it or not, it's none of your business. Why are you so excited? I'll kick you to death. Qin Luoxue threw a whip leg on Qin Luoyun's butt. You're just a crazy. Qin Luoyun roared. How do you talk to your sister? Yi Chen glared at Qin Luoyun, then playfully said to Qin Luoxue, this medicine is secretly made by me using all kinds of tonic medicines. It won't do any harm to the human body. Even if he eats 10 of them a day, he'll be fine. So there's no need to worry that he'll die of exhaustion. So you've used it? Qin Luoxue bit her lips and stared hard at Yi Chen. Whether divine Dr. Yi has used it or not is none of your business. He is not your husband. Why are you so excited? Qin Luoyun said irritably. What between men should you women meddle in? I'll strangle you. Qin Luoxue directly turned on the storm mode, pinched Qin Luoyun's neck for a while to push and shove. Cough. Save me. Divine Dr. Yi. Save me. Yi Chen had already seen Qin Luoxue's mind, smiled and walked over, and with a hook of his arm, he directly encircled Qin Luoxue's small waist. Qin Luoxue's delicate body trembled, and subconsciously let go of Qin Luoyun to turn her head. As a result of this turn of the head, her agitated nose touched Yi Chen's towering nose, and then there was a stiffness in her petite body, followed by a feeling of losing her strength. In the next second, she involuntarily wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's back, and after feeling a moist warmth touch her tongue, she thought of nothing else. Who cares about sorrows and worries? Just die as far away as you can and relax and unwind first. Asterisk. Qin Luoyun was startled, looking incredulously at the two embracing each other, claiming each other like no one else. He only felt his scalp tingle. Sis, you too. Qin Luoxue pretended not to hear. Your girl all day no flirt, would have to let sis one person to carry. This day sis also want to flirt once, otherwise in vain for a woman a life. Well, you guys continue. I didn't see anything. I'll go to the door to guard. Qin Luoyun is too lazy to bother with this bit of. Not to mention that he is worried about not having a handle on Qin Luoxue, and now he has one. See if you dare to control me. When grandpa doesn't give me money, see if you dare not give me money. He is more open-minded, for the premarital behavior is not to care. In this regard he is also more heartbroken, sis. In case grandpa found a short, fat and frustrated mansion man for sis as a husband, then sis this good cabbage is not by the pig arching? And although Yi Chen's status is lowly, but he has a body with a body, looks with looks, and temperament with temperament. Sis will not lose by giving him her first time. At least she won't have nightmares, right? So he slipped out of the office, closed the door. In the door smoking guard, do not allow people to go in to disturb the two of them to get high. This time compared to the first kiss that time, a whole lot more than 10 minutes of solicitation. When it stopped, Qin Luoxue has already face like blood, and even already have the desire of need. Yi Chen, the day after tomorrow to participate in the son-in-law recruitment. In addition to you there are 5 more. Their photos and information I have seen. From the looks of it there is no one that can let me produce a ding-dong good feelings. What should I do? Qin Luoxue seemed to have found someone to confide in, blinking back tears and said, in the past 2 days of chatting on WeChat, Qin Luoxue was completely captured by Yi Chen, and that's why she was able to ask for as much as she wanted with him, and confided in him about her misery. Yi Chen cupped her smooth and tender face, wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and said, don't worry, with me, no one has the ability to snatch you away from me. Trust me, we'll never let you down. His tone was soft, but filled with certainty. But Qin Luoxue laughed out miserably. My grandfather would rather pick a fat pig than yours. You know, the one with the hardest family background is at least 220 pounds or more, and comes from one of the 10 most powerful families in the imperial capital. There is another one although not fat. The body is also quite standard, but his face is pitted. I suspect that he is sucked on powder, but he is the 5 inside the family's financial strength is the most powerful. There are nearly $100 billion. The other 3 also have family backgrounds that are all harder than my Qin family, and the worst one has more assets at home than my Qin family. And you, in addition to having a hand of heaven-defying medical skills, nothing, I can't deny that with your medical skills, give you 20 or 30 years, will absolutely break out a piece of heaven. Even financial strength can crush my Qin family, but my grandfather will not give you time. Even 2 days will not give you, so you do not have the financial strength. Moreover, no tough background, just have the medical skills. My grandfather is absolutely not going to choose you. Qin Luoxue pulled out her heart and spoke from the bottom of her heart. Yi Chen blithely didn't take it seriously, returned Qin Luoxue's gentle smile and said, let them be powerful, with mountains of gold and silver. They are all floating clouds in front of me. There's nothing I can't solve with one punch. What if there is? Qin Luoxue asked. Then 2 punches, if not, 3 punches. Not as hard as my fist anyway, Yi Chen said. Puffing, Qin Luoxue was amused and said, you really cover the sky when you brag. It feels like the whole world is yours. This world is too small for me, not even as important as you are in my eyes, Yi Chen said sincerely. Qin Luoxue was not the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but it was definitely his favorite kind of character. Woman overly rigid, lower grade. Woman overly soft, middle grade. Externally soft and internally rigid. Top grade, outside just inside soft, the very best. And Qin Luoxue belonged to the very best of external rigidity and internal softness. Coupled with her looks, she became the best of the best. Since ancient times, all heroes loved beauty, as did immortals. However, Yi Chen's words touched the softest string within Qin Luoxue's heart. I'll give you my first time now. Even if my grandfather finds me a fat pig, at least I'll still have a comforting memory. After saying that, she pushed Yi Chen towards the sofa and took the initiative to stick her sexy little pink lips on it. Where would Yi Chen still be polite? He pressed down obediently. A fierce battle was about to start. Chapter 29, Going to break in. Passion was running high inside the office, and the outside of the pill hall was noisy and unusual, only to see a dozen supercars side by side. Running in the forefront is a Bugatti Veyron. Compared to Qin Luoxue, this one to be much taller. In addition there are Aston Martin, Ferrari, Lamborghini and so on. The value of the least one is above $5 million. Can be described as the lineup is luxurious to the extreme. My goodness, this is our Jiangzhou's top rich young man's big gathering? This Bugatti Veyron I recognize. Is the Wei parents' son Wei Ping's seat? But driving seems to be his brother Wei Zifei. There's also that limited edition Ferrari. It's the favorite car of Han Yi, the youngest son of the Han family, one of the four great families. Today's Chinese medicine street is really the most lively and branded day ever. 3 of the 4 great families have people present. Against all odds, the people watching marveled and screamed. Soon, many of the guests inside the Jishur hall were attracted out. Cousin, young Han, a few gentlemen, you're all here. When the car stopped, Lu Xiaojie greeted him and said with a smile on his face, only feeling a sense of accomplishment. A phone call, even came a luxury car lineup worth more than $100 million. Ask who else has this face in Jiangzhou? Of course, he had to recognize the fact that his cousin Wei Zifei gave him face. Otherwise where would he have this face? Cousin's old man needs to support the scene. When cousins I certainly have to come, Wei Zifei said with a cigarette in his mouth. Chicken immediately lit a fire for him. That's right. Lu Xiaojie burst out laughing. Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter saw this battle and were all energized, and went up to thank him. Cousin, have your old man put the DJ up for me? Wei Zifei exhaled a mouthful of smoke and ordered. I'll go put it on right now. Zhang Tianbao immediately turned his head and shouted to the employees of the medicine hall. Play the DJ for me. It has to be the most explosive, the hippest, and the sound has to be put to the maximum for me. Alright boss. Soon, the stereos on the left and right sides of the entrance of Tianbao Pharmacy emitted powerful and wild DJ dance music. It resounded throughout the entire Chinese medicine street. Dance for me. As the music started, Wei Zifei waved his hand, and a dozen sexy and hot bikini girls danced crazily. Again, they were flinging their heads, twisting their waists, and electrifying their buttocks. Watching the people's eyes are straight, especially some of the old man to Chinese medicine street to see the doctor. Eyes hot, just feel instantly younger dozens of years. Cannot feel the body has disease. One cannot help but towards the Tianbao Pharmacy close. The original crowded Jishur hall in a flash only physician. See the sick people all ran out to see the fun. Seeing this, Zhang Tianbao was in a good mood and laughed out loud. Neighbors, as well as patients who have come from far away to seek treatment. Today my Tianbao Pharmacy is giving you benefits. See these cars? The most expensive one is 40 to 10 million the kind that money can't even buy. There are also 20 to 10 million more than 10 million. These cars usually you can't see even if you want to see them. The most important thing is that these beautiful women, this body, this look, this wear, just ask you look good? Good looking. Many people responded. Good looking you will enjoy watching. Do not charge you a dime, not to mention that you do not need to reward. If you look happy, look comfortable. Remember to support my Tianbao Pharmacy business on the line. Do not go across the street of the Jishur Tang, that are hanging sheep's head to sell the meat of the dog, is not reliable. My Tianbao Pharmacy opened more than 10 years before it is the most reliable. Aha! Many people responded casually. Can't you just watch the dance? The beeping never ends. At this time, outside the door of the office of Jishur Tang. What the hell? In the middle of the day, the dance music is so high. Is this going to turn Chinese medicine street into a bar's rhythm? Qin Luoyun frowned, subconsciously broke the handle of the office door, found that the inside was unlocked, but also too lazy to continue to guard the door. Go out to see what to do with the plane again. After walking not more than a few steps, Wu Jianxiong ran over. What's going on outside? Qin Luoyun asked. Back to young Master Qin. A group of broads came outside and called a dozen bikini girls to dance passionately in front of Tianbao Grand Pharmacy, attracting all of our Ji Shi Tang's guests. I was about to go find Divine Dr. Yi to talk about this. Wu Jianxiang said, "My sister's chest is stuffy. Divine Dr. Yi is helping her. This little don't go to disturb Divine Dr. Yi to give my sister a medical treatment. Even more expansive less? Is there this less expansive? As long as this young out of the horse, a voice can give them all," shouted Ji Shi Tang to jump. Qin Luoyun said proudly, then pulled Wu Jianxiang away. Wu Jianxiang wondered. Chest congestion is fine for Divine Dr. Yi to insert a needle through his clothes. Why does he need to close the door so tightly? Hiss. He suddenly sucked in a breath of cool air. Could it be that Divine Dr. Yi wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to jam oil? Thinking this way, Wu Jianxiang hemmed and hawed. Young people, all good this mouth, not to mention the first beautiful woman in Zhengzhou, do not take the opportunity to see a gully indeed very bad. Soon Qin Luoyun and Wu Jianxiang came to the door of Jishir Hall. When he found Wei Zifei and Han Yi's figure, the original spirit instantly faded away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come it's him too? He had a bitter look on his face, only feeling that he had just filled his words with words. These two really wouldn't give him Qin Luoyun's face, and even in these 2 years, these two had ed him explicitly. Yo, isn't this the Qin family's ado Qin Luoyun? What? Playing without lifting? Come over to see the doctor? Wei Zifei found Qin Luoyun and directly taunted him across the street to his face. Wei Zifei, don't be too reckless, Qin Luoyun said in annoyance. Wei Zifei laughed and raised his hand. The music and hot dance instantly came to an abrupt halt. He then continued to taunt. I'm just being wanton. What can you do? Your Qin family has come to the point where you have to rely on recruiting a son-in-law to maintain your status. In the future when you see Lao Zi you'll have to kneel down for me. Lao Zi will always be the hurdle in your heart that you can't get past. Wei Zifei, Nima Peter, old me is not dead for a day. You don't want to step on old me to get to the top. Qin Luoyun cursed, spitting in all directions. Qin Luoyun, can you have some face? Does Wei Shao need to step on you to get to the top? Still think you were still once the first broad young man in Zhengzhou? Now you. In front of me Hani is like a beggar. In front of Wei Young you are even worse than a beggar. Be realistic. Don't puff up your face again. Hani choked back. Qin Luoyun only felt like vomiting blood. If it wasn't for Grandpa and Sis cutting off their silver roots, would he have been insulted by these two former losers? Seeing Qin Luoyun's face blackened, Wei Zifei ecstatically said, Qin Ado, I won't lie to you. I just crashed a $10 million Lamborghini 2 days ago, and now I've ordered a nearly $20 million one, which will arrive in a few days. How about, when brother takes you for a ride? I have a Bugatti Veyron. I don't need it. That's your sister's. My brother, this can completely explode your sister's. You're more than 8 million broken Ferrari, don't mention. Don't drive out later to disgrace. First buy a more than my crashed Lamborghini again. Wei Zifei bragged. That's right. 2ing humiliating. My family is less than 10 billion assets. Driving a 15 million Porsche 918. Your family's assets of 50 billion, you drive that broken car. It seems that your grandpa also dislikes you as a dipperah. There was a broad young man with Wei Zifei who said, Chicken's family only has more than 2 billion assets. People drive more than 5 million sports cars. If his family has 5 billion assets, they can throw you out of this ado several streets. Qin Ado, don't lose face here. Hurry to find a woman to hug and hide in the quilt to cry. The broads in Wei Zifei's group all spoke out to mock as well. You guys, all of you give me a wait and see. Qin Luoyun was outnumbered and was sprayed all over the place, and ran into Jishir Tang in a huff. Ha ha ha. Wei Zifei and the other broads all laughed their asses off. The people watching were dumbfounded, only to think that the world of the rich young men was too amazing, relying on the expensive degree of sports cars to establish a position. Really poor people dare not imagine. At this time, the most happy is not Zhang Tianbao father and daughter, only feel that this battle is too beautiful. Didn't you Jishir Tang rely on the Qin family's prince and princess to support the facade? Now that the prince of the Qin family has been beaten and cried, it is the princess of the Qin family that has stepped in. Can it defeat the joint attack of so many broads? Dead trash. If you fight with me in Zhengzhou, you will always be scum, Zhang Tianbao secretly said in his heart. Xiao Jie, you're too powerful. This move has turned that waist into a shrunken head turtle that doesn't dare to come out. Love you oh. Zhang Xianting hand to Lu Xiao Jie waist a hug. The whole person is going to hang on him. Inside the office, the spring light was infinite, and the soft chants were wrapped around people's souls. Yi Chen, you, still not, come in. Qin Luoxue's face was purple, and she only felt that she didn't have the strength to speak. Fine, come in here. At this exact moment, bang bang bang, the office door was slapped heavily. Immediately afterward, a voice that was angry to the extreme rang out. Sis, I don't care if you finished your work or not. come out right now. Your brother is getting popular in Ting and pissing on his head. If you don't come out, I'll break down the door. Chapter 30, give me back $10 million. This shout was like a pot of cold water splashed down in the winter. Both Qin Luoxue and Yi Chen froze. Bang! A heavy kick rang out, and the office door trembled violently. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Chen was annoyed as he burst out a foul mouth and hurriedly released a ball of energy against the office door. Nima Bai, how did Lousy get into such an unreliable brother-in-law? Knowing that your sister is working inside and still kicking the door, don't you know that this will leave a lingering shadow on your sister? Bang! Another heavy kick. Sis, come on out. Coming. Qin Luoxue only felt that her little heart was going to explode, and hurriedly went to put on her equipment with her hands in a hurry, so fast that she could break the Guinness World Record, and it only took less than 30 seconds for her clothes and pants to be fully dressed. You wear it quickly. Qin Luoxue urged Yi Chen with a miserable face. If this door was kicked in, it might be more humiliating. Yi Chen smiled at her and wore it unhurriedly, because he knew best that Qin Luoyun wouldn't be able to break the door unless he blasted it with a cannon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of broken door is so hard to kick that it can't be broken? Sister, are you well or not? Stop screaming, will you? Qin Luoxue was about to cry. Don't you know that my sister's legs are all weak from your fear? Then hurry up and come out. Qin Luoyun called out. Beep again. Come out later and see if I don't beat you into a pig's head. Yi Chen drank viciously. There was instant silence outside the door. Alright, not afraid, not afraid. Yi Chen hurriedly hugged Qin Luoxue's trembling petite body and comforted her in a good way. He could feel that Qin Luoxue was already breaking out in a cold sweat, and with the original fragrant sweat, her shirt was already moist. In this situation, Yi Chen had to give her warmth, so that she could slowly lower that evil fire that had originally rushed up to the sky until it was extinguished, or else it would be extinguished all at once, which would create a sense of fear in her, and she would not be able to raise her interest in the future. It's all your fault. If you hadn't dragged your feet so much, it would have been done long ago. Qin Luoxue lightly punched Yi Chen's back and blamed her. She had wanted to give Yi Chen his first time, but ended up working half a day but failed to do so. It's my fault for underestimating the bearish nature of this bare child of your brother, Yi Chen said, only feeling that the baby's heart was so bitter. But it was good that he didn't want Qin Luoxue pain dragged for so long, otherwise on the way to charge by Qin Luoyun so much, that really must be depressed to death, knowing that he was a cultivator. He couldn't lose the battle without an hour. You don't seem to be scared at all, Qin Luoxue asked. What's there to be afraid of? Poof. Qin Luoxue pushed Yi Chen away and said in dissatisfaction, have you already been in 100 battles? Yi Chen was speechless. A woman's mind was just active. If I were battle-hardened, and had been married to Zhang Qianting for a year, would I have left her with a perfect body? Then how did you? Qin Luoxue's pretty face instantly flushed a blush. She was trying to ask Yi Chen how he was so experienced. Yi Chen naturally saw what she was thinking and said, it's the Japanese drama. Based on his memory, Yi Chen knew that the original owner of this body hadn't watched a lot. Qin Luoxue. It's true that men don't have a good thing. They all love to watch that stuff. It was only after about 5 minutes that Qin Luoxue stopped shivering, and the scarlet on her pretty face gradually disappeared. So Yi Chen tidied up her collar as well as her messy hairstyle, and then held her delicate hand and opened the office door. My God, I've kicked and screamed like that, and the two of you can still continue to finish your work and come out. I'm also resigned to this. Qin Luoyun saw his sister and Yi Chen come out and clasped his fists. Qin Luoxue pretty face a cold. Lifting the foot is a kick. Give this bare brother a fat beating. Hit Qin Luoyun is holding head. A good pass to spread the gas before she stops. However, Qin Luoyun looked at Qin Luoxue with disbelief, and said in surprise, sister, don't you think your legs are soft? Just now, my legs were soft from your fright, but now they're not soft. No, I'm saying that you don't have weak legs after you two finish the job? Damn you. Qin Luoxue swung her fist again. The two of us didn't do much good. No. I believe. Don't fight. Qin Luoyun, this kind of dude, has played with no less than 100 women. He has never seen which one can still walk so normal after losing her first time, and still alive and kicking. However, he was wondering what the two of them were doing if they didn't work and stayed inside for so long. Could it be that they were? He smiled wickedly and couldn't help but look at Yi Chen, seeming to understand something. Next, Qin Luoyun explained the situation and asked Qin Luoxue to go and purchase a Lamborghini poison for him to come back as soon as possible. He wanted to drive the poison to swollen the faces of those who mocked him. Of course, Qin Luoxue would not agree and gave him a kick. From today onwards you have to respect your sister. In the future, no matter what your sister is doing inside the room, you are not allowed to scream, not to mention kicking the door. If you can promise to do it, then my brother-in-law will buy you a poison, so that you can go out to be dashing and pretentious, Yi Chen said. Qin Luoxue, Poison is something that money can't even buy, okay? It has to be a very powerful person who has the possibility to buy it through some channels. Even if, when you have money to buy poison, you don't know monkey years and months. Besides, even if my sister likes you, you can't be my brother-in-law. Qin Luoyun said. I can when I say I can. Yi Chen said and took Qin Luoyun's shoulder. Brother-in-law will go teach those bastards a lesson for you. Soon, the three of them, Yi Chen, arrived outside the door of the medicine hall. Rubbish, fighting with my father. You're not even in the same class. Did you not expect your medicine hall to cool off just after opening? Seeing Yi Chen come out, Zhang Qianting couldn't help but gloat towards Yi Chen. Just after Qin Luoyun was sprayed and melted, the watching crowd were all optimistic about Tianbao Grand Pharmacy, and had entered it to see the doctor. After all, they had the young masters of the Wei and Han families backing them up, and the lineup was very strong. All of them were big-name broads in the Jiangzhou land. Not to mention that Zhang Tianbao's son-in-law was also the young master of the Lu family, whose assets amounted to $5 billion. But what about Ji Shitang? The owner was a poor man who came out from the civilian area. It was already not easy for him to be able to open a medicine hall, but without a background and backing, what could he take to fight with Tianbao Grand Medicine Hall? Therefore, they thought that sooner or later, Ji Shitang would have to let Zhang Tianbao cool off the whole thing, so they would rather spend more money to go to Tianbao Grand Pharmacy, lest they would be blacklisted by Zhang Tianbao, and then when Ji Shitang cooled off, they would go to Tianbao Grand Pharmacy again, and they feared that they would suffer from a small shoe. Ting ting ah. If you don't have the ability to be a person, must be low-key, don't get carried away, lest you get hit in the face, don't cry out in pain ah. Yi Chen responded. He just looked at his cell phone and received a short message from Jin Tianhao. Che, just a stinking poor bastard like you who came out of a civilian area. What are you going to fight us with? With just Qin Luoxue? People will just come over to take a look. Will they back you up? Zhang Qianting sneered. Be realistic. Mole crickets should do what mole crickets should do. Don't overrate yourself. You don't deserve this ability. What Qin Luoxue cursed viciously in her heart, then stood up and said, You're wrong. I'll stand up for him, and I can tell you very clearly that Yi Chen's medical skills can throw off dozens of streets of your dad. Qin Luoxue only now understood why Yi Chen wanted to retaliate against the Zhang family. People Yi Chen gave her bone marrow to save her. If she disliked them, she could say it properly and we could get together. But what about her? Wastes do not leave her mouth. Outsiders are uncomfortable to hear, not to mention Yi Chen, the party involved. Father and daughter Zhang Tianbao were shivering with anger, and dared not to scold. At this time, Wei Zifei stood out and said with a sneer at Qin Luoxue, I say Qin Luoxue, who are you to say that his medical skills are higher than Dr. Zhang's? Did he cure your menstrual irregularities? Or your abnormal leukorrhea? Or your grandma's bloating pain? Wei Zifei, Qin Luoxue bellowed, furious, you're simply not human. How dare you talk about my sister? Who are you? Qin Luoyun also stormed out. Wei Zifei smugly said, just by the fact that your Qin family is going to fall, rely on the son-in-law to support. Recruit a good one, may be able to maintain a 3 years and 5 years. If you recruit an ambitious one, sooner or later, your Qin family will have to be swallowed up by others. Qin Luoxue will also become someone else's plaything, and you Qin Luoyun sooner or later, you will be reduced to a beggar begging on the street. Ha ha, the Wei family got the list of those who participated in the son-in-law recruitment through their connections, so he knew that the ones who participated in the son-in-law recruitment were not any good, or else would other people's big mansions let their heirs go to the family? Don't even think about it. That's why he dared not put the Qin family in his eyes, knowing that now among the 4 great families in Jiangzhou, the Han family has already allied with the Wei family, the Chen family is neutral, and the Jin family, which is most expected to replace the Qin family, is also neutral. It can be said that the Qin family has already been isolated, and sooner or later, it is facing being divided up, and he would still be afraid of such a faltering Qin family? As long as Qin Zhengqing died, he dared to capture Qin Luoyun as a horse. As for Qin Luoxue, take a sack and tie it up with a rope. Just with her straight long white legs, playing for 10 years would not be tiresome. Qin Luoxue's siblings were speechless. She and her grandfather also discussed this issue. Also know that the son-in-law is a risky chess. Choose the right okay. If you choose the wrong then it will be the end of the world. However, the Qin family has no other way. The family is declining, can only take this dangerous chess, otherwise it will accelerate the Qin family's demise. Just at this time, Yi Chen stood out and smiled at Wei Zifei. ******. We meet again. Wei Zifei first froze, then cursed. Who the are you? Am I familiar with you? You're the one who's shabby. Your whole family is shabby. Forget me so quickly Yi Chen laughed. Wei Zifei was about to curse back, when Chicken suddenly pulled him back and said, Wei Xiao, take a closer look. is this guy the pit that sold your electric car? Upon hearing this, Wei Zifei carefully sized up Yichen, and soon he slapped his forehead. Finally remembered. This bastard was really the pit that sold my old man's electric car. Tang suit aware, hairstyle a mess. I almost do not recognize him. Determining that Yi Chen was the guy who sold his electric car, Wei Zifei immediately laughed and said, "Shabi, I'm letting people check you out. I didn't expect you to be the owner of this pharmacy. It can really be said that it's hard to find a place where you can get it without any effort. You're dead today. I'll give you 10 minutes to return the $10 million to me. Otherwise I'll smash your store and then crack the bones in your whole body, so that you know that daring to cheat this young man is going to cost you dearly." Chapter 31 Master Jean is here. What? Divine Dr. Yi owes young Wei $10 million? How could he owe someone so much money? Could it be that the money he used to open his store was borrowed from Xiao Wei? The onlookers didn't know what was going on, and they were all talking at once. You owe him $10 million? Jean Luoshua hurriedly asked. If it was true, she could help Yi Chen pay it back, lest he be beaten up by Wei Zifei's group of dudes. These dudes were relying on their family's money and power, so they really dared to do anything. No. Yi Chen denied and shouted towards Wei Zifei. When did I owe you $10 million? Make it clear. Don't ing beep. You ing dare not admit it. Take a broken electric car to sell lousy 10 million. If you don't spit out this money, I guarantee to let you die, Wei Zifei said angrily. As soon as he said this, all the people present were dumbfounded. An electric car selling for $10 million. Was Dr. Yi able to fool, or was Wei Xiao burning with money? You all heard it. He spent $10 million to buy my electric car. He is willing to buy and I am willing to sell. How is it called owing him $10 million? Yi Chen made an explanation. Yeah. Many people thought that this counted as a deal. Puffing, Jean Luoshua immediately burst out laughing and said, Yi Chen, he really spent $10 million to buy your electric car? Yes. Yi Chen nodded his head, raised his voice and said, this Shabi looked at my electric car, had to spend $10 million to buy. I was unable to stop it, and finally had no choice but to sell him. Please Miss Jean help me to identify. Is he a big Shabi? After my appraisal, the possibility of him being a big Shabi is as high as 99%. Jean Luoshua almost didn't spurt out in laughter. She knew that this was Yi Chen giving her a chance to get back at Wei Zifei. In that case, this Wei Xiao is indeed a big Shabi. Which the hell is this a Shabi? It's a real imbecile. $10 million to buy an electric car. How brainwashed does one have to be to do this? Listening to the overwhelming mockery, Wei Zifei only felt that his lungs were going to explode. Labor is the victim. You guys don't sympathize with labor. Mocking labor to do a few Ha ha. Jean Luoyun even more not to let go of this opportunity. Mocked, Wei Zifei. Lousy as Ado is good, but Lousy knows that 10 million to buy a second-hand electric car can buy 10,000. But you stupid fork, since you spend 10 million to buy only one. Your IQ is simply lower than a pig. With Shabi to describe you are too much to lift you up. Uing. Wei Zifei didn't even have a reason to retort. At this moment he realized why his old man didn't let himself go to recover this 10 million. He really can't afford to lose that person. That's because your electric car's speed exceeds 300 kilometers per hour. That's why Wei Xiao spent $10 million to buy it. But you sold the goods and didn't teach Wei Xiao how to use it. Now Wei Xiao wants to return it. Chicken suddenly stood out and said, right. Wei Zifei agreed. Yi Chen was two hands. Helplessly said, Shabi every year. Today is especially more. Ran out another Shabi too. Dare to ask Miss Jean Luoshue, you have seen a lot of knowledge. Have you ever seen an electric car with a speed of more than 300 per hour? The highest speed of electric car hold up 30 or 40 kilometers per hour. 300 kilometers of the world cannot find a, if it is made by aliens as I did not say. Jean Luoshue forced a smile and said. Then there was another burst of overwhelming mockery towards Wei Zifei and Chicken. All shut the up. Wei Zifei couldn't stand it anymore and rushed at Yi Chen angrily. I'm warning you for the last time. $10 million or you're not going to return it? Give me back my electric car unharmed and I'll give you back $10 million. Who made you Shabi? But if there's the slightest bit of damage, then get the hell out of here as far as you can. Yi Chen knew that Wei Zifei had realized that he had lost blood, so he designated that he would punch and kick the electric car, and it was impossible not to damage it. As a matter of fact, that electric car did let Wei Zifei's father kick it to a semi-ruined state. So you're not going to give it back, are you? Very well, all follow me over to crack the bones of this son of a, and smash his pharmacy in the process. Wei Zifei waved his hand and took the lead towards the front. Immediately, there were 4 bodyguards, a dozen or so broads, as well as Lu Xiaojie and Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter followed closely. The people who were watching the scene avoided it one after another for fear of being affected. Wei Zifei, I advise you that you'd better not mess around. Jean Luoshua hurriedly stopped in front of Yi Chen, posing as if she was ready to attack at any time. She had practiced boxing and kicking with her grandfather when she was a child, and all of these broads who were overdrawn by beauty were not enough for her to fight alone. Wei Zifei sneered forward, said as he walked, "It's me who advised you not to mind your own business. These 4 bodyguards of mine can all have fought in the underground boxing ring. If you have to intervene in my business, by my bodyguards accidentally make a punch or two. At that time, even if your grandpa stepped in, I'm also in possession of the reason." Qin Luoshue's gaze immediately swept towards the 4 bodyguards. Sure enough, each of them had a steady pace, and they were obviously all hardened, or at least not something she could beat. "Sister, quickly step aside." Qin Luoyun was startled and hurriedly pulled Qin Luoshue away. "Yi Chen, it's fine, just a bunch of scum." Yi Chen interrupted Qin Luoshue and said, seeing him with a breezy look. Qin Luoshue's hanging heart fell a lot. This guy was fascinated. When Lu Taijian appeared the day before yesterday, a martial arts expert like his grandfather was scared, while he remained calm from the beginning, and in the end, Lu Taijian died under his silver needle, so she felt that Yi Chen wasn't afraid and should have his ways of dealing with it. "Scum?" Zhang Qianting couldn't help but laugh out and said, "A punk like you who is capable of committing suicide by taking medicine is also qualified to call a group of us scum? Do you still want to be shameless?" Ka-ching-ching. Qin Luoshue immediately clenched her small fists tightly, and had an urge to smack Zhang Qianting's mouth. She was somewhat skeptical that Yi Chen was not blind before, and would look at a like Zhang Qianting. "This mouth is really don't be too vicious." Yi Chen had a calm face and said, "Call your husband to come over and fight me one-on-one. Let's see who's the waste." "Ha ha," Lu Xiaojie immediately burst out laughing. "Are you sure you want to single-handedly challenge my husband?" Zhang Qianting snorted and asked, "Just ask him if he dares." Yi Chen said, "What's there to dare?" Lu Xiaojie sneered, "You probably don't know that I'm a black belt in Taekwondo, and I can beat 4 or 5 losers like you. Since you dare to challenge me, then I'll let you know what it means to seek your own death." After saying that, he took big steps towards Yi Chen. "Now it's too late even if you are scared. Unless you kneel down for my husband. Otherwise my husband doesn't mind seeing blood and helping Wei Shao to beat and waste you," Zhang Qianting proudly said. Many spectators who knew that Yi Chen was Zhang Qianting's ex-husband shook their heads for a while. The most poisonous woman's heart could not be more appropriately used on Zhang Qianting. Soon Lu Xiaojie came in front of Yi Chen. His hands crossed his waist and opened his legs. "Kneeling and drilling through my crotch, I'll let you hurt a little bit lighter. Aren't you afraid that I will suddenly rise up and pinch your balls?" Yi Chen smiled faintly. Lu Xiaojie hurriedly kept his legs together, only to feel so menacing, causing a burst of laughter from the people watching. "It's good that you reminded me, or else you'd still be pinched to burst your balls before you die. Then there's really no place to cry out for injustice. Xiaojie, hurry up and mark him down. I can't wait to see his blood." Zhang Tianbao shouted. He was the one who wanted Yi Chen to die the most. Once Yi Chen died, he would be able to do business with no worries. "Alright," Lu Xiaojie answered. "Rubbish, eat my move." As the words fell, he leapt a meter high and flung himself at Yi Chen with a very standard and beautiful whirlwind kick. "Be careful." Qin Luoshue was startled and reminded him not forgetting to rush forward. At that exact moment, Yi Chen kicked out a kick as fast as a ghost. "Not good." Lu Xiaojie's face immediately changed drastically, wanting to dodge but it was already too late. Bang! A kick hit him squarely in the waist, sending Lu Xiaojie's entire body flying out and smashing into Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter who were very close. "Ah!" Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter screamed out. In the next second, Lu Xiaojie smashed his body horizontally onto Zhang Tianbao's father and daughter, and together with the two of him, he fell to the ground with a loud crash, screaming miserably. The people watching were stunned. Wei Zifei and the other broads were also stunned. Qin Luoshue was even so shocked that she covered her mouth. Heavens! Yi Chen had actually kicked the Taekwondo black belt 7 or 8 meters away. Could it be? Not only does he know medicine, he also knows martial arts? Simply an enigmatic man. Instantly Qin Luoshue looked at Yi Chen with much hotter eyes than before. "How about it, MS? Qin Luoshue, this kick of mine is okay, right?" Yi Chen turned his head to look at Qin Luoshue, the corners of his mouth raised in a crescent shape. Very okay." Qin Luoshue's flowery branch shook. "Don't you always seduce people with this kind of smile, okay? You're paralyzed." Lu Xiaojie stood up and furiously yelled at Yi Chen. "Can you give a notice before you do it? Can I slag? Once more. I promise to notify you before I make a move." Yi Chen responded. "Lu Xiaojie, old me is injured and still coming my ass. Yo, bow, your pig's head not bleeding?" Yi Chen looked at Zhang Tianbao and saw that his hand went to the back of his head and his hand was covered in blood, so he couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Uing?" Zhang Tianbao pointed at Yi Chen, his body trembling violently with anger. "Ting ting ah, you just left a wasteful husband. Why did you follow an even more wasteful husband? Are your 24K titanium dog eyes rusty? Do you want me to polish them for you? Yi Chen looked at Zhang Qianting and teased. You. Zhang Qianting's chest trembled dramatically, undulating violently, with a feeling that she was about to jump out of her skin, obviously already angry to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Qin Luoxue only felt super happy. This kind of woman should have her face slapped hard. Cousin, get rid of my anger for me. Lu Xiaojie couldn't do anything about Yi Chen, so he could only pin his hopes on Wei Zifei. Okay cousin, Wei Zifei answered and droned. The four of you go. Waste him for me. I'm going to get him killed myself. Alright second young master. The four bodyguards immediately stepped forward. Qin Luoxue's heart couldn't help but race to her throat again. Tada! At that exact moment, an ear-piercing horn sounded. The crowd looked in search of the sound, only to see a stretch Rolls-Royce with a license plate of 5 3s coming, followed by 7 or 8 Toyota Barracudas. *******. Isn't this Master Jin's car? Could it be that Master Jin is here? Someone exclaimed out in shock. Chapter 32 Shocked Qin Luoxue. What? Master Jin has come? Hearing that Master Jin had come, everyone present was shocked. Even the four bodyguards who had already walked up to Yi Chen stood there not daring to make a move. In Jiangzhou, apart from the names of the four great families, it was Master Jin's name that was the loudest, and even he could be on par with the family heads of the four great families. He was the leader of the underground forces in Jiangzhou, and it was rumored that he had saved the life of the king of Shanghai Sea. Originally the king of Shanghai Sea was going to give him a place in the Great Shanghai Sea, but he refused, and came to the Jiangzhou territory single-handedly, and spent 10 years controlling the entire underground forces in Jiangzhou. Although he has now been cleansed, but his prestige has never weakened. In Jiangzhou, he is still the first big brother on the road. Jiangzhou is only 100 kilometers away from Shanghai. Driving less than an hour can be reached. So close to the distance, the light of the king of Shanghai also shines on him, resulting in Jiangzhou, any of the four major families do not dare to fight against him. Who knows if he will offend the king of Shanghai as an enemy? It's really Jin Tianhao's ride. Qin Luoxue's face changed instantly. She didn't know whether Jin Tianhao's coming was good or bad for Yi Chen. Sister, let's better withdraw. Qin Luoyun hurriedly took Qin Luoxue's arm and lowered her voice to timidly say. Qin Luoxue looked towards Yi Chen and said softly, is he here to support you? Or is he here to subdue Zhang Tianbao? She knew that Yi Chen seemed to know Jin Tianhao as well. Do you think Zhang Tianbao has that face? Yi Chen asked with a smile. It seems like Zhang Tianbao really isn't qualified enough. Qin Luoxue seemed to have understood who Jin Tianhao stood for. Soon, the convoy stopped. Dozens of uniformly dressed men came down on top of the bully road and lined up in 2 rows on both sides of the Rolls-Royce. And the doors on both sides of the Rolls-Royce were opened by Tiger and a man with a very smelly face. And Jin Tianhao and Mother Jean stepped out of the car. ******* Old Mrs. Jean also came? What are Master Jean and Old Mrs. Jean doing here? Is this for Tianbao Grand Pharmacy to calm down the scene? Or is it to support Ji Shitang? The broads and onlookers all murmured. Cousin, Master Jean, did you call them? Lu Xiaojie asked in a low voice next to Wei Zifei's ear. No where did I call him? Then I'll go over and probe. Saying that, Wei Zifei immediately walked towards Jin Tianhao with a smile on his face. Uncle Jean, Old Mrs. Jean, why are you two here? It's Wei Xiao. Jin Tianhao smiled faintly, then with a wave of his hand, he ordered. Who? Break those 4 people's legs for me. It was crisp and clear, and threw his voice to the ground. Yes. Who led the order and ran towards Yi Chen's side with a few men in black. The people present were confused. Which 4 people were the 4 referring to? The 4 bodyguards, or the 4 who stood with divine Dr. Yi? Ha! Wei Zifei was instantly overjoyed and shouted at Qin Luoxue triumphantly. Qin Luoxue, Master Jean won't let your son-in-law recruiting be successful. You'll just wait for your legs to be broken and become an invalid, so that the Jin family can replace your Qin family and rank amongst the 4 great families. Ha! He had heard his father say that Jin Tianhao had long had the idea of replacing the Qin family, but he hadn't found the right opportunity, and now that the Qin family was looking for a son-in-law, Jin Tianhao must be desperate to make the Qin family unable to recruit a son-in-law. Qin Luoxue's face changed greatly when she heard the words. Jin Tianhao really dared to blatantly take action against himself? Sis, run away. I don't want to become an invalid. Qin Luoyun was about to cry in fear, pulling Qin Luoxue's arm and urging, look at this wimpy look of yours. Yi Chen gave Qin Luoyun a slap on the head and said to Qin Luoxue, with me here, no one can move you. Qin Luoxue, whose heart was in her throat, inexplicably felt at ease when she heard Yi Chen's words. The first 2 times when he was in the most danger were when Yi Chen saved him. He chose to believe Yi Chen. Who the hell are you? Jin Tianhao is in league with the Wei family. He can give you dog face. Wei Zifei, however, didn't believe that Yi Chen had this ability and felt that Yi Chen was delaying his siblings' escape. However, he never thought that just after his words fell, Lei Hu brought people to the 4 bodyguards, and without any pause, he directly made a move. Ka chow, ka chow, ka chow. Ah! Immediately, pig-killing screams rang out. Everyone present felt a numbness in their scalp. This is too ruthless. A real broken leg. Zhang Tianbao's face went white with fear. Wasting Wei Xiao's bodyguard. This came to give Yi Chen that punka boost. This. Wei Zifei was confused. Since Jin Tianhao scrapped his bodyguard in front of Wei Zifei, could it be that Yi Chen was more powerful than Wei Zifei in his eyes? Jin Tianhao, what do you mean by that? They are my bodyguards. Wei Zifei came back to his senses and roared with emotion. When my mother was critically ill, it was Divine Dr. Yi who saved my mother. It's your father's bodyguards that dare to make a move against Divine Dr. Yi. I, Jin Tianhao, will abolish them. Jin Tianhao choked back in a domineering manner. As long as he made friends with Yi Chen, the Wei family was nothing in his Jin Tianhao's eyes. The entire audience was shocked. Plop! Zhang Tianbao directly sat on the ground. This punk had saved old Mrs. Jin. Then he was hugging Master Jin's thigh. He. Wei Zifei suddenly laughed grimly, pointing at Jin Tianhao and tugging. Are you trying to make an enemy of my Wei family? The corner of Jin Tianhao's eyes suddenly twitched, and he raised his hand to throw out a slap. Splat! Wei Zifei spun in place twice and fell to the ground, his mind going blank. Everyone was confused. Jin Tianhao had beaten up the Wei family's young master? It's your father. Who wouldn't dare to speak to me in such a tone until he's sure if I'm an enemy of him? What are you? If you dare to beep one more time, I'll waste even you, Jin Tianhao said in a cold voice. Wei Zifei covered his face and stood up defiantly, but didn't dare to let out a single fart, gritted his teeth and twisted his head to go back inside his seat. And all of you, if you're going to support Dr. Ye's pharmacy, I welcome it, but if you dare to make trouble again, Wei Zifei is your precedent. Jin Tianhao swept a circle of those broad brands and said sternly. In a flash, a group of broad youngsters were like rats seeing a cat, scurrying into the car. Soon, more than a dozen supercars left in a hurry. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was shocked by Jin Tianhao's big brother aura. Wicked people still have to be warned by wicked people. Any of those broad young men who are crazy and arrogant again, in front of Jin Tianhao, this kind of big brother on the road, also have to restrain their sharpness as a grandson. Run! Lu Xiaojie hurriedly pulled Zhang Qianting and slipped away. Wait for me. Zhang Tianbao ordered the people to close the medicine hall, and he himself fled looking to the wind. He, Jin Tianhao, dared to beat Wei Zifei for Yi Chen. If he didn't run away earlier, once Yi Chen told him what had happened, then Jin Tianhao would dare to kill them. Bow, Ting Ting, and that slag. You three don't run, Yi Chen called out. Zhang Tianbao trio, don't run, stay and wait for death. A storm was completely calmed after Jin Tianhao's domineering arrival. The people watching the scene already had their minds made up. They all knew that from today onwards, there would be only one voice on Chinese Medicine Street, and that was the voice of his Divine Dr. Yi. Tianbao Grand Pharmacy had officially fallen off the pedestal. Divine Dr. Yi, I heard that your medicine hall opened. My son and I came to support you. Old Mrs. Jin shouted at Yi Chen with a smile at this time. Come, old Jin, quickly help the old lady to sit inside. Yi Chen greeted. Good grin, Mr. Yi, Jin Luoxue. There were no more than 10 people in the entire Jiangzhou who dared to call Jin Tianhao old Jin in front of him, and he, Yi Chen, was one of them. The difference in age between the two was more than double. This had to be a relationship as good as what to dare to address like this. Jin Luoxue couldn't help but be impressed with Yi Chen once again, but soon she was shocked again. Mr. Yi, Miss Jin. Jin Tianhao helped his old mother to Yi Chen's side, first arching his hand and bowing slightly to Yi Chen, then bowing to Jin Luoxue as he did. Jin Luoxue was like a thunderclap. Her mind went blank. Since Jin Tianhao saluted me, what does this mean? To know that 2 years ago Jin Tianhao had the intention of replacing the Qin family. From then on Jin Tianhao controlled the dockyard, all prohibited the Qin group's goods in and out of the storage. Take the Qin family as an enemy to treat, so that the Qin family suffered a great loss. And even since then Jin Tianhao to see her are a lofty demeanor. But today to give her a salute. This is also too mind-boggling. Could it be? Is it to give face to Yi Chen? And to put aside the old grudges with my Qin family? Jin, Uncle Jin. Jin Luoxue was somewhat flattered and returned the salute. Ha ha, Miss Jin, you're polite. I wouldn't dare to be Jin. Jin Tianhao laughed cheerfully. Jin Luoxue, giving Jin Tianhao a salute and he still doesn't dare to take it? What kind of drama was this? She couldn't help but look at Yi Chen. Come, don't stand dryly outside. Talk inside. Yi Chen pretended to be mysterious and made a gesture of invitation to Jin Luoxue and old Mrs. Jin. Jin Luoxue was confused. This guy seems to be even more mysterious than I thought. Chapter 33. Thank you, Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I don't know what you like. This card will be a gift from my mother and I to support you. The password card number after 6 digits. Coming inside the office, Jin Tianhao handed a bank card to Yi Chen. How much is there? Yi Chen asked bluntly. 66. 660. 000. 6 and 6 is good. Jin Tianhao had plenty of money. His Tianhao group had a market capitalization of more than $20 billion. There was also a huge scale of black industry chain income. No one knew exactly how many assets he had. Anyway, a lot of it was. Qin Luoshua's siblings opened their mouths wide in shock. The entire Jishir Tang together are not worth 66 million. Jin Tianhao sent an opening gift sent so much money. This is also too shocking. However, the next scene was even more shocking to the jaws of Qin Luoshua's siblings. Take it. Look for me if you lack money in the future. And if you dare to bother your sister again and kick her room door, see if I don't beat you into a pig's head. Yi Chen threw the bank card towards Qin Luoyun in warning. Qin Luoyun was first stunned, and then hurriedly said excitedly, "Thank you, brother-in-law. Many thanks, brother-in-law. From today onwards, you are my own brother-in-law, no matter if my grandfather admits it or not. In my eyes you are already my brother-in-law anyway." He knew that his sister seemed to like Yi Chen, but it didn't matter. Grandpa didn't allow him to be his sister's husband. She could cheat on him, so she could ask Yi Chen for money. Where to find such a generous brother-in-law? Qin Luoshue. It is also Yi Chen. If someone else gives money and recognizes his brother-in-law, see if I don't beat you up. At this moment, Qin Luoshue was once again moved by Yi Chen. She knew that Yi Chen was doing it for her own good, going out of his way to give so much money to her brother, which was enough to keep her brother from harassing her over money for a year or two. If Yi Chen can be chosen by Grandpa as my husband, I will definitely spend a heavy amount of money to give a bride price to his family's scenery, and never let him down for treating me so well, she secretly said in her heart. Just as quickly, she lost it again to the extreme. How could Grandpa possibly choose him to be my husband? Sister, brother-in-law, Uncle Jean, you guys chat, I'll withdraw first. Qin Luoyun naturally had to go to a 4S store to choose a supercar when she had such a large sum of money, so where else would she stay here? Luoyun, this is Uncle Jin's gift to Yi Chen. Quickly return it to Yi Chen. Qin Luoshue felt that Yi Chen had given away other people's gift money in front of Jin Tianhao's face by turning his back on them. This was very disrespectful. Sister, Qin Luoyun looked reluctant. Ha ha. Jin Tianhao laughed cheerfully and said to Qin Luoshue, Miss Qin, since Divine Dr. Yi likes you, then you will be his wife sooner or later. Your brother will have to call him brother-in-law sooner or later. This money you can rest assured that your brother will take it and spend it. Not enough I can give it again. Qin Luoshue's siblings, so shocked that their mouths could fit an apple, especially Qin Luoyun, not enough can still manage to ask Master Jin. Laborers this time to go against the heavens. Thanks Uncle Jin, that's enough for now, I'll withdraw first. Qin Luoyun clasped his fists, then scattered and ran away. Luoyun, you. Before Qin Luoshue could finish her sentence, Qin Luoyun ran out of sight. Miss Qin let him go. My relationship with Mr. Yi who with who? What's mine is his. What's his is still his. Jin Tianhao hemmed and hawed. Qin Luoshue. She only felt that she had encountered so many things today that made her speechless. Old Jin is really good at talking. Yi Chen laughed. In the future, you'll give my daughter-in-law more help in business, which if you dare to go against her in business you'll beat him up for me. After saying that, Yi Chen took Qin Luoshue by the hand. No problem. Jin Tianhao patted his chest. Qin Luoshue was so confused that she forgot to take away Yi Chen's hand. Jin Tianhao actually listened to Yi Chen so much? By the way, who was his daughter-in-law now? The 8 characters hadn't even started yet. Okay, she only reacted at this time, and hurriedly pulled away Yi Chen's hand, and lowered her head and pouted. Who is your daughter-in-law? Can be chosen by my grandfather at the son-in-law recruitment before saying. Jin Tianhao laughed once again and said, Miss Qin, Mr. Yi will surely win. When the time comes, I will decorate the one mansion in a joyful manner and give you 2 a wedding that will last a lifetime. Qin Luoshue. She only felt that her brain was short-circuiting. Uncle Jin, you and Yi Chen. Qin Luoshue's face was full of doubts, as if she felt that Jin Tianhao was licking Yi Chen. Jin Tianhao could see Qin Luoshue's thoughts and said, Miss Qin may not know. I, Jin Tianhao, lost my father when I was young. My old mother didn't leave me and my sister to remarry. She supported my brother and sister by digging in the ground with one hand, and suffered a lot. I, Jin Tianhao, worked hard to fight for this piece of heaven and earth in order to have to give my mother a comfortable life. If it wasn't for Mr. Yi, my mother would have left a few days ago. If it wasn't for Mr. Yi, my mother would have passed away a few days ago, and I wouldn't have had the chance to continue to fulfill my filial piety. For the sake of this favor, I, Jin Tianhao, am willing to go through fire and water for Mr. Yi. Qin Luoxue's eyes reddened as she listened to these words, and only then did she understand why Jin Tianhao was so kind to Yi Chen. But how could she know that Jin Tianhao was actually shocked by Yi Chen's force and had already honored him? Ms. Qin, from today onwards, the Clearwater Bay Pier and Longwan Yard will be permanently open to the Qin Group. As long as you're willing, I'll have someone draw up a contract and send it to your office. Jin Tianhao said. Really? Qin Luoxue was unusually surprised. This would allow Qin's group to save at least $200 to $300 million a year. Of course it's true. I'll call my company's side to announce this, Jin Tianhao said firmly, then took out his cell phone and stood aside to dial. Qin Luoxue was going to be thrilled. The cooperation with Tianhao Group not only meant that hundreds of millions of dollars of expenses could be saved every year, but it could also alleviate the situation that Qin clan was facing on all sides right now. The Qin family would no longer be isolated, and this could have an immediate effect on the future development of Qin clan. Yi Chen, thank you. Your face has alleviated a great deal of pressure for me. I don't know how to thank you. Qin Luoxue suddenly covered her mouth and had become choked up. In the past 2 years, Qin's group was isolated and suppressed in all kinds of ways. From the original strongest group in Jiangzhou, all of a sudden fell to the third, and the crisis intensified. The business fell to pieces. As the president of the Qin's group, the pressure she endured was very much within the reach of the people. She didn't know how many nights she had insomnia all night long due to excessive pressure, and even recently got to the point where she had to rely on sleeping pills to fall asleep. I don't want you to thank me, as long as you can be happy. Yi Chen swept Qin Luoxue into his arms. Qin Luoxue was like a lazy kitten, enjoying the sense of security that Yi Chen brought to her, only feeling that at this moment, she seemed to have found a sense of belonging. What a woman wanted. Wasn't it a man who loved her, who could give her a sense of security, and who could also help her when she was in trouble? He. Jin Tianhao finished his phone call and saw the two embracing each other like glue. He laughed nervously a few times. Qin Luoxue then realized that she had been so moved in a moment that she had forgotten that there was an honored guest present, and she hurriedly pulled her delicate body out of Yi Chen's arms, lowering her head in a shy manner that was extremely charming. Ms. Qin, my company side is already drawing up the contract. It will be sent to your company at noon, Jin Tianhao said. Qin Luoxue hurriedly said thank you, then said to Yi Chen, I'll go back to the company first, and announce this good news. We haven't finished the matter between us yet. We'll take the time to continue it later. There's no hurry to go back, Yi Chen said with a smile. Qin Luoxue, someone is in well not. You are not shy. Will not night WeChat shout me give you the first time. I also accept the grandfather's arrangement. She glared at Yi Chen, then explained to Jin Tianhao the reason for returning to the company, turned around and left. Old Jin, tell Ahu to bring someone to escort my daughter-in-law back to the company, Yi Chen ordered. He did not want Qin Luoxue to be in danger. Good. Jin Tianhao was obedient and left the office with Qin Luoxue. A few minutes later Jin Tianhao returned to the office and said to Yi Chen with a smile, Mr. Yi, it's still you, that's great. Being able to make the #1 beauty of Jiangzhou behave like a little lamb in your arms. Mr. Jin has to admire Mr. Ye's charisma and his excellent means of picking up girls. Generally average. It's only the third in the universe. Jin Tianhao, third in the universe and still average. Don't scare me. Say it. Out of the blue is 66 million. Is there something you're begging me for? Yi Chen put away his cynical attitude and said with a straight face. Jin Tianhao froze. This was all for him to see? Chapter 34, Participating in a Duel. Mr. Yi, it's like this. Jin Tianhao sat down opposite Yi Chen, and without any more nonsense, he directly said, the king of Shanghai Sea, Du Yuehua, is my elder brother. Recently, there is a force from overseas that wants to encroach on his territory, and there are already 2 peers under the control of this force, and my elder brother was furious about this, and gave the other party a letter of war, and agreed to duel on the banks of the river Jiangzhou tonight at midnight, and the other party has already answered the war. In order to ensure foolproof get rid of that force, my big brother let me bring some manpower over to help, also on the 40 minutes drive. Think of the other side has a master, afraid of having to go without a way to continue to take care of the old mother, so I want to ask Mr. Yi to come out, on the basis of the Mr. Yi that knife to break the water flow of the means, can certainly cut off the enemy and the invisible. My big brother said that if he wins this battle, he will give me 200 million honorarium. If Mr. Yi is willing to come out, I will give you all this money. Yi Chen thought for a few seconds and asked, what is the status of this Du Yuehua in Shanghai? It's this. Jin Tianhao gave a thumbs up and said, it's the richest man in Shanghai High who has to give him 7 points of face. Tens of millions of people in Shanghai High, except for those 2 top bigwigs in the city, almost no one dares to offend him. I know. I'll go with you tonight. Yi Chen gave his approval. Qin Luoxue was right. He had no power or money. Qin Zhengqing would not have chosen him as his door-to-door son-in-law. Although he could use his cultivation to deter Qin Zhengqing, he didn't want to use this method as a last resort. And now there was a perfect opportunity in front of him. So of course he had to go. He does not have power is not bad, but he can use his cultivation to deter powerful people for their own use. So it is not equivalent to their own power? There was another point. The 5 people who participated in the son-in-law recruiting were the sons of powerful families from Shanghai Sea and the imperial capital. When the king of Shanghai Sea played this card, the ones from Shanghai Sea who participated in the son-in-law recruiting would definitely have to be scared off, which would inadvertently defeat a few competitors. Good. With Mr. Yi coming out, we will definitely be able to win by 1,000 miles, Jin Tianhao said excitedly. Afterwards, after chatting for a few moments, Yi Chen sent Jin Tianhao away on the grounds that he had something to do, and called Li Jishir into his office. Over in the imperial capital, do you know any top family heads that need to be cured or anything? Yi Chen asked. Yes. Li Jishir nodded his head without hesitation and said, the imperial capital Wang family is ranked as the first of the 4 top families in the imperial capital. Elder Wang failed to break through the bottleneck at the peak of the realm of transformation 10 years ago, resulting in severe damage to the tendons and veins in his entire body. And he has been paralyzed for 10 years or so, and he has sought countless doctors who have not been able to cure him. Then if I cure him, does he have to be grateful to me? Yi Chen asked with a smile. That goes without saying. If Mr. Yi cures him, then he will have endless glory and wealth. The Wang family's assets are up to more than 300 billion, Li Jishir said, getting excited himself. I don't need him to give me much money. I just need him to come to Jiangzhou to support me. This request he can do, right? Too able. I just need to give his son a call now and say that someone can cure his old man. He will immediately bring his old man to Jiangzhou on a special plane. It's just that Master Wang's disease is too old. I'm afraid it's not a good cure. What? You question my ability? Dare not dare. Li Jishir immediately acted like a child who did something wrong. Call him at night and tell him to come to Jiangzhou tomorrow. At that time, I'll go and cure that old king's head. Yi Chen explained. Good. Li Jishir said 3 good things in a row before exiting the office. Qin Zhengqing, you look down on me. When the day after tomorrow the son-in-law is recruited, I'll see how you'll beg me to be your door-to-door son-in-law. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth lifted up in a sly fox-like manner. This was equivalent to a battle. Knowing the enemy and knowing oneself was the only way to fight 100 battles. He knew Qin Zhengqing's thoughts, so he strategized ahead of time so that he could win by 1,000 miles when the time came. The medicine hall was arranged by Li Jishir according to Yi Chen's instructions. There is an alchemy furnace, so Yi Chen went out of the office. Directly in the medicine hall inside all the medicine for refining the Yuan Qi Dan, and then put it inside the alchemy furnace with a slow refining with a medium fire. By tomorrow can be practiced. This Yuan Qi Dan has the effect of nourishing the vital energy and replenishing the qi, and it is most effective for those who have suffered from the backlash of breaking through the realm, whether it is the old king in the imperial capital or Qin Zhengqing. Taking the Yuan Qi Dan can cure them. At this time, the Wei family, as soon as Wei Zifei went back, he informed Wei Tai about being slapped by Jin Tianhao, and as a result, Wei Tai was on fire on the spot when he heard that, and gave Wei Zifei 2 slaps, front and back. Dad, are you sick? Why are you hitting me? Wei Zifei covered his face and said, why hit you? I still want to strangle you, this imbecile. Forget what I told you? How dare you run to ask people to refund your money? Laozi's face has been disgraced by you. Wei Tai hated the iron and pointed at Wei Zifei's nose and spewed. Not just 10 million it. Eat a moblon no wisdom. Really do not serve to find out the details, secretly find him back. If he does not return, secretly do away without leaving traces. But you, under the clear sky in front of so many people's faces that they were cheated 10 million, but also to get people killed. It so happens that he is a benefactor of the Jin Tianhao. Jin Tianhao intervened. You have to know how many pounds, but you this still dare to talk to, he clamored. You count old are you? Wei Tai couldn't get angry enough to give Wei Zifei another heavy kick, giving Wei Zifei a cry. Master, it's not good. Just then, the hunchbacked old man hurriedly ran over. Wei Tai frowned and asked, what happened, Lao Gu? I just got the news that Jin Tianhao has suddenly issued a cooperation order with the Qin clan group, and now the contract is already being drawn up. The hunchbacked old man called Lao Gu said, what? Wei Tai was shocked. Is the information accurate? Accurate without a doubt. The person we planted inside the Tianhao group said so. Wei Tai subconsciously threw Wei Zifei a vicious look, squeezing out a sentence from between his teeth. It's you who caused Lao Zi to lose an arm painfully. At first, he and Jin Tianhao had reached a consensus to isolate the Qin family, and when Qin Zhengqing crunched to death, they would divide all of the Qin family's properties in Jiangzhou together. Now, well, when this bare child made a mess, Jin Tianhao directly extended his hand of friendship to the Qin family. Is he deliberately giving me a face? Wait, I thought that could it be that his son had angered Jin Tianhao, so he did this on purpose so that he could bring his son to make amends to him. Why don't you ask your lordship to make a call to probe? Old Gu suggested. It can only be done. Wait, I took out his cell phone and called Jin Tianhao. The call was soon answered. Looks like you know about your son messing with me, Jin Tianhao said in a deep voice. This is really bold. I've already taught him a hard lesson. It's time to teach him a hard lesson. If I were you, I would break one of his fingers, lest I poke another hole in the sky. The corner of Wei Tai's mouth twitched. Are you teaching me a lesson? Of course, he wouldn't say that, but instead said with a leathery smile, if he stabs me with something similar again, I will never lightly forgive him. With that, he turned his words around and said, but you don't need to tear up the agreement between us and shake hands with the Qin family because of this, right? The other party paused for a moment and said, it seems like you're very well informed, knowing so quickly that I'm going to cooperate with the Qin family. Wei Tai gave a dry laugh and said, if you are not happy, I can bring that here and make him kneel down and apologize to you. There is no need to do this kind of thing that hurts the feelings between us. No, even if your son didn't mess with me, I will still cooperate with the Qin family. I advise you not to fight against the Qin family in the future. And even more so, you can't have the thought of getting rid of Qin Luoxue, otherwise when death comes, no one can save you. Hello, how dare you hang up on me? Wei Tai was so angry that he almost dropped his cell phone. Jin Tianhao is trying to tear his face off from me. Then what is the old master's plan? The old counselor said. Humph. Wei Tai grunted. Since he's so not giving me face, then don't blame me for cooperating with the Hung sect to change the sky of this Jiangzhou's underground world. Meanwhile, the Zhang family. Damn. This punk has now embraced Jin Tianhao's thighs. I'll be the ant on the hot pan from now on. I'm going to fry to death. Zhang Tianbao said with a lifeless look. I really didn't expect that this waste has only divorced me for a few days. And he's made a bit of a name for himself in Jiangzhou. Even Qin Luoxue and Jin Tianhao have allowed him to flatter him. It's really a case of 3 days of separation when you're looking at the same person. Zhang Qianting lamented with a sultry face, then looked to Lu Xiaojia on the side. What should we do, Xiaojia? I don't want to be stepped on by him. Saying this, she buried her head into Lu Xiaojia's arms and pretended to be aggrieved and sobbed. This move is really good. Lu Xiaojia is a flurry of comfort, and then dialed the phone to Wei Zifei. The result was Wei Zifei to spray a dog's head. In the end, Wei Zifei dropped him a sentence and hung up the phone. What did Wei Xiao say? Zhang Qianting asked impatiently. Lu Xiaojia immediately revealed a bright smile and said, my cousin said that my cousin's uncle wants to get rid of Jin Tianhao along with him. Really? Zhang Qianting was overjoyed. If Jin Tianhao dies, without Jin Tianhao backing up that punk, he's just a soft persimmon that can be pinched to death by just spending some money. Aha, when the time comes, I will definitely blow his head off with my own hands. Lu Xiaojia said viciously. The kick that Ji Chen had given him had become a lifelong shame for him. Ha ha ha, heaven won't kill my Tianbao Grand Pharmacy. Ah, lousy, this is another chance to turn the corner. Then lousy will hold back for a few more days. Zhang Tianbao laughed out happily. At noon, Qin Luoxue finished signing the cooperation contract with Tianhao Group, and with a great mood, she had a great appetite and ordered several dishes ready to eat. Suddenly, she couldn't help but think of Yi Chen, so she opened WeChat. Qin Luoxue, have you eaten small Chen? Yi Chen, no, I swear, in the morning ate 2 big buns, and now it is still very full. Qin Luoxue, what buns so big? This is more than 12 o'clock, is still very full. Yi Chen, you give me to eat. Ah, forget? Qin Luoxue? Yi Chen, it is in the office when you give me to eat. Ah. Boom. Qin Luoxue was struck by lightning, only to feel that the temperature of the body suddenly raised to 100 degrees. Hot, unspeakable. Damn you. You asshole. Hooligan. Colorful wolf. I'm ignoring you. I'm going to disown you. Humph. I'm so mad at you. How dare you fool me? She exasperatedly sent a voice to Yi Chen, then threw her cell phone towards the table, propped her 2 jade hands on the table, and covered her hot little face. This dead Yi Chen. Stinky Yi Chen. How can he be so bad? She muttered to herself with her sexy little lips. In the end, perhaps thinking of the picture in the office in the morning, the corner of her mouth raised a very nice arc, a look of a happy little woman, beautiful and touching. Anyone who looked at it could not stand it. At night, Yi Chen joined Jin Tianhao and set off for a duel more than 80 kilometers away on the banks of the Jiangzhou River. Chapter 35 Shanghai King Du Yuehua. It was a little more than 8 o'clock in the evening when Yi Chen and Jin Tianhao set off, and just as he got on the highway, Qin Luoxue entered the Sheraton Hotel and opened a luxury suite. The day after tomorrow was the son-in-law recruiting day, leaving little time for her. She had to hand herself over to Yi Chen as soon as possible, or else she wouldn't know who she was cheaper for. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's appearance, She couldn't believe that there really was love at first sight in this world. She felt that if she didn't give her most precious thing to Yi Chen, her heart would feel bad for the rest of her life, because Yi Chen was the only man she had ever thought about. After taking a bath, wrapped in a bathrobe, Qin Luoshue's body was beautiful to the extreme, as if it was a piece of beautiful jade work carved by a master craftsman. She lay down on the bed, leaning against the bedside, took out her cell phone, and sent a micro-message to Yi Chen. Qin Luoshue, Sheraton Hotel, room 1808. I'll wait for you there, come over. Yi Chen, several scared/shy emoticons. Qin Luoshue, shy/hx, come over. Yi Chen, I just departed Huhai. Qin Luoshue, fuming/hn. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Chen, I didn't know you couldn't handle it. Qin Luoshue, well, count me cheap. I will not think of the first time to you. No longer will. After sending this paragraph, Qin Luoshue threw the phone to the side of the bed, angry puffy chest dramatically trembling, have to burst the visual sense of bathrobe. His own good intentions to give him a cheap account, since he said I cannot hold, really pissed me off. If I am cheap, will all 24 years old still keep the first kiss to you? Keep the first time to you? Dead heartless thing. My good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Never care about you again. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and finally her eyes turned red. People have bought the TT, the room is open, the bath is taken, since you stood her up. Do you know how lost they are inside now? Ta-da-da. The cell phone, which was thrown aside, was ringing one after another with the beep of a received message. Humph, must have apologized to me and then said this is coming to me. I'm not going to accept it or give it to you. She glanced aside at her cell phone and huffed, but in the end, she still picked up her phone and opened WeChat to read it. That's right, a dozen or so apologies and words of comfort, but there was no talk of coming over. Qin Luoshue didn't want to take care of it, but when she thought about whether Yi Chen would be going to Shanghai Sea with Jin Tianhao to have a good time, she still couldn't help but ask what was going on, because Jiangzhou was too close to Shanghai. Many rich people drove to Shanghai at night to have a good time and then drove back in the morning. As far as she knew, Qin's group had several male senior managers who earned over $10 million a year doing just that. For one thing, there are a lot of beautiful women in Shanghai, from all countries, and for another, they won't be found out who they are, which is conducive to them letting go and having fun. Qin Luoshue, what are you doing in Shanghai? Yi Chen, I went with Lao Jin to do something. Qin Luoshue, errands? Playing with women, right? Yi Chen, you can wronged me. I also want to give you the first time. How will go to play women? Qin Luoshue, then you run Huhai at night to do what? Give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise I really want to get angry. Yi Chen, let me tell you this. In order to make your grandfather choose me to be your husband, I asked Lao Jin to take me to see a big man, then call him over to support the scene, so that my chances of winning can be much higher. Qin Luoshue, really? To see which big shot? Yi Chen, king of Shanghai, Du Yue Hua. Qin Luoshue's hand shook, and her cell phone fell on the bed. T-on. Since Jin Tianhao had brought Yi Chen to meet the king of Shanghai Sea, could he meet him? Looks like I misjudged him. For me, he put up a fight. Qin Luoshue showed a look of shame and hurriedly picked up her cell phone. Qin Luoshue, I'm sorry Yi Chen, I misjudged you. Yi Chen, wahahaha, it's good that you understand me. Qin Luoshue, I understand now. Pay attention to safety. I'll wait for your good news. Yi Chen, okay, go to bed early, tomorrow morning and then send me 2 hot buns to eat. Oh. Qin Luoshue, go to hell. Not for you to eat. Go by yourself. This guy is really. People have just been touched by his efforts. The result is that he mentioned eating buns again. Really hateful to no end. Misunderstanding solved. Qin Luoshue is not angry. Looking at the box of TT thrown beside the bed, she smiled bitterly. To know in order to buy this, she put on sunglasses and mask, received a lot of strange stares, but the result, even useless. I'm really crazy, since I can do such embarrassing things. I'm also really convinced of myself. Yi Chen, on the other end, had just finished chatting with Qin Luoshue, and as a result, he had arrived in Shanghai. The duel site was in an old mansion on the riverbank of Jiangzhou, and it was only more than 9 o'clock when Yi Chen and Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu arrived at the old mansion. There were 2 men sitting in front of the hall in the lobby. At the moment they were leisurely drinking tea and chatting. A group of men stood behind them, as if they were statues. One was wearing a long shirt with ultra-short hair, around 50 or so, with a thin face, but with a sharp gaze, as if he could see into everything. The other was wearing a black practicing suit, early 60s, country face, sitting there, steady as a mountain, giving off an image of a tall man at a glance. Big brother, Tianhao is here. As soon as Jin Tianhao entered the lobby, he greeted the long-shirt man with 2 steps in 1 stride. Good Tianhao, having the guts to come here. I, Du Yue Hua, have not misjudged you. Du Yuehua smiled and got up with a pleased look on his face. Jin Tianhao performed a Taoist salute, then said, if Big Brother has something to do, Brother 1 obliged. Good. Sit down and say, Du Yuehua said and ordered. Watch the tea. When Jin Tianhao and Yichen sat down, Du Yuehua smiled and asked, Tianhao, how many people and how many guys did you bring over? Jin Tianhao arched his hand and returned, back to Big Brother. Just the 3 of us. Du Yuehua's smile instantly stiffened. He looked at Lei Hu, then at Yi Chen and said, didn't bring some brothers with guys in their hands over? Jin Tianhao shook his head, pointed to Yi Chen and introduced him with a smile. My brother, Yi Chen, has great skills. One person can defeat 1,000 armies. It's enough to have him here. As soon as these words came out, the country-faced man, who had originally turned a blind eye to Jin Tianhao's arrival, suddenly stared at Yi Chen like a hawk, as if a falcon had found a target. A few seconds later, put. The country-faced man laughed and sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Just this little white face, white and tender, can rival 1,000 armies? Don't you tease, or I'm going to vomit from laughing. How dare you? Jin Tianhao slammed the table and got up angrily. Watch what you say, Mr. Yi is not something you can insult. I, Luo Fulai, am even more not something you can mess with. The country-faced man did not show any weakness and clapped his hands to dislike him back. You, alright. Jin Tianhao was about to choke back when Du Yuehua bellowed, instantly silencing him. The enemy hasn't arrived yet. Your own people are choking each other first. What's it like? With this kind of attitude, why did I, Du Yuehua, call you all here? To watch you guys strangle each other and then sit and wait for the enemy to come and take my life? Du Yuehua said in a cold voice. Big brother, I'm sorry. Jin Tianhao lowered his head. Luo Fulai looked unconvinced, but still calmly sat down. Du Yuehua straightened her emotions, then said to Jin Tianhao, Master Luo is the one I specifically invited to sit in on this duel. Your life and mine are in his control. You must give me respect for him, or else if he doesn't sell out later, you and I will most likely be buried here. As he spoke, Du Yuehua gave Jin Tianhao a look, signaling him to endure for a while, and when the duel was over if he won, it wouldn't be too late to clean up Luo Fulai. Jin Tianhao had saved his life and treated him with respect. On the contrary, this Luo Fulai was arrogant and rude. As a big brother of one side, how could he tolerate him? He is the one who has to ask for his help. Otherwise he would have packed him up long ago. The trick of the dead dog. Du Yuehua is still good at using. Of course, the prerequisite is that the dog is not a good dog, but a dog that can bite. Obviously Luo Fulai's arrogance and rudeness in his eyes is a vicious dog that can bite. Got it, big brother. Jin Tianhao comprehended Du Yuehua's meaning and his mood instantly improved. Then why don't you apologize to Master Luo? I'm sorry, Master Luo. Humph. Luo Fulai hummed disdainfully and said, it's only because of Boss Du's face that I'm too lazy to bother with you. Otherwise with your cultivation level around inner strength to Chang, I can poke through your head with one finger over. Hearing this, Jin Tianhao's corner of the eye twitched. A nameless fire surged up to the sky. His fists clenched and clicked, but under Du Yuehua's eyes, he finally endured. In order to ease the atmosphere, Du Yuehua smiled and asked, Tianhao, what's so outstanding about this brother of yours that you can boast that he can defeat 1,000 armies? Mentioning Jin Tianhao was with honor. Smiling, this brother of mine has medical skills that are unbelievable. A handful of acupuncture can bring the dead back to life. And what's even better is, Du boss, I am also convinced, this brother of yours is sick. Right, brought a doctor to these fights. Play life, the doctor called to Top Ah. Not waiting for Jin Tianhao to finish his sentence, Luo Fulai interjected. You, Jin Tianhao was about to get angry. Yi Chen pulled him back and said to Luo Fulai with a smile, Lao Jin is for your sake, afraid that you have a long and short, so he called me to come, lest you be seriously injured. Rescue is not in time to die. What to do? The words fell. Luo Fulai stood up, suddenly stormy. Chapter 36, Kneel down and sing conquest. You're looking for death, aren't you? How dare you curse me? Believe it or not, I'll poke you to death with one finger. Luo Fulai pointed directly at Yi Chen's nose and cursed. Who is he? Luo Fulai? That is the internal strength consummation half-step master, only half a step away from the realm of the master. The great Chinese population of 1.4 billion people, the strength of the above him on more than 100 people. The district, a group of overseas jumping clowns in his eyes is a mole cricket. But this kid even said that he will be seriously injured crunching to death. This is not to hit the face of the old man? If you have the guts, you can try. Yi Chen said indifferently. He was reborn as a great cultivator of the ferrying stage. He would be scared by a mortal martial arts practitioner. Wasn't that hilarious? Good. Then I'll poke you to death with one finger. Luo Fulai seemed to sense that Yi Chen was provoking him, and immediately took a step out and poked him with a finger. Bang! A gunshot rang out at that exact moment. Luo Fulei instantly froze. Still want infighting, don't you? If so, I'll shoot you both. Du Weihua raised his sandhawk pistol, which was still smoking at the muzzle, and snapped. The dozens of men behind him also pulled out their guns and pointed them over. Looking at the dense gun muzzles, Luo Fulei gulped and finally withdrew his hand. There were too many guns. If it was just 3 or 5, with his martial arts cultivation it wouldn't be enough to deter him. But if these two fired together, he really couldn't dodge them. Boss, do calm down. It's really because this kid is too rampant and has pushed me to the edge, Luo Fulei said. Even if you are anxious, you have to hold back. When the battle is over, if both of you are still alive, then I will be the referee for both of you. You can fight any way you want. I don't care if you kill someone. If you pinch me again now, don't blame me for my bullets not being long-sighted. Du Weihua warned. Then put the pistol away. Good, Luo Fulei answered. Then looked at Yi Chen and sneered. See how I'll get you killed later when the big battle is over. As the words fell, he raised his foot and stomped down violently. Boom! Brazenly, he stomped out a deep pit on the concrete floor, and everything below his knees was not in the ground, and the surrounding area was covered with mesh-like ice cracks. Gulp! Seeing this scene, Du Yuehua's men all swallowed foam hard, only feeling that this is a Iron Man. Too powerful. How about it? If this stomped on you, can you imagine what the consequences would be? Luo Fulei laughed coldly at Yi Chen. If you kneel down and beg for forgiveness now, I'll leave you a little life later, otherwise you will die. Ha! Yi Chen felt ridiculous and asked, have you heard of such a saying? What phrase? Don't pretend to be a pussy. Pretend to be a pussy and get struck by lightning. Ever heard of it? Yi Chen asked with a smile. Luo Fulei laughed angrily. You mean to say that I'm pretending with you? Isn't it? Ha ha ha. Luo Fulei laughed out loud and said, what are you? Do I need to pretend with you? Besides, I am just pretending with you. What's wrong with that? Can thunder still split me? Yes, you will be struck by thunder. Yi Chen said. Ha ha, how come there's no thunder to split me? Joke, there are many people all over the world who pretend to be a pussy every day. Has there ever been a report of a pussy being struck by lightning? Luo Fulei only felt that this was the biggest joke he had ever heard in his life. That's because one hasn't overplayed their hand in front of me, while you overplayed your hand and will be struck by lightning. Yi Chen said and pinched up a thunder finger, closing his eyes and activating his divine thoughts to start attracting thunder. Ha ha, are you praying for the heavens to strike me with thunder? It's really funny. Lao Zi has lived most of his life and has never seen you like this. You are also impressing Lao Zi. Luo Fulei laughed so hard that he was about to fall over. Du Yuehua also shook his head. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Chen was called by Jin Tianhao and still called him brother and brother, he would definitely have his men throw Yi Chen out. What kind of thunder could there be in the starry sky tonight? Even if there was thunder. So what? Could it really split the pretender? Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu were also confused. Mr. Yi could really get thunder to split Luo Fulei? It seemed like an impossible thing to do. Chop ah! Why don't you ask the heavens to send thunder to split me? Luo Fulei said, as if he could hit Yi Chen's face hard if he didn't get struck by lightning. Said that pretending to be a pussy was struck by lightning. How old me is still good. It was at this time that Yi Chen violently opened his eyes. Brilliant heavenly might. The sword guides it. As soon as these words came out, Yi Chen immediately changed his thunder pointing to sword pointing. Thunder comes. The next second. Splat. A thunderstorm resounded through the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This thunderstorm scared the people present so much that they couldn't help but burst out in foul language. Luo Fulei even trembled violently and subconsciously looked up. Snap! At that exact moment, a lightning bolt struck through the roof of the tiled room and fell down. Being held in Yi Chen's hand, the electric aura was bitterly cold, filling the hall with daylight. Yi Chen, on the other hand, seemed like a thunder god who was in charge of thunder. His majesty was unspeakable. Everyone was stunned. This wasn't a ing man, it's a god. Holy! Luo Fulei only felt his legs go soft, stumbling and sitting on the ground, as if he had lost his life. You. Luo Fulei couldn't even speak. His expression was horrified to death. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth lifted and said, you will be the first person to be struck by lightning for pretending. After saying that, Yi Chen flung his hand, and the lightning in his hand suddenly shot out, splitting on Luo Fulei's head with lightning speed. In a moment, Luo Fulei was engulfed by the electric current, and his body seemed like it was equipped with an electric motor, trembling violently at a rate of dozens of times per second. Du Yuehua and Jin Tianhao and the other's eyes were about to burst out. He actually drew down lightning and split Luo Fulei? Gulp! They all swallowed hard, and the way they looked at Yi Chen changed, as if they were looking at a god. About 10 seconds later, the electricity on Luo Fulei's body disappeared, while his entire body was split black, just like a refugee coming from Africa. His hair stood up by the roots, and his slightly open mouth was like a chimney, emitting wisps of white smoke. In this dimly lit hall, If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to realize that there was actually a person sitting on the floor. How do you feel? Yi Chen asked with a smile. So hot, so numb, so exciting, Luo Fule said with a six-pointed voice. Is it refreshing? Yi Chen asked again. Cool. Do you believe that pretending will be struck by lightning? Believe it. Do you still dare to clamor with me? I don't dare. Then will you be convinced if I strike you with lightning? Yes. Then kneel down and sing a song of conquest. I'm so comfortable being conquered by you like this. Being struck by lightning. Put. Everyone laughed. This damn thing was struck dumb by thunder. Immortal Master Yi. Immortal Master Yi. Immortal Master Yi. At once, Jin Tianhao and Du Yuehua and the others all respectfully bowed 90 degrees to Yi Chen. He was able to invoke lightning and control thunder. What was he if not an immortal master? It's still fine to call me Mr. Yi. Yi Chen waved his hand and said, Yes, Mr. Yi. At this time, Du Yuehua came to Yi Chen's front and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, I hope you'll forgive me for much disrespect just now. No harm done. Yi Chen graciously said, Thank you, Mr. Yi. Du Yuehua hurriedly thanked him, then said, There is less than an hour left in Ion time. When my enemy comes, I still have to rely on Mr. Yi to help kill the enemy, and after it's done, I, Du Yuehua, will offer $1 billion to thank Mr. Yi. 1 billion for him Du Yuehua is nothing. To know that his secret assets add up to hundreds of billions. More than 80% of the nightclubs in Shanghai have his shares. Of course, not he invested, but open nightclub people to rely on him to give his shares, and shares are not less than 20%. On this piece alone, he will be able to get his hands on at least 20 billion a year. From this, he could see how rich he had to be. What? 1 billion? Luo Fuli instantly got energized, rubbing up from the ground and said with a defiant face, You gave me 100 million when you asked me to help. How can you give him 1 billion? It's not fair, because he is better than you. Du Yuehua didn't have the good sense to say, No. Luo Fulai defended. He's a mage. I'm a martial artist. If I don't give him the chance to cast spells, he's no match for me. Du boss, you may not know. This world not only have martial arts practitioners, there are also cultivators of magic. There are also foreigners, not to mention that foreigners, on the martial arts practitioners and mages compared to the martial arts practitioners, the martial arts practitioners rely on strength, simple and rough to hit the opponent, while the mages seem to have the means of the gods in general, but casting the spells need time. Just now I would not have known that he is a cultivator of magic. If I knew that I did not give him the time to cast the spells, I could have done it to kill him in seconds. I would have been able to kill him in seconds. Du Yuehua heard this and thought that it seemed to make some sense. Just now Luo Fulai had been screaming for at least half a minute before he landed the thunder. As for Luo Fulai, he stepped out a deep pit with a single kick. If he was not given time, Luo Fulai could indeed manage to kill him with a single kick. What? You're not convinced again? Want to try again? Yi Chen said. Just try. Luo Fulai was not afraid. Just based on the fact that the thunder didn't kill him, he could conclude that Yi Chen's Dharma Dao cultivation wasn't very high. If he was a real person cultivating Dharma, a thunder could kill him in seconds. But how would he know that Yi Chen had lowered the thunder power? Otherwise he wouldn't go to catch that thunder, and directly chopped onto Luo Fulai, and could give him a pile of ashes left. Don't try it. Du Yuehua stopped it. A martial art and a method working together can strike the enemy more favorably. And I won't treat you too poorly afterwards. That's fine. Luo Fulai felt that after Du Yuehua had said so, the honorarium for him would definitely increase a bit when the time came, while the honorarium for Yi Chen would decrease to about the same amount for the two of them, so that his psyche would be balanced. Watch how I kill the enemy later, Luo Fu said and sat down. Only with a pitch-black face, he completely lost his previous godly vigor. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was indifferent. He didn't come for the honorarium, he was letting Du Yuehua go to support him in the row. So he was too lazy to bother with a jumping clown. Nothing was said next, until the hour, that is, at 11 o'clock at night, a sudden scream rang out. Master Du, look! Snakes! There are so many snakes, and centipedes and toads. My goodness, it's densely packed. They're going to bite us to death. Everyone looked, and saw that there were densely packed poisonous insects, as if a carpet had covered the old mansion's gate, so numerous that they were uncountable. Luo Fulai was also alarmed and shouted, Not good! There's a great compulsion master among the enemies. This is trouble. Chapter 37, A true warrior's heart should be as a warrior's heart. What to do? What to do, Master Du? Seeing that the densely packed poisonous insects were about to sweep over, dozens of Du Yuehua's henchmen were at a loss for words in fear, only feeling a numbness in their scalps. Shoot! Shoot me! Even Du Yuehua, a big man who had seen a lot of blood, was not calm when he saw so many poisonous insects and shouted at the top of his voice. Boom boom boom! Intense gunshots rang out suddenly. It hit the snakes, scorpions and centipedes with blood and flesh. Only this could only withstand the momentary attack of the venomous insects, and due to the sheer number of them, the bullets soon ran out. There are no more bullets, Master Do. There are still so many poisonous insects, what should we do? I'm out of bullets too. Do you was men shouted with cries? They could imagine that with so many poisonous insects covering over, what awaited them would be bitten alive. Escape. There was no door, unless one stepped over the swarm of poisonous insects. But who dared? It was at this time that Yi Chen said, "Surname Luo, didn't you say to see how you can kill the enemy? Now that so many enemies have come, hurry up and start killing. If Boss Du gets bitten, you won't get a single penny." So many poisonous insects. How the hell am I supposed to kill them? Luo Fulai wanted to cry, but when Du Yuehua heard this, he immediately pointed the sand eagle in his hand at Luo Fulai and said sternly, "What did I spend a lot of money to hire you for? Hurry up and get on me, or I'll smash you." Boss Du, don't get excited. Be careful of the gun going off. This is going to try. What could Luo Fuli do? Being pointed at by a gun, he could only fight. He only took a few steps forward, utilized all his internal energy, and stomped his foot down violently. Boom! The earth trembled. A powerful internal energy was released, instantly shaking a piece of death. He. Luo Fule smiled triumphantly. This poisonous insect can't resist the shock either. Thus, he stomped his feet all the way, tearing a bloody path through the swarm of poisonous insects. Just by releasing his internal energy all the way, he soon had serious physical exhaustion, and he hurriedly withdrew back for fear of being surrounded. Boss Du, there are just too many poisonous insects. I can't keep myself busy alone. Luo Fulai gasped and said, tired as a pug and spitting out his tongue. Du Yuehua knew that he had tried his best, and also knew that there were really too many poisonous insects, and one person really couldn't eradicate so many of them. But seeing the poisonous insects pushing their way across again, getting closer and closer to them, Du Yuehua was at a loss for words and called out, "Think of a way, quickly think of a way." Right. Luo Fulai's eyes suddenly fell on Yi Chen, and he said with a bad smile, "It's your turn. I hope you won't let me down. I stomped to death so many poisonous insects. If you can't surpass my number, you'll have to be less than me when you receive the honorarium." Du Yuehua smiled and wanted to shoot Luo Fule in the heart. What a time to talk about honorarium. If I die, who the hell are you going to ask for honorarium? Have you stomped to death 1,000th of these poisonous insects? Yi Chen asked. No. Luo Fulai shook his head. Then if I kill all these poisonous insects, do you have to be 1,000th of me when you receive your honorarium? That's a must. Alright, then I'll make you lose a lot. As the words fell, Yi Chen drew in the air with his sword finger, and a talisman appeared in the air. Luo Fulai's eyes went straight, drawing a talisman in the air. Could it be that he was a Dharma cultivation realist? At this time, Yi Chen flexed his fingers, and the rune that appeared out of thin air instantly transformed into a fire dragon that burned towards the dense swarm of poisonous insects. In the blink of an eye, there was a sea of fire all over the place, engulfing the poisonous insect swarm in a moment, and a burning stench filled the air. Soon, the fire disappeared, and there was ash everywhere. Not even the shadow of the poisonous insects could be seen. The whole scene was invigorated. The only one who was confused was Luo Fulai. If Du Yuehua gave him 1 billion in honorarium, then 1,000th of 1 billion would be 1 million. Originally, Du Yuehua promised to give 100 million, but as a result of betting with him, the honorarium was only 1 million. It's a big loss for me. Mr. Yi, it's you who is still powerful at the critical moment. Only then did Du Yuehua excitedly say to Yi Chen. Yi Chen waved his hand and laughed. It's not that I'm too powerful. It's that surname Luo is too much of a hot chicken. Just remember to give him 1,000th of mine when you pay the reward later. Good. Du Yuehua nodded repeatedly. Luo Fulai was about to cry. Don't boss do. What am I going to do with $1 million? At least give me $10 million. At this exact moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Even if I give you 100 million, you won't have the life to spend it. The crowd followed the voice and saw a group of people walk in. The leader was a bearded man around 40 years old, and the group behind him were mostly dark-skinned, and at a glance, they weren't Chinese, but people from that area of Southeast Asia. You are Zhong Chang? Du Yuehua narrowed her eyes and asked. Not bad, I am Zhong Chang. The man with the beard proudly said. Du Yuehua, our chief helmsman asked me to give you 2 paths to choose from. 1. Join the Hong sect. The underground world of Shanghai Sea is still your turf. Just give half of your annual revenue to the Hong sect, and of course, the Hong sect will provide supplies for you to sell, so that you can earn more money. 2. Refuse to join, then I'll send you to hell and make the underground world of Shanghai Sea change. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you can't give me an answer by then I can only do it. Simple, brutal, and clear. Ha ha ha. Duyewa threw back his head and laughed, somewhat miserably. To ask me to join the Hung sect, don't even think about it, let alone asking me to help you sell supplies. Once touched, the court will not spare me, the people will not spare me. What awaits me is not only the death penalty, but will also cause me to carry 1,000 years of curses, and my children and grandchildren will not be able to lift their heads up as a human being because of me. So don't dream this daydream. I won't choose either of the two paths that your chief rudder Masterchin has opened up. I have my path, and that is to kill all of you, and return a clean slate to the underground world of Shanghai Sea. Saying this, Duyewa shouted, "Do it!" However, there was a silence. "Do it! Are they all dead?" Duyewa tilted his head towards the second floor of the old mansion and shouted, "Swish swish swish." The result was an unfamiliar figure appearing within his line of sight. Clang! Duyewa stumbled and paralyzed in his chair. Only then did he realize that the gunmen he had ambushed upstairs had all been exterminated. Your path is no longer viable. There are still 8 minutes left. Choose the two paths our chief helmsman has given you. Zhongchang wrapped his hands around his chest and sneered. Duyewa was silent. Could it be that I, Duyewa, will really be buried here tonight? Just then, Jin Tianhao came up to Duyewa's ear and said, "With Mr. Yi around, it will be them who will die." Duyewa's spirit was lifted when he heard this. He still had 2 trump cards left to play, and it was not certain who the deer would die. So, he got up and said, "Master Luo, it's time for you to kill the enemy. Go!" The honorarium. Luo Fulai knew it was time to talk about the honorarium. Otherwise 1 million he really didn't want to sell his life. 100 million. Not a penny less for you. Get on. Good. Money makes the devil work. Under the impetus of 100 million honorarium, Luo Fulai swaggered towards Zhongchang with his hands behind his back and said, "You bunch of things who don't know how to die, dare to give boss Du trouble. Have you asked me Luo Fulai whether I agree or not?" "You?" Zhongchang glanced at Luo Fulai and laughed disdainfully. "You don't count. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Luo Fulai instantly became furious and struck out with a heavy punch. "Seek death." Zhongchang's gaze flinched as he fiercely met him with a fist. The 2 heavy fists collided in the air. Boom! The strength of the 2 was not comparable, and each of them stormed backward. "I didn't expect you to be an internal strength perfection as well." Luo Fulai and Zhongchang uttered these words almost simultaneously. Only then did they realize that their martial arts cultivation was on the same level. As the narrow path is won by the brave, Zhongchang immediately took an arrow step up and took the lead in attacking Luo Fulai. Crackling, the 2 fought into a ball. I don't know how long it took. Luo Fulai, due to physical exhaustion, was struck in the chest by Zhongchang's punch, and the whole person flew out like a kite with broken strings, smashing the wooden wall of the hall, and a mouthful of old blood was sprayed out. "Master Luo," Duyewa's face instantly changed. "Cough. Boss Du, I consumed too much physical strength just now. Otherwise, he would have died," Luo Fulai said with a pained look on his face as he covered his chest. Where did Duyewa care to listen to his explanation, when he immediately turned his gaze to fall on Yi Chen, arching his hand and saying, "Mr. Yi, please fight." "Okay." Yi Chen stood up from his chair and walked towards the center of the hall unhurriedly. "Boss Du, he's a mage. He can't be beaten." "Shut up," Duyewa droned. When Zhongchang saw that it was a young white boy in his 20s who was fighting, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Duyewa, it seems that you are also at your wit's end. Just such a little white boy as a duck is more or less the same. Since you called to meet me, do you think that I am a rich woman, who can't walk away when she sees a little white boy? You are indeed going to be unable to walk." Yi Chen lightly raised the corner of his mouth and slowly raised his hand. "What? Are you still going to use the beauty trick on me?" Zhongchang snorted. However, he never thought that just as his words left his mouth, he saw that Yi Chen's empty hand blatantly had a large knife with a chilling light, the length of which was growing at a rate of 10 centimeters per second. Zong zong zong, zong zong. Zhongchang's eyes were about to burst out, his complexion horrified to death, gathering chi to form a sword. This was the masterpiece of a realm of transformation patriarch. Just as horrified as Zhongchang was Luo Fulai. At this moment his eyes were open like a light bulb and his mouth was open enough to fit an apple. "Run!" I don't know who shouted out, and the people chasing after them scattered their legs. The only one who was petrified of being present was Zhongchang, shocked by the might of the patriarch. "Want to run? There's no door." Yi Chen's gaze turned cold, and the large sword in his hand fell violently. Chop! Swish! The greatsword chopped at Zhongchang, splitting in 2 like cutting tofu, and then landed on the ground with a bang. Instantly a gully rose up flat on the ground and would extend all the way out, devouring and strangling as many of the dozens of people who had not yet escaped from the gate. In an instant, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was like a statue standing there for a long time, unable to come back to their senses. After an unknown amount of time, Jin Tianhao let out a long sigh. A great man should be like this. even though he can't get there, his heart yearns for it. Chapter 38, willing to be at the head of Mr. Yi. This move of Yi Chen's was a shocking move that shook everyone, and at the same time, deeply shocked everyone. Especially in the eyes of non-martial artists like Du Yuehua, Yi Chen was already an immortal-like existence. They simply could not imagine how it was possible for a human to possess such terrifying strength. It was important to know that the gully chopped out by this blade was more than 3 meters in width and more than 3 meters in depth. As for the length, it was unknown and could not be seen at a glance. This is more lethal than a missile. Mr. Yi, since today, I, Du Yuehua, would like to look up to you, but if there is a command, there will never be any second thoughts. Du Yuehua came back to his senses and immediately cupped his fists at Yi Chen with a heartfelt sincerity. He needed such a powerful backer, and he firmly believed that by hugging Yi Chen's thigh, the Han sect would no longer be able to threaten his territory in Shanghai Sea. Mr. Yi, since today, I, Jin Tianhao, would like to look up to you, but if I have any orders, I will never say anything. Mr. Yi, from today onwards, I, Lei Hu, would like to look up to you, but if I have an order, I will never say anything. Mr. Yi, from today onwards, we are willing to look up to you, but if I have any orders, I will never say anything, except for Luo Fulai. Everyone said with the most respectful words in their lives. Yi Chen spat out a word very blandly. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yi. The voice was like a bell, resounding through the earth. At this time, Luo Fulai had a quick wit and hurriedly ran to Yi Chen and caught out headlong. Late generation Luo Fulai has no eyes and does not know patriarchy face to face. I hope that Mr. Yi will forgive me for the many offenses I have committed. In front of a top expert like Yi Chen, Luo Fulai could only call himself a junior even if he was older, and the gap between his strength and Yi Chen's was vast. Yi Chen did not pay attention to him. Backhand toward his face walked out. He is now thinking, Qin Luoxue is not still in the hotel. If so, tonight there will be hot buns as a snack, but also can charge a hand. Think about it is also beautiful. On the way out of Zhengzhou Riverside by car, Yi Chen sent a WeChat message to Qin Luoxue. Yi Chen, Schwer, still at the Sheraton? Qin Luoxue, humph, early home. This moment if not yet home, my grandfather has long been looking for me all over the city. She had been waiting to see if Yi Chen would bring her good news, so it was early in the morning and she was still awake, almost a second back to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, that's too bad. Missed such a good opportunity. Really can't eat to catch up with the heat. Qin Luoxue, fuming/FH. You mean I'm? Yi Chen, I'm just making an analogy. Why do you still admit it? Qin Luoxue, fuming/FH. Then you come over to eat me this pile of. Yi Chen, good tonight have to eat you. You're home? Qin Luoxue, well, let's see if you have the guts to come. Yi Chen, it is the dragon pool and tiger's den, I also dare to come. Qin Luoxue, don't brag, be careful of having your legs broken by my grandfather. By the way, how did you talk to Du Yuehua? Yi Chen, very well, he agreed to help me marry you. Qin Luoxue, really? You're not lying to me, are you? Yi Chen, why would I lie to you? You'll know on the day of the son-in-law recruitment. Qin Luoxue, hard you. Mamma mia, I go to bed first, good night. Yi Chen, not let me go over to eat you. Sleep for what? Yi Chen is a little confused about the women of the earth. Faster than the Monkey King's 72 changes. When Yi Chen returned to Jiangzhou in Jin Tianhao's car, it was already close to 2 a.m. Originally, Du Yuehua was going to invite him to go dashing, and also arrange for him to be a popular actress, but they were all rejected by him, because he did not want to back Qin Luoxue mess. This is the minimum respect for her. Not to mention Qin Luoxue is still innocent body, he also have to give her a body of innocence, is not it? Besides, Qin Luoxue's straight long white legs were his favorite. It was hard to find a second pair of such beautiful legs. Mr. Yi, then wait until tomorrow night when I'll bring Big Brother Du to support you in the row. Jin Tianhao said when the car stopped near Qin's house. Alright, see you tomorrow night. Yi Chen dropped a sentence and got out of the car. Not bad, he was now going to Qin Luoxue's boudoir. Just based on Qin Luoxue's sentence of seeing if he had the guts to come over, he had to show her the guts. Although the Qin family was heavily guarded, to him, it was no different than entering a no man's land, and he entered the Qin family with ease. The last time he came to the Qin family, Qin Luoxue had taken him for a stroll, so he was familiar with the Qin family's terrain. Sensing Qin Luoxue's scent, he soon tumbled into Qin Luoxue's boudoir. Since it was summertime, most people slept without covers, and at first glance, Yi Chen's nosebleed almost sprayed out. So beautiful, this girl even sleeps with a hugging bear. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile and sat down at the edge of the bed. Suddenly, he realized that there was a piece of paper attached to the cuddle bear, and when he came over to take a look, he immediately thumped his heart, because there were 2 words written on that piece of paper. Yi Chen. It seems that this girl also genuinely likes me, and sleeps with Cuddle Bear as me. As soon as his heart moved, he doted on Qin Luoshue's pretty face. Just as he was planning to leave, his eyes swept over the desk next to him, and he immediately frowned. The jar on the desk was too familiar to him. The original owner of this body had lost his life by eating such a jar of medicine. No wonder she slept so much, so she relied on sleeping pills to fall asleep. It seems that the pressure she was under was really great. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel heartbroken for Qin Luoshue, and didn't plan to go back, directly going to the bathroom to take a bath, and then hugging her delicate body into the dreamland. The next morning, Qin Luoshue opened her eyes in a daze and subconsciously stretched her waist. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something pressing against her mid-thigh. Her pretty brows knitted lightly, and subconsciously, she grabbed it with her jade hand. What is this thing? Her frown deepened and she couldn't help but turn around to look. The next second, a scream ripped through the morning quiet. Just as quickly, a large hand covered her stunned mouth. It's me. Screaming so loudly isn't afraid of luring your grandfather here. Seeing that it was Yi Chen, Qin Luoshue's rounded eyebrows only then returned to their normal shape, and as soon as she pushed away Yi Chen's hand, she grabbed the bedsheet and wrapped it around her beautiful and delicate body that was only wearing 3 points. You, how did you get in? Qin Luoshue looked unusually surprised and said, came in over the wall. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. Qin Luoshue, the Qin family was heavily guarded, with people guarding and patrolling 24 hours a day. Since he was able to come in over the wall undetected, and even ran to my room, which was more than 10 meters above the ground. Days, is he a flower thief? There's no need to wrap it up. Anyway, what I should have seen and shouldn't have seen. I saw it all yesterday when I was in the office. Come here, let me hug you. Yi Chen spread out his arms. You. Qin Luoshue's pretty face instantly flushed a blush, but it seemed like, yesterday was indeed seen through by him. Rascal, I won't let you hug me. Humph. Her agaric nose was crooked and her little head twisted in a pretense of anger. Cuddling is said nicely. Who doesn't know that you want to eat hot buns again early in the morning? It's only that I won't give you any more. Then I'll give you a cuddle. Last night you all slept with a cuddle bear labeled with my name all night. Yi Chen spread a sly smile. Ha, you. Qin Luoshue was stunned. This was all discovered by him. She only felt embarrassed and had no face to see others. After coming back from the hotel last night, she felt empty in her heart, especially when she thought that the son-in-law recruiting day was getting closer and closer. She was more and more eager to be able to get Yi Chen's comfort, but this guy even ran away to Shanghai. There was no way. He could only hug the bear as Yi Chen used to listen to his helpless and desperate heart. Unexpectedly, he also discovered this secret. Knock. At that exact moment, the door of the room was knocked on. Schwerer, what happened? Qin Jingqing's worried voice rang out. No, nothing's wrong, Grandpa. I just woke up from a nightmare. So it was a nightmare, Grandpa thought that a killer had sneaked in. Scared me so much that I climbed the 3rd floor in one breath to hurry and come take a look. Qin Luoshue gave a flurry of explanations, which dispelled Qin Jingqing's misgivings. Schwerer, why don't go to the company today? Take a good rest for a day. Tomorrow will be the son-in-law recruiting. Give everyone a good spirit. Hearing the son-in-law recruiting, she rejected it from the bottom of her heart, but she couldn't resist, so she could only reply, don't worry, Grandpa. I will give everyone a good mental outlook tomorrow, and won't bring shame to the Qin family. Alright, then you can rest for a little while longer. Grandpa won't bother you anymore. Phew. Qin Luoshue let out a breath of relief, and then she threw a blank stare at Yi Chen, and said in a bad mood, this time, you can't get out of what you came in. If my grandpa finds out that you slipped into the Qin family to talk to me, he will break your legs. Big deal. I won't leave. I'll just eat 2 buns a day and be full. Yi Chen grinned, and with a hook of his big hand, he swept Qin Luoshue into his arms. Ah, you bastard. Oh, Chapter 39 1 Dan 100 million. Qin Luoshue's sexy little mouth was directly blocked by Yi Chen with his mouth, and she was immediately unable to speak, so she launched a fierce counterattack. Anyway, having had 2 kisses she was already experienced. However, the crazier she was, the more confused Yi Chen was, and after a short period of solicitation he swept Qin Luoshue into his arms. From the request, he can feel Qin Luoshue at the moment is out of the mood, and there is a kind of pressure to bear a long time to release the feeling, and not much of the true feelings mixed in it. Also right, he has only known her for a few days, she is willing to give everything to himself, is not want to be cheap, she has no feeling of the person, can only give her feeling is quite good himself. If he deprived her just like that, although she wouldn't resist, it wouldn't leave her with the best memories. Therefore, he temporarily endured it. Anyway, he would be recruiting his son-in-law tomorrow, so it wouldn't be too late to act when he truly became her husband. The sudden stop caused Qin Luoxue to immediately freeze, blinking her beautiful eyes as she looked at Yi Chen, full of doubt. What was wrong with this guy? Why didn't he proceed to the next step? Didn't he want it? Why didn't he want it again? Could it be? Is he pitying me? I don't want you to pity me. Qin Luoxue showed a sad face and lightly pounded on Yi Chen's chest, as if she was complaining about why he stopped and didn't help her release the pressure so that she could face tomorrow's recruitment without any burden. I'm not pitying you. I want to love you. Yi Chen hugged Qin Luoxue tightly and said tenderly, love you dearly? Qin Luoxue laughed miserably. You came out from the civilian area. You can't even imagine how powerful your competitors are. Not to mention whether the king of Shanghai Sea, Du Yuehua, will come to support you. Even if he will, my grandpa won't choose you. In grandpa's eyes, you're just a crow. And you're all black even if you're flying high. Besides, you don't have any roots. At most, Du Yuehua will help you to support you in some friendship, and then he'll ignore you afterward. Ignore. My grandfather's vision is poisonous. He still can't see this little trick of yours. So after tomorrow, I'll be someone else's wife. You won't have a chance to love me even if you want to, and I can't do anything with you anymore. After all, I'm already someone else's wife, and if I do something with you again, I won't be able to live with it on my own conscience. Now you have only two choices. 1. While I'm still not someone's wife, do whatever you want to do to me boldly. I won't resist. After today you and I are like strangers. 2. You leave now and let me be your regret for the rest of your life. Choose for yourself. Last night, she learned that Shanghai Sea King would support Yi Chen. She was indeed happy for a while, but after calming down and analyzing carefully, she fell into despair again. Huhai King's power is again big, that is other people's, not you Yi Chen's. People are just giving Jin Tianhao face to help you support the scene, and when they leave, you will also be in your original form. What should be the identity, or what should be the identity? Even I can think of this point, so shrewd and cunning grandfather would not think of it? Therefore, hiring someone to hold up the scene wouldn't help at all, and couldn't change the fact that you would become someone else's wife. I won't choose either of these two, Yi Chen said. Then what are you going to do? I'm going to defeat all my competitors, become your rightful husband, pour out everything I have to spoil you, and won't let you suffer a single bit of aggravation anymore. You, Qin Luoxue was going to be furious with Yi Chen. I've said it so clearly, why don't you understand? Are you missing a bone in your head? What a complete and utter sizable cutie. Angry to angry, touched is still there. Don't women all have soft ears and like to listen to men's sweet words? Alright, since you have to choose this path, then I won't force you to do anything to me, and I won't drive you away, so just hold me well, otherwise you won't have a chance to feel my body heat. Yi Chen was so persistent. What else could she say? She could only cherish the moment. Good. Yi Chen didn't talk nonsense. He just hugged Qin Luoxue like this, feeling each other's temperature. You're really silly. Qin Luoxue's heart moved, and 2 lines of clear tears came out, wetting Yi Chen's chest. That is, she couldn't be cruel enough to leave the Qin family behind. Otherwise she really wanted to elope with Yi Chen and wander the world. Even if it was just a windy day, it was still better than living in despair right now. At least it won't be painful, right? But she does not understand this life. As the saying goes, all beings are suffering. She is in the rich family because of love and suffering, and how to know the cold women because of money and suffering? How can she know that most people in the world suffer because they can't afford to buy a house? I don't know how long, until the sun is up. Qin Luoxue only reluctantly left Yi Chen's embrace, put on the equipment, simple wash, sitting in front of the dresser to put on a light makeup. Yi Chen walked over, took the brush, traced her eyebrows, colored her lips with lipstick, and then combed her hair. Looking at herself in the mirror, Qin Luoxue was confused. This guy was surprisingly so good at makeup, making himself much prettier than he originally was. Humph, still saying that you haven't been in 100 battles. With this makeup skill, you haven't done it for other women, have you? Qin Luoxue beamed with dissatisfaction. No, before Zhang Qianting recovered, I served her tea and food, and I would often see her putting on makeup, so I know a bit more after seeing more. Yi Chen smiled. This was true. When Zhang Qianting was mentioned, Qin Luoxue's teeth itched, and she said with an indignant look, she is also blind, that she would treat you as a waste. If she wasn't blind, could the two of us be in the same room? I hope you're not blind. Yi Chen grinned. Good for you. Give you some sunshine and you'll shine. See if I don't beat you up. She instantly gave Yi Chen a flurry of cotton fists to serve. After some flirting, Qin Luoxue said seriously, I'm going to the company. You stay here and don't go out, lest my grandfather finds out. I'll find a way to send you out at night. Don't worry, I'll come back in the afternoon to bring you food. Okay, just bring me 2 buns. You, humph, starved to death. Qin Luoxue glared at Yi Chen, then left with her Chanel bag. Yi Chen looked at the time, It would take 2 more bells before the yuan qi dan was refined, so he was not in a hurry to leave, and familiarized himself with Qin Luoshue's boudoir before saying anything, lest he would get lost when he came into the family in such a large room. It was indeed too big, at least 100 square feet. The house he lived in with his parents wasn't even as big as this room of hers. When he opened a closet, his whole body froze. There were flight attendant uniforms, sailor uniforms, and nurse uniforms. So it turns out that this girl usually likes to wear such sexy things in her room as well. Yi Chen smiled wickedly, but thinking about it, it was also right. Such a good body, especially those legs, even if she didn't wear it for others to see. Looking at herself in the mirror was also comfortable. Which girl with a good figure doesn't do that? It wasn't until it was almost time that Yi Chen slipped out silently without being noticed by anyone. During this time, he received $1 billion honorarium from Du Yuehua. Not long after arriving at the pill hall, the pills came out, totaling 81. This elixir smells so good. Divine Dr. Yi, Li Jishir and Wu Jianxiong were drooling as they smelled the elixir. 1 for each person. Eat it for a good waist, good legs and good spirit. It's no trouble to go up Mount Tai in one breath. Yi Chen gave 1 to each of the 2 men. This yuan qi dan was very powerful in its efficacy. Not only could it dredge the meridians and activate the blood, heal internal injuries, but it also had the effects of strengthening the body, beautifying the breasts and nourishing the face. The reason why the efficacy is so magical, because it can replenish the vital energy and nourish the qi. People live on the vital energy support. The more vital energy in the body, the healthier, the more perfect the skin and so on. Of course, this is only a small yuan qi dan. If the big yuan qi dan, that effect is even more fierce, can let a person return to childhood, but refining big yuan qi dan herbs are not easy to find. Li Jishir and Wu Jianxiong ate the pills, instantly feel full of energy. TSK prays more than. Not long after, Li Jishir's cell phone rang. It turned out to be the old Wang Tu from the imperial capital arrived in Jiangzhou. So, Li Jishir brought Yi Chen along with him to go and meet the old king's head, the presidential suite of the Sheraton Grand Hotel. Divine Dr. Li is here. By the way, where is that divine Dr. Yi you were talking about? A middle-aged man saw Li Jishir come in and went forward. This is divine Dr. Yi, named Yi Chen. Li Jishir pointed to Yi Chen with a smile, and then he introduced Yi Chen. Mr. Wang Shengwen, the youngest son of Elder Wang. Hello. Yi Chen smiled and greeted. Hello. Wang Shengwen nodded meaningfully, then looked at Li Jishir and said suspiciously, You said he can cure my father? He had a look of disbelief on his face. That is, Li Jishir's seniority in medicine was high and his reputation was all over the imperial capital. If anyone else brought such a youngster to cure his paralyzed father who had been paralyzed for more than 10 years, he would definitely have to be sprayed hard. If even he can't cure Elder Wang, I'm afraid no one in this world can cure Elder Wang. Li Jishir chuckled. Wang Shengwen was about to say something when a stuttering voice rang out. Shengwen, let him try. Okay, Dad. Old Dad had spoken. What else could Wang Shengwen say but to let Yi Chen try? Arriving in front of the old Wang Tu who was sitting in a wheelchair, Yi Chen took out the porcelain bottle and poured out 5 yuan qi pills. Slow. Yi Chen was about to feed the old king's head the medicine when Wang Shengwen suddenly called out. What kind of medicine is this? Wang Shengwen asked. Yuan qi dan. Yi Chen answered truthfully. Yuan qi dan? Never heard of it. You take one first. Mr. Wang. Don't worry. This medicine is not poisonous. I ate it just now. Li Jishir knew that Wang Shengwen was worried that the medicine was poisonous, and wanted Yi Chen to test the poison on his own. It doesn't count if I didn't see it. It doesn't count unless I see with my own eyes that it's not poisonous. Wang Shengwen looked wary. He was afraid that Li Jishir might have been bribed and specially came to take his old man's life. Li Jishir didn't know what to say. At this time, Yi Chen said, Okay, I can eat it for you, but let's say it in advance. The cost of the yuan qi dan is frighteningly high. 100 million for 1 dan. I'll eat a few if you want me to, but if it cures your old man, how many of them do I eat and how many billions do you have to reimburse me? What? 1 dan $100 million? Wang Shengwen was stunned. Is this guy trying to take my old man as a pig to kill? Chapter 40, A Slap of the Palm. This dan is just as big as a soybean, and one of them costs 100 million. When our Wang family has more money, you can pit it as much as you want? Wang Shengwen rushed at Yi Chen and said irritably. Such a dime-sized dan even if the cost of construction is even higher. 1,000 are holding up, since the sale of 100 million. Simply heartless. Even Li Jishir almost jumped in shock when he heard that a dan was 100 million. He only felt that Yi Chen was a heavenly god pit. When Yi Chen grabbed the yuan qi dan's medicinal materials, he was on the sidelines to see. Although the use of all extremely precious medicinal materials, but the total price adds up to 20,000 to 30,000 to hold up. The average of a 1 is only 300 or 400 only. since he is going to sell 100 million. Simply don't be too profiteering. Just he did not know. When the alchemy, Yi Chen added his own body's true essence to practice. This is the reason why Yi Chen said the cost of the pill is too high. Of course, he wanted to do it for free, but Wang Shengwen's attitude made him very upset. That's why he wanted to sell the Wang family for 100 million per dan. Let you look down on me. I have to make you bleed a little. Love it or not. Anyway, 1 dan is 100 million. I'll cure it if I can afford to spend this money. If I can't afford to spend this money, I'll pull back, Yi Chen said indifferently, looking like a scoundrel. Wang Shengwen wanted to strangle Yi Chen's heart. My Wang family is rich, but I can't let you pit it like this. I can't accept this price. Forget it then. Just pretend I didn't come. Yi Chen made a bye-bye gesture and turned around. Old Wang too on the wheelchair looked like he wanted to scream but couldn't. Seeing this, Wang Shengwen shouted, "Wait a moment." Yi Chen turned back and said, 1 dan for 100 million. 1 point less is exempt from negotiation. Wang Shengwen gritted his teeth, heavily emphasized his head, and said, how many pills are needed to cure my father? 8 pills. Then you'll give me 2. If it's not poisonous, I'll let you cure my dad. And if you can cure him, my Wang family will pay you for this billion-dollar medicine. Expensive, yes, but if you can cure your old man, $1 billion is nothing. Okay. This reply Yi Chen was quite satisfied, and immediately ate 2 yuan chi dan. Half an hour later, seeing that Yi Chen was fine, Wang Shengwen then put down his guard and asked Yi Chen to give him 8 pills before feeding them to his old dad. Once the yuan chi dan was in his stomach, the old Wang too, who was originally lax-eyed, suddenly his eyes snapped open and his essence shone. Immediately afterward, he felt that the pores of his entire body opened up, and a steady stream of power was absorbed by the pores and turned into strength to support this old body that was already like a withered wood. As old Wang too slowly stood up from his wheelchair, the bones in his body stretched out, emitting intensive clicking sounds. Wang Shengwen was stunned. Li Jisher froze. In less than 5 minutes after consuming the elixir, old Wang, who had been paralyzed for more than 10 years, stood up. Oh my god, this is simply an elixir. They all sighed longingly in their hearts. Alright, I am finally well. I, Wang Tianhua, have regained my original strength. Ha ha, ha ha ha. About 20 minutes later, feeling that he had recovered to the state he was in before he was paralyzed, old Wang Tianhua excitedly spread out his arms and threw back his head and laughed openly. Wonderful, it's really great. Wang Shengwen as well as a few of the Wang family's servants all burst into tears of excitement. This meant that the top pillar of the Wang family, which had fallen for more than 10 years, was standing again. Divine Doctor, Mr. Yi, you are truly a divine doctor. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. Wang Tianhua held Yi Chen's hands in excitement. Old Wang, don't be like this. I'm afraid. Yi Chen hurriedly set aside old Wang's hand that was clutching him. Probably because old Wang was paralyzed and hadn't brushed his teeth. The bad breath made his stomach turn over, so he couldn't get too close to old Wang. Ha ha, Wang Tianhua let out a hearty laugh. Hit the money. 1 billion. Yi Chen said as he looked at Wang Shengwen. Without waiting for Wang Shengwen to open his mouth, Wang Tianhua said, 1 billion which is not enough. Hit 2 billion for Divine Dr. Yi. Our Wang family is not short of money. We must thank Divine Dr. Yi heavily. Wang Shengwen, 1 billion. I am heartbroken to death. You still give 2 billion. Heart is really big. Do not know you paralyzed this 10 years. Our Wang family's assets have shrunk how much? Wang Shengwen slandered to slandering, but also dare not go against the old man's intention. 2 billion for the Wang family is really nothing. Then Tube Yi Chen asked for the card number, sent to his big brother to let his big brother to arrange to play money. Elder, all your martial arts cultivation is still there? Wang Shengwen asked after arranging the money shot. Wang Tianhua nodded his head and said, I can feel my power returning to the level of the great success of the realm of transformation 10 years ago. Great. Wang Shengwen was excited for a while. Once you were paralyzed. After these 10 years of storms, our Wang family was sidelined from the top of the 4 great families in the imperial capital to the top of the 10 most powerful families. Now that you've regained your strength, it won't be long before our Wang family can return to the ranks of the 4 great families. It has to be. Whoever dares to stop my Wang family's rise to power will first ask if my fist agrees. As the words fell, Wang Tianhua threw a punch into the marble coffee table through the air. Boom! The marble coffee table was struck by a forceful air and exploded into pieces on the spot. Old Wang, very fierce. Yi Chen couldn't help but praise. He didn't expect Earth's martial artists to have the ability to punch things through the air, which sort of impressed him. Wang Tianhua hemmed and hawed and said, always wanted to keep a low profile, but the strength does not allow it. Let Mr. Yi be shocked. Wang Mao confessed. Confessed ah. Yi Chen laughed. Old Wang, this wave of pretending can be. Humph, how do you talk? My old man's strength is there. How is it pretending to be a pussy? Believe it or not, he can execute you with one look. Wang Shengwen, who was on the side, said with displeasure, Shengwen, how do you talk to Mr. Yi? If it wasn't for him curing my father, would my father be able to regain his strength? Wang Tianhua glared at his son, then said to Yi Chen with a smile, Mr. Yi is a medical practitioner. He doesn't understand our martial arts profession. He just can't keep a low profile if he has the strength. According to you guys, it is indeed considered as pretending to be a pussy, but pretending to be a pussy also needs to have capital, right? If there is no capital, easy to be hit in the face. It seems that old Wang has studied this discipline very thoroughly. Yi Chen felt that Wang Tianhua was quite interesting, a bit of an old codger's temperament, so he did not intend to hit him in the face. However, he did not expect Wang Tianhua to disguise himself too much, and proudly stood up his chest and said, it's not very thorough, but I know that in front of you guys I'm saying that invincible true loneliness is not considered to be pretending, because I have that strength, but if it's in front of someone who's even more powerful than I am, I have to keep my mouth shut tightly, so that no woe will come out of my mouth. I don't know if Mr. Yi can understand when I say this? Understand. Yi Chen nodded with a smile and said, then why don't we try a move to see if you are really invincible and truly lonely? What? You want to try a move with me? Wang Tianhua almost didn't spurt with laughter and said, it's not that I'm bragging. As far as Mr. Yi's kind of mortals are concerned, I can slap 100 to death with one palm. Mr. Yi, to put it bluntly, I suspect that you are from the countryside, and have no idea how terrifying a great master of the realm of transformation is. Just my family's old man, killing you like a chicken within 10 meters, Wang Xingwen said with a contemptuous face. Yes, Mr. Yi, martial arts into the realm of transformation can't even hurt bullets. Between raising their hands and throwing their feet there are 10,000 pounds of force. It is simply not for us mere mortals to touch, Li Jisher hurriedly advised. Is that so? Yi Chen became even more curious and said, last night I just killed a martial artist who claimed to be a half-step of the realm of transformation in seconds, but I don't know how powerful this realm of transformation Deshang is, and if I can kill it in seconds as well, so I want to try out a move with old Wang, and I'd also like to know whether to fight or run when I encounter a realm of transformation martial artist in the future. He didn't know much about martial arts, so he didn't know how powerful a martial artist known as a grandmaster was, and wanted to explore the approximate strength of a realm of transformation martial artist. As a result, the moment he said this, both old Wang's father and son laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Just you. You don't even have the aura that a martial artist should have, yet you killed a half-step of the realm of transformation in seconds. Why don't you go to heaven? Wang Xingwen laughed with his belly. Wang Tianhua also laughed for a while and shook his head, saying, Mr. Yi, don't fight me for a single move. I'm afraid I can kill you with a light strike. Let's do it this way. If you're curious about how powerful a realm of transformation master is, I'll just stand here and let you punch me. If you can move me, count me as convinced, but I'd like to remind you not to exert too much force lest it's not good if you break your finger bones. Alright, then I'll probe your strength, Yi Chen said as he walked up to Wang Tianhua and pressed his fist against his chest, saying, carry your full strength and stand still, lest I can't probe your strength. Wang Tianhua had no choice but to do what Yi Chen said. Who let him cure himself? Come on, stand firm, oh old Wang. Mister, you just don't break your hand bones. Good. As the words fell, Yi Chen's fist on top of Wang Tianhua's chest transformed into a palm and slapped it with force. Boom! Wang Tianhua's entire body instantly flew out like a kite with broken strings. Then with another boom, he crashed a human-shaped hole in the wall of the presidential suite and disappeared into the room. Shocked a ground of eyeballs, everyone looked at Yi Chen with disbelief. Since he had slapped old Wang with one palm? Oh my god, simply terrifying as hell. Chapter 41. The realm of transformation. Great success isn't much better. Yi Chen clapped his hands with a look of disappointment. He also used only 50% of his power to beat Wang Tianhua out of existence. If he had struck with all his might, it would have been enough to blast Wang Tianhua to death. You, how are you so powerful? Wang Shengwen's legs were shivering and he just felt like he couldn't even stand up. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe that a seemingly mundane youngster had such terrifying strength. It was simply astounding. Isn't it time to say that killing me within 10 steps is like killing a chicken? Yi Chen smiled coldly. Plop! Wang Xingwen knelt down head first and cried in fear. Mister, ye spare my life, it's because I have no eyes. I didn't know that you are deeply hidden. Please bear with me if I have offended you much. That's just it. Too lazy to bother with a mole like you. Go and help your old man out. Yi Chen waved his hand and said, thank you, Mr. Yi. Wang Xingwen was as if he had been pardoned and wiped his cold sweat and ran towards that man-shaped hole. Not long after, he helped Wang Tianhua, who was vomiting blood, out from another presidential suite. Why are you injured like this? Yi Chen was surprised. He had only used 50% of his strength, but he had collapsed his chest into a cave-in. Cough. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect that you would be so strong. I miscalculated. Wang Tianhua covered his chest and said in pain. Had I known that he was so powerful, I also don't him to pretend in front of still invincible true loneliness not? Yi Chen asked with a smile. Sweat. Wang Mao sweat to the point. Pretending big hair. Mr. Yi only invincible true loneliness. Yi Chen laughed and gave 2 yuan qi dan for Wang Tianhua to take. Not long after, Wang Tianhua's injuries got much better. By the way, Mr. Yi, are you married? Wang Tianhua suddenly asked. What's the point of asking this? Yi Chen frowned. Seeing Wang Tianhua's thieving smile on his face, he guessed it was nothing good. Sure enough, Wang Tianhua hemmed and hawed. If Mr. Yi is not married, what if I pledge my granddaughter to you? 23 years old, born of a national beauty. Stop. Yi Chen interrupted Wang Tianhua's words and said, I'm a divorced man now. I'm having an object of desire right now, and I'm planning to join her family, so don't mess around with me. What? Entering the family? Wang Tianhua was stunned and said incredulously, Mr. Yi, you're not mistaken, are you? With a super strong person like you, you are strong enough to single-handedly build a great family that shakes the world, and there are more than a few powerful families sending their daughters and granddaughters to your home. So why are you so desperate to go into a family? It was no exaggeration to say that having strength was equivalent to having money and power, but having money and power did not necessarily mean having strength. Therefore, when a super strong person came into the world, more people with money and power would come to flatter them, and it would be a matter of one night to build up a big family. Just like his Wang Tianhua, when his old man was alive, his old Wang family was ranked as the first of the 4 great families in the imperial capital, and more than a few powerful families went to flatter. Once his father died, people flattered other families to go, and when Wang Tianhua was paralyzed, the Wang family's status fell in name all of a sudden. Therefore, the status of a family depends on the size of the family's strength. This strength refers to the fist is hard. Who has a hard fist? Who is the master? This is the reason why Wang Tianhua wants to marry his granddaughter to Yi Chen. If the Wang family had such a powerful granddaughter-in-law, who the hell would dare to clamor with the Wang family? Because of love. In that place, Yi Chen sang out, Mr. Wang is convinced. Wang Tianhua was very speechless. How could such a powerful person manage to not chase fame and fortune and willingly join the family? Yi Chen hemmed and hawed, then talked to Wang Tianhua about the main event. After hearing this, Wang Tianhua patted his chest and said, No problem. Tomorrow night I promise to go forward to support Mr. Yes Ro, but I have a request that I hope Mr. Yi can agree to. What request? It's that after you get married, can you take my granddaughter along with you and let her serve you together? Yi Chen. Admitting into someone else's family and then marrying a younger one. Even the immortal realm where one could marry many wives didn't have this rule. Old Wang, stop. This I can't agree to. Yi Chen decisively refused. Not to mention whether he agreed or not. Qin Luoxue would never agree. Don't Mr. Yi, which strong man doesn't have a few little wives these days? Just take my granddaughter. She really looks like a national beauty. Don't believe me, I'll give you a photo to see. Shangwen, show Mr. Yi the picture of Linger. Okay old master. Old Wang, you're too crazy. I'll take my leave. Yi Chen hurriedly slipped away. What kind of grandfather would force his granddaughter to be someone else's little wife? He only wanted to conquer Qin Luoxue right now. He didn't have that kind of leisure to care about old Wang's granddaughter. Don't run Mr. Yi, what are you afraid of? You come back Leaving the Sheraton Hotel, Yi Chen received the $2 billion from the Wang family, as well as the $200 million honorarium that Jin Tianhao had promised him. Having made $3.2 billion in just less than a day's work, Yi Chen only felt that Earth's money was too good to be true, and as long as he was strong enough, he could make money even faster than the old horse of the Abba Group. Of course, this money is very useful to him. He is thinking about the end of the son-in-law to buy a set of luxury villas, laid down the polygraphic array, the remaining money to take to buy jade used to dissolve the spiritual qi. When Qin Luoxue white days to work he went to practice, to the night and then go back to practice work both. The life of the beautiful. Near noon, Yi Chen went to the Qin family and gave Qin Zhengqing 5 yuan qi dan to take. When Qin Luoxue returned home, she found Yi Chen and her grandfather sitting in the living room, and her entire body was stunned. Could it be, he had gotten grandpa arrested? You. Qin Luoxue looked at Yi Chen with a look of being at a loss for words. She didn't even know what to say. If she let grandpa know that he snuck in last night and hugged herself for a night's sleep, grandpa would really kill him. I came to cure your grandfather. Yi Chen squinted at Qin Luoxue and smiled. Cure him? Yeah, Yuan Qi Dan. Did you forget? Qin Luoxue. At this time, Qin Zhengqing smiled and said, Yi Chen sent the Yuan Qi pill not long ago, and after grandpa ate it, he has now fully recovered, and his cultivation has returned to the state of inner strength perfection. Really? Qin Luoxue was unusually surprised. There were two reasons for this. 1. Yichen hadn't been caught by Grandpa sneaking into his room. 2. Grandpa had finally regained his health and no longer worried about the possibility of losing him at any time. It was just that she was curious as to how Yichen had left her boudoir without being caught. Yes, Grandpa now feels as if he's 10 years younger, Qin Zhengqing said happily. That's great. Qin Luoxue happily took Qin Zhengqing's arm and leaned her little head on her grandfather's shoulder. Her grandfather's return to health meant that the burden on her shoulders could be lightened a lot. At least she wouldn't have to worry about the Qin family's internal affairs. The rest of the Yuan Qi pills are for you, Yichen said as he handed the porcelain bottle to Qin Luoxue. Give it to me? Qin Luoxue was puzzled. I'm not injured or sick. Why give it to me? Eat it. It has effects such as beautifying and nourishing your face and plumping your xiong. You will become more beautiful. Qin Luoxue froze, then said, Don't. What's the use of being more beautiful? It's still cheap for other men. It's better not to become beautiful. At this exact moment Qin Luoyun walked over and said, Sister, brother-in-law. No, mister. Ye let you take it, in case he becomes your husband. Wouldn't a bigger chest be more pleasing to Mr. Yi? Get the hell out of here. Qin Zhengqing and Qin Luoxue coincidentally pointed their fingers towards the door, especially Qin Zhengqing. His face turned black. This called brother-in-law and got addicted to it. I, Qin Zhengqing, would choose him to be Schwer's husband? Don't even think about it. Luo Yun is right. Take it. Remember to take one per meal. Oh. Yi Chen shoved the porcelain bottle into Qin Luoxue's hand before leaving with Qin Luo Yun in his arms. I'll take you out to play. Okay. The two of them talked and laughed as they went far away. This is really getting more and more hopeless. All day long you just know how to play. And you even play with someone with such a humble status. It's really a disgrace to the Qin family. Qin Zhengqing said with hatred. Grandpa, Yi Chen only cured you. How can you talk about people like this? Qin Luoxue said with some small dissatisfaction. Medical skill is medical skill, but he still lives in a cheap house in a civilian area. Then his status is humble. If not for promising him to let him participate in the son-in-law recruitment, from now on there is nothing I won't let him set foot in the Qin family again. Qin Zhengqing said. Grandfather, you have gone too far. Qin Luoxue's eyes reddened, covering her mouth as she turned around and rushed upstairs. Ha! This girl, what's wrong with her today? Since she was a child, she hasn't lost her temper with me yet. Qin Zhengqing was in a fog. Could it be she's fallen for that kid? It seems like we can't keep that kid at the end of the son-in-law recruitment tomorrow. It'll be a mistake. Chapter 42 Son-in-law recruitment day arrives. The next morning, which was the Qin family's son-in-law recruiting day, the entire Jiangzhou high society was sensationalized by it. Tonight is the Qin family's son-in-law recruiting day. I don't know what kind of man Elder Qin will recruit as a husband for our Jiangzhou's #1 beauty, Qin Luoxue, very much looking forward to. In the end is which lucky man God can become the Qin big goddess husband? On the Qin big goddess that pair of legs, Egu, which man to get her to die of happiness? If I also come from a top-class family, then I'll also go to participate in the son-in-law recruitment. If I can become Qin Luoxue's man, I'll be willing to live 10 years less. Each and every one of Jiangzhou's high society dudes were discussing this topic. I really envy Qin Luoxue. Not only is she beautiful, she's also from a wealthy family. Now her grandfather is recruiting a rich and powerful top-class gentry son for him. How come all the good things are taken up by him alone? The heavens are too unfair to us. It is said to participate in the son-in-law recruitment of 5, 3 from the imperial city, 2 from Shanghai. The family assets are above 50 billion. One of the family assets also reached 100 billion. These can be really real mansion young masters. Envy, jealousy, hate. How I am not Qin Luoxue. If he, I am sure to dream will wake up with a smile. Since the rich husband's family is rich, this has to do how many good things in the previous life. This life to have such a blessing. The Qianjin misses of Jiangzhou's high society were also immersed in the topic, chatting incessantly. Inside the bedroom of a certain villa, Zhang Qianting was leaning on the bed naked, brushing her WeChat friends. That small body, hot and blood-curdling. Xiao Jie. She suddenly shook up Lu Xiaojie who was lying on the side asleep. What happened? Lu Xiaojie opened his eyes in a daze. Last night he fought with Zhang Qianting until 3 in the morning before going to sleep, and now he is still in a trance. Even opening his eyelids is laborious. The circle of friends was exploded. All the news that Qin Zhengqing is going to recruit a husband for Qin Luoxue tonight. Zhang Qianting said with a very gossipy look. Grass. Just this little you wake me up. Last night 3 times. Oh my god. Tired. Lu Xiaojie was very depressed. I didn't even say tired. You tired what? Get up. Zhang Qianting dragged Lu Xiaojie up. What are you doing? Lu Xiaojie said bitterly. I'm asking you, did you already know about this? Zhang Qianting asked. Yesterday my cousin mentioned this to me. No, what does this have to do with you? It's not recruiting a son-in-law for you. Curious can not Zhang Qianting glared at Lu Xiaojie and asked, do you know what kind of people are participating in the son-in-law recruitment? 5 top magnates from the imperial capital in Shanghai Sea, I think. Wow, aren't the 5 people's families super rich? All of them have family assets of up to $50 billion or more. Heavens, all of them are above $50 billion? Zhang Qianting was so shocked that she covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. If I were Qin Luoxue, it would be great if you were participating in the son-in-law recruiting. Then I'd pick you. The 2 families' assets add up to over $100 billion. That life is simply not too beautiful. Lu Xiaojie rolled his eyes and didn't bother to speak. Just like her father. Just love money. By the way, aren't those 5 gentlemen who participated in the son-in-law recruitment very handsome? Zhang Qianting asked with an air of a nymphomaniac. Handsome? Lu Xiaojie even wanted to laugh. If they were as handsome as me and their families were so rich, would they go to the son-in-law? Tell you this, my cousin uncle has the information of those 5 people. My cousin has read it. He said, those 5 people are crooked looking. One of them is super fat, weighing up to 140 kilograms. 2 of me so heavy the pressure can give Qin Luoxue pressure to spit out blood. You think that Qin Luoxue's mood is very good right now I estimate that she is now in a corner somewhere to cry it. Qin Luoxue looks so beautiful. The family is so rich. You say she will not be willing to give a crooked date as a wife, but also let people pressure? So you don't go to envy her. If you were in her place, I reckon you'd have to cry to death. To be able to marry a man as handsome as me and so rich in gold. You know what you're doing. In that case, Qin Luoxue seems to be quite miserable. Zhang Qianting suddenly balanced her heart and said, heaven should also give her some punishment. Otherwise what good things are letting her take over? But also let others how to live. Right Xiaojie? It's good to know to say so. Lu Xiaojie sighed with relief. Finally put her through. Lest she still think that marrying himself loss. Not those who participate in the Qin family son-in-law recruiting rich. Yes, the old man is not participate in the son-in-law of the rich. But the old man handsome will love people. The key to live okay. You Zhang Qianting where to find the second than the old man in all aspects of the man is also excellent? He was complacent in his heart. Right Xiaojie? Why don't we mix into the Qin family at night and see who can become Qin Luoxue's husband in the end? If it's that nearly 300 pounds fatty, I'm especially curious to know what kind of expression Qin Luoxue would have. I guess it's the general expression of being sunned by a dog, right? Zhang Qianting covered her mouth and laughed, her face full of curiosity and anticipation. Lu Xiaojie depressed. I also want to go to see the key to my cousin well informed. He said, tonight is Qin Jingqing's 68th birthday. On the invitation of the individual leaders of our city of Jiangzhou and some of the entrepreneurs with the Qin family friendship, admiration to Qin Jingqing to celebrate the birthday of the law does not give to go in. So you want to go to see the fun door or not? Zhang Qianting was disappointed. It doesn't matter if you can't go. When the son-in-law recruiting is over, with my cousin's ability, he will know who will end up becoming Qin Luoxue's husband. Lu Xiaojie comforted. If you know who it is from your cousin, be sure to tell me at the first time. It's best to attach a photo, so I can know if Qin Luoxue will be in the mood to be dogged. Good. I will be the first to tell you if there is news. Let's go back to sleep. Lu Xiaojie finished lying down. However, he did not expect that just as he lay down, Zhang Qianting's red lips plastered up. Her small hand in his leg, Lu Xiaojie's entire body was energized. You this little goblin, still come, is want to live tired me you. I want to, damn, lousy exempted. After these few days of cultivation, at this time Yi Chen had already reached the perfection of qi refining realm, and his strength had skyrocketed, only to see his big hand stretching out. The water in the river was sucked up a water dragon by him. Flexing his fingers, the water dragon slammed into a huge rock, exploding the broken rocks, shocking the world. Mr. Yi, you are truly a man of God. Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu, who were watching from the sidelines, were so scared that their livers cracked and they exclaimed in shock. It's average. Yi Chen stood up. Jin Tianhao and Lei Hu were speechless. This was still average. It was heaven-defying. Right Mr. Yi, tonight is the birthday of the recruiter and Qin Zhengqing. Do you want me to go and prepare a big gift for you to bring then? Jin Tianhao asked. Yi Chen thought about it and said, go and buy me an edible turtle. Just send it to my medicine hall. A turtle? You want to send a turtle to Qin Zhengqing? Jin Tianhao almost didn't spurt out laughing. Is this calling Qin Zhengqing a turtle? Yi Chen nodded his head. Alright, then I'll go buy it right now. When he returned home, Yi Chen received a WeChat message from Qin Luoxue. It was a photo of Qin Luoxue wearing an evening gown. Her puffy breasts were proud, and her appearance was gorgeous, as if she was powdered and carved. so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Yi Chen, really beautiful. Xin Luoxue, want to marry me? Yi Chen, I want to. Xin Luoxue, then you have to do 3 things now. First, prepare a big gift, preferably antiques. Must be precious. Money is not enough. Card number sent me to call you. Grandpa has grounded me. I cannot go out to accompany you to buy. Second, brew up a good self-nomination content, such as how good. Become the son-in-law of the Qin family will do for the Qin family, etc. Cannot be smallpox, but not too casual. Third, dress yourself up. Dress yourself up. The more noble temperament, handsome, the better. These 3 points are the key to decide whether you can become my husband, because there are judges to score. Although your hope is very small, but I still hope that you can try your best to do it, because I want to marry you. Yi Chen, good. I've asked Jean Tian how to prepare the gift. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Just wait for me to hold your hand. Xin Luoxue, aha, cheers. Mamma mia. Yi Chen, snap. Xin Luoxue. I'm convinced. Chapter 43, A Child's Worry About His Mother. At dusk in the afternoon, Yi Chen finished the bath, changed into a suit, got a hairstyle, to the mirror in front of a stop. Really don't say, quite a human model. Usually, I am afraid of losing a bunch of little fangirls. Didn't show my icy skin and jade bones. In order to recruit a son-in-law tonight, I am also considered to go out of my way. Yi Chen smiled at the mirror and turned around to leave the room. He was now a cultivator of the Qi refining realm perfection. His bones and skin had already metamorphosed, and it really wasn't too much to describe him as having icy skin and jade bones. It was just that he didn't want to affect his life, and usually didn't show his icy muscles out, as that would easily cause some nymphomaniacs to pursue him avidly. But today for Qin Luoxue, he had to show his handsome side. Money and power is temporarily inferior to competitors. Then use looks and strength to crush competitors. Let them know that no matter how rich and powerful you are, in front of my looks and strength, that is the dregs. If you want to steal Qin Luoxue from me, you simply don't know what you're doing. Inside the living room, Yi Yaohua saw Yi Chen come out, looked him up and down a few times, and couldn't help but laugh. Son, don't really say. Once you clean up and dress up, how many times more handsome than those Korean obas? That's not because you and mom's genes are good. Yi Chen smiled. These words seemed to be very well received, and Yi Yaohua and Yang Suqing both showed happy faces. Just as quickly, Yang Suqing's smile disappeared and said, Xiao Chen, are you really going to attend the son-in-law recruiting of that girl Qin Luoxue's family? Yeah, doesn't mom like Schwer? Yi Chen could tell that his mother was a little upset. Yang Suqing shook her head and said, I like it. That girl is tall and pretty, and her people are polite and understanding. Mom can't wait for her to become mom's daughter-in-law. It's just that mom doesn't want you to join the family. I can hear. Qin Luoxue, that girl driving that what Bentley to be more than 10 million. And she body jewelry is also worth tens of millions. This must be how rich people's daughters to wear up so expensive things. Mom is afraid that you don't have the money and no power into this kind of luxury to go to the more bullied than in the Zhang family. So mom still hope that you can develop with Coco development. The big deal is to give Coco her father $300,000 in gift money. I don't believe he can disagree to marry Coco to you. Yi Chen smiled and said, Mom, you can rest assured. Schwer is not Zhang Qianting. If I join her family, I won't be bullied like when I was in Zhang's family. And you and Dad don't need to worry that Yi family will be extinct. The big deal is that Schwer and I will give birth to a few more children. And take a boy with our family name is not on the line. Yang Suqing rolled her eyes and said, Nowadays, women are afraid of having children, but also a few more. You think you have a right to speak in this area. Even if Schwer agrees to have a few more children with you, and give a boy with your last name, her family won't agree to it. Yi Chen cried and laughed a little. He could still make the Yi family extinct? Impossible thing. Alright. Yi Yaohua opened his mouth. Son has son's intention. We as parents support him. Besides, Luo Shui, that girl is really pleasing to the eye. Didn't you also say how nice it would be if she could become a daughter-in-law? Let son go and pursue his happiness. Dad is right. Yi Chen smiled at Yi Yaohua and said, Then I'll go first and make sure that Qin Luoxue becomes your daughter-in-law. After saying that, Yi Chen hurriedly left, lest his mother did not allow him to go. Brat, really don't know how many kilograms you have. Yang Suqing was all laughed at by Yi Chen. After Yi Chen left, Yi Yaohua comforted. Back then, I defied the old man's opposition, in order to be with you, at the risk of being kicked out of the Yi family, but haven't the two of us lived happily for more than 20 years? Xiao Chen is like me. He dares to defy the odds to pursue his favorite girl. We are all from the past. Just bless him. But his way is different from yours. He's going to join the family. I'm afraid that he'll be unable to do something stupid like last time. I only have one son. If he... Saying this, Yang Suqing covered her mouth and sobbed. Yi Yaohua hurriedly took his wife into his arms and comforted her. Yi Chen went downstairs and pushed her mother's women's motorcycle out. Just then, Lin Coco walked over and said without a trace of humor, "Are you really going to attend the Qin family's son-in-law recruitment?" She was a young person who often played some social software and knew that the Qin family was recruiting a son-in-law tonight. And when Yang Shuqin called and asked her to advise Yi Chen not to go to Qin Luoxua's house to attend the son-in-law recruiting, she understood what was going on. Yes, specially dressed up. Spirit? Yi Chen said with a flip of his flowing hairstyle. Lin Coco immediately glared at her with a blank stare and said, "You are really thick-skinned. Don't you have any idea about your own condition? Also dare to go to the Qin family to participate in the son-in-law. Not to mention the selection. Have to let people laugh to lift their heads, you know? It won't. Wait for me to bring you a sister-in-law back." Yi Chen grinned and got on the motorcycle. Not allowed to go. Lin Coco spread out her arms to stop Yi Chen in front of her. Yi Chen helplessly said, "Coco, I'm not young anymore. It's time to get married. Don't cause me to be a bachelor." Anyway, it is not allowed to go. The big deal is that I will give you as a wife. Qin Luoxua, you don't even want to think about it. Her grandfather will definitely not let you, a beggar, become his Qin family son-in-law. Your dad won't let me be your son-in-law either. I will try my best to convince. Yi inserted the door, counting you as having self-knowledge. I really won't let you be my family's son-in-law. It's a good thing that you didn't agree to Coco, or else I'll make sure that I chop you to death. Not waiting for Lin Coco to finish her sentence, Lin Changjian walked out from the door of his house and sneered. Then, he looked at Lin Coco and said angrily, "Get the hell out of here and go home. You're really blind. You can't choose any man but Yi Zimen. You want to be angry with your dad, don't you? Dad, shut up or I'll break your legs." Lin Changjian ran over and pulled Lin Coco aside. "I'm telling you, Lin Changjian, if you dare to hit Coco for a moment, I promise I'll dare to hit you too." Yi Chen didn't have the good sense to say, "Who the hell are you? It's none of your business if I hit my daughter or not. If you dare to pester her, I'll burn down your house." Lin Changjian disliked back. "It's just that I'm going to attend a son-in-law recruitment now and don't want to waste time on you. Otherwise I can definitely make you cry a lot." After saying that, Yi Chen started his motorcycle. "You dare to threaten me. Watch me beat you to death." Lin Xiangjian was furious, but he didn't have a weapon in his hand. Seeing that Yi Chen had already started the motorcycle and drove away, he was so angry that he took off his shoes and smashed them. "Yi insert door. Don't let me catch you. Just like you. You're such a dirtbag. You also want to marry someone else, Qin Luoxua big beauty. Know how much people's assets? Billions of dollars. Don't go and disgrace your parents. You don't even deserve to wash their feet." When this loud voice shouted, all the neighbors heard it, and then the matter of Yi Chen going to attend the son-in-law recruitment soon spread all over the civilian area, and became the talk of the town after dinner for most of the people in the civilian area. And after Yi Chen left the civilian area, he went to the medicine hall to put a pot of stewed tortoise in an exquisite mahogany insulation cage, and then departed for the Qin family. At this time, the Qin family was bustling with activity. The VIPs who had been invited to Qin Jingqing's birthday banquet, the 5 contestants who had come to participate in the son-in-law recruiting as well as their parents, siblings and brothers had all arrived at the Qin family by this time. Equally lively was Qin Luoxua's boudoir. "Sister, you're really too beautiful in this gown. Those popular actresses all have to be injured when compared to you. As the saying goes, when I blossom, all the flowers will be killed. And when cousin is dressed like this, all the beautiful women will have to bow their heads in shame in front of cousin. I also don't know which male son can become the lucky male god tonight, holding my sister's hand to share the prosperity of the human world together." Qin Luoxua's cousins, all gathered in her boudoir to talk. Only Qin Luoxua's face did not have any joy. Instead, her face was filled with faint sadness. Standing in front of the window, looking at the dusk of the sky, suddenly fell a fine rain. A wave of loneliness and coldness swept through her whole body, so that she could not help but hugged her arms tightly. Sycamore more in fine rain, to dusk, dotted. This time, how can I say the word sorrow? She recited this poem of Li Qingjiao with feeling. She was already very lonely inside, and looking at the drizzle and the dusk made her feel even lonelier. At this time, a woman walked into the boudoir and softly said, "Schwerer, the guests are almost all here. The old master asked you to go down." Qin Luoxua turned around and nodded her head. "Okay, mom." Then Qin Luoxua took her mother Li Huijian's arm and left the boudoir accompanied by more than 20 cousins, heading to the Qin family banquet hall. And at this moment, Yi Chen rode his motorcycle and finally drove into the gate of the Qin family's manor house after dashing all the way through the drizzling rain. Contestants, your strongest enemy is here. Chapter 44, Toad Eating Swan Meat. At this moment, the Qin family's banquet hall was abuzz with people's voices. "Where's Miss Qin? How come she hasn't entered yet? I've heard that this Miss Qin is the #1 beauty in Jiangzhou. It's better to hear about it than to see it, so I'm looking forward to seeing how beautiful she really is. There is a heaven above, and there is a river and a Hangzhou below. this Jiangzhou is still ranked in front of Hangzhou, so it can be seen that Jiangzhou is full of beautiful women, and I'm afraid that this Qin Luoxue, the first beautiful woman of Jiangzhou, has the face of a beautiful country. Whether it was the local entrepreneurs of Jiangzhou, the 5 contestants participating in the son-in-law recruiting, or the relatives cheering the contestants on, they all couldn't wait to catch a glimpse of Qin Luoxue's stunning beauty. Guests, friends, be quiet, be quiet. My granddaughter Qin Luoxue will be appearing soon. Please be patient for a moment. Qin Zhengqing shouted with his hands raised in a full face, red and glowing with joy. It quickly became quiet. Less than a minute later, dense cries of astonishment suddenly rang out. Wow! Only to see a purple evening gown of Qin Luoxue, lightly moving lotus steps, graceful and elegantly walked in, elegant and dignified, atmospheric and without losing connotation, graceful and luxurious, temperament and luxury. The eyes of the people present all looked straight, especially those 5 contestants who participated in the son-in-law recruitment. Their mouths almost watered from being mesmerized by Qin Luoxue's beauty. They even began to fantasize that if they succeeded in being recruited as the Qin family's door-to-door son-in-law, how wonderful and enjoyable it would be to fall asleep with such a superb beauty in their arms every day. This woman should only be found in the heavens, and it was rare to see her on earth. Beautiful. It's really too beautiful. It's really worthy of being the #1 beauty in Jiangzhou. Many times more beautiful than the beauty selected by the Japanese that only appeared in 5,000 years. Just based on this figure, that beauty that only appeared in 5,000 years has already been defeated. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really can't believe that there is such a stunningly beautiful woman in this world. Hearing all the voices praising herself, Qin Luoxue couldn't help but think of Yi Chen. Yesterday Yi Chen gave her those medicines she ate. At first she didn't believe in Yi Chen's words. How could there be such a miraculous medicine that could cure her grandfather's injuries and also beautify and nourish her face and breasts? But after eating 2 of them yesterday, when she got up this morning and looked in the mirror, she was stunned. Her own skin suddenly became fair and translucent, glowing, and even her breasts were much more proud and straight than before. She was completely confused, almost could not believe that the person in the mirror was herself. Although she has always had the name of the first beauty of Jiangzhou, but after all, her age was there, 24. Her skin was not as good as that of a 17 or 18-year-old schoolgirl, but after she ate the medicine given by Yi Chen, her skin was even better than that of a 17 or 18-year-old schoolgirl, and she had to be much more watery than that of a watery girl. But this made her even more depressed. You let me become so beautiful and cheap to others. Are you not disturbed? If you're not disturbed, I'm going to be disturbed to death. Thinking of Yi Chen, she couldn't help but scan the banquet hall. However, the figure she had most hoped to see did not appear. I shouldn't have held any hope for you. You finally left me behind because of cowardice. That's right, even if you put in a lot of effort, it's still futile. Not to mention I don't want to see you being mocked. Perhaps if you don't come, I can better face this cruel reality. Qin Luoxue said in her heart, and couldn't help but be flooded with a bleak and miserable smile. If there is an afterlife, I would like to be an ordinary person, and then if I can meet you again, I would like to grow old with my son. Schwerer, quickly greet everyone. Seeing that Qin Luoxue's expression was a bit dull, Qin Zhengqing walked up and said with a soft smile, "Good." Qin Luoxue returned to her senses with a faint smile. Just as she was about to greet the people present, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out. "Emma, the weather is not favorable, causing me to come late after I went to buy a raincoat." The crowd looked in search of the voice, only to see a young man with a fair face and amazing features coming down from a motorcycle, a helmet removed, a raincoat peeled off, carrying a wooden box, walking into the banquet hall with a gait like the wind. Qin Luoxue immediately covered her mouth in shock. Who was this if not Yi Chen? Days, with a suit, tie, and hairstyle, this guy really has the air of a teenage killer. Is he still the hangdog Yi Chen I know? A deer in the headlights ran through Qin Luoxue's heart. Even her cousins were mesmerized. Too handsome, a male god. But Qin Zhengqing's face darkened. Uing even rode an electric car to participate in the son-in-law recruiting. My Qin family's face is going to be disgraced by you. At least you let Jean Tianhao's Rolls-Royce send you here can also be I'm really both impressed and speechless. How can there be such an unintelligent and casual person in this world? Instantly Qin Zhengqing's impression of Yi Chen was bad to the extreme. Who is this? A delivery boy? How come all the delivery people come to the Qin family? Look at what he's carrying in his hand. It's a cage for delivering vegetables. Definitely a takeout delivery person without a doubt. Many people talked about it. Sister, I've heard that the little brothers who deliver takeaways nowadays have very high face value, and when I see them today, they really do have a frighteningly high face value. Alas, The handsome little brothers are all contributing to the takeaway industry. An 18 or 19-year-old girl with huge breasts took Qin Luoshue's arm and said. Qin Luoshue covered her mouth and smiled, not even knowing what to say. At this time, Qin Luoyun stepped forward and said to the young girl, Luo Xie, he's not a takeaway, he's one of those who could potentially become your brother-in-law. Ha! Qin Luoshi was stunned. He. Is also a contestant who came to participate in Sister Shuer's son-in-law recruitment? Yes, his name is Yi Chen. Grandpa's illness was cured by him. Not only is he handsome and can heal, the key to life is also very good. Right sis, Qin Luoyun said with a cheap smile. You, Qin Luoshue's pretty face swished scarlet, wanting to strangle Qin Luoyun's heart. Grandpa is in a good place or not? How dare you say this? If you let Grandpa know about harming Yi Chen, I guarantee that I won't beat you to death. She was extremely frantic inside. How could she have such a bear of a brother? It really pisses me off. Brother, what do you mean by this Yi Chen living well? Qin Luoshi was curious and couldn't help but look at Qin Luoyun. Could it be that Sister Shuer and this Yi Chen were having an affair? Qin Luoshue's heart immediately jerked at the words, fearing that Qin Luoyun would tell her and Yi Chen in the office, and then the matter would be a big deal, only to see Qin Luoyun hemmed and hawed and said, Stinky girl, do you have an ear problem? I said that the goods in Yi Chen's store are good, you can hear it is living good. I am also convinced. Phew, Qin Luoshue toned a breath of relief. Luckily, he didn't say anything nonsense, or else the more than $60 million that Yi Chen had given him would have been fed to the dogs. Right at this moment, a super fat man of about 1 meter 8 pointed at Yi Chen and said to Qin Zhengqing, Master Qin, what's this one for? Qin Zhengqing let out a dry smile and said with some difficulty, his name is Yi Chen. He is a famous doctor who has risen to prominence locally in Jiangzhou recently, and has cured my malaria for several years, and since he also likes my family's Shuer, he asked me to agree to him taking part in the son-in-law recruiting process before he cured my illness, and I had no choice but to agree to him, so he's a contestant for this son-in-law recruiting process, just as the 5 of you are. At these words, some of the local entrepreneurs in Jiangzhou boiled over. He's the former son-in-law of Dr. Zhang's family from Tianbao Pharmacy, who committed suicide by eating sleeping pills due to his wife divorcing him, and was later resuscitated and opened his own Chinese medicine hall to go against Dr. Zhang, that divine Dr. Yi? It seems to be him. I heard that he came out of the civilian area. His parents opened a small noodle store in the civilian area, and he lives in a small 2-story brick house with less than 100 square feet, and it is said that his medicine hall is still funded by other people for him to open. It's a child of a poor family, this point can be determined, but I heard that his medical skills seem to be very powerful. Recently in Jiangzhou his reputation is very loud. The business of the medicine hall is exceptionally hot. Poof! Listening to these murmurs, that fat man burst out laughing. Then he looked at Yi Chen and said with a teasing smile on his face, Buddy, you're too funny. You know what's the saying? It's called a toad wanting to eat swan meat, referring to people like you, right? Ha ha. The other 4 contestants also laughed out loud and mocked. You don't weigh yourself either. A stinking poor bastard out of the commoners area is also worthy of being our opponent. Let me tell you. My pocket money for a month is enough for you to earn for the rest of your life. You say you like who is not good. Have to like Miss Qin Luoshue? On her this kind of white rich beauty in the very best. Is you this kind of motorcycle driving stinking poor sour can miss? I advise you to hurry up and withdraw from this strife. This is the pinnacle of the showdown between experts. It's not something that a stinking poverty-stricken person like you can participate in, lest it makes you lose without a trace. Ka-ching-ching. Listening to these piercing taunts towards Yi Chen, Qin Luoshue gritted her teeth. Her fists clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she all had the urge to storm out. What gives you guys the right to mock Yi Chen? It really pisses me off. If it wasn't for the Qin family, I would rather be Yi Chen's wife than look at you guys. Is having a few stinking dollars enough to insult someone's character and hurt their self-esteem? Just when Qin Luoshue was so angry that her puffy chest was about to jump out, Yi Chen spoke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You 5 animals, listen up. Tonight this toad of mine has to eat a mouthful of swan meat to show you, diaphragm you to death, so that you know that in front of this toad of mine, you're not even a dog gripper. When the words fell, there was a dead silence, as if the pause button had been pressed. Everyone's jaws dropped. After a short while, the entire banquet hall exploded. Chapter 45, The Recruitment of Son-in-Laws begins. Maniac, this guy is just too crazy. Who does he think he is? How dare he talk to the 5 young masters like that? This guy simply has the audacity to call the 5 great young men animals. Isn't he afraid of death? Many of the guests present, as well as individual members of the Qin clan, showed extreme indignation. Qin Zhengqing even had the corners of his eyes twitching up violently, his fists clenched with a clicking sound. If he wasn't mindful of the fact that Yi Chen had cured his injuries, and that there were so many guests as well as a few leaders at the scene, he guaranteed that he would have punched Yi Chen to death. It's not bad that you are a toad, but who are you to say that the 5 great young men are livestock? Awesome, my brother-in-law. Qin Luoyun looked at Yi Chen with disbelief, already giving him 10,000 kudos in his heart, daring to spray the 5 great young men in front of his grandfather. How can this courage be a word of obey? Yi Chen sprayed a moment of cool. Can give Qin Luoyun suffer badly? Pretty face swish a white, small heart are going to jump out of the mouth. This guy is simply mouthless. Do not know to tolerate a moment of peace and quiet? This will harm yourself. I am also really convinced of you. As for the 5 contestants whose faces were already blue, if it wasn't for the sake of taking care of their image, lest they leave a bad impression on Qin Luoyun, they really wanted to tear Yi Chen's mouth off. Alright. Just as the atmosphere froze, a middle-aged man with glasses and a white shirt opened his mouth and said, Old Qin, since everyone is here, let's open the table and start recruiting the son-in-law. The middle-aged man with glasses was named Zhou Lei, the Secretary General of the Jiangzhou Yamen, also known as the Division Master, and was considered to be a high-powered figure in Jiangzhou. Yes, Old Qin, hurry up and start recruiting the son-in-law. I still want to see who is lucky enough to become the Qin family's door-to-door son-in-law. Another man with glasses said. His name was Lin Jin, the office director of the government office, also a big shot. Both of them were Qin Jingqing's close friends and were also here to attend Qin Jingqing's birthday banquet on behalf of the city. After all, Qin's group was a big taxpayer in Jiangzhou City, and as the helmsman of Qin's group, Qin Jingqing was naturally a treasure to the city. Good, then let's start the banquet here. Soon, everyone was seated. It wasn't much, there were about 50 tables set up, and nearly 20 of them were members of the Qin clan, sitting at the main table. Besides tonight's heroine Qin Luoyun, the other 7 people were the judges for tonight's son-in-law recruitment. These 7 judges were Qin Jingqing, Zhou Lei, Lin Jin, Yang Hua, the president of Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce, Wu Chongyong, the president of Jiangzhou Entrepreneurs Association, as well as the 2 billionaires named Zhao Kuan and Chen Guobao. Later son-in-law began. By these 7 people for each round of scoring, the final score of the lowest 3 directly eliminated. By Qin Jingqing and the score of the 3 high in the selection of a son-in-law is the Qin family door. Qin Jingqing is mainly afraid of direct selection of 1. Easy to offend the 4 of the 5 big mansion dead. So to take the scoring system, so that the eliminated mansion's son also have nothing to say, so that can less offend half of the mansion. First, they started eating, and only when they were full did everyone have the mood to watch the exciting son-in-law recruiting competition. 5 contestants, plus Yi Chen a total of 6, they sat at the same table. So Yi Chen would inevitably attract the cold eyes and ridicule of these 5 people. It was just that Yi Chen was too lazy to bother with these 5 mole crickets, and instead, he frowned at Qin Luoyun, who was sitting at the main table. This girl has fair skin and firm breasts. It seems that she has eaten my Yuan Qi pill. Yi Chen laughed in his heart as he sized up Qin Luoyun. Perhaps sensing the gaze cast by Yi Chen, Qin Luoyun's small mouth pouted, her nose tilted, and she shifted her hand towards her collar, as if to tell him that if you want to eat it, you should do your best to fight for it, or else in the future, you won't even have the chance to look at it. Yi Chen naturally understood Qin Luoyun's meaning and couldn't help but heave a smile. However, this was seen by the other 5 players, and they instantly showed a look of dissatisfaction. Kid, move your dog eyes away. Miss Qin's proud body as well as her stunning elegance is not something that a pauper like you can violate with your gaze. That's right, Miss Qin only belongs to one of the 5 of us, and her figure and poise is only for the 5 of us to have the chance to get a glimpse of. So you just cool off to one side, and then look at it again and wait for the son-in-law recruiting to end to see if I don't gouge out your dog's eyes. Really shameless. Just like you, the bottom of the social layer worms also worthy of being our competitors? If I were you, I'd be dying to run headlong into the ground at this time. How can I still sit and eat? Listening to the taunts of the 5, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, if heaven wants to make a man perish, it must first make him crazy. Let you guys be complacent for a while, and let's see how you guys will cry when I hold a beautiful woman in my arms. Yi Chen was too lazy to hit them. If he said that he had kissed Qin Luoyun all over the place a long time ago, it was guaranteed that these people would furiously vomit a liter of blood. However, the 5 people laughed out loud when they heard Yi Chen's words. They were convinced that Qin Jingqing would never choose Yi Chen. Even if he was handsome, it would be useless, or else they would just let him join the family. Why would they still distribute son-in-law posters everywhere? So they all agreed that Qin Jingqing would choose one of the 5 of them. As for Yi Chen is just a green leaf to set off the red flower, and it's not his turn to choose anyone. The ridiculous thing is that he still wants to hold a beauty. You have to hug a village girl and go home. 6 future brothers-in-law. What are you laughing at? Say it with me. At this time Qin Luoyun walked over holding his cousin Qin Luoshi and asked with a smile. It's the future brothers-in-law. Sit. Other than Yi Chen, the 5 players hurriedly pulled Qin Luoyun to sit down. Qin Luoshi squeezed her eyebrows and took a seat at the last seat, right next to Yi Chen. Luo Yun's brother-in-law, right? I have to correct what you just said. It's the 5 future brother-in-laws, because only the 5 of us have any hope of becoming your brother-in-law. He's hopeless. Fatty pointed at Yi Chen and said, don't say that. I'm actually quite optimistic about him. Qin Luoyun said and patted Yi Chen's shoulder with a cheap smile on his face, as if telling Yi Chen, you have to give me money. Oh, I love hearing this from my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, I won't treat you badly, Yi Chen said with a slap to Qin Luoyun's back. Put. Qin Luoshi sprayed out with laughter and came closer to Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, right. I want to say that you're really handsome. If you get in touch with my sister Shuer for a good period of time, maybe my sister Shuer will fall in love with you. It's just that my grandpa won't create this opportunity for you, so my sister, you shouldn't be thinking about it. But our Qin family has more than just my sister Shuer as a beautiful woman. What do you think of me? If you withdraw from the competition, I might consider dating you. Oh, I'm not important to the Qin family. My grandfather won't reject us dating. Saying that, Qin Luoshi lowered her head, her face coloring like blood. She was an 18 or 19-year-old schoolgirl. Most of all when she had no immunity to a teenage killer like Yi Chen, she would easily fall in. This scene happened to be seen by Qin Luoshi, and she couldn't help but knit her pretty brows. What was this dead girl doing? Trying to get in first? Humph. Be good sister-in-law. Brother-in-law will clip you a piece of elephant muscle. It's delicious in a thief's way. Yi Chen chucked a piece of frozen elephant muscles into Qin Luoshi's bowl. Thank you. Let me clip you an abalone. It's also delicious. Qin Luoshi spread a smile and clamped a garlic-steamed Australian large abalone and put it in Yi Chen's bowl. The 5 contestants were stunned. Man, there were connotations. Qin Luoyun was instantly rolling both eyes, and said without a good mood, Luo Shi, go aside. Little girl, don't you know that he might become your brother-in-law, but also give him abalone to eat? It's weird that you won't be beaten to death if your sister knows about it. Humph. Qin Luoshi nose are crooked, said, Grandpa, and will not let him be my brother-in-law. I give him clip abalone to eat. How? In the way of what? You're in my way. Hurry up and cool off to the side, or I promise to whip you. Qin Luoyun raised his hand with a look to hit Qin Luoshi. You a dead girl. I too brother-in-law to ask for money right and proper. He wants to become my brother-in-law, where I still pull down the face of the tubin to ask for money. Qin Luoshi beeped, nose a shrinking one, a look to cry, pitiful. Yi Chen was speechless. The Qin family is full of oddballs. At this exact moment, an abrupt voice rang out, everyone be quiet. I announce that tonight's son-in-law recruiting event of my Qin family will now begin. The applause was thunderous. Soon, Yang Hua, the president of the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce, came to Yi Chen's table, put a 1 label on that 140 kilograms fat man, and introduced, the number 1 contestant, Zhu Yaneng, comes from the Zhu family, one of the top 10 most powerful families in the imperial city, and is the second son of the third son of the Zhu family's helmsman, Mr. Zhu Hongmao. The Zhu family has real assets of more than $80 billion, ranking 5th among the top 10 imperial capital's powerful families. It can be said that Mr. Zhu is the most heavyweight contestant of this son-in-law recruiting competition. The applause was thunderous. Qin Luoshi was lifeless. If Grandpa chose him, then he would live in darkness and gloom forever in his own life. At this time, Yang Hua pointed to a young man with a pitted face and introduced, contestant number 2, Kong Jinwen, comes from Shanghai. His father is a financial predator in Shanghai, holding more than $100 billion of stocks in his hands, so it can be said that he is the contestant with the most gold in this son-in-law recruiting contest. No. 3 contestant Huang Wenbin, the youngest young master of the Huang family, ranks 6th among the 10 most powerful families in the imperial city, with more than $70 billion of assets in the family, can be said to be quite a lot of gold. Number 4 contestant Lu Can, 3rd young master of the Shanghai real estate predators family. His family's assets are close to $70 billion, and the key person is also suave and handsome. Contestant number 5, Tang Yaowen, from the Tang family, ranked 9th among the 10 most powerful families in the imperial capital, with assets of $60 billion. Contestant number 6, Yi Chen, there's no need for me to introduce him. You should all know his details. Ha ha ha, the hall laughed. Next will be the first round of tonight's son-in-law recruiting competition, the gift competition. Today happens to be the 68th birthday of Mr. Qin Zhengqing, the old master of the Qin family. Each contestant will give a big gift for the old master of the Qin family, and the judges will score the contestants based on the significance of the gifts they give. Soon, a long table was carried over, and the 6 contestants placed the gifts they had prepared on the long table. When the crowd saw that the gifts of the 5 Grandmaster contestants were wrapped exceptionally beautifully, while Yi Chen's gift was wrapped without any wrapping, they instantly laughed at the whole audience. Chapter 46, A Pleasant Punch in the Face, Up. Is this guy here to be funny? Taking a high imitation of ancient food delivery cage. What does he want to do? Could it be that he can't afford to buy antiques and made a dish to come? Don't even have to think about it. This designation is eliminated. He can't even afford to buy antique treasures. What qualifications does he have to be the Qin family's son-in-law? Alas, this kind of stinking poor bastard as a contestant. It can really be said that a mouse has ruined a pot of porridge, seriously affecting the atmosphere of the competition. Many people mocked and blamed Ji Chen. Hearing these harsh words, Qin Luoxue wanted to headbutt her heart to death. Didn't I tell you to send me your card number if you don't have any money and I'll give you money to buy antiques? How come you're carrying an ancient food delivery guy over to grandpa as a birthday gift? Doesn't this mean sitting around waiting to be eliminated? Qin Luoxue's heart was bitter. She wanted to wait for Yi Chen to come to her rescue, but she didn't expect this guy to be so uninterested. It was too much of a disappointment for her. It seems like he asked Jin Tianhao to help him with the gifts. Jin Tianhao didn't care about him, so he temporarily got something random over as a birthday gift. It must be like this, Qin Luoxue said in her heart, and couldn't help but secretly blame Yi Chen. You shouldn't have put too much hope in Jin Tianhao. Letting him help you with the gift didn't do it, not to mention that he didn't come to support you. Even the king of Shanghai, Du Yuehua, didn't come. You're too young. You simply don't know how shrewd and insidious these bigwigs of the Dao are. You're destined to have nothing to do with me after all. She closed her eyes in despair. Ha ha, you're really a takeaway. What kind of dish to send over? Is it shredded pork with fish or pork with preserved vegetables? Kong Jinwen, the number 2 contestant from Shanghai, scoffed. If you can't afford an antique, you can go to the antique market and buy a fake and then refine it. At least you can fool some people's eyes, no? Even if you are finally recognized as a fake, you can say that you spent millions and millions of dollars to buy it. And most people will sigh for you to hit the eye. At least it won't make you too humiliated, no? Looks like you're not generally stupid. Ha ha. The third contestant, Huang Wenbin, laughed. Alas, such a contestant really pulls us down. The other few contestants also shook their heads for a while, feeling bad luck. Sis, no, Yi Chen, you didn't really send a dish over to my grandfather, did you? Qin Luoyun came over and said curiously. What do you think? Yi Chen laughed lightly. I think you're quite rich. Not so much that you can't even afford to buy antiques to be reduced to delivering dishes, Qin Luoyun said. Yi Chen smiled. You're wrong. What I'm giving away is a dish. Throwing his voice, everyone doubled over in laughter. He really did send a dish over. Qin Luoxue's face immediately turned ashen when she heard this. Qin Luoyun's head was clouded and said, No, you really sent a dish and don't have money to buy antiques? Not so much. He thought that Yi Chen out of the blue is to give him 66 million. The key even eyes do not bring a blink. Should be quite rich, right? Besides, Jin Tianhao has not said that his things is Yi Chen, not so much as to take the money to buy antiques. Money? Yi Chen snorted. This dish of mine is something that no amount of money can buy. He deliberately raised his voice. Don't blow it off. And a dish that can't be bought for any amount of money. You think it's dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder? Shavi. No. One contestant Zhu Yaneng despised. The others also spoke out in mockery. Alright. Without waiting for Yi Chen to open his dislike, Yang Hua, the president of the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce who was presiding over the son-in-law recruiting event, said, starting with contestant number 1, we will now show you the gifts that you are going to give to Elder Qin, one by one, in the order of the serial numbers. At these words, many people showed looks of anticipation. At this moment, the number 1 contestant, Zhu Yaneng, opened an exquisite gift box and carefully took out the contents. Wow! Seeing the gift given by Zhu Yaneng, the people present were all nonplussed, only feeling that their 24K titanium alloy eyes were going to go green and blind. This is a full green jadeite Maitreya Buddha statue from the Qianlong era, weighing 1 kilogram. It was auctioned off by my father at Sotheby's on Hong Kong Island 5 years ago at a price of $85 million, and the current market price is around $100 million, so I'm going to give him to Elder Qin today, and I wish that Elder Qin will be able to smile and laugh like Maitreya Buddha and live a long, golden life in his future days. After saying that, he held the emerald Buddha statue with both hands and sent it to the main table. Qin Zhengqin was a burst of saying yes. His old face was smiling into a chrysanthemum shape. Soon several bigwigs from the Jiangzhou collection industry came over to inspect the goods. By the expert group appraisal, this is a full green jadeite Buddha statue from the Qianlong period of the Qing Palace Office of the authenticity of the undoubted. The applause was thunderous and deafening. 9 points, 9 points, 9 points, 10 points, 8 points, 9 points, 8 points. The panel of judges immediately scored the meaning of the gift Zhu Yaneng had given. This score made Qin Luoxue's face turn ashen. It was too high. It meant the higher the probability of him being chosen by his grandfather. The thought of being pressed underneath him if he became her husband made Qin Luoxue want to die. At this time, Zhu Yoneng returned to his original position in a glowing manner and flaunted at Yi Chen. Just this gift. You can't afford it even if you work part-time for the rest of your life. It's not like you made money to buy it. What's so bullish about it? Leaving aside the family. No one wants you if you're this kind of goods to work part-time. You'll starve to death on the streets. Yi Chen sneered. You. Zhu Yoneng laughed back in anger. Don't be envious and jealous. Who let my old son born in the mansion? But you were born in the commoner area. It's useless to cry you to death. My old son just don't work for a day's pocket money can also smash you to death. Yi Chen snorted. Let you pretend for a while first. Later on see how I'm going to swollen your face. Ha ha. Zhu Yoneng and a few players laughed out loud. Does a poor person like you, Xu Xiao, need to pretend in front of you? Even if you pretend. So what? You need to have that strength to hit your face? Do you have it? The number 2 contestant, Kong Jinwen, despised Yi Chen and then opened the gift box that he had given the present in. Wow! There was another gasp of surprise. This is a roux kiln plate from the Song dynasty. My father auctioned it off at Christie's in France last year for 15 million euros. I wish Elder Qin to be eternally young like this roux kiln and live 1,000 years. Kong Jinwen offered the roux kiln to the main table. Looking at the pits on Kong Jinwen's face, Xin Luoxue, who has an intensive phobia, only felt a numbness in her scalp, and her stomach was turning over with a mountainous tsunami of general waves, which could be described as intolerable. Identified by a panel of experts. This is a Song dynasty roux kiln authentic undoubtedly. Rare in existence. Highly collectible. 9 points, 10 points, 10 points, 9 points, 9 points, 9 points, 9 points. The panel of judges immediately gave their scores. Xin Luoxue was going to faint. This guy was even more intimidating than that fat guy. Young Kong, congratulations. This score is simply heaven-defying. Young Kong deserves to be the son of a Shanghai Sea financial predator. His hand is generous. Kong Jinwen returned to his original position. Except for Yi Chen. Those teammates lamented, seemingly congratulating him, but in reality, they were all jealous to death, which meant that Kong Jinwen had a solid win this round. Ha ha, you guys go for it. First use the gift scores to give this poor guy absolute suppression, so that he won't even be in the mood to compete in the next round and voluntarily withdraw. Kong Jinwen laughed, not forgetting to give Yi Chen a look of contempt. I'm no longer confident that my score can be higher than that of young Zhu and Kong, but I'm fully confident of crushing this poor guy and stepping down hard on his score later. The third contestant, Huang Wenbin, said and made a thumbs-down gesture at Yi Chen before opening the long, exquisite gift box. This is an authentic painting of Tang Pak Fu, one of the 4 great geniuses of Jiangnan in the Ming dynasty, called Tiger Whistling Mountains and Forests. 2 years ago, my father and I auctioned it at Sotheby's on Hong Kong Island for $40 million, and now I'm giving it to Elder Qin, wishing Elder Qin to be a tiger and live younger and younger. Huang Wenbin presented the Tiger Whistling Mountain Forest picture on the main table. A group of experts immediately came over with magnifying glasses to identify the authenticity. 15 minutes later, identified by the group of experts. This is undoubtedly the authentic work of Tang Pak Fu. A round of enthusiastic applause rang out. 9 points, 9 points, 8 points, 8 points, 9 points, 8 points, 9 points. The panel of experts gave their scores. Huang Wenbin returned to his original position and said smugly, "Poor man, this score just asked you to be afraid of. It is estimated that all of them are more than your 2 rounds of scores together. Hurry up and take your broken thing and roll before it's your turn to give a gift, lest you have to hit 7 zeros later on that you have to have no place to live in." At these words, Yi Chen shook his head inside, pointing at Huang Wenbin's nose and said word for word, "You forced me to hit you in the face. Since this is the case, I'll hit you hard in the face, making you lose face and have no face to see others." Saying that, Yi Chen walked towards the main table with his hand behind his back. In a flash, everyone's gazes converged on Yi Chen. Ha ha, since he wants to punch me in the face, did you all hear that? He's going to punch me in the face, and with that poor look of his, what can he take to punch me in the face? Huang Wenbin was laughing so hard that he was about to fall over. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Quickly sit back in your seat. Don't fool around. Xin Luoxue saw her grandfather's face change slightly. Her little heart lifted, and she scowled at Yi Chen who had already arrived at the main table. Yi Chen laughed, pointing to the tiger wailing in the mountains and said, "This is a modern high imitation of a fake, not the real Tang Pak Fu." Silence. Everyone threw a look at Yi Chen. What the are you? What gives you the right to say that Lousy's Tiger Wuthering Mountains and Forests picture is a fake? What do you, a stinking pauper from the slums, know about antiques? What do you know about authentic paintings? Huang Wenbin cursed furiously. Not only did he run to Yi Chen's side, he had an urge to beat him up. "Yi Divine Doctor, your medical skills I've heard of. Would have liked to take the time to go to you in the next 2 days to look at the old problems, so I have no doubt about your merits in this aspect of seeing the disease, but the antique is not a patient. It's not that you take a look at it and say that it's a forgery is a forgery. It has to be based on the fact that it's not, and a dozen or so of our experts have appraised it, and from the aspect of the paintings and so on it is the authenticity of the painting of Tang Bohu, an old man said. Of course I have to have a basis, Yi Chen said confidently. What basis? Give me the painting, and you will soon know the answer to the question of it being a fake. The old man handed the tiger whistling mountain forest painting to Yi Chen with confidence. However, he never thought that Yi Chen's one action stunned everyone present. Tear. The tiger whistling mountains and forests diagram was roughly torn into 2 halves by Yi Chen. There was a dead silence. Everyone looked at Yi Chen with jaws agape as if he had seen a ghost. He had actually torn the tiger's whistle mountain woods map, which was worth more than $40 million. Qin Luoxue almost fainted. She knew that Yi Chen was in big trouble. In the next second, Huang Wenbin roared out hysterically. You're ing crazy. $40 million of antiques. You tore it up for me. Your whole family can't afford to pay for this painting. $40 million. I don't even want $400. Yi Chen scoffed. From the gap in the torn painting paper pulled out a thin paper. Spread out. Oh look. Yi Chen pff a laugh out. Read the words on this paper. Yi Chen handed the thin piece of paper to Huang Wenbin. Receiving the paper, Huang Wenbin read out. Costs $100. Whoever buys it, please read the sentence out loud with me. I am. In a flash, the whole room was laughing. Huang Wenbin was in a hurry, and a mouthful of old blood was sprayed out. Chapter 47, a pleasant smack in the face, middle, laugh me to death. These days the counterfeiters outlaws are really lacking in virtue even in the forgery's hidden mystery. This is really wanna be angry This surname yes powerful so hidden mystery can be found by him. Could it be that this tiger whistling mountains and forests picture is his forgery? $40 million to buy a pair of forgeries costing $100. Indeed. No wonder the counterfeiter couldn't help but want to laugh at it. The entire banquet hall was covered in sarcastic laughter. Even Qin Luoxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Yi Chen, this guy was really too bad. How did he see that the tiger's whistling mountain forest diagram was fake? And how did he know that there was a mystery hidden inside the torn place? This face gave people a beating that made them bleed. Really enigmatic bad guy. Xiao Huang just now you asked us to read something with you. I didn't hear it clearly. Can you repeat it again? Yi Chen teasingly looked at Huang Wenbin and asked. Once again. He drew laughter. If he repeated it again, then he would really be. Repeat Nima Huang Wenbin had the urge to spit blood again. However, Yi Chen suspected that Huang Wenbin's face was not painful enough, and sprinkled a handful of salt on his wounds, and said, Xiao Huang who just said that you can't afford to buy an antique? You can go to the antique market to buy a fake, and then finely decorated. At least it can blind some people. Even if you are recognized as a fake in the end, you can say that you spent tens of millions of dollars to buy, and at best, people will sigh due to the hit on the eye, and it won't be too humiliating. Put it this way, so, this Ho-Ho Mountains and Forests is a fake that you bought from a stall, and intentionally disguised it to give it to Master Qin as a congratulatory gift? Huang Wenbin instantly exploded at his words. I'm ing teaching you this kind of stinking poverty. Okay, my Huang family has plenty of money to do this kind of thing? I don't want face. My Huang family still wants face Then how did you send a fake? Wouldn't it be that you're not sure of becoming the Qin family's son-in-law, afraid of investing money into it and then having nothing to show for it, so you took a fake to make it look like the real thing? Even if you don't get chosen, you won't lose money. Is it like what I said? Yi Chen said with an exasperated look. You. Huang Wenbin's whole body was trembling with anger, and finally growled. I suspect that you prepared the little note, deliberately tore up my real one, and then magically took the little note out, deliberately wanting me to be embarrassed. Your heart is really poisonous. Put your mother's bull ********. Yi Chen sprayed a sentence and asked, who can testify that the note was in the torn painting and not me swindling him? I can testify. Qin Luoxue was so excited that she was the first to stand up and said, I saw with my own eyes that the note was pulled out of the drawing paper by Yi Chen, not put in by him. Yes, I can also testify. Several judges, as well as the experts from the panel, stepped forward to testify for Yi Chen, because this was the truth. Then could it be that Tong Pak Fu got it in? The painting was indeed bought for $40 million. Huang Wenbin was about to cry, only wanting to find a defense for himself, but as soon as he said this, he was met with Yi Chen's ridicule. You're really an imbecile. These words are all simplified characters, or written with a fountain pen. There were fountain pens back in the Ming Dynasty? The fountain pen was used in the Ming Dynasty, and the simplified characters were used? Besides, did the Ming Dynasty have the word back then? Obviously it was forged after the founding of the country. since you can say it was put in by Tong Pak Fu, I'm convinced of your pig-like IQ. Once again, the hall laughed. Huang Wenbin, he already didn't know what to say, especially wanted to find a hole in the ground to drill in and hide. Too humiliating. Does the face hurt? Yi Chen laughed. Count on you to be ruthless. I'll remember you. Huang Wenbin was furious and flung his hand away, only feeling that today, his Huang Wenbin's face and the Huang family's face had all been made whole by this guy. However, Yi Chen's next sentence made Huang Wenbin's lungs explode even more. In view of the fact that the third contestant, Huang Wenbin, gave away a fake, for the sake of the fairness of the competition, I would like to ask the panel of judges to rescore his original score. Yi Chen suggested. The judges discussed the matter and finally decided to give 3 points each to comfort Huang Wenbin. Congratulations to you little Huang getting the lowest score in the room so far. You're really good. Brother admires you. Yi Chen returned to his original position and said at Huang Wenbin with a thumbs up. Put. Huang Wenbin finally couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood mist. I withdraw from the match. He shouted these words in an extreme frenzy, covering his chest with a face full of pain and unwillingness as he left the player's seat. With this score, he knew that he no longer had any hope of advancing, so he simply withdrew from the match, not wanting to humiliate himself anymore. Yay! Qin Luoshue's small fists clenched, her face filled with excitement. She only felt that Yi Chen was too powerful, and that he had actually exasperated a contestant alive into withdrawing from the tournament. Only her behavior was seen by Qin Zhengqing. He couldn't help but shake his head and said, even if there were 4 withdrawals, I would rather choose the only one left. I definitely wouldn't choose him. You're too happy too early. The next 2 contestants managed to deliver the antique in trepidation. Huang Wenbin's downfall had deeply frightened them. After all, it was an antique. Even auctions had their share of fakes, and they didn't dare to be sure if the antique they were holding was a fake. So they were especially afraid that Yi Chen would stand up again and say it was a fake. Fortunately, theirs was not a fake. Otherwise Yi Chen could have spit blood on them. In the end, these 2 players received an average of 5 points and an average of 2 points respectively. Damn it, it's finally your turn, Stinking Popper. Let's see how you lose face this time. Let's see how I can also give you the whole blood spit. When the 5th player returned to his original position, Huang Wenbin said excitedly to Yi Chen, who was about to unveil his gift. He guaranteed that Yi Chen would not be able to afford an antique, and if it was really a dish, he would definitely want to degrade Yi Chen to be worthless, making Yi Chen score lower than him as a way to avenge the shot he had just taken. Stinking Popper, learn from Huang Xiao and take the initiative to withdraw from the competition. Otherwise I can guarantee that you will definitely end up looking worse than Huang Xiao. I'm now particularly looking forward to what kind of thing this stinking poor sap is giving away, and whether the price will exceed Huang Xiao's $100 fake. What can a stinking poor guy one afford to send? If it's a dish, then his average score is definitely 0 without a doubt. The other 4 players mocked while they couldn't wait to see what Yi Chen had given away. Even Qin Luoshue, her heart lifted violently at this instant. She didn't want to see it was a dish. If it was really a dish, then Yi Chen was definitely eliminated without a doubt. Then I will bind the 4 of you and beat your faces together. Just as everyone gathered their gazes on Yi Chen, he suddenly dropped a sentence and violently opened the lid of the wooden cage. In an instant, a refreshing and wonderful fragrance filled the room. The hall was filled with a strange fragrance that was incomparable and intoxicating. It's too fragrant. The fragrance is making me drool. What kind of deliciousness is this? How can it smell so good? I've never smelled such an aromatic delicacy before. There is a faint medicinal fragrance and a strong fragrance of onion and garlic spices. It's just too good. The room was filled with astonishment. Ha ha, right at this moment, Huang Wenbin's maniacal laughter broke the eerie atmosphere. Scoffing profusely, I'm really convinced. What this stinking popper has given away is neither an exotic treasure, much less an antique cultural curiosity, but rather a pot of messy stewed turtle soup. The other 4 players stuck their heads over to take a look, and they all doubled over in laughter as well. You guys look, this turtle's head is still sticking out and its eyes are still open. It's dead eyes, oh my god, too damn scary. This stinking poor guy can be a real oddball. You can't afford to buy antiques, everyone can understand, but you send dishes to send what is not good. Send a tortoise soup to Master Qin. You want to call Master Qin a tortoise? I'm not convinced by any of the walls. I'm convinced by this stinking popper. Knowing that Master Qin won't choose a stinking popper like him to be the son-in-law of the Qin family. So you're taking this opportunity to have a dish to scold Master Qin. You're so thoughtful, you. Listening to the loud jeering of these few contestants, Qin Luoshue already had the urge to want to run headlong into the ground. Her greatest fear was that the inside of the wooden cage that Yi Chen had brought was a dish, but she had been in denial, believing that Yi Chen had casually given Qin Luoyun his $660,000, and if he could put down such a large amount of blood on her brother, he would definitely put down an even larger amount of blood on her grandfather. She had always fantasized that inside the wooden cage was a piece of beautiful jade or some other treasure, but it was the last dish she wanted to see. You're deliberately trying to piss me off, Yi Chen. Qin Luoxua finally couldn't hold back her anger and cried out, not caring that so many people were present. She directly chided impulsively with tears in her beautiful eyes. If you don't love me, directly tell me. Don't come to participate in the son-in-law recruiting. I won't go to report any hope to you, but you came. Why don't you be decent? Do you know how much you let me down by doing this? I shouldn't have any hope for you, not even a tiny bit of hope. It's me who is a. You go, I never want to see you again. Chapter 48, A Pleasant Face Slap. Next, Qin Luoxua was heartbroken and covered her mouth as she turned around and ran away, crying like a pear. It was not bad. She was very disappointed in Yi Chen, and she also knew that Yi Chen would provoke her grandfather by doing this. Then the consequences would be quite serious. After all, someone picked a fight and said that Yi Chen sending turtle soup was scolding grandpa for being a turtle, so she was disappointed in Yi Chen at the same time, but also deliberately lost control of the focus pooled on herself to give Yi Chen a chance to get out of the way. Or else Yi Chen would be absolutely miserable this time. Disappointment was disappointment, but she still didn't want anything to happen to Yi Chen. Stop right there. Qin Zhengqing suddenly shot up. Qin Luoxua's delicate body trembled and instantly braked her footsteps. Come back here. No one is allowed to step out of the hall until the son-in-law recruitment is over. Qin Zhengqing drank with a cold face. Qin Luoxua took a deep breath and forced herself not to let the tears fall out, and finally returned to her position. Only at this moment, her heart had completely cooled down. Get the hell out of here. Qin Zhengqing pointed at Yi Chen and shouted violently. It was true that he wanted to severely punish Yi Chen, but for the sake of Qin Luoxua's face, as well as the fact that Yi Chen had saved him, he spared Yi Chen for the time being. It was just that it dawned on him that Qin Luoxua had really fallen in love with Yi Chen, and in order to make sure that she didn't cheat on Yi Chen after marriage, he really couldn't keep Yi Chen when the recruitment was over. In case his granddaughter had a relationship with Yi Chen after marriage, if it was spread out, the Qin family's face would be lost. Not to mention that it would also completely anger the family forces behind her husband, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Humph! Yi Chen suddenly snorted coldly, pointing to those 5 people and said, these 5 jumping up and down I'm too lazy to take care of. I can understand that Schwer can't control her emotions in a moment of urgency, but you, this old piker, are also so unintelligent it's too much of a disappointment for me. Everyone was stunned. He even called Master Qin an old man? This guy's guts were just too big. When Qin Luoxua heard this, she even almost fainted. You're awesome, I admire you. Qin Luoyun cupped his fists and said, only feeling that Yi Chen was too powerful, saying what he had always dared not to say, that his grandfather was an old piker, and that there was plenty of money that he didn't give me to spend, and that he was keeping it to get moldy. Ha ha, stinking pauper, how dare you call Master Qin an old piker? You're waiting to be cleaned up. Huang Wenbin was overjoyed and felt that avenging that arrow was close at hand, so he looked at Qin Zhengqing and gloated. Master Qin, this stinking poor sap is a stirrer. Please make sure you punish him severely. Right, please Elder Qin severely punish this stinking pauper. Several other players also added fuel to the fire. The corners of Qin Zhengqing's eyes twitched terribly. His fists couldn't help but clench and snap, and he already had the impulse to want to kill someone that he couldn't control. A bunch of. At this time, Yi Chen despised the players and rushed Qin Zhengqing to say forcefully, to tell you the truth, this delicacy I am just for Schwer I will do it for you. Otherwise you are to give me $10 billion I won't sell you. You simply don't know the origin of this delicacy. You are unbridled. Qin Zhengqing shouted violently. The veins on his face instantly bulged. A look of anger to the extreme said, what mountain delicacies haven't I eaten? Would I care about this piece of crap dish of yours? Still $10 billion. It's just $100 I don't even care to take a look at. Alright. At this time, the city secretary general Zhou Lei opened his mouth. He first made a round up, then said to Yi Chen, I've heard of your fame lately, so tell me what's the origin of this turtle soup of yours. Alright, then I'll tell you all about it. Yi Chen put his hands behind his back, with the appearance of a schoolteacher, and said, as the saying goes, 1,000-year-old king's tortoise is a 1,000-year-old tortoise, so the tortoise also has the reputation of being a 10,000-year-old tortoise, and this soup I stewed with 9981 herbs, as well as onions, garlic, chili peppers, oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, and other seasonings. The only thing I didn't put in was ginger. What does that mean? No. This means longevity. In the birthday banquet to send what things are not send longevity to the meaningful. Not to mention this longevity soup I was secretly made and become. Drink a bowl is enough to instantly young 10 years. And 100 poison does not invade. Lifelong disease free. When the words fell, the room was filled with clamor. The turtle does have the name of 10,000 lifetimes. without putting ginger is also boundless. Together is 10,000 lifetimes. Wonderful. Really wonderful. Ah, wasn't the word 10,000 lives without boundaries the favorite thing for ancient emperors to hear at their birthday banquets? Good dish. What a great dish. How could he think of making such a meaningful dish? So thoughtful. So thoughtful. More than half of the people, without fail, praised this 10,000 lifetimes without boundaries. What a great dish. I give it 10 points. Secretary General Joe raised his card, regardless of the efficacy, just for the 4 words, 10,000 lifetimes without boundaries. It must be 10 points. Director Lin also raised his card excitedly. I also give it 10 points. Must give 10 points. Soon. Apart from Qin Zhengcheng, all 6 judges gave full marks of 10. A few seconds later, Qin Zhengcheng also raised his 10-point sign. The hall applauded. Everyone thought that the perfect score given by the panel of judges was well deserved. Qin Luoxue covered her mouth in shock. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Ji Chen, her eyes full of surprise, shock, excitement, adoration, apology, disbelief and many other complex colors. It was only at this moment that she realized that she had wrongly blamed Ji Chen, and forgave him for having such a powerful brain, spending the least amount of money to give her grandfather the most meaningful gift, and the score also crushed those contestants who had given gifts worth over $100 million. Awesome! She only felt that Yi Chen was too powerful, too smart, so Yi Chen brought the long life soup to the main table, and the judges shared the turtle soup one bowl at a time, and all of them praised the delicious flavor, which was the best of the soup. As the saying goes, some people are happy, some people are sad. At this moment, the most ugly face belongs to Zhu Yoning and other 5 luxury players, rather like a general feeling of having eaten. Nima then. How could I not think of this trick? Ah, for nothing, I gave away antiques worth more than $100 million, but I was finished off by a stinking poor turtle soup. Really ing day the wild dog. How about it? Ah 5. Surprised or not? Surprised or not surprised? Clueless or not? Still jumping or not? Still dare to pretend in front of me? Yi Chen returned to his original position and said with an exasperated look. You. The 5 people pointed at Yi Chen, their hands shaking with anger, still unable to find a reason to dislike him back. Yi Chen heatedly smiled. What? It's not the time for you guys to mock me just now? It's not the time for you guys to show off how expensive the gifts you gave are? Is it because you feel that your faces are especially painful and swollen after being finished off by my turtle soup that cost just $1,000? Finally, all 5 of them were enraged by Yi Chen. Wait and see. I will finish you off in the next round. Press your score to the ground and step on it furiously. A stinking pauper, you've got a bargain and you're still a good boy. Let's see if I don't ravage you hard in the next round. You'll lose all your dignity. You wait for the next round to be humiliated. You're such a stinking loser. The next round will definitely be 7 duck eggs for you. Except for Huang Wenbin, the 4 of them had put harsh words on Yi Chen. Yi Chen wanted this effect, and laughed. Then I will continue to happily punch your faces, and beat all of you into a pig's head, so that you know that I, the stinking poor guy from the commoners area, is not something that you can mess with, and that if you snatch my wife from me, you're just a hot chicken. The remaining 4 players had the urge to beat the out of Yi Chen. If it wasn't for their concern for image, they would really make a move. How could there be such a draggy poor sour under the sky? One must know that a poor sour person would have to lower his head in self-abasement when he saw a rich second generation. But what about him? A look of I am poor, I am proud of the appearance. Really ing is to be how much to be beaten, more to be beaten. Ah. At this exact moment, an abrupt voice rang out. Next is the second round of the competition. The remaining contestants will still proceed in order. All you have to do is to speak freely about what you will do if you become the Qin family's son-in-law. The panel of judges will scrutinize each of your words and then give you a score. No. One contestant Zhu Yaneng immediately stood out, looking like he was reciting a poem, and said, if I become the Qin family's son-in-law, I will definitely pamper my wife Qin Luoxue, help her share all the pressure, go solo for her, and utilize my Zhu family's strength to help the Qin family grow bigger and stronger. She only needs to bring up the kids at home and pay respect to the elders, and let me carry the load alone, and never let me carry the burden alone. Let me alone carry the load, and will never let her suffer a bit, shed a drop of sweat, or shed a tear. Well said. A round of applause. 9 points, 8 points, 8 points, 9 points, 9 points, 8 points, 8 points. The panel of judges gave the scores. Next, the second contestant Kong Jinwen said, my father had promised me that he would give me 10 billion shares on the day I became a family man, and if I become the son-in-law of the Qin family, I will realize these 10 billion shares and invest them in the Qin group, and then I will help my wife, Qin Luoxue, to make the Qin group into a Fortune 500 company, and on the day of my success, I will stand at the top of the Jiangzhou River, sharing the world of mankind together with my wife. I will stand at the top of Jiangzhou together with my wife, and share the prosperity of this world together. Another round of applause. 9 points, 10 points, 8 points, 9 points, 8 points, 8 points, 8 points, 10 points. They were followed by contestants number 4 and 5. And what they said was pretty much the same as what Zhu Yoning and Kong Jinwan had said. In short, combining 1 point, what they said was all about utilizing their family's connections to help Qin Luoxue or fight for Qin Luoxue. Contestant number 4's score, 8, 8, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9. Contestant number 5's score, 8, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 8. It was Yi Chen's turn next. I'll see what you stinking pauper with no money and no power can say. Stinking poor bastard. You're not saying that if you become the Qin family's door-to-door son-in-law, you'll take care of all the Qin family's chores, are you? If that's really the case, you hurry up and withdraw from the competition. Anyway, your score this round definitely has to be at the bottom. Recruiting a nanny for 3 to 5,000. The Qin family won't recruit a nanny who can only do household chores. Oh, before Yi Chen could open his mouth, the 4 players mocked. Put up your dog ears and see how I finish you off. Yi Chen glanced at the 4 before facing the panel of judges. All of them immediately perked up their ears, wanting to see what kind of words this stinking pauper with no money and no power could say, and whether it was really as he said, that he could finish defeating the 4 great magnates. Chapter 49 The Ultimate Face Punch. Up. Under all the expectant gazes, Yi Chen finally spoke. I don't want to push a bunch of useless things like those 4 shabbies. I'll just have a poem. You guys push and push. I'll go play when my wife is fine. I'll carry my wife when she's not. Gave birth to a doll I'll bring. Family harmony is full of love. Ha ha ha. The moment Yi Chen's poem left his mouth, everyone doubled over in laughter. What a oddball. I'm not convinced by anyone but this stinking pauper. Isn't this a loafer? Just based on this poem of his, I can already tell that he wants to enter the Qin family and wait for death. Just this kind of poor trash who wants it. Qin Luoyun on the side cupped his fists and said, Good poem. You have recited a good poem. I have already thrown myself into 5 bodies. He already didn't have any hope for Yi Chen to become his brother-in-law. Grandpa didn't want him to be his door-to-door son-in-law in the first place, but instead of bragging a bit about his medical skills, he said that Sis was fine and he went to play, and that Sis had a child with him and he'd take care of it. So what does Grandpa want such a door-to-door son-in-law for? As for the 4 players, they were already laughing their eyes out. Really a talent. I thought you would say what to defeat us. I did not think you actually recited a good poem. Also right, on your such stinking poor is also suitable for bringing children. Where can help Miss Qin Luoxue share the company's things, but you cannot say to go to play. You have to say that the dry housework perhaps the judges can also give you a point. Now you say so absolutely 70 points no doubt. Now you say this absolutely 70 points undoubtedly. Kong Jinwan greatly taunted, looking at Yi Chen's eyes as if looking at the dead pussy. Not bad, he did beat us. This time it's definitely 70 points. Where can we get 70 points? Zhu Yunnan laughed with a belly laugh. After finishing, he didn't forget to give Yi Chen a fist. You're great. 7 duck eggs I absolutely can't get. Serve you. The other 2 also couldn't stop mocking. However, no one noticed that all the members of the judging panel, including Qin Zhengqing, were all moved when they heard Yi Chen's poem that was not a poem. He had actually captured the essence of recruiting a son-in-law. Qin Zhengqing was such a shrewd and cunning person. It was good that he recruited rich and powerful sons-in-law, but he only recruited wealthy, idle, and unprofessional sons-in-law. He could even tolerate the lechery, but he absolutely could not tolerate the ambitious and powerful sons-in-law. Why? Because with Qin Luoxue's ability, enough to manage the Qin group, the purpose of recruiting a son-in-law is to give Qin Luoxue find a backer. When in trouble, this backer can through the family's power to help Qin Luoxue a hand. Rather than recruiting a son-in-law to help Qin Luoxue manage the Qin group, he has to consider for the Qin family in case one day he died, the son-in-law in the Qin group in high positions of power, for fear that they united behind the family forces to swallow the Qin group, then the Qin family will be finished. So the son-in-law he wanted to recruit was just like what Yi Chen said in his poem. That was the perfect son-in-law in his mind, and the one he was most at ease with. When Qin Luoxue is fine, he loves to go wherever he wants to play. Once Qin Luoxue has something to do, he stands up and uses the forces behind him to solve it. The 2 of them have a child son-in-law to bring up. Qin Luoxue continues to manage the Qin group, and husband and wife are in harmony and respect each other as guests. Only then the power of the Qin group won't fall into someone else's hands, and the Qin family can be brilliant all the time. It was just that he was curious how Yi Chen had read his mind and expressed the image of the most perfect son-in-law in his mind in verse. He knew that it wasn't Qin Luoxue who taught Yi Chen, because he hadn't told Qin Luoxue what kind of son-in-law he wanted to recruit. He had only spoken privately with a few of the judges before the birthday banquet began, asking them to score according to this standard, and none of those judges had spoken privately with Yi Chen after he arrived, so he could be sure that it wasn't the judges who had spoken out either. However, he was not happy because of this, because Yi Chen did not have power behind him. Even if he read his mind, he would not have chosen him to be his door-to-door son-in-law. For stinky people, when the judges' scores come out, I'll see if your face is hurt. Yi Chen gave the four a blank look and said, "Ha ha ha." The four people laughed out loud. "This round you still want to score more than us, don't even think about it. The one who gets hit in the face is definitely you. Wait and see." Kong Jinwen said with a sneer and shouted towards the panel of judges. "Teachers of the judges, I know you're torn and embarrassed to give this stinky poor guy 7 duck eggs. In fact, it's okay, if you should give him duck eggs, just give him duck eggs. Anyway, if this stinky poor guy dares to participate in the son-in-law recruiting, he's already very shameless, so there's no need to give him a face. Just directly score him." Originally the judges were still mulling over whether or not to give a full score. Being urged by Kong Jinwen, Secretary General Zhou took the lead in raising his card. 10 points. Director Lin raised his card. 10 points. The president of the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce raised his card. 10 points. Finally, even Qin Zhengqing raises his card. 10 points. Another perfect score. Looking at the 7 duck eggs that had a ham sausage added in front of them, Kong Jinliang froze on the spot, his mouth so wide open that he could fit an apple in it. Zhu Yoning and the other players were also dumbfounded. Qin Luoxue was even so shocked that she covered her mouth with both hands, and her beautiful eyes were filled with the color of disbelief. Surprisingly, another perfect score? Could it be? Grandpa knew that he was heartbroken and wanted Yi Chen to be my husband, and it wasn't good to put down his face and talk to me, so he discussed it with the judges beforehand? A marvelous thought welled up in her heart. Only she didn't realize that Qin Zhengqing and the judges were all going about scoring fairly and openly, and that Yi Chen was deserving of this score, and hadn't fudged it in any way. Anyway, the final decision in the hands of Qin Zhengqing. Yi Chen promotion is still a good thing in general. At least can be eliminated more than one of the rich and powerful children. When the promotion of the 3 people in Qin Zhengqing pick a person, in addition to the removal of Yi Chen, Qin Zhengqing at most one person. If Yi Chen did not promote him to offend 2 people. Shady. You guys are shady. He's a stinky poor guy with no money and no power. Why give him full marks? Deliberately disgusting us, isn't it? Kong Jinwen shouted in defiance. Not bad. Absolutely shady. We're not convinced. The other 3 players also yelled. Not convinced, right? Then I'll make you all convinced. Yi Chen said. It's fine that I'm poor, but I've only spent 3 days building up a medicine hall worth over $10 million, with a daily net income of over $300,000 since I opened. Just ask you 4, do you have the ability to do this? You guys could be saying that it's only $300,000. It's just your pocket money for a day. So fine, I'll do the math for you. A store earns $300,000 a day. I open 100 chain stores. A day is 30 million. A year will be more than 10 billion. These can be the patients to take real money to see the doctor to buy medicine money. No credit. So every year to earn 10 billion are also real money, rather than the virtual numbers on the financial report of those groups of yours. I know you guys will still say, just you stinking poor, where do you get the money to open so many chain stores? It's good that I didn't let you guys say that. Otherwise I guarantee to give each of you a slap on the face. Open a medicine hall, hold up 10 million. 100 medicine hall 1 billion. And 100 medicine hall can earn 10 billion per year. That is to say 1 month time to put in the money back. I just ask all the gods and goddesses here. You contribute 1 billion. I give you 30% of the equity. Do you do it or don't you do it? Dry. Many local tycoons in Jiangzhou stood up, including the president of Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce, the president of Jiangzhou Entrepreneurs Association, and Qin Luoxue, the president of Qin Group. All raised their hands. They had all heard of Yi Chen's medical skills, and also knew that Jishir Tang was full 24 hours a day since it opened, with patients coming in one after the other. On the Jishir Hall's hot degree, if the price of medicine is not conscientious businessman Yi Chen lowered to so low, a day to earn $1 million are not a matter of course. They are businessmen. There is a set of calculator in their hearts, casually playing to know that investing in Jishir Tang's chain stores is a surefire business, and a year to earn back the money invested, and then every year to sit back and wait to take the dividends to death. What business has the possibility of bankruptcy? But only to see this line of absolutely will not go bankrupt. The world's most scarce is the patient. And with the improvement of the standard of living, a lot of people with chest pains, headaches and some minor illnesses will go to sea. So see, this piece of the money is never finished earning. Even if someone is willing to invest for you, what does that mean? Can you wash your hands of scoring without insider knowledge? Kong Jinwen was still unconvinced, saying that you are lifting you up. You are an imbecile. Yi Chen despised. The judges are seeing that I have the potential to make $10 billion a year. Can make $10 billion a year and still call it no money? With all this money, you are still afraid of not having power? On the contrary, how about you guys? Dog gripe is not. So do not give me full marks to give you these full marks? Still dare to say insider. Want face you guys? The four people were dumbfounded. A word of retort could not be said. This is a ing scoundrel. Taking something unrealistic and exaggerating there. If you have the ability to take out the real gold, take out the real strength out, who wouldn't be able to blow the power? Although they are full of complaints, but there are so many people are willing to fund him to open a chain store. What can they say? They can only shut up. Next is the third round. Since the third round was scored on looks, Yi Chen naturally took the highest score again. At the end of the 3 rounds, the final 3 who advanced were Yi Chen, Zhu Yaneng, and Kong Jinwen. Next, please invite Elder Qin Zhengqing, hand in hand with his granddaughter, Miss Qin Luoxue, to pick a contestant he is most satisfied with out of the 3 who advanced, and hand Miss Qin Luoxue's hand over to the luckiest boy, ending tonight's son-in-law recruiting, and embracing the next day of the big wedding. Soon after, Qin Zhengqing held Qin Luoxue's hand and slowly walked towards the 3 contestants who had advanced. Everyone polished their eyes and waited for the results. Young Zhu, regardless of whether Elder Qin chooses you or me, I hope that through this son-in-law recruitment, the 2 of us can become good friends and frequent each other in the future. Kong Jinwen said softly. Good, no matter if I choose you or me, I don't have a problem with it. Anyway, I know that Master Qin won't choose this stinking pauper. Xu Yoneng said without forgetting to glance at Yi Chen. Don't be too happy too early. When my killer app appears, both of you will be confused. Che, don't flatter yourself. What other killer application can you have? Soon you will know. After saying this, Yi Chen stopped talking. Soon Qin Zhengqing and Qin Luoxue came before the 3 of them, only to see Qin Zhengqing's gaze traveling back and forth on Zhu Yoneng and Kong Jinwen. He did not bother to look at Yi Chen since the beginning. Seeing this, Qin Luoxue's face turned pale and her heart was like ashes. She knew that even if Yi Chen tried harder, Grandpa would not choose him, and it was really true. 3 minutes later, after my deep consideration, I have decided to choose. At that exact moment, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out. Old Master, an honored guest has arrived. Chapter 50, The Ultimate Face Slap. Next, after Qin Zhengqing's thorough consideration, he decided to choose Zhu Yoneng as the Qin family's door-to-door son-in-law. There were 2 reasons for this. 1. Zhu Yoneng looks fat and fat people generally have a better temper, making it convenient for Qin Luoxue to harness him and keep him from taking power in the Qin group. 2nd, the strength behind the Zhu family is to participate in the son-in-law in the most hard one. His Qin family is already quite rich, not lack of money. Lack of is able to fix Qin family strength, and this strength Zhu family has. But what he did not expect is that he was about to say Zhu Yoneng's name. But at this time the butler Lin Shanghai ran in, saying that there is a guest of honor too. At that moment, the whole room is a piece of dissatisfied voice. There are honored guests. Can you wait until the results are announced? You're saying it at the most critical time? Doesn't this seriously affect our beautiful mood? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Both Zhu Yoneng and Kong Jinwen couldn't help but burst out foul language, because both of them were tensing their nerves very tightly at that moment, and when they were about to get the answer and were suddenly interrupted, the depressing mood was indescribable. However, Qin Zhengqing's face was serious. He knew that Lin Shanghai had always been stable, and would not be so unaware of the situation, since he was so anxious to say that there was an honored guest. Then this honored guest must have a great deal of importance. So, he asked with a straight face, who is here? Jin Tianhao has led the king of Shanghai Sea. Do Yue and Duke Du to come? What? The entire room was appalled. The Shanghai Sea king Du Yue's name was as big as thunder. Even the 5 players from the imperial capital had heard of him and were well aware of this person's strength and origins. Not to mention the people from Jiangzhou who were close to Shanghai Sea, especially Kong Jinwen and the other player from Shanghai High. When they heard that Shanghai High Wang Du's father and son were coming, their hearts suddenly jerked up, and they hurriedly straightened up their collars, as if they were generally terrified when a minor official in ancient times learned that a major official was coming. Quickly have an invitation. Qin Zhengqing slowed down and hurriedly called out, there's no need, Master Qin, we've already arrived uninvited. In the next second, Du Yuehua walked into the banquet hall hand in hand with his son, accompanied by Jin Tianhao. Mr. Du, what brings you to my humble abode? It's really a humble place. Qin Zhengqing immediately took 2 steps forward and welcomed him with a smile on his face. To know Du Yuehua's power in Shanghai is very scary, and Shanghai has a lot of Qin's group's big customers, although Qin Zhengqing and Du Yuehua have nothing to do with each other. But when you see him, you have to treat him respectfully, lest he is not happy with a word. Qin's group's customers in Shanghai have to be lost. The loss will be very scary. I heard that tonight is your birthday. I let Tianhao accompany me to come over. A small gift is no honor, Du Yuehua said with a smile without showing his teeth. As the words fell, his son Du Jinhao immediately presented an exquisite gift box with both hands. Mr. Du, you're too kind. Mr. Qin can't afford it. Qin Zhengqing looked flattered and did not dare to pick up Du Yuehua's gift. He was fuming in his heart. This weasel paying homage to a chicken. It couldn't be that he didn't have any good intentions, right? Elder Qin, you don't need to be polite to my big brother. Accept it. Jin Tianhao smiled. Qin Zhengqing, when did Jin Tianhao become so polite that he called me Elder Qin? What's so fishy about this? He was in a fog, but he didn't dare to ask, so he could only accept the gift first and wait and see what happens. Just at this time, Qin Luoxue seemed to have thought of something and suddenly pulled Yi Chen's arm, excitedly saying, Yi Chen, did the king of Shanghai come to support you? What do you think? Yi Chen grinned and scraped his finger on Qin Luoxue's agitated nose. Humph, if you don't say it, you don't say it. Qin Luoxue's small mouth pouted with an angry look, but her heart was still excited. She could be sure that Jin Tianhao must have brought Du Yuehua to support Yi Chen. Otherwise, there was no reason for the king of Shanghai to come to celebrate his grandfather's birthday, and Jin Tianhao wouldn't give his grandfather this face. However, when Kong Jinwen heard this, he laughed and said to Qin Luoxue, Miss Qin Luoxue, aren't you mistaken? The Shanghai Sea King, Master Du's status is distinguished. How could he possibly give this stinking pauper to support the scene? Qin Luoxue was about to open her mouth when Yi Chen stopped her and said, Little Kong I advise you to change your tone and call me Master Yi. I won't hide it from you. I'm buddies with old Du. If he hears you call me a stinking pauper, I'm afraid that you're going to end up in a very ugly situation. Ha ha, Kong Jinwen couldn't help but laugh. Just you. Stinking poor sour. You don't even have the qualifications to lift Master Du's shoes, and you're still buddies with Master Du. Do you think that I'm a 3-year-old kid that you can scare just because you want to? To tell you the truth, I'm friends with Du Xiao. I've never heard him mention that Master Du has a buddy as young as you. If I tell Du Xiao what you just said, he guarantees that he can make you drip blood. Yi Chen snorted. Fine, go tell him then. I'd like to see who he would make drip blood. Pretend. Just keep pretending in front of MS. Sheen and see how I'll slap your face. Kong Jinwen said with a cold smile and turned around to scan up the banquet hall. He happened to see Du Jinhao also scanning the banquet hall, so he waved his hand vigorously towards Du Jinhao a few times. Soon, Du Jinhao arrived in front of Kong Jinwen. When his gaze landed on Qin Luoxue, he was instantly stunned. So beautiful. Junior Du, Kong Jinwen and Lu Can, another great young man from Shanghai, immediately said with a harumph. Du Jinhao waved his hand and asked, What's the matter with you waving at me? It's like this Du Xiao, Kong Jinwen said pointing to Yi Chen and continued. This stinking poor bastard said that he was buddies with Master Du and dared to disrespectfully call Master Du old Du. So I asked you to come over to identify and appraise whether this is a pretender or not. Hiss. Du Jinhao immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air upon hearing this, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, Are you Yi Chen? It's me. Yi Chen responded indifferently. What? Du Xiao knows this stinking pauper? Kong Jinwen was filled with surprise. However, he didn't expect that just as his words left his mouth, he was greeted with a loud slap. Splat! Kong Jinwen immediately fell to the ground, covering his face and looking at Du Jinhao with disbelief, his mind full of question marks. You ate a bear heart and leopard gall. Dare to call my uncle E stinking poor, see if I don't clean you up. When Du Jinhao's temper got the better of him, he didn't care about the occasion and directly kicked Kong Jinwen viciously. Instantly the eyes of everyone present were attracted over. Uncle Yi? Lu Chan was confused. Since Master Du called this stinking poor uncle, could it be that he is really Master Du's buddy? Thinking of this, Lu Can's legs went limp and he knelt down head first towards Yi Chen. Master Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't know before that you and Master Du were buddies. I hope you'll bear with me if there are any excesses in my words. He was scared to death of his liver. Master Du was the most sentimental. He mocked his buddy. If he got angry he would have to lose his arms and legs. This time, even the people present were all confused. Yi Chen was actually buddies with Master Du, the king of Shanghai? Hi Han your mama. It's your turn you dog. Du Jinhao turned around and gave Lu Can a heavy kick, and scolded. You know that your words were too aggressive just now, right? Now it's too late to call Master Yi. Today I have to teach you two sons of Es a hard lesson. After cursing, he began to kick Lu Can severely. The people present just stood by and watched. None of them dared to go over and persuade him to fight. He was the son of the king of Shanghai, and he looked like a fierce god. Who dared to go over and persuade him to fight? This. Only then did Qin Jingqing come back to his senses and looked at Du Yuehua at a loss for words. Du Yuehua raised her hand and made a stop sign, signaling him to keep quiet. Qin Jingqing could only shut up. You two kneel down and kowtow 10 times to my uncle Yi. Tired of kicking as well. Du Jinhao droned. Kong Jinwon and Lu Kan couldn't even care about wiping the blood from the corner of their mouths. They hurriedly knelt down in front of Yi Chen and kowtowed. You two screamed so much when you called the poor and sour. Are you happy now? Yi Chen asked with a smile. Not cool. The two shook their heads. I told you. I have a killer. You guys non-believers. Does your face hurt now? Ouch. The two people cried and cried. I knew that your killer mace is the king of Shanghai and the sea. Why do I go to recruit you to provoke you all? Still robbing my wife with me? Yi Chen looked at Kong Jinwon. No more robbing, no more robbing. Miss Qin belongs to you. I quit. Kong Jinwon hastily shook his head and said, then get the hell off to the side. Yes. Kong Jinwon and Lu Kan retreated to the side in a sorry state. Their original demeanor no longer existed. At this moment, Qin Luoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief, and seemed to have seen the prospect of being with Yi Chen. From the fact that Grandpa didn't dare to say a word was enough to prove the strength of the king of the Shanghai Sea. Poof. Just at this moment, Zhu Yanong hummed, even if there is a Huhai king to back you up, so what? In my eyes you are still poor, not worthy of being my competitor. As long as I am still here, you don't want to get Miss Qin Luoxue. He was from the imperial capital. The Shu family had a hard background. He wasn't afraid of any Shanghai Sea king. Are you looking for death? Say one more sentence if you have the ability. Du Jinhao was on fire, pointing at Zhu Yanong's nose and cursing. Don't tug in front of me, Zhu Yanong. The people of my imperial capital Zhu family are not people you can mess with. Zhu Yanong also pointed his finger at Du Jinhao, almost poking him on the tip of his eyebrow. Oh, Du Jinhao was startled and hurriedly took 2 steps back. The Diadu Zhu family really didn't seem like something he could mess with. Imperial capital Zhu family. Not bad, quite a big head. Du Yuehua smiled at this time and walked over, said to Zhu Yanong with a smirk, my Du Yuehua's background may not be as hard as yours, but compared to money, I can completely blow away your Zhu family. What qualifications do you have to say that my brother Yi Chen is poor? That's right, he's from the commoner area, but he's my brother. He doesn't have money, I do. He's participating in the son-in-law recruitment. I'll pay the bride price for him. Saying this, Du Yuehua shouted towards the outside of the hall, carry the stuff in for me. Chapter 51, a fierce face hit is like a tiger, up. As soon as Du Yuehua's words left his mouth, the entire hall was dead silent. Everyone looked at Yi Chen with disbelief, their eyes full of surprise, doubt, disbelief, shock and many other complex colors. He a civilian area out of the stinking poor. A few days ago about Yi Chen's name they have never heard of. Can be said to be the general existence of the mole cricket. Walking on the street does not come with people to look at a few more eyes. However, just a few days later, he has blatantly become the famous Shanghai Sea King's brother? Is he a serf who turned over and sang, rising against the heavens? For a while, the eyes of many of the nobles in the room changed as they looked at Yi Chen. Before Du Yuehua came, they looked at Yi Chen as if he was an ant, but suddenly they had to look up to Yi Chen. He was the brother of the king of Shanghai. He was much more powerful than them. A dog that can hold on to Shanghai King's thigh is the strongest dog in the Yangtze River Delta, not to mention a living human being, and Shanghai King also took him as a brother. At this moment, Qin Luoxue, inwardly, was both excited and moved. She did not think that Yi Chen really invited the Shanghai King to come. With the Shanghai King to support the scene, really different atmosphere. At least no one dares to taunt Yi Chen, is not it? At least Grandpa has to reconsider the choice of the son-in-law of the Qin family, right? At least I have hope to be with Yi Chen, right? It seems that I still don't understand him well enough, and have wronged him time and time again. From today onwards, no matter anything about him, before the result comes out, I won't easily wrong him, she secretly said in her heart, and couldn't help but take Yi Chen's arm, as if this would make her feel better. Soon, under the gazes of hundreds of pairs of astonished eyes, a dozen or so seemingly heavy boxes were carried into the banquet hall by a group of big men. So many boxes. What's inside? It looks so heavy. It can't be gold and silver, right? Is this filled with all the bride price for the Qin family? Many people exchanged whispers, looking at these dozen large boxes tied with red cloth, labeled with double happiness and tied with red flowers. Qin Jingqing's heart was complicated. It seems that the king of Shanghai Sea is coming for real. This is a bit troublesome. His heart was unusually entangled. Huhai King's bride price had been placed. If Yi Chen and Shuer were not allowed to be together, I'm afraid that Huhai King would be offended to death. After a dozen boxes were put down, Du Yuehua spoke again. Read the list of gifts. As the words fell, a gentlemanly-looking man stood in the middle of the banquet hall with a gift list and lifted his voice to read it. The following is the bride price that Mr. Du Yuehua, chairman of Shanghai Sea Changjiang Group, has arranged to celebrate his brother Yi Chen's engagement to the Qin family and Miss Qin Luoxue. The contents of the gift list are as follows. A set of 1,000 square feet of building within a building in the central part of Shanghai High, valued at $80 million, overlooking half of Shanghai High, For Mr. Yi and Miss Qin to spend their honeymoon after marriage. The property can be transferred to the name of both of them at any time. Lamborghini Poison A. With Shanghai C21314 license plate. Full price of 52 million. For Mr. Yi and Miss Qin honeymoon when driving used. At any time can be transferred to the name of the two. Gold 1. 314 pounds. Wishing Mr. Yi and Miss Qin a lifetime never to be separated. A pair of white jade mandarin duck pillows. Worth $20 million. A pair of gold and jade bowls and chopsticks. Worth $6 million. A pair of imperial green jadeite bracelets. Worth $60 million. A pair of imperial green jadeite earrings. Worth $6 million. One diamond ring. Worth $5 million. The following is the bride price that Tianhao Group's director, Jean Tianhao, purchased to celebrate his brother Yi Chen's engagement to the Qin family and Miss Qin Luoxue. The contents of the gift list are as follows. 999 pounds of gold. Congratulations on Mr. Yi and Miss Qin's longevity. 100 million in cash. Congratulations on Mr. Yi and Miss Qin's single-mindedness. A piece of land in the south of the city, worth 200 million, can be built into a shopping mall. Wishing Mr. Yi and Miss Qin to fight hand in hand and raise a high building on a level ground. After the gift list was read out, a dozen big boxes were opened one by one. The golden gold bricks and reddish banknotes made everyone present's jaws drop. One turned into a statue petrified present. This is definitely the absolute most luxurious bride price I've ever seen in my life. Many people roared in their hearts. Even if one's own son was engaged, there were not many $100 billion godly men who would be willing to take out such a luxurious bride price for the female party. However, for a brother with a different surname to join the family, since the king of Shanghai and the king of Jiangzhou had made such a generous offer, it was simply eye-opening, and one's outlook was destroyed, doubting one's life. To know a caddy of gold nearly 14 million, 1,314 pounds of gold worth 180 million, plus the house, car and so on, the bride price is worth about 500 million, plus the bride price sent by Jean Tianhao, the total value of up to nearly 1 billion. This can be real with real money to buy, not stocks and other virtual currency. If this bride price was given to me, I would be willing to offer my chrysanthemums. Many of the young unmarried women present sighed longingly in their hearts, their eyes full of envy and jealousy, all of them thinking that Qin Luoxue's life was too good. Oh my god, since Master Du gave all the poisons that Du Xiao just bought not long ago as a bride price, this is treating this brother's surname Ji better than his own son. Kong Jinwen and Lu Ken from Shanghai were shocked in their hearts. The two of them know in order to buy this poison, Du Jinhao is looking for all kinds of relations. Took more than a year to buy this poison. All kinds of money added up to spend at least 60 million. I did not think that Du Xiao did not open 2 months was his father to give away. However, since Du Xiao is still not angry, and no objections, just how do they know? Not to mention a poison, is to let Du Jinhao to be Yi Chen called father. He is also willing to because that night Du Yuehua went back and told Du Jinhao about Yi Chen's deeds. He admired Yi Chen to the core, especially want to worship him as a teacher. What is a poison? Grandpa, heavenly bride price. Master Du and Master Jean gave a heavenly bride price. You let Yi Chen be my sister's husband. My sister is so beautiful. Yi Chen is also very handsome. They are a match made in heaven. Qin Luoyun suddenly said excitedly to Qin Zhengqing. Not bad. He had his eyes on that Lamborghini poison. He had to set up his sister and Yi Chen, and he was convinced that with Yi Chen's generosity, he would definitely reward him with the poison to drive out and pretend to be wildly high. What's more, Yi Chen now has a more than Jean Tian. Ao also big money brother. The future two Yi Chen want money, still afraid of no money? But Qin Zhengqing heard the words. His face instantly cooled down. Gave Qin Luoyun a vicious look. Also has a noble guest in. Otherwise he will definitely give Qin Luoyun a big mouth. Not even figuring out the other party's routine. In case it was a trap for them to conspire to swallow the Qin family. Letting Yi Chen into the family was equivalent to inviting the wolf into the house. And the Qin family would surely be destroyed. So you're my Uncle Ye's brother-in-law. Leave a phone number. Give me a call when you go to Shanghai to play. I'll take you to play all over Shanghai. Let you taste all the beautiful women from different countries. Du Jinhao suddenly smiled and walked towards Qin Luoyun, put his arm around his shoulder and said in a friendly manner, "Good, can't wait." Qin Luoyun was overjoyed and hurriedly took out his cell phone to exchange numbers with Du Jinhao. He has heard of Du Jinhao's various honorable deeds. In Shanghai, Du Jinhao not only has the reputation of the prince of the nightclub, there is also the prince of the flirt. Opened a film and television company and network broadcasting platform. Surrounded by celebrities and internet celebrities such as the Clouds, play cannot even play to come. Since he took the initiative to make friends with himself, if he didn't take the opportunity to kneel, then he is not the same? Look at the Qin Luoxue is a two-eyed roll. Only feel that this guy is hopeless. Sooner or later have to be tired paralyzed in bed. The whole excess, maybe a small life, have to be lost. Dad created what sin how to give birth to such a color food desire so strong animal out. She only felt that the family was unfortunate. At this time, Zhu Yoneng stood out with a look of displeasure, pretending to say, preliminary estimation. It is only about 1 billion. This bride price is not out of my Zhu family. Your brother-in-law is me, or he is not yet known. Don't be in a hurry to recognize relatives. Qin Luoyun sniffing, immediately upset. A look of you ing, don't cut off my financial road. But he didn't dare to say it. What? You're not convinced? Yi Chen stepped forward and asked with a cold smile. Humph. Zhu Yoneng grunted at Yi Chen and said, not only am I not convinced, I'm also upset. Since I came to participate in this son-in-law recruiting, then I have to become Miss Qin Luoshua's husband. As far as third-rate contestants like you are concerned, Zhu Yoneng, don't put it in my eyes at all. Isn't it just $1 billion? I promise that as long as I'm recruited as the Qin family's door-to-door son-in-law, I'll let my Zhu family backtrack $2 billion in bride price to the Qin family. This statement sparked an uproar. Not only is young Zhu bold, he's also bold enough to openly go against the king of Shanghai. He's displeased that Shanghai Sea King helped Yi Chen steal his kiss, and wants to hit Shanghai Sea King's face in the rhythm Do you guys think Master Qin will choose Yi Chen or Zhu Shao? Qin Luoshua originally thought that Du Yuehua and Jin Tianhao's bride price had already been sent, so even if Grandpa no longer wanted Yi Chen to be his door-to-door son-in-law, he would not be able to refute the face of these two bigwigs, and ultimately rushed him to facilitate his own marriage with Yi Chen. However, what surprised her was that since Zhu Yoneng, this super fat man, didn't know better, he instead gave Du Yuehua a counterattack. So who would Grandpa choose? Her little heart thumped again. At this time, Yi Chen said with a breezy face, Little Zhu, there is an old saying in our China that says, those who know what's good for them are good at what's good for them. You've been pretending to be a bully in front of me over and over again. Aren't you afraid of landing in the same situation as little Kong? Ha ha. Zhu Yoneng tilted his head and laughed. His Kong Jinwen's family is rich, yes, but the power behind his family is too weak to fight against the king of Shanghai Sea, so he's afraid. But I'm different. My Shu family is not afraid of him, Du Yuehua. If you have the ability, you can let him beat me up and try? If he, Du Yuehua, dares to touch a hair on my head, my Shu family will dare to touch his roots in Shanghai Sea. The words fell with a resounding thud, and everyone threw shocked looks at Zhu Yoneng. He was openly provoking the authority of the Shanghai Sea King. Would the king of Shanghai Sea dare to move him? Everyone was waiting to see how Du Yuehua would react next. Chapter 52, A Fierce Face Like a Tiger, Middle. If he, Du Yuehua, dares to touch a hair on my head, my Shu family will dare to touch his roots in Shanghai Sea. Zhu Yoneng's words seemed to have given Du Yuehua a blow to the head, causing his complexion to suddenly turn cold to the extreme. Provocation. Naked provocation. I, Du Yuehua, have marched across the Yangtze River Delta for more than a decade. How have I ever let a youngster threaten me? Ka-ching-ching. Du Yuehua couldn't help but clench his fists violently, the veins on his forehead bulging, his teeth clenched as his cheeks squirmed. But in the end, he still loosened his fists. The Shu family is big. Is not really he. Du Yuehua can casually move their children and grandchildren. Once moved, will be troubled. The whole bat really have to move his foundation in Shanghai. Although these years he has been whitewashed, but once too many black spots, cannot afford to have the power to turn over his black spots. Because of this, he endured. He can come to today's position, relying on not impulse, but countless times of calm. Otherwise he would not have today. Because impulsiveness is the devil. No matter how high the status is, no matter how powerful the power is, there will always be some people who can't be messed with. However, his loosening up was seen by many people, thinking that he was afraid of Zhu Yoneng and compromised with him. At the same time, Zhu Yoneng's tail was up in the air with complacency because of this. In China, the people who dare to touch me, Zhu Yoneng, at least in the south there won't be more than 2, and even less around the delta, he proudly pretended. As a result, this, in Qin Jingqing's opinion, reinforced the fact that choosing Zhu Yoneng as his door-to-door son-in-law was the most correct choice. In the area of the delta, even the king of Shanghai Sea, Du Yuehua, respected him 3 times, and if he became the son-in-law of the Qin family, who would dare to hit the Qin family and move it? Ha ha. But it was at this time that Yi Chen laughed and said, Xiao Zhu this wave of pussy makes you loaded with full marks Still know your last name? Bull asterisk. Zhu Yoneng disliked back. In front of you guys, do I need to pretend to be a pussy? My Shu family's strength is right there. Do I need to pretend? If you have to say that I'm pretending, then try moving me and see if I'll make you perish with a single phone call. TSK. Yi Chen sked. Speaking as if I don't dare to move you. Remember, in front of me you're just a mole cricket. A flick of my finger can make you die without a burial place. It's just that I'm too lazy to get my hands dirty. But don't worry, there will be someone who will clean up after you later. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yonang laughed back in anger. You said that I am pretending, but what about yourself? This comment makes it feel like the whole world is yours. In the aspect of pretending, I don't serve anyone but you. Even many people present shook their heads and laughed bitterly when they heard Yi Chen's words. Even the king of Shanghai didn't dare to move Zhu Yunong. You are a stinky poor guy from the civilian area who dares to say that you can kill Zhu Yunong with a single flick of your finger. Could it be that your power is even greater than the king of Shanghai's? This is absolutely impossible. Otherwise, do you still need Shanghai Sea King to back you up? Since Yi Chen had many reversals, this time for Yi Chen's seemingly pretentious words, Qin Luoxue didn't show pessimism. Perhaps he had reversed again? It was just that Du Yuehua and Jin Tianhao knew that not to mention Zhu Yonang, but even the entire Zhu family, Yi Chen had the ability to exterminate them with a single finger. Whether I'm pretending or not, you'll know later. Just don't kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness then, Yi Chen said lightly, also lazy with Zhu Yonang this dead fat nonsense, but towards Qin Luoxue, holding up her somewhat cold hand in the palm of her hand. Give her some warmth at the same time. Also did not forget to punch her gentle smile, as a way to tell her not to worry. You are mine, no one can snatch away. Qin Luoxue seemed to comprehend Yi Chen's meaning, her eyes burning with affection. But this scene looked farcical to Zhu Yonang. Annoyed, stinking poor guy, let go of your dog paw. She is mine, not for you to touch. Qin Luoxue immediately disgruntledly disliked back. I'm not yours, what I like is Yi Chen, not you. I don't have any feelings for you. You. Zhu Yonang was immediately choked out of a sentence. How dare you? Qin Zhengqing bellowed and came over, pulling Qin Luoxue away from Yi Chen, then said to Zhu Yonang, don't mind if I don't mind. My Schwer grew up pampered with strict discipline, so she hasn't been in a relationship. A few days ago, Yi Chen saved her life, and she may have been touched by him, and therefore had a crush on him. And since this is the first time you're meeting her, it's only natural that she doesn't have any feelings for you. But it's okay, in the long run, but it's okay, the days ahead are long. You two can slowly cultivate your feelings for each other. When these words came out, many people already understood that Qin Zhengqing recognized Zhu Yonang as the son-in-law of the Qin family. Grandpa. Qin Luoxue naturally heard the meaning in her grandfather's words, and immediately looked like she was crying in anger. Pitifully, Grandpa, don't, my sister likes Yi Chen, just let my sister and Yi Chen be together. Qin Luoyun hurriedly ran over to persuade, my Lamborghini poison you bad old man, don't give me a whole lost Unexpectedly, just after his words left his mouth, he received a fierce mouth from Qin Zhengqing and warned, this Qin family has no place for you to speak, get out of my way, or I'll break your legs. Luoyun. Qin Luoxue hurriedly picked up the dazed Qin Luoyun, touched his somewhat swollen face, and couldn't help but have her beautiful eyes glisten with crystals. It was at this moment that she realized that although this younger brother of hers was a bit of a tiger, he would still stand on his sister's side when it mattered, help her out, and know that his heart ached for her. Humph. Qin Zhengqing grunted, then walked towards Du Yuehua and said, Mr. Du, I'm really sorry, this bride price of yours is too expensive, my Qin family can't afford it, so it's better to take it back, I hope you don't mind. Everyone understood that Qin Zhengqing was going to choose Zhu Yonang as his door-to-door son-in-law, so of course he couldn't accept this bride price. Du Yuehua glanced at Yi Chen, and when he saw Yi Chen's calm face, he smiled and said, you're not going to kick me out, are you? No, definitely didn't mean that. Qin Zhengqing hastily waved his hands, since it's not meant that way, then my bride price will be put in place for the time being, in case it can be sent out. Du Yuehua firmly believed that with Yi Chen's skills, which woman would he want that he wouldn't be able to get? The reason why he didn't make a move was because there were ways to solve the problem that didn't require a move. Alright then. Qin Zhengqing couldn't kick people out, so he had to agree. Immediately, he made an announcement. After my thorough consideration, I have decided that I will choose Zhu Yonang to be my Qin family's son-in-law. This was expected, so it didn't provoke too violent a reaction. But Zhu Yonang was overjoyed, jumping his nearly 300-pound body in excitement. I've finally been chosen. I can finally get Miss Qin Luoxue. Ever since I saw Miss Qin Luoxue's picture, I've been thinking about her and dreaming of getting her. You guys can't even imagine how excited, surging, and happy I am at this moment. But Qin Luoxue sat paralyzed on the ground with her face as if she was dead, already lifeless. Yi Chen helped her up, and took her into his arms, comforting her. Don't worry, there will be a miracle soon. Really? I don't fight unprepared battles. Trust me, there definitely is. Good, I believe you. You will definitely not let me down. Right at this moment, Zhu Yonang walked over and said in dissatisfaction, have you hugged enough? Have you hugged her enough? She's already my wife. If you don't let go, I promise I won't get you killed. Who is your wife now? Get the hell out of here. Qin Luoxue pulled out of Yi Chen's arms and snapped at Zhu Yoneng. Swear, you're being reckless, Qin Zhengqing said angrily. Grandpa, don't be angry. Zhu Yoneng smiled and waved his hand. All changed his name call to Qin Zhengqing, then said to Qin Luoxue, Swear, I know you can't accept me at once, but it's okay, we can get married before we fall in love. Then you will understand. Although I've gained a little weight, I'm still very gentle, sweet, sunny, and good at loving people. I'm sure that you'll definitely fall in love with me. Qin Luoxue almost didn't vomit. Get lost, get some pussy face, dare to blindly compare in front of my woman again. Later see how I'll have someone clean you up, Yi Chen said with displeasure. Without waiting for Zhu Yoneng to open his mouth, Huang Wenbin and Tang Yaowen, the two powerful sons from the imperial capital, walked over and pointed at Yi Chen's nose and cursed. What the are you? Didn't you hear Master Qin say that he's going to choose Zhu Shao to be the Qin family's door-to-door son-in-law? But also your woman. Don't you dare to dream. Zhu Shao's patience is limited. Pissing him off with a phone call will leave you dead without a burial place. That's right. Hurry up and roll aside. Zhu Shao is not something you can mess with. Yi Chen snorted. Since you two are so nosy, then I'll tie you both up and beat you up together later. Ha ha. All three of them laughed out loud. At that exact moment, an abrupt voice rang out. Master, master. Another distinguished guest has arrived. This time the honored guest is too big. Lin Shanghai ran in gasping for breath. What? Everyone present was stunned. Bigger than the king of Shanghai? Could it be that it was a top powerhouse from the imperial capital? What kind of distinguished guest is it? Qin Zhengqing asked. The one from the imperial capital is coming from a much bigger place. What? Qin Zhengqing was shocked and hurriedly said. Quickly, quickly, take me to greet the honored guest. Ha ha ha. No need to greet. No need to greet. The old man came uninvited as he was in a hurry to do something. I hope that the Qin family master doesn't mind. A naive laugh sounded. The crowd looked in search of the sound, only to see an old man in his 70s walk in with a spring in his step. In the next second, a shocked cry rang out. Tian, isn't this elder Wang who has been paralyzed for more than 10 years? How did he get well? Instantly, Zhu Yoneng, Huang Wenbin, Tang Yaowen, and the three of them were even more diligent than Qin Zhengqing, welcoming them over in 3 steps. Respectfully bending their 90-degree waists, and saying in unison, Wang Lao, it's you 3 boys. Wang Tianhua laughed dryly. By the way, this box of money is the bride price that you 3 who placed to the Qin family? Elder Wang, it's not our 3, it's the king of Shanghai, Du Yuehua, who helped this stinking pauper place the bride price. Zhu Yoneng said and raised his hand to point in a direction. Wang Tianhua looked along with Zhu Yoneng's pointing. Immediately the tiger's torso shook, and then exclaimed, I didn't hear clearly what you just called him, please say it again. Chapter 53, Face Punch as fierce as a tiger. Next, Wang Tianhua was a little unsure, not knowing if Zhu Yoneng was mocking Yi Chen, so he wanted to confirm if he had heard wrong. But Zhu Yoneng thought that Wang Tianhua was surprised to learn that the king of Shanghai had helped a stinking pauper to place a bride price, so he said with a teasing smile on his face, Elder Wang, you may not know that, he is a stinking pauper who came out of the commoners area, and due to not having the money to place a bride price. You shut up. Wang Tianhua finally heard clearly. This guy was really mocking Yi Chen for being a stinking pauper. How bad could this be? At that moment, he raised his hand and slapped it. Slap. The sound was like a thunderclap. Even Zhu Yoneng, a super heavyweight figure, his body swayed and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Shocked the whole audience. What's the origin of this Wang Lao? How dare he blatantly hit Zhu Shao? Could it be that he's the head of the Wang family? Once the head of the 4 great families of the imperial capital and now the head of the 10 most powerful families of the imperial capital? Tian, if he's the head of the imperial capital's Wang family, that's an unbelievable origin. The people present were talking. Qin Zhengqing's face immediately changed drastically. Through Wang Tianhua's slap, he could tell that this person had a powerful aura about him. He was definitely a terrifying expert. Could it be that he was really the family head of the imperial capital Wang family? Elder Wang, you. Huang Wenbin and Tang Yaowen shivered and said, not knowing why old Wang suddenly stormed out to beat someone. Let me ask you too, have you ever called him a stinking pauper like Zhu Yoneng? Wang Tianhua pointed at Yi Chen and drank at the 2. No, really no? Puff. Huang Wenbin and Tang Yaowen couldn't resist the pressure and knelt down, saying with a sobbing voice, Elder Wang, we didn't know that you knew him. If we knew, we wouldn't dare to call him that even if we borrowed 100 guts. Sure enough you two also called. Wang Tianhua's face turned cold, picking up the 2 men like chickens, then bumped them face to face and threw them casually, while then walking towards Yi Chen with a vigorous pace. Everyone was confused. This old man was too powerful, beating up 3 luxury broads like a dog. However, Yi Chen actually knew such a powerful big shot? Qin Zhengqing immediately broke out into a cold sweat. He didn't expect Yi Chen to have such a great undercard, breaking a few teeth of his preferred door son-in-law Zhu yawning like a dog. Could it be that I really looked away? Phew. At this moment, Qin Luoxue finally took a long breath. She knew that she didn't have to be a wife to Zhu Yaning, and Yi Chen would become her husband. Just based on the grandpa's aura, it was clear that he had come to hold a grudge for Yi Chen. Soon, Wang Tianhua came to Yi Chen and cupped his fists. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. There was a traffic jam on the road. The girl you like hasn't been snatched away by someone else, right? Almost snatched away, but her grandfather has already chosen that fat guy you beat down as his door son-in-law. Yi Chen skimmed his lips and said, What? Her grandfather chose that fatty Zhu? Wang Tianhua's face was filled with disbelief. Immediately, he hemmed and hawed, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth and said, Since people are blind and didn't choose you, a true dragon, but chose a stinky worm instead, then you don't have to stay here. Go up to my old Wang family and I'll betroth my family's Linger to you. My Wang family is the first of the 10 most powerful families in the imperial capital, and will soon be ranked among the 4 great families in the imperial capital, much more than this tiny Qin family brand. By the way, my family Linger is also as pretty as this girl. As long as you go on my Wang family, I guarantee that I won't treat you like her grandfather did. The moment these words came out, it shocked a ground of eyeballs. This Wang Lao was really the helmsman of the Wang family, which was the top 10 most powerful families in the imperial capital. Yet, he said that Yi Chen was a true dragon and Zhu Yonan was just a stinkbug, and wanted to marry his granddaughter to Yi Chen. Was Yi Chen really that powerful that he could make the helmsman of the head of the imperial capital's powerful family call him a true dragon? And at this time, Qin Luoxue did not do it, and hurriedly took Yi Chen's arm, and rushed at Wang Tianhua and said angrily, He is my man, you can't snatch him away from me. Moreover, I don't agree with him coming to your house, but your grandfather is blind and doesn't want him. I can only bring him home to my granddaughter. Wang Tianhua spread his hands and laughed. Qin Shengqing, always saying I'm blind. Am I really blind? You. Qin Luoxue's agitated nose was crooked by Wang Tianhua's words, and she hurriedly said to her grandfather, Grandpa, even the imperial capital Wang family treats Yi Chen as a true dragon. I think you can reconsider the candidate for your door-to-door son-in-law. Qin Shengqing was quite messed up at the moment. He was a little confused. How did Yi Chen become a true dragon? Why did the king of Shanghai and the master of the Wang family appreciate him so much? Was it because of his superior medical skills? With these questions, he came to Wang Tianhua and asked weakly, Elder Wang, why do you appreciate Yi Chen so much? Because his medical skills are heaven-defying. He easily cured me who had been disabled for 12 years. On this heaven-defying medical skills, I ask you, don't you appreciate him? Qin Shengqing. Of course he knew that Yi Chen's medical skills were indeed somewhat heaven-defying, but what the Qin family wanted was a powerful door-to-door son-in-law, and before that, he had thought about giving Yi Chen 20 to 30 years. Perhaps he could break out into a world and make friends with the top dignitaries by his medical skills, but he was besieged by enemies on all sides, and couldn't give Yi Chen so much time to grow himself, so he didn't consider him to be his door-to-door son-in-law. However, what he never expected was that Yi Chen had actually befriended Jin Tianhao in just a few days, and then the king of Shanghai, and even the helmsman of the Wang family, which was at the top of the top 10 most powerful families in the imperial capital. With these 3 connections, Yi Chen had already reached the standard of the ideal door-to-door son-in-law in his mind. As for whether Yi Chen had any money or not could be completely not care. As long as he could, these 3 relationships firmly in the hands of the Qin family would be able to stand. How is it? Do you want him to be a door-to-door son-in-law? If you don't want me to really give him to lead my Wang family to be a door-to-door son-in-law to go, Wang Tianhua said. 2. I've changed my mind and picked him to be my Qin family's door-to-door son-in-law. Qin Shengqing said it without hesitation. Qin Luoxue was first stunned. The next second, yay! She was so excited. And then she jumped into Qin Shengqing's arms. Grandpa, you're finally enlightened. Schwer loves you. Dead girl, what do you mean Grandpa is finally enlightened? Talking as if Grandpa is a little cutie. Seems like, he. At the same time, the hall was boiling. This is the perfect result for tonight's son-in-law recruitment. Yes, a talented man and a beautiful woman. It's a match made in heaven. And since the man is in love and the concubine is in love, if the two of them don't make a pair, the heavens won't tolerate it. For a child from a poor family in a civilian area to be able to befriend so many top-notch bigwigs and marry the #1 beauty in Jiangzhou as his wife, it's also considered to be a typical poster child for ambition. Brother-in-law, Qi Luoyun excitedly ran to Yi Chen and said, From today onwards, I can finally call you brother-in-law in an honorable manner. Well said. Yi Chen nodded his head in satisfaction and said generously, Tomorrow, brother-in-law will lend you the poison that Boss Du gave you to go out and pretend for a day. Just borrow it for one day? Can you borrow it for a few more days? Depending on how you behave next. Be polite to your sister. Brother-in-law will give you the poison for whatever you want. Okay, okay. I'll start today. I promise not to kick the door of my room, not to affect you too, not to make my sister angry, and treat her like a bodhisattva. That's more like it. Some people were happy and some people were sad. Zhu Yoning's mood at this moment had a feeling of having sunk a wild dog, but it was at this time that Yi Chen appeared in front of him. Aren't you great? How did you become this bear? Yi Chen sneered as he looked down on Zhu Yoning. Zhu Yoning was like being dumbfounded, unable to speak. I told you not to act like a pussy, but you have to act as if no one can clean you up. Remember, there are people outside of people, and there is a heaven outside of heaven, and I am that person outside of people, and a heaven outside of heaven, and it's never something that you can mess with. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to start a killing spree on this joyous day, or else you, and the two of you, all of you, would have to be pulverized to the bone. Dropping a sentence, Yi Chen walked towards Qin Luoxue with his hand on his back. Zhu Yoning and the other three froze in the presence. Yeah, if he wants me dead, he only needs to say one word, and Elder Wang can kill me with one finger, and my Zhu family wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. Zhu Yoning muttered to himself and couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in his heart. At this moment, he resolved painfully that he would never pretend to be a pussy again. That is, when facing a beggar. He also had to do it in a low profile, lest he would not know when he lost his little life. Kiss one, kiss one, kiss one. When Yi Chen arrived in front of Qin Luoxue, the young men and women in the banquet hall shouted in unison, and the atmosphere was pushed to a new height. So Yi Chen pecked Qin Luoxue on her sexy little lips in front of hundreds of people. Qin Luoxue immediately blushed like blood. Oh hoo! The atmosphere was pushed to a high chow. Qin Zhengqing only felt his scalp tingle. The daughter of his own Qin family was actually kissed by a brat coming out of a commoner's area? Alright, everyone, be quiet, be quiet, Qin Zhengqing shouted. After it quieted down he said, the result of the son-in-law recruitment has come out. In the future, Yi Chen will be my Qin family's son-in-law. In the next 2 days I will arrange for the two of them to go and get a license. Then I will place a bride price for the Yi family. And then I will choose an auspicious day to get the two of them married. As for everything that happened here tonight, I hope that none of you will spit it out when you go back. I don't want to hear a crazy rumor outside tomorrow that I, Qin Zhengqing, have found a commoner out of the commoner's area to be the Qin family's door-to-door son-in-law. He still had to observe Yi Chen for a while, so he didn't want to hear any gossip in this regard. Good, the crowd responded in unison. Right. At this time, Yi Chen stood out and said, there's no need to pick a date for the wedding. It's the 15th day of this month. I've already gotten someone to look at it, and it's the perfect day to get married. There are only 10 days before the 15th. Will it be too hasty? Qin Zhengqing frowned. No, I've already asked Lao Jin to set it up. It will be held at Public House No. 1. When the time comes, I'll give Shuer a wedding to remember for a lifetime, Yi Chen said. At the same time, on this day, he was going to give Zhang Qianting and Lu Xiaojie a nightmare of a lifetime. Chapter 54 Poison Being Overrun. When Yi Chen returned to the civilian area, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Although Qin Zhengqing had ultimately chosen Yi Chen to be the Qin family's door-to-door son-in-law, the two of them hadn't yet gotten a marriage license, so naturally they couldn't let Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue sleep together. So Yi Chen came back. Anyway, just a few days. When the marriage license is received, once the marriage is concluded, I'm afraid that there is no opportunity to live like a god with Qin Luoxue, so there is no hurry for these few days. A return to the civilian area. Yi Chen is a little confused. The front door of their own home was even neighbors to the occupation, densely surrounded by at least a few hundred people. You guys say that Yi Chen's door will be successful this time? That goes without saying. It's definitely going to be yellow. Even a small rich family like the Zheng family can't look at Yi Zaimen. How can a super rich family like the Qin family look at Yi Zaimen? That's a joke. That's right. If I look at it, in a moment Yi Zaimen will have to come back with their heads hanging down. Listening to the neighborhood chatter, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel amused. It turned out that this group of people stayed up in the middle of the night. They were waiting to see if they could succeed in their doorstep. I say you all stay up in the middle of the night. Do you want to demolish my house or dig my foundation? Yi Chen joked and walked over with large strides. Yo! Yi inserted the door and came back. A fat woman took the lead and laughed. I heard that you participated in the son-in-law recruiting of that Qin Luoxue beauty's family that came on that day. We are all neighbors. You said that your family has no relatives in Jiangzhou. We are all looking at you growing up, which is considered as half of your relatives. And of course, we have to be concerned about your life matters. I think you guys are here to see my jokes, right? Yi Chen asked with a smile. These neighbors he knows too well. Who has a bit of good things to break things like to get together? But there is nothing bad. In other words, especially gossip. Yi insert door, how to talk. Your jokes we have not seen enough? Lin Changjian glared at Yi Chen and said, exactly. the neighbors all agreed. Yi Yaohua and his wife had long been used to the enthusiasm of these neighbors, so they didn't get angry, and went up to ask, "How is it, Xiao Chun? Have you been selected?" "Of course I was chosen. Your son, I will go out. There is no girl that I can't handle. Wait for the bride price in the next 2 days." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Really selected?" Yi Yaohua said with some disbelief, "Yes, selected. Ha ha." Lin Xiangjian suddenly laughed and said, "Yi plug door, you kids still can't change the problem of blowing great. Don't think we can't see that you lost the election. If you were elected, how come you don't spend the night with other people's amiss, Sheen, and will still come back alone and fighting?" Yi Chen rolled his eyes and said, "If Coco brings a man home, you let Coco spend the night with that man." What a thing to say. Lin Xiangjian's speech plug, but still said, "If Coco brought home a man I can see, to let him do my son-in-law, I will let him and Coco overnight. Anyway, sooner or later to do things, early to do late to do all the same, but you, certainly not been chosen by the others, only to fart back." This time it was Yi Chen's turn to be speechless. How did Lin Changjian's mind become so open? That's right, definitely failed to be selected. If you were selected, MS, Chen's family is so rich, we'll definitely send a Big Ben or that what Bentley to send you back, which still need you to take a taxi. That's right, absolutely is not selected. Yi plug door, this kid is dead, love face live suffer. Otherwise he was kicked out by the Zhang family. Well, because no face to see people and suicide? It seems that Yi insertion gate is not inserting the door to come back from the election, neighbors said one after another. Believe it or not, when the bride price comes down in the next 2 days, let's see how I'm going to slap your faces. Dropping a sentence, Yi Chen wrapped his arms around his parents left and right and went into the house, closing the door with a bang. Ha ha, he's afraid that we'll laugh at him for hurrying to close the door. Lin Xiangjian laughed with a belly laugh. The neighbors also laughed. If he went on a blind date with a girl from an ordinary family and was chosen, this I would still believe. MS, Sheen is so beautiful and her family is so rich, why would she choose him as her door-to-door son-in-law? That's right, still waiting for the bride price to come down to hit us in the face. Then if there is no bride price to come down, his whole family will have to lift up their heads to do people. Disperse, disperse, wait for a few days without the bride price to come down. We will mock the death of Yi plug door. The next morning, Zhangzhou's high society was full of questions. Who knows which powerful son is the one who became the Qin family's son-in-law? It shouldn't be. It's been a night, and who ended up becoming Qin Luoshue's husband should be announced, right? What the hell is the Qin family up to? Are none of them being looked at? Or is there some kind of mistake? Since Qin Zhengqing had blocked the news, everyone didn't get the results they had been wanting to get, making many people very depressed. At this moment, inside the bedroom of a certain villa, Xiaojie, I just brushed my friend's circle. It's all asking who exactly became Qin Luoshue's husband. Hurry up and call your cousin to ask him. He's well informed. Let's see if he knows. Zheng Xianting shook awake the sleeping Lu Xiaojie and said, Lu Xiaojie. He was speechless when he was faced with such a gossipy wife, so he picked up his cell phone and dialed Wei Zifei's number. What kind? Hanging up the phone, Zheng Xianting could not wait to ask. Lu Xiaojie said, my cousin doesn't know either. His dad purposely let people check, but there is no news at all. But what is certain is that last night, Qin Zhengqing did have a door-to-door son-in-law chosen. Just don't know which mansion's son. Oh, Zhang Qianting was a little disappointed and said, could it be that the one who was chosen was strangely ugly and Qin Luoshue couldn't accept it? So she had an argument with her grandfather. And that's why it hasn't been announced yet as to who has become the Qin family's door-to-door son-in-law? Lu Xiaojie nodded. There is this possibility. Anyway, not as handsome as me is. That's right. Who else is rich and handsome besides me, Jie? Zhang Qianting smiled smugly and pounced over like a wolf. Hey, don't be like this. My cousin invited us to get high at the night's end tonight. You're screwing me over. I don't have the stamina to get drunk once I drink. Then how about you help me? Lu Xiaojie. Just when Zhang Qianting was happy as a god, Yi Chen had already collected the marriage license with Qin Luoshue and came out from the Civil Affairs Bureau. It smells so good. No longer do I have to sleep because I'm worried that Grandpa is going to marry me off to someone I don't like. Qin Luoshue kissed the marriage license, her face filled with joy. She didn't sleep a wink last night. She just wanted to hurry up and get the license, lest it would be bad if Grandpa had a bad bone in his body and reversed his decision. So she woke up early in the morning to discuss with Grandpa, and then she called Yi Chen to get the license. It's okay. In the future we will sleep in the same bed. I promise to let you sleep comfortably every night. Yi Chen said, a wicked smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. Thinking beautiful, after being my husband you have to obediently listen to me? Otherwise I won't even let you touch it. Humph. Qin Luoshue said proudly, snatched the marriage license from Yi Chen's hand as well, then stepped on her high heels and walked towards a big G. Yi Chen, how did you become so overbearing after receiving the license? Could it be, women are all chameleons? changing at the drop of a hat? The two then went to look at houses and eventually spent $30 million on a riverside villa. Of course, this is not the wedding room of the two, but to Yi Chen's parents to buy. The son married into the family, naturally have to give Yi Chen's parents bride price. Originally, Qin Luoxue wanted to take the old couple into the Qin family to live. Anyway, the Qin family is so big, more than enough place to live, so that it is also convenient to take care of the old couple. But Qin Zhengqing did not agree, so it had to buy a high-grade villa for Yi Chen's parents. And at that time, she and Yi Chen can occasionally go over to live. The license is collected, right? Qin Luoxue led Yi Chen back to the Qin family. In the hall sofa sitting and waiting for dinner, Qin Zhengqing asked, "Grandpa, look." Qin Luoxue took out 2 reddish certificates with a showy face. Qin Zhengqing gave a dry laugh, looked at Yi Chen and said lightly, "It was not my intention to let you marry Shuer. There are really no more candidates. All of them have offended your people. So since you have received the certificate, you have to properly hold on to the 2 relationships of Du Yuehua and Wang Lao. You have to make these 2 relationships work when the Qin family is in need of them. Otherwise the marriage can be tied or divorced. Don't worry, even if the sky collapses I will hold it for Shuer," Yi Chen said in an affirmative tone. "I don't want to listen to big words. I want to see results. You'll see it when something happens to the Qin family. Just don't let me down then." After saying these words, Qin Zhengqing closed his eyes with an out-of-sight, out-of-mind look. Qin Luoxue was speechless. She knew that if a person didn't like another person, even if the other person worked hard and excelled, he would still dislike it in his bones. Grandpa was such a person. Just then, an abrupt voice rang out. "Grandpa, it's not good. It's not good." Qin Zhengqing snapped his eyes open and looked, only to see his granddaughter Qin Luoxi running in with trembling breasts. And when she saw Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue, she immediately showed a look of panic. "Luo Shi, what happened?" Qin Luoxue asked. "Sister." Qin Luoxi had some difficulty speaking. "Speak," Qin Zhengqing said with a straight face. "It's like this. In the morning Luo Yun brother drove my brother-in-law's Lamborghini Poison to take me out to pretend to be a pussy. Then I met Chen family's youngest master Chen Xiaoyu. Then I was called by Chen Xiaoyu to play cockfighting. I lost $30 million, and still owed Chen Xiaoyu $20 million. Chen Xiaoyu said that if I didn't give him the money before 12 o'clock he was going to hijack the poison. So I hurriedly ran back." Qin Luoxi said it in one breath. Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue. This brother-in-law was a tiger. This. Qin Zhengqing was instantly on fire and drank. "Shanghai, prepare a car. I'm going to break this S legs." Chapter 55. Don't force me to hit my face. Above. Qin Zhengqing was very annoyed. This can be said to eat, drink, whore and gamble, all kinds of things. Because of this, he had to choke off Qin Luoyun's economic source. Did not expect that this went to gamble again, and also lost in $50 million in one go. This is enough for Qin's group to earn money for several days. Grandpa rest his anger. Qin Luoxue could tell that her grandfather was going to get real this time, and hurriedly advised, "Leave this to me and Yi Chen to deal with. You just stay at home." She was also annoyed, but seeing as Qin Luoyun had performed well last night and knew that he had a heart for his sister, she decided to save this younger brother for once. No money is allowed to take care of it. Prescribe the poison back and let him work on his own to slowly pay back Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Zhengqing said. Qin Luoxue. Let him work to pay back. I'm afraid he won't be able to pay back in his lifetime. Grandpa, don't plead for that. I'll have someone monitor your internet banking. If you help him pay back that $20 million, I'll still break that S legs. Qin Zhengqing snapped. Qin Luoxue immediately threw a look of help to Yi Chen. Yi Chen comprehended Qin Luoxue's thoughts and said, "Master, if we don't spend money to bring Luo Yun back, will you still break his legs? What? You want to move relations?" Qin Zhengqing shook his head in disappointment and said with hatred, "Relationships are something that is used less than once. If you use them on this kind of crap, people will look down on you and the Qin family, and if you go to them in the future when something comes up, will they take care of you? Face is earned, not given by others." He thought that Du Yuehua and Wang Tianhua were grateful for Yi Chen's medical skills. That's why they stepped in to help Yi Chen last night. But this kind of relationship is not strong. People will at most help Yi Chen a few times to return his favors, so it has to be good steel on the edge of the knife, not on this kind of sesame seed thing. "I don't spend money even if I don't move the relationship," Yi Chen said. Qin Zhengqing laughed coldly. "The Chen family is in the middle of the day right now. If you don't give them money, they will let Luo Yun go? If you don't move your connections, you don't have that much face. It's true that I don't have that much face, but I can bring Luo Yun back without spending any money or using connections. When the time comes, you teach him a few lessons to take out his anger. Just don't break his legs." "Good, I promise you. I want to see what you have the ability to bring that back without spending money or going through connections." This was the time to test Yi Chen's ability. Of course he wouldn't miss it. So Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue went out, At this time, the Jiangzhou City Cockfighting Club. This was a place for the upper-class sons of Jiangzhou to entertain and spend their time, and no rich second generation without a $3 billion asset at home could enter this club. On the parking lot, Qin Luoyun rushed to a young man and said with a red face, "Chen Xiaoyu, don't push people too far. Give me a few days to guarantee that I will give you the $20 million. Chen Xiaoyu smiled sarcastically and said, "I'm afraid that if I give you a few days of leniency, by then the interest will add up and this poison won't even be enough to pay it back. So either you give me the $20 million before 12, or the poison will be mine." Qin Luoyun was going crazy. "This poison is not mine. Okay, I don't care. Anyway, if I don't see the money before 12 o'clock the poison is mine. At that time you go and explain to the owner yourself." Chen Xiaoyu was unusually overbearing. He had his eye on this poison that was hard to buy even with money, so of course he wouldn't miss the opportunity to dominate. Even if the owner came to the door, he was still in possession, wasn't he? Qin Luoyun is going to cry with anger. In such a short period of time, where to find $20 million to give him? The first thing you need to do is to find a way to get rid of the car. In cockfighting, put me in a bad situation. Qin Luoyun stomped his feet in anger, and finally sat on the ground with a look of helplessness and despair. Yi Chen had given him more than $60 million only a few days ago, which he had spent more than $30 million to book a supercar, and he had lost the remaining $30 million in a cockfight, so where else would he dare to ask him for money? To know that he moved his hand can be more ruthless than Grandpa. That time his face was swollen by the whip. He is still fresh in his memory. Ha ha ha. Qin Luoyun's wretched appearance caused many club members to burst into laughter. There's still 20 minutes left. After a point, poison, I'll drive away, Chen Xiaoyu said as he glanced at his diamond-encrusted watch. Tada! Just then, there came the sound of a car's horn. The crowd looked in search of the sound, only to see a Mercedes-Benz Big G coming at breakneck speeds, then stopping by a group of rich second-generation grass driving a Big G presses. Do not know that this parking lot is full of supercars worth more than 6 million? Chen Xiaoyu rushed to stop the Big G. Did not have the good taste to scold. I drove more than 10 million. Ferrari did not drive so overbearing. Open a broken Big G. What is great? Pretend you do not look at the occasion. Give me a roll down to apologize, or smash your broken Big G. The rich young men present were also dissatisfied. In the eyes of their group of upper-class top gentry, the one who drove the Big G was just a beggar. In the next second, Yi Chen scurried down from the driver's seat. A few broken supercars tugging. What tugging? Lousy, a poison can finish off several of you. The moment these words came out, the gentry were all disliked and their faces were raw. No wonder he drove a Big G so pretentious. So he is the owner of the poison car. Yet we actually took him for a beggar? Face slapping. It's too much of a slap in the face. To know can buy poison. The family is absolutely very powerful. Otherwise money cannot buy. But Qin Luoyun heard this voice instantly spirited up. Who else could this be if not his own brother-in-law? Sister. Brother Chen, why are you here? Qin Luoyun rubbed up from the ground and called out in surprise. Originally he wanted to call out his brother-in-law, but when he thought that his grandfather had said that before Sis and Yi Chen got married, he shouldn't call out his brother-in-law outside, so he changed his words. But he didn't expect an angry voice to break into his eardrums as soon as his words fell. Qin Luoyun, you're such a loser. Let's see if I don't beat you up. Only to see Qin Luoxue huffing and puffing as she scurried down from the passenger seat, grabbing Qin Luoyun and beating him up. Chen Xiaoyu and the other eunuch's eyes went straight. Isn't this Qin Luoxue? How come she's become so beautiful after not seeing her for a while? In the next second, their gazes fell on Yi Chen in unison. Could it be that he was the young master of the top mansion who had been recruited by the Qin family as their door-to-door son-in-law, and then had nourished Qin Luoxue to become beautiful? You are? Chen Xiaoyu asked curiously. Never mind who I am. The person who wants to hog my poison is you, right? It's me, Chen Xiaoyu said, but this hijacking of yours is used inappropriately. Qin Luoyun owes me $20 million. He doesn't have the money to pay me, and of course I can't let him drive away his car. Qin Luoxue heard this and rushed at Qin Luoyun angrily. You have lost $30 million in the fight. Why do you still need to borrow money to continue the fight? I didn't borrow it. It was him who said he could owe it. Then I played 2 games with him. After I lost he wanted me to pay immediately. I didn't have the money to pay, so he wouldn't let me drive the car away. Qin Luoyun pointed to Chen Xiaoyu angrily explaining. Qin Luoxue and Yi Chen both seemed to understand. Chen Xiaoyu was deliberately trying to pit this poison. Chen Xiaoyu, is it appropriate for you to pit my brother like this? Qin Luoxue coldly said in dissatisfaction. It's only natural to repay a debt. If you don't have money, you take something to pledge. How is it called a pit? Chen Xiaoyu asked rhetorically. His Chen family was also one of the 4 major families in Jiangzhou, so he wasn't afraid of the Qin family. Then he added, since you're here, then clear the debt. Poison you drive away. If you don't clear the debt, no one can drive the poison away. Yi Chen pulled Qin Luoxue and said to Qin Xiaoyu, this poison cost nearly $50 million. He only owes you $20 million. Like this, let's have a fight. If I win, Qin Luoyun owes you 2 clear. If you win, the poison goes to you. Good. I agree. 10,000 agree. Chen Xiaoyu was ecstatic. He only felt that Yi Chen was a shabi. Isn't it obvious that he's giving me the poison? Yi Chen, you're fooling around. Qin Luoxue immediately droned. No fighting. Only now did she understand why Yi Chen said he could bring Qin Luoyun back without spending any money or moving his relations. So it turned out that he was going to play poker with Chen Xiaoyu. This is no matter win or lose can take Qin Luoyun back. But this is also equivalent to give the poison to Chen Xiaoyu. To know that the cockfighting club is Chen Xiaoyu open, he casually play a small means can make people lose a bottom. But also their own brother, this kind of little cute. Only then would he go with Chen Xiaoyu to play cockfighting. Chen Xiaoyu. No wonder I think he looks familiar. It turns out that his name is Yi Chen, is Lu Xiaojie's wife's ex-husband. A commoner's area of the turd. Now opened a pharmacy business is not bad. I can guarantee that the poison is not his, but borrowed from someone else. Presumably want to pick up Qin Luoxue only to give the Qin Luoyun open. Due to the fact that cannot get the money to help Qin Luoyun pay back the debt. Just want to play a game of pokies with you. It seems that he in order to bow Qin Luoxue's heart is also out of his mind. A cockney said. Really? 1,000 times true. I was present on the day his medicine hall opened. But he knows Jin Tianhao. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiaoyu immediately let out a loud laugh. He knows Jin Tianhao. Do I not? Saying that, he looked at Qin Luoxue and said, he can't get the money for me. If you don't let him have a game of pokies with me, then you'll get the money for me. But I have to remind you, if you let your grandpa know about it, your brother is probably wasted. But I do know that your grandpa wanted to pack up your brother a long time ago. Qin Luoxue was poked and prodded, and all of a sudden she didn't know what to do. Yi Chen smiled at her and said, I'm his ancestor when it comes to playing cockfighting. I guarantee I can win him. This statement drew a burst of laughter. You're ing crazy. You're a civilian area out there to say that playing cockfighting is my ancestor. I can understand you want to pick up Qin Luoxue. After all, it's so pretty. I ing want to pick up. But you ing pick up chicks is picking up chicks. Can you not pretend to be a pussy in front of me? Chen Xiaoyu cried with laughter. Whether I'm pretending or not, you'll know after one game of fighting. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders. Fine. Then let's go up to the cockfighting club and let you see how powerful I am. The myth of the cockfighting world. Chen Xiaoyu said and turned to walk away. Don't force me to punch you in the face. Yi Chen followed. Ha ha, I'm begging for a face punch. The key is to see if you have that ability. Chapter 56, Don't force me to hit my face, middle. Yi Chen, do you really want to fight him in a cockfight? On the way to the club, Qin Luoxue asked softly. Your grandfather won't let you spend money or use your connections. So other than fighting him, what else can I do? Yi Chen smiled and spread his hands. But if you lose, the poison will be someone else's. Qin Luoxue worried. Yi Chen glared at her. Is the poison important or your brother? You fool. Qin Luoxue. She was touched by Yi Chen's words. It turned out that in front of money and affection, he valued affection more. It seems like I was most right to choose him. Qin Luoxue was very pleased in her heart and only felt that she hadn't misjudged him. A man who valued affection over profit was the most reliable man. Since Yi Chen was so open-minded, she had nothing to take into consideration. If she lost, she lost. The big deal was to compensate Yi Chen in other ways. Didn't he like eating buns? Just let him eat enough. Soon, Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue's siblings entered the cockfighting club. Ha, isn't this our Jiangzhou's #1 beauty Qin Luoxue? Is she helping her brother pay off his debt? Who is that guy? So familiar. Couldn't be the husband Master Qin recruited for Qin Luoxue? The cockney boys playing cockfighting at the club's head were talking about it. Be quiet, be quiet. Chen Xiaoyu shouted twice, and the club instantly quieted down. He then pointed to Yi Chen, with a teasing smile on his face. His name is Yi Chen, the boss of Jishir Hall. I don't know where he got a poison to borrow Qin Luoyun to pretend to be a pussy, and now he is bringing Qin Luoxue to pretend to be a pussy with me, saying that he is the ancestor of playing cockfighting, and he wants to play with me to win the poison back. Do you guys think that he is not having a pit in his head? As the words fell, the hall burst into laughter. I heard that the owner of Jishir Tang is a stinking poor man out of the civilian area. Although the business of Jishir Tang is very good, but it's only been open for a few days. How can he take out $20 million? It seems that he's throwing his weight around, taking someone else's poison to win Qin Luoxue's heart. Didn't Elder Qin already recruit a husband for Qin Luoxue? How come she's still hanging out with a white boy? Is this the rhythm of cuckolding her husband? I heard that the 5 people who participated in the son-in-law recruitment were strangely ugly. Her husband should have gone home to prepare the bride price. I guess she's trying to take advantage of the opportunity to cheat, lest she doesn't have a chance in the future. Listening to these gossips, Qin Luoxue was so angry that her small fists clenched tightly. She wanted to directly and openly tell this group of people that Yi Chen was her husband, but she was afraid that this would cause Yi Chen to be mocked even more miserably. At this time Yi Chen opened his mouth and said, "Want poison to hurry up on the cockfight? Forcing a bunch of useless why? I'm trying to get everyone to give me a testimony. When the owner comes to me, I also have a reason not to return the poison." Chen Xiaoyu said and swept the room. Smugly said, "You all heard it clearly. It's him who wants to fight with me." At that time the owner of the car comes to ask for the poison. "You all have to testify for me." "Oh, must testify." Everyone responded. Only then did Chen Xiaoyu grin at Yi Chen, then slammed his big hand and yelled, "Up with the fighting chickens." Soon, a dozen or so women walked out with chicken cages. "Boss Yi, this batch is the freshly imported Central Plains fighting chicken. It's so raw. Why don't you choose first?" Chen Xiaoyu made a pleased gesture, revealing a treacherous smile. "You first," Yi Chen said indifferently. "Don't brother Chen. These fighting cocks are all raised by the club. Which one is the most powerful he knows best. Let him choose first to designate that he will lose." Qin Luoyun rushed forward and said. Yi Chen gave him a blank stare. "You know that, then why did you still lose so badly?" Qin Luoyun. "I lost him because I was unlucky and chose hot chickens." Of course he wouldn't say it because he knew that if he did, Yi Chen would definitely say he was blind. "Really want me to pick first?" Chen Xiaoyu asked with a smile. "Don't push. I'm in a hurry. Then I'll be respectful. Just this one." Chen Xiaoyu casually chose a cockfighting, because he knew best in his heart, no matter who chose first, the winner would definitely be him anyway. There could be a remote control operation behind the scenes. These cockfighters all had high-tech chips installed in their bodies, and with a press of the remote control, if he wanted it to be fierce, it would be fierce. If he wanted it to fall, it would fall. So as long as he wanted to win, he wouldn't lose. "It's your turn, Boss Yi." Chen Xiaoyu smiled and signaled that Yi Chen could choose. Yi Chen didn't bother to look at this batch of fighting chickens. Instead he looked around the cockfighting arena for a while, and finally his eyes landed on a small chicklet that hadn't long broken out of its shell. "It's it," he said as he pointed to the little chicklet that was not yet as big as his fist. Put! All the people present spewed out saliva with laughter. "Nima, there's no mistake. He actually chose a chicklet that had just broken out of its shell a few days ago to fight with young Chen's big colorful fighting chicken? My god, he's a tease, isn't he? Why don't we just stop fighting and give the poison to young Chen? What's the point of fighting? A single pack from Mr. Chen's fighting cock can pull out the innards of the little chick." Chen Xiaoyu was even more cramped with laughter and asked, "Boss Yi, are you sure?" "Aha." Yi Chen nodded. "This chicklet is enough to win you. How much I'll buy it, lest you ask for it back then." The people present all laughed when they heard this. Chen Xiaoyu doubled over with laughter and said, "No need for money. It's free for you. How can that be? I'll spend 200 on it." Yi Chen stuffed $200 bills into Chen Xiaoyu's pocket, and went forward to grab the little chickadee out. Qin Luoxue's siblings had a face of death. Other people's fighting chickens were as big as a face bowl, and your fighting chickens were as big as a fist, so what could you do to win them? "Yi Chen, I know you don't care about money, but you can't give away the poison for nothing. Why don't I help you choose one?" Qin Luoxue hurriedly went up and persuaded. "Play a game with him with a chicklet first, and then I'll let you choose later." Yi Chen smiled faintly before walking towards the cockfighting stage. Qin Luoxue, what the hell was this guy thinking? Arriving at the cockfighting stage, Yi Chen, unbeknownst to God, secretly channeled a trace of true essence into Chicken Little's body, then placed Chicken Little on the cockfighting stage. "Nima, laugh your ass off. This is definitely the smallest cockfighter I've ever seen on a cockfighting stage since I've been playing cockfighting. I can guarantee that Chen Xiao's cockfighting will defeat this little chick in just one move." Seeing the little chick standing adorably on the cockfighting stage looking for food, all the onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Chen Xiaoyu was even happier, thinking that he had come across a big sabi today, and didn't even need the people behind the curtain to manipulate the winners and losers. "Boss Yi, the moment my fighting cock comes on the stage, the match will start. You can't back out then?" Chen Xiaoyu grinned at Yi Chen as he held the big colorful fighting cock. "No problem, just feel free to start." "Good grin," Chen Xiaoyu responded, without any suspense. He casually threw the big colorful fighting chicken onto the cockfighting arena, not afraid of falling, as long as it doesn't fall to death, even if it breaks the 5 viscera. A chicken wing slapping the past will be able to give the little chicken boy to slap to death on the cockfighting stage. Cluck! As soon as Chen Xiaoyu's big colorful fighting cock got on the cockfighting stage, it was as excited as if it had been given a drug. Fluttering its wings twice, its chicken feathers stood up, and with a stomp of its feet, it pounced towards the little chickadee. "Ha ha, you guys see, the little chickadee is too scared to move. Look at this situation. the little chickadee is going to be killed by my cockfighting in seconds, Chen Xiaoyu shouted excitedly. The onlookers were also up in arms. Qin Luoxue shook her head helplessly. She knew that the poison was already Chen Xiaoyu's. As for Qin Luoyun, he was already crying. Brother-in-law, this is a deliberate attempt to lose the elixir, not giving me the opportunity to drive out and pretend to be a pussy. Brother-in-law, can you not be so ruthless? But right at this moment, the little chickadee suddenly moved, only to see the colorful big fighting cock approaching. Its little feet suddenly stomped, leapt up, and its feet violently kicked at the abdomen of the colorful big fighting cock. The next second, only heard a clear bang. The big colorful fighting cock flew backwards and fell heavily off the cockfighting platform, and after a sad cry, its feet stomped, and it directly stiffened. A shocked eyeball popped out on the ground. This. Chen Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, staring at the colorful big fighting cock that died under the cockfighting stage with big copper bell eyes, not daring to believe it. The onlookers were all struck by a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and were thunderstruck. Even Qin Luoxue and her siblings were dumbfounded. After a short while, the cockfighting arena seemed to have been dropped with a heavy bomb, instantly exploding. Oh my god! Seconds to kill. The little chicklet actually killed the big fighting cock in seconds. Awesome! This little chickadee is too awesome. I don't even know how to describe its might and dominance. The #1 chicken in the world. This is definitely the best chicken in the world. Yay! Winning! We won! Qin Luoxue's siblings only reacted at this time, jumping wildly with joy. As for Chen Xiaoyu, his face went black, rather like he had sunk a wild dog. This is too weird. How is it? Does your face hurt? I've said that playing cockfighting I'm your ancestor, you didn't believe me. Now you believe me, right? Yi Chen looked at Chen Xiaoyu and scoffed. Tell me, why is it like this? Chen Xiaoyu frantically said, only feeling that this was too unscientific. Yi Chen laughed and made up a lie. Because this chicklet belongs to the phoenix species, don't look at it as small. When it's ferocious, it can even push down walls, and it's even better when it's raised. What? It can even push down walls? Chen Xiaoyu was shocked, thinking, if I get this phoenix breed, won't I be able to take it and sweep the Southeast Asian cockfighting world and make a fortune? Loss. If I had known it was a phoenix seed, I wouldn't have sold him just now. Chen Xiaoyu's heart was already dripping blood, but soon he rushed at Yi Chen with a smile on his face and said, how about selling me for $1 million? 1 million? You insult the phoenix seed? Yi Chen despised. Then how much? Name your price. Yi Chen put up 3 fingers. 3 million? Alright, I'll. Not 3 million, it's 30 million. Yi Chen corrected. What? $30 million? You're playing with me. Love to buy or not? When I find a good buyer, selling it for 300 million is possible. Yi Chen said and was about to leave. $30 million is $30 million. Chen Xiaoyu teeth bite. Anyway, this 30 million is also Qin Luoyun that shabby that one. Take to buy phoenix species is not a loss. After all, this phoenix species is really good. Did not see what happened to the big fighting chicken seconds? This to get to the Southeast Asia to sweep a circle, not to earn a 3 billion back. Soon the transaction was completed, but just as Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue's siblings were ready to leave, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly said, aren't you very bullish? Dare to play a game with my phoenix species? If you win, I'll give you 100 million. If you lose, give me the poison. Just ask if you have the guts. At those words, Yi Chen turned around violently. Looks like I'll have to punch you in the face again. Chapter 57, don't force me to punch you in the face, below. Ha ha, begging for a face punch. I have a phoenix seed in hand to fear awe. I don't believe you can find another phoenix seed to come out. Chen Xiaoyu laughed wildly in triumph. Punching his face was impossible. The fighting cocks in the club were all his. Except for the small fighting cock that had just hatched out not more than a few days ago that he hadn't tried the fighting power. He had tried all the other fighting cocks, and he could be said to have a very good understanding of the fighting power of those fighting cocks, and it could be said that none of them were able to be even more formidable than this phoenix seed. You're really good at pretending, then I'll abuse you and cry. Dropping a sentence, Yi Chen went up to pick the fighting chickens. Ha ha, you're even more pretentious than me. The phoenix seed begs to be abused. Chen Xiaoyu felt that the poison was about to become his, knowing that the remaining fighting chickens had chips in their bodies. As long as 2 fighting chickens fought, one look from him could make Yi Chen's fighting chickens fall, which was why he was so rampant and unafraid. This is really a man. Knowing that the phoenix seed is so strong, he still dares to agree to young Chen's betting fight. It's like giving up poison to young Chen. That's right, I've chosen almost all of these cockfighters to fight in the battle, which has the phoenix seed's horrifying move of killing in a second. I think he is trying to pretend in front of Qin Luoxue as a way to win Qin Luoxue's favor. It seems that for the sake of a beautiful woman, he is also desperate. The gentlemen who were watching the spectacle said, Yi Chen, back to the basics. Don't fight. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Qin Luoxue hurriedly pulled Yi Chen to advise him. She thought that Yi Chen's win just now was a blessing in misfortune, and the sale of a small chicken for $30 million was even more of a rare heavenly price for the ages. So this time, he should stop at the right moment, and not have the mentality of a fluke anymore. Sister, what are you afraid of? If Chen can pick a phoenix seed, he can definitely pick another phoenix out. And this time, we must also let Qin Xiaoyu shed some blood so that he can get rid of his anger for me. Qin Luoyun said. You shut up. Qin Luoxue glared at Qin Luoyun, then said sternly to Yi Chen, no more, go back with me. After saying that, she didn't forget to give Yi Chen a sultry look, as if she was warning him, if you don't listen to me, I won't let you touch it. Yi Chen seemed to have read her mind, spread his hands and said, alright, then let's go back here. Don't. Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly stopped Yi Chen and rushed Qin Luoxue and said wistfully, are you that impatient to cheat with Boss Yi, and go back with you? Do you want him to bestow you with a shot? I'll tell you Qin Luoxue, if you dare to spoil my good deed, I'll tell your husband about your dirty deeds on the day you get married, so he'll know how dirty you really are. You. Qin Luoxue was infuriated enough to dislike back. You're the one who's dirty. Your whole family is dirty. Ha ha. Qin Xiaoyu laughed instead of being angry. I'm no more dirty than you are. I want Boss Yi to go back with you to grant you a shot in broad daylight. How thirsty are you? Or do you want to take advantage of your husband's return to purchase a bride price, and prepare a few more green hats for him? You. Simply not human. Qin Luoxue was furious and ordered at Yi Chen. I want you to make him lose $100 million. She was very angry and felt that she could only relieve her anger by making Qin Xiaoyu lose 100 million. After all, 100 million was not a small amount. Although the Chen family's assets would be close to $40 billion, the cash flow was also limited. Losing 100 million would have to be heartbreaking for a while. No problem, I will definitely take the heat for you. Yi Chen laughed. Think this is my wife. Have revenge on the report. Have gas on the out. To let the people who offended themselves pay the price. But Qin Xiaoyu is pleased bad. Really provoked Qin Luoxue will have unexpected surprises. If you let Yi Chen go, he won Qin Luoyun those money is not in vain. He would not be satisfied until he got the poison. Go pick the cockfighting. My phoenix seed can't hold back anymore. Ha ha. Qin Xiaoyu smiled cheerfully and placed the little chicklet carefully on the cockfighting stage, not forgetting to say at the little chicklet, phoenix seed, cheer up in the future, I will feed you shark's fin and bird's nest every day, so that you will become the happiest chicken in the whole world. After saying that, he even gave the little chickadee a kiss on his chicken peck. Yi Chen's scalp was numb, and he only felt that this guy was the same as Wei Zifei. Both of them were downright. Of course, his own brother-in-law was no exception. How is it that the four great families of Jiangzhou are all out? Yi Chen felt funny even thinking about it, then said to Qin Luoxue, this time it's up to you to choose. I don't know how to choose. Qin Luoxue had already realized that she had just been impulsive and shouldn't have said that right, so she looked a bit overwhelmed. It's fine, you choose and I'll palm the eyes. Yi Chen gave her a comforting smile. Qin Luoxue pondered for a few seconds, and finally clenched her teeth and gave it a go. After looking at it for about a minute, Qin Luoxue pointed to a large colorful rooster and said, what do you think of this one? Good eye. This is a vermilion bird. Using it in battle is a sure win. Yi Chen gave a thumbs up and praised. Really? Qin Luoxue was unusually surprised. She had actually chosen a vermilion bird? Yes, this is a grown-up vermilion bird that is even more powerful than the phoenix seed. A chicken claw can trample that phoenix seed. Yi Chen almost believed the lie he had made up, but as soon as his words left his mouth, Qin Xiaoyu almost burst into tears of laughter. You can only fool a woman like Qin Luoxue who has big boobs and no brain. The fighting strength of this fighting cock is at the bottom of the list of all the fighting cocks in my club. And you still stomped on my phoenix seed. I think it's my phoenix seed that slapped this fighting cock to death with 1 foot. The surrounding males also laughed maniacally. Every cockfighting cock in the club has a number. These cockneys often come to play. They know the fighting strength of each numbered cockfighting cock quite well. And this cockfighting cock's number is 16. Many cockneys have chosen it to fight. If you use one word to express this cockfighting cock's fighting strength, it is vegetable. 2 words to express it is spicy chicken. But since Yi Chen said that this fighting cock was a vermilion bird, what the hell was this if not a tease? Brother Chen, change it. This fighting cock just made me lose $10 million. Picking it is bound to lose. Qin Luoyun hurriedly stepped forward and said. When Qin Luoxue heard this, she realized that Yi Chen was deliberately blowing her out of the water. No matter what fighting cock he chose, he would blow up the one he chose as a vermilion bird. This made Qin Luoxue's mood very complicated. She knew that this was a sign that Yi Chen was favoring her, but she couldn't joke about money, so she didn't know whether she should be happy or angry. Don't doubt me and your sister's eye power. That's because you don't know how to harness this vermilion bird. I'll harness it with absolute ferocity. Yi Chen gave Qin Luoyun a blank look, then grabbed the no. 16 Cockfighting cock, slapped it twice, and said to the cockfighting cock, "I'll slaughter you if you lose." After saying that, he walked towards the cockfighting stage. Chen Luoshua's siblings. This is what he calls driving? Don't play with me. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiaoyu and the males present doubled over in laughter. This is a ing tease. Is there such a thing as harnessing a cockfight? Laozi is convinced by this tease. It's too ing funny. In the midst of the overwhelming jeers, Yi Chen had arrived at the cockfighting stage and said to Chen Xiaoyu, "Is your phoenix seed ready? My vermilion bird is going to fight." Chen Xiaoyu forced himself not to laugh, snapped his fingers and said, "My phoenix seed's phoenix claws are all sharpened. It only feels that invincibility is so lonely. Look at it. It wants to sleep. Hurry up and let your vermilion bird get on the stage to give it some abuse, then watch with wide eyes," Yi Chen said, throwing the fighting cock onto the stage. The phoenix seed instantly got energized and pounced towards Yi Chen's vermilion bird, which ran away, chased all over the cockfighting stage by the phoenix seed. Ha ha, old me is going to piss myself laughing. If you're capable, tell your vermilion bird not to run. My vermilion bird is kinder and doesn't want to hurt the chicks, but Nima don't tease, have the guts to make it not run. Fine. Yi Chen sighed quietly, then lightly shouted, asterisk 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 it, begging to be Ed. However, before Chen Xiaoyu's words fell, Yi Chen's vermilion bird turned blatantly and stomped down with a chicken claw. Snap! The phoenix seed was stomped by a claw. A shocking explosion of eyeballs appeared on the ground. For a time, it was as if the mute button was pressed. The whole place was silent. After a long time, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Yay! Vermilion bird won! The Qin Luoxua's siblings jumped up in excitement. How could this happen? Chen Xiaoyu was so confused that he was about to doubt his life. Was his one really a vermilion bird? Hit the money. 100 million. Yi Chen extended his hand to Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu didn't say anything. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock, doubt, incomprehension, remorse and many other negative emotions. Chen Xiaoyu, are your ing ears stuffed with chicken feathers? Hurry up and pay the money. Qin Luoyun drank. He wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge on Chen Xiaoyu. Give you a paralyzing Chen Xiaoyu suddenly exploded and angrily pointed at Yi Chen. I'm asking you, was it you who swindled? Which eye did you see that I swindled? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Chen Xiaoyu was speechless. He really didn't see Yi Chen showing signs of swindling, but he wasn't willing to give Yi Chen $100 million. So he pretended. I'm the master of my territory. If I say you swindled, you swindled. Chen Xiaoyu, you've gone too far. I didn't expect you to be a sore loser. Qin Luoxua said irritably. None of your business. Get the hell out of here. Chen Xiaoyu pointed his finger towards the door, then said to Yi Chen, you a stinking poor man from a commoner's area. You think you're powerful to the heavens just because you opened a medicine hall. You dare to ask for money from me. What kind of a thing are you? What kind of thing am I? Yi Chen smiled coldly and said, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Either give money or give your life. Chapter 58, Calling on Mr. Yi. Either give money, or give life. The moment those 8 words were uttered, they threw down the gauntlet and everyone was stunned. Since he dared to talk to Chen Xiao like that? 3. Yi Chen started counting down. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Since he dares to threaten me, think I'm scared? Chen Xiaoyu laughed maniacally, thinking that he had never been threatened in his entire life. 2. Try moving lousy instead. I promise to let you die a miserable death. 1. Ing hit me. Yi Chen decisively kicked out, his speed as fast as a ghost to Chen Xiaoyu's chest. Bang! Chen Xiaoyu flew out backwards and smashed against the wall, a mouthful of old blood spurting out wildly as he landed. The audience was stunned, since he really dared to make a move on Chen Xiaoyu. However, Qin Luoxua's siblings weren't too surprised. Yi Chen had the backstage of Du Yuehua and Elder Wang. Any one of them was enough to deter the Chen family. As for Yi Chen's kick, Qin Luoxua's siblings had seen it when Jishir Tang opened. After all, Yi Chen is a miracle doctor. Get yourself some medicine to strengthen your body. It's not really the average person who can beat him. A male like Chen Xiaoyu, who was a groom night after night, his body had collapsed a long time ago, so as long as he was a normal man basically beat him. Chen Xiao. It was only at this time that a group of Chen Xiaoyu's ponies reacted and rushed over to help him up. Ing. Chen Xiaoyu pointed at Yi Chen. Due to the fiery pain in his chest, it made him struggle to even speak. Taking half of your life, 100 million too clear. Yi Chen said indifferently. His kick was enough for Chen Xiaoyu to lie down for some time. At least for a month or 2 he would even struggle to play with women. Unless he didn't move, the woman moved. You say too clear. Too clear. Old man agreed? Chen Xiaoyu spat out a sentence with difficulty, then turned his head to look at a short-haired youth and said, Luo Yang, get him killed. I'll give you $5 million. I'll take the blame for anything that happens. Okay Chen Xiao, The youth called Luo Yang was immediately overjoyed. 5 million was not earned for nothing, and immediately walked towards Yi Chun with his hand behind his back in a very tuggy manner. Seeing this, Qin Luoyun hurriedly said, "Brother Chen, quickly run, this is the son of Luo Donglai, the owner of the Donglai Martial Arts Museum, making a good hand of footwork, called what the Thunderbolt Leg, you can't beat him." Not waiting for Yi Chen to open his mouth, Luo Yang was afraid that Yi Chen would run away. He hurriedly called for someone to close the door, then came to Yi Chen and pretended to say, "Kneel down and kowtow 100 times to Chen Xiao, and then accept Chen Xiao's disposition. Maybe you can still keep a dog's life, or else I guarantee that I will let you die a horrible death." Yi Chen snorted and said, "What's Luo Fulai's relationship with your father Luo Donglai, HM?" Luo Yang frowned and asked, "How do you know my eldest uncle's name?" "So he's your great uncle." Yi Chen laughed and said, "Your elder uncle has to respectfully call me Mr. Yi when he sees me. Who gave you the guts to dare to act like a pussy in front of me?" When these words came out, Luo Yang immediately froze, but soon he laughed out loud. "I'm really convinced. As long as you are a martial arts enthusiast and know my dad, you basically know that my dad has an elder brother named Luo Fulai, very tough, traveling all over the place all the time to meet friends with martial arts. Since you borrowed my elder brother's mighty name to scare me, do you think I'll believe your bull asterisk? Besides, you're a stinking pauper coming out of a commoner's area. Does my eldest uncle need to treat you respectfully?" Yi Chen shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Why is it that there are always some people who love to be self-righteous? Luo Yang exploded at the words. "Damn, dare to scold myself, see how I kick you to death." As the words fell, he leapt 2 meters high and chopped his foot towards Yi Chen's head. "Yi Chen, be careful." Qin Luoxue was shocked. She had heard of Luo Yang, a martial arts disciple with a great accomplishment of external energy. This kicking blade chopped on Yi Chen's brain door. It could definitely chop him to death. So, she jumped up. Tight jeans wrapped straight long beautiful legs kicked towards Luo Yang chopped down the foot knife. She grew up practicing martial arts with her grandfather, and also had a martial arts cultivation of small success of external strength. Although she couldn't beat Luo Yang, but it was still possible to block this foot knife. Qin Luoxue, don't be ungrateful. Seeing Qin Luoxue coming to attack, Luo Yang coldly smiled. At that exact moment, Qin Luoxue's high heel kicked on the side of Luo Yang's knee. At the same time, Yi Chen released a wave of energy to strike Luo Yang's knee. Ka-ching! A bone-cracking sound rang out. Luo Yang landed on the ground with a bang, holding his knee and screaming out in a heartbreaking manner. "Ah, my leg!" Qin Luoxue was stunned. Covering her mouth in disbelief, she looked at Luo Yang, who had a pained look on his face. "Since I kicked his kneecap to pieces? Heavens! When did I become so powerful? Sis, you're so powerful. I can't believe I broke Luo Yang's thunderbolt kick. It's too powerful. So powerful." Qi Luoyun shouted in surprise. "So powerful." Yi Chen also gave Qin Luoxue a thumbs up. Qin Luoxue smiled awkwardly. "Maybe I was so eager to save you that I brought out all my potential. So touched. I didn't realize that I was so important in your heart that I could inspire your potential," Yi Chen said with a look of being moved to tears. Qin Luoxue, did I really inspire my potential because I cared about him? This wave of dog food spread fed all the people present, all of them casting envious and jealous eyes at Yi Chen. To be cared for by a great beauty like Qin Luoxue was also a very happy thing. At this time, Luo Yang growled. "Qin Luoxue, how dare you kick my kneecaps off for a stinky poor guy? I'm going to tell my dad to come over and beat this stinky poor guy to death, and then I'm going to go and argue with your grandfather." He was very annoyed and took out his cell phone and dialed his dad, Luo Donglai. At this moment, at the Donglai Martial Arts Center, 2 middle-aged men had a long conversation. "Big brother, that Mr. Yi you're talking about is really that terrifying, capable of attracting thunder, controlling fire, and gathering chi into a sword to chop out hundreds of ravines? Yet, he's only around 25 years old?" Luo Donglai's face showed disbelief after listening to his elder brother Luo Fulai's account. "Yes, too powerful. At a young age is the martial arts dual cultivation of the great master. Look at the great Chinese thousands of years of history. So young to have such an achievement of the characters on not 100. My generation cannot be too. The heart aspires to awe." Luo Fulai long sigh. "That big brother knows where Mr. Yi, let's go visit. Being said so by Luo Fulai, Luo Donglai only felt his heart and blood surging. "I don't know where he is, but I know that he was invited by Jin Tianhao to help boss do. I came to Jiangzhou this time because I am going to go to Jin Tianhao to ask about Mr. Yi's whereabouts. I want to worship Mr. Yi as my master. As long as I can be his disciple, I am willing to sweep the floor and shine his shoes. I will do whatever he tells me to do." Luo Fulai's eyes were filled with yearning. "Then why don't we go find Jin Tianhao here?" "That's exactly what I'm thinking. You have dealings with him. It's better to meet him." At that exact moment, Luo Donglai's cell phone rang. "Ah Young, what is it, Dad? I was kicked by Qin Luoxue and broke my kneecaps at Young Chen's cockfighting club. Come over and help me out." "What?" Luo Donglai was shocked. "Why did she kick and break your kneecap?" "There's a stinking poor guy pretending to be a pussy with me, saying that your big brother, that's my eldest uncle, has to be respectful to him when he meets him. I was upset and had to beat him up. Then Qin Luoxue kicked my kneecap for him. It hurts so much, Dad." "Damn, is that stinking poor guy still around?" "Yes, you hurry over, or Qin Luoxue will take him and run away." "Okay, have someone stop him, I'll come over right away." Do. Hanging up the phone, Luo Donglai downplayed the situation and Luo Fuli immediately exploded with anger. "In addition to Mr. Yi in this Jiangzhou, who the hell can make me treat him respectfully? Old brother, take brother to kill that kid." "Good." The two immediately set off. At this time, the door of the cockfighting club was already blocked by Chen Xiaoyu ordering the male sons. "Stinking pauper, things are all because of you. Wait for my dad to come over and see how he'll get you killed. And you Qin Luoxue, my dad will definitely go to your grandpa for a claim and make your Qin family pay me a huge sum of money. You wait to be cleaned up by your grandpa," Luo Yang threatened. Qin Luoxue wasn't afraid that her grandfather would pack herself, but she was worried that Luo Donglai would spread his anger on Yi Chen. So she pulled Yi Chen to the corner and said softly, "You hurry up and make a call to Jin Tianhao, so that he can come over to save the day in a hurry. Otherwise you'll be in trouble if Luo Donglai comes over." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Have you forgotten how I killed that Lu Taiho with a single pin that day?" Thinking back to that incident, Qin Luoxue's worries about Yi Chen instantly dissipated. This guy's underhanded tricks were indeed ruthless enough, but you can't give people a shady death. Just make it so that he can't threaten you, and the gate will definitely be wide open by then. So let's take advantage of the opportunity and withdraw, Qin Luoxue urged. Yi Chen made an okay gesture. If Luo Yang hadn't threatened him, he wouldn't bother to stay here. Since he threatened him to call his dad to get him killed, Yi Chen naturally wanted to see who got who killed. Not long after, the door of the club was tapped heavily. "Quickly open the door. It must be my dad coming," Luo Yang called out excitedly. Soon the door was opened and the two Luo Donglai brothers walked in with big strides. Luo Yang instantly had a happy face and called out, "Eldest uncle, why are you here too? I heard your dad say that there's a kid who said that I have to be respectful when I meet him. I'd like to see how many kilograms he has." Daring to say such big words, Luo Fulai responded. Luo Yang immediately raised his hand and pointed at Yi Chen, saying, "Uncle, it's this son of a who is pretending to be a bully in front of me, saying that you have to respectfully call him Mr. Yi when you see him. Do you think he's too good at pretending to be a bully?" But I never thought that. Before he finished his words, Luo Fulai's old body shuddered violently, and immediately ran to Yi Chen like a dog seeing its master, bent down 120 degrees of his old waist, and said 5 words in the most respectful tone of his life. "Greetings, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen, who was leisurely sitting on the chair, returned the most bland one word, "Aha," astonishingly bursting out a ground of eyeballs. Chapter 59, Sister Husband Takes You to Pretend. "Mr. Yi?" At this moment, all of them cast a shocked look at Yi Chen. Luo Yang was even so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground, making a thud sound, and immediately lost his life. Luo Donglai in Jiangzhou, although not very rich, but the name reported out absolutely loud, because he has Jiangzhou's strongest martial arts teacher. Many rich second generation to Donglai Martial Arts Hall to worship him as a teacher. His elder brother Luo Fulai is not in Jiangzhou for many years, although his reputation is not very loud, but those who know him have a heart of reverence for him. It was because Luo Fulai was a half-step sect master who was as terrifying as he was. However, Luo Fulai, who was so powerful, so formidable, and so terrifying, actually licked Yi Chen like a dog? Didn't this mean that Yi Chen was even more terrifying as hell than Luo Fulai? Qin Luoxue was also confused. Her grandfather had once said that there was only one person in Jiangzhou who could beat him, Qin Zhengqing, and that was Luo Fulai. However, Luo Fulai seemed to be very afraid of Yi Chen. What the hell is going on here? Only at this time did Luo Donglai react. He first gave Luo Yang a hard slap, and then carried Luo Yang to Yi Chen's front like a chicken, and heavily smashed it on the ground, giving Luo Yang to the point of becoming a dead dog. "Mr. Yi, my dog son is treasonous. How dare he offend your honorable authority? Please punish him." Luo Donglai had no choice. After all, a patriarch could not be insulted. He was using advance as retreat to gain Yi Chen's forgiveness. He could be certain that this Mr. Yi was the terrifying as hell Mr. Yi that his big brother spoke of. "Just break his other leg again," Yi Chen said indifferently. "Good." Without any hesitation, Luo Donglai stomped on Luo Yang's other leg's knee, shattering Luo Yang's kneecap on the spot. Luo Yang screamed miserably a few times before passing out. The people present all had their scalps tingling and only felt that Luo Donglai was too ruthless. But how would they know? Luo Donglai is saving his own son. Broken foot bone, big deal, a few months to recuperate. Life is really gone. At this time Yi Chen pointed to Chen Xiaoyu and said, "Old Luo, give you a chance to perform? He owes me 100 million. Originally too clear. He had to get me. Then you go for me to get that 100 million. If he doesn't give it, you get him for me. Okay, Mr. Yi, it's a great honor for the late generation to work for you." Luo Fulai received Yi Chen's order and immediately walked towards Chen Xiaoyu. Suddenly, he stopped violently and stomped his foot down. Boom! A forceful aura raged out, instantly shocking all the fighting cocks inside the club to death. Scared the piss out of a group of cockatiels, only feeling that this person was too terrifying. "You, I don't care what kind of origin you have. Immediately return Mr. Ye's money right away. Otherwise you will die just like these fighting chickens without even knowing how," Luo Fulai said in a cold voice at Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu was scared to death. He was busy saying, "Pay back. Must pay back. I will immediately order someone to call Mr. Yi for the money." Soon after, Qin Luoxue received a text message that the $100 million had arrived. "Chen Xiaoyu, right. I remember you. If you pit Luo Yun again in the future, I'll let old Luo Yu to death." Yi Chen dropped a sentence, got up and called Qin Luoxue's siblings to leave. "Don't dare! Don't dare!" Chen Xiaoyu was scared from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know exactly how big Yi Chen was, but knew that it was definitely someone he couldn't afford to mess with. "Humph, if you pretend to be a pussy with me again in the future, my brother Chen will tell old Luo to you to death." Qin Luoyun rushed at Chen Xiaoyu and tugged at him in warning, then took big steps to follow Yi Chen. ********. Chen Xiaoyu was about to spit out blood. "It's fine if Mr. Yi warns me. You're a inga. Can you stop being a dog?" In the end, he dropped a sentence in exasperation. "What happened today? Who the hell is not allowed to pass it on to me? Whoever passes it on, don't blame me for not being polite. Mr. Yi, can we take a step to talk?" On the way to the parking lot, Luo Fulai asked, "I want to go home with my wife for dinner. Something to go to Jishir Hall and wait. I want to go over there and talk." Yi Chen said and wrapped his arm around Qin Luoxue's fragrant shoulder. Qin Luoxue did not resist in the slightest. She suddenly felt that the time she spent with Yi Chen was well spent. Thrilling and fun. "Wow, this is Mr. Ye's wife?" Luo Fulai said in surprise. "Yeah, isn't it pretty? Beautiful, simply as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. Only a woman this beautiful is qualified to be worthy of Mr. Yi." These words seemed to be very well received. The corners of Qin Luoxue's mouth slightly raised, as if a ray of sunshine in winter, beautiful and moving. On the way back, Qin Luoxue asked, "Why is Luo Fulai so afraid of you? I met him a few days ago when I went to Shanghai to meet Du Yuehua. I'm a brother to Du Yuehua. Of course he has to be afraid of me," Yi Chen said. Qin Luoxue, she had thought of many possibilities, and never thought it was this possibility. However, for a big brother like Du Yuehua, martial artists below the level of Zhongshu really had to respect him by 7 points, lest they didn't know when they would be killed by random gunfire. Grandpa was also a half-step sect master. Didn't he also have to respect Du Yuehua by 7 points? When Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue's siblings returned to the Qin family, Qin Jingqing couldn't help but ask curiously, "How did you bring Luo Yun back? You didn't allow to spend money." So Yi Chen gave the poison to Chen Xiaoyu, and Luo Yun brought it back. Qin Luoxue beamed. On the way, she had already discussed with Yi Chen. This was the only explanation that was the best. If Grandpa knew that he won it back from a cockfight, he would be designated to be furious. Sure enough, when Qin Zhengqing heard this, he was immediately impressed with Yi Chen, and said, valuing family ties over money, "Not bad. At least you don't have to worry that he'll come after 100 years when his wings are hardened and he'll lay his hands on the Qin family." Such a way of handling the matter was what he was most satisfied with, so he got up and left, not forgetting to drop a sentence. "Spend as much money as you need to. Go find Chen Xiaoyu and ask for the car back." After all, it was Du Yuehua who gave it to him. His purpose was to use the opportunity to test Yi Chen. Through the way some small things are handled you can see a person's behavior. The purpose achieved, he did not care about some small money. Of course, if there was an opportunity, he would continue to test until he was truly assured. In the afternoon, Yi Chen went to the Jishir Hall, only to realize that Luo Fulai wanted to worship him as a teacher. Of course he did not respond. Let Luo Fulai in the medicine hall first. Miscellaneous. Then you can give your parents as a security guard, is not it? The big deal is to refine some pills to make a breakthrough in his martial arts cultivation is. Because of the license, Yi Chen and Qin Luoxue's husband and wife relationship has been solidified. Qin Zhengqing allowed the two to live in the same house. Yi Chen accompanied his parents to eat dinner, chatted for a while, and then went to the Qin family. When he returned to Qin Luoshue's boudoir, he only saw that Qin Luoshue had already changed into a sailor suit, and was currently lying against the bed, reading seriously while biting into potato chips, and her two straight long white legs were completely exposed, and the cold light shone beautifully. It was old monsters like Yi-chun who couldn't help but gulp. After eating the yuan chi dan, these legs are even more beautiful than when I was in the office that day. Yi-chun sat on the edge of the bed and ran his hand over it, only to feel wonderful. Bastard! Who let you touch it? Qin Luoshue, who was immersed in the sea of books, felt something touch her thighs, and only then did she come back to her senses, and with a crooked nose, she lifted her foot and kicked at Yi-chen. In the next second, her ankle was grabbed by Yi-chen. With just this grab, Yi-chen fixed his eyes and his vision suffered a great shock. Since it's kawaii. Ha! You asshole! Not allowed to look. Loosen your hand. Qin Luoshue's face was as bloody as blood, and she quickly grabbed the sheet to wrap it, and struggled. Yi-chen hemmed and hawed and loosened his hand, saying, before you got a license, you ran to the hotel room to let me go over to see, and now that you got a license, we should do the right thing. After saying that, Yi-chen lifted the sheet. Do your head. Qin Luoshue glared at Yi-chen and said, go to the bathroom and wash the clothes I just changed out of. Do my husband have to listen to me? Otherwise I won't let you touch it. Humph. Yi-chen. Good overbearing wife. Okay. Yi-chen answered, turned around and went into the bathroom, thinking, so lazy still, must be cured before soon. His voice resounded through the boudoir. That daughter-in-law, underwear to wash separately? Separately. Hand wash or washing machine? Hand wash. Oh, should I put laundry detergent in? Yes. How much? Just put it in as much as you like. Do you rub it? Yes. How many times? Damn you. I'll wash it myself. Not you. Qin Luoshue exasperatedly dropped the book, went into the bathroom and grabbed Yi-chen out. It's so much effort to let you wash something. Glaring at Yi-chen, Qin Luoshue started washing herself. Yi-chen happily hummed a little song, then lay down on Qin Luoshue's bed and leisurely ate her potato chips. When Qin Luoshue washed and came out, she found that the chips were eaten up by Yi-chen, and was so angry that her chest trembled dramatically. Grabbing the broom and rushing towards Yi-chen, let you wash clothes you do not quickly wash. Eat all my chips. You are itchy skin. Not just eat you half a bag of chips. Need to be so petty. Hit me again I can eat the bun. Still come. Yi-chen was chased by Qin Luoshue ran all over the boudoir. Escaped from the boudoir she also chased out. Yo, sis, brother-in-law, what's this all about at night? Qin Luoyun happened to have something to look for Yi-chen and couldn't help but laugh. Yi-chen hurriedly brought Qin Luoyun as a shield, and only then did Qin Luoshue stop. What are you running up for? Qin Luoshue glared. Fortunately not with Yi-chen in the errand. Otherwise this guy ran up to specify that he had to knock on the door again. Qin Luoyun he smiled, then said to Yi-chen, brother-in-law, Wei Zifei and Lu Shoujie's group. They are ready to bid on the queen's wine prepared by the mysterious female owner of Night Unchained. White Peony, do you want to go with me to raise the price? Zhang Qianting is also in the O. Hearing that Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Qianting were also there, Yi-chen immediately became interested and said, okay, brother-in-law will take you to pretend to be a pussy, and by the way, hit a wave of their faces. I'll go too. Wait for me. I'll go change my clothes. Qin Luoshue enjoyed going out with Yi-chen. She knew it must be thrilling and fun again. Not to mention, she preferred watching Yi-chen punch Zhang Qianting in the face. 10 minutes later, a big G drove out of Qin's house and headed straight to Night Uncharted.